For 10 years, a worthless being went unnoticed, but in a single morning, he became invincible, recognized by the world. 3 years ago, Chu Yun entered the Tai Xuan Sect as a mere waste. 3 years later, he obliterated the sect, trampled upon the proud, vanquished gods and demons, and decreed the fate of ages. Chu Yun declared, "If I choose to strike, blood shall surely flow." Martial arts? Techniques? Forging? Alchemy? Apologies, but what you have learned is nothing but rubbish. Why not take me as your master, and I shall enlighten you? Chapter 1. The Ancient Bronze Mirror and the Servile Youth. In Qingzhou, at Tai Xuan Sect, beside a cliff on the back mountain, a youth clad in a blue robe sat cross-legged upon the ground, his gaze fixed upon his knees. Upon his lap rested a rusted ancient bronze mirror. Within the mirror, an elder with flowing white hair practiced swordplay, yet no matter how fervently he trained, dissatisfaction lingered. What is amiss? The sect master has practiced this sword technique for 3 years, yet has made no progress whatsoever. This is what I often refer to as a waste. You could master the sword technique in a single day. This is the distinction between genius and mediocrity. At that moment, the bronze mirror emitted a voice of derision. Chu Yun replied, "I was merely fortunate to encounter a senior. Otherwise, I too might have believed myself to be a waste." Once the legitimate heir of the Chu family in Nanyang City, Chu Yun was deemed a failure due to his inability to cultivate martial arts from a young age, leading to relentless bullying. In his father's unwillingness to accept this fate, he was sent to the Tai Xuan Sect to train, hoping for a miracle. However, lacking any cultivation, he was relegated to the status of a menial disciple. It was during his time as a menial that he stumbled upon the ancient bronze mirror in the mountains. Within the mirror resided a spirit, claiming to hail from the immortal realm. The spirit insisted he was not a waste, but rather a peerless genius, merely sealed by others. Initially skeptical, Chu Yun eventually believed when the spirit helped him unseal his potential and imparted a legendary technique known as the heaven-devouring art, enabling him to become a martial artist. With the aid of the heaven-devouring art, Chu Yun ascended from the spirit martial realm to the earth martial realm in merely 3 years. It is noteworthy that in Qingzhou, the cultivation levels are categorized into 5 realms: spirit martial, origin martial, profound martial, earth martial, and heaven martial, each further divided into 9 stages. Chu Yun's rapid rise from spirit martial to earth martial within 3 years is unparalleled among the millions in Qingzhou. You need not thank me, simply uphold your promise to take me back to the immortal realm. Rest assured, should that day ever arrive, I shall certainly escort you back to the immortal realm. In truth, Chu Yun harbored doubts about the existence of an immortal realm, for he had never heard anyone speak of it. Chu Yun, so this is where you have been. It truly took me a while to find you. At that moment, a chilling female voice echoed. A woman clad in red, her expression frigid, approached the back mountain. Upon seeing Chu Yun, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Chu Yun quickly concealed the bronze mirror and stood up. "This insufferable wench has come to trouble you again. How much longer will you endure? If it were me, I would have already dispatched her." The mirror spirit cursed from within Chu Yun's embrace. He was aware that for the past 3 years, this woman in red had persistently sought to provoke him. The woman in red was the daughter of the sect master, wielding her father's authority to bully the sect's disciples. However, Chu Yun found it perplexing he held no enmity towards her. So why did she target him relentlessly? "I bear you no grudge. Why do you persist in tormenting me?" Chu Yun voiced his confusion. The woman in red coldly laughed. "Because certain individuals wished to see you suffer recently. They even offered a bounty for my head to eliminate you." With a frigid expression, Chu Yun inquired, "Who seeks my death?" He believed he had not offended anyone in the past 3 years. The woman in red replied, "The Li family. They plan to ally with the Wang family to annihilate your Chu family. If my calculations are correct, they should have already acted against your family today." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun clenched his fists tightly, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Having reached the earth martial realm, he would not claim to be invincible throughout Qingzhou, but he could contend with the sect master. Yet, he had chosen to remain concealed, not revealing his strength, for he wished to surprise his father at the opportune moment. However, with the Li and Wang families already attacking his family, he could no longer afford to remain hidden. "What's this? Are you angry? What good does it do? You, a waste, even if you learn that your family has been exterminated, what can you do?" The woman in red cruelly mocked, as though observing a jester. Chu Yun's murderous intent reached its zenith. He slowly bent down and picked up a branch. Upon seeing this, the woman in red laughed even louder. What do you intend to do? Surely you don't mean to use that branch against me? Enough. Your Chu family is destined to perish today. It would be better to send you down to reunite with your parents. As she spoke, she drew her sword and lunged at Chu Yun with a swift strike. The speed was astonishing. Yet, just as her sword was about to pierce Chu Yun's chest, he expressionlessly extended 2 fingers to clamp down upon her blade. No matter how hard the woman in red strained, she could not advance even an inch. How is this possible? The woman in red was taken aback. She was a 9th-stage expert in the spirit martial realm. How could Chu Yun, a mere waste, possibly stop her sword with just 2 fingers? I had intended to live quietly, but alas, some persist in seeking my demise. Since that is the case, I shall no longer remain hidden. Clang! With that sound, the sword in the woman's hand was abruptly shattered by Chu Yun's grip. Then, with a flick of the branch in his hand, a sharp sword energy swept forth, slicing through the woman's neck. In the next moment, the woman in red released her sword, collapsing to the ground, clutching her neck in shock as she gazed at Chu Yun. Crimson blood gushed forth from her neck with wild abandon. "Miss!" At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. A man clad in black robes descended from the sky, landing beside the woman in red. Upon seeing her fallen form, he hurriedly rushed forward to support her, exclaiming, "Miss, what has happened?" The woman in red looked at the black-robed elder, desperate to speak, but no words escaped her lips as she closed her eyes. "Miss! Miss!" the black-robed elder called out repeatedly. Upon realizing that the woman in red had lost her breath, he lifted his gaze, directing an enraged glare at Chu Yun. "You have the audacity to kill the miss today. I shall cleanse the sect on her behalf." Facing the black-robed elder, Chu Yun exhibited no fear. All he bore was disdain. 5th stage of the profound martial realm, killing you will require but a single strike. Chapter 2. After 3 years of endurance, unmatched upon striking, a mere insignificant fool dares to be so arrogant. Let him perish. In the eyes of the elder clad in black robes, Chu Yun must have employed some nefarious means to slay the woman in red. Thus, he dismissed Chu Yun entirely as these words echoed. He summoned his profound energy and launched a powerful punch towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun stood his ground, motionless. As the elder approached, he raised his arm and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! Crack! The immense force surged forth like a ferocious beast, obliterating the elder's entire arm. Bang! Another punch followed, striking the elder squarely in the chest. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the elder's chest was pierced, revealing a gruesome, gaping wound. Pfft. Severely wounded, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, crashing harshly to the ground. Just then, a multitude of figures swiftly approached. Realizing it was the masters from the Tai Xuan Sect, Chu Yun understood he did not wish to entangle himself with the sect's people. His only desire was to return home and rescue his kin. With that, he leaped into the air, descending towards the mountainside. As Chu Yun departed, several elderly figures landed at the cliff's edge. They were elders of the Tai Xuan Sect. Upon witnessing the slain woman in red, they were struck with terror. Their gazes turned towards the critically injured elder in black robes. "Elder son, what has transpired? Who has slain the young lady?" The elder struggled to speak. "Chu Yun." The moment those 2 words escaped his lips, he succumbed to death. Chu Yun? Who was Chu Yun? No one knew who Chu Yun was. Being a mere servant disciple, he was of no consequence at that moment. Our arriving disciple exclaimed, "He is the son of Chu Shaotian, the head of the Chu family in Nanyang City. However, he is a waste, having been incapable of cultivating martial arts since childhood. How could a waste possibly kill the young lady and elder son? This matter must be reported to the sect master immediately." With that, the elder sprang into action, heading towards the heart of the Tai Xuan Sect in a tower at the center of the Tai Xuan Sect. An elderly man with a head of white hair was desperately practicing his sword technique. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he seemed unable to attain the desired realm. "What is happening? I have been cultivating this sword technique for 3 years, yet I cannot reach the unity of man and sword." This elderly man was none other than the sect master of Tai Xuan. "Sect master, grave news. The young lady has been murdered." A voice echoed from outside. Startled, the sect master hurried to open the door. Seeing the elder descend, he inquired. What did you say? The elder replied. The young lady was killed by Chu Yun. He not only took her life, but also that of one of our elders. Who is Chu Yun? The sect master had no recollection of that name, a mere servant disciple. Yet he was the son of Chu Xiaotian, the head of the Chu family in Nanyang City. Upon hearing this, the sect master was initially taken aback, but soon remembered. 3 years prior, Chu Xiaotian had brought his son to the Tai Xuan Sect, hoping to have him join for cultivation. However, after personally examining the boy, he found that his dantian was as hard as stone, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Nevertheless, having received considerable benefits from Chu Xiaotian, he reluctantly accepted the boy. Wasn't he a waste who couldn't he cultivate? How could he kill my daughter? The elder responded, I do not know, but elder son claimed in his dying breath that it was he who killed the young lady. Impossible. He is only 15 years old. How could he possibly kill my daughter? Besides, elder son was a 5th-level Xuanwu realm cultivator. He should have been incapable of being killed by him. It must have been someone else, but since elder son said it was him, it means he is implicated. Dispatch the enforcement team at once. They must capture Chu Yun. I shall personally execute him to avenge my daughter. Having had a daughter late in life, the sect master felt an overwhelming rage upon her death at the hands of Chu Yun. If he did not personally kill him, he could not quell the fury in his heart. In Nanyang City, the Chu family estate was now surrounded by hundreds of martial artists. Chu Xiaotian, did you ever imagine your family would meet such a fate? The two leading middle-aged men regarded Chu Xiaotian with smug satisfaction. They were Li Qingshan, the head of the Li family, and Wang Yunfeng, the head of the Wang family. To them, Chu Xiaotian and his family were akin to sheep destined for slaughter. Standing resolutely before his kin, Chu Xiaotian's expression darkened. It appears you two families have long conspired together, seeking to eliminate the Chu family. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. Indeed. Once we eradicate your Chu family, Nanyang City shall belong to the Li and Wang families. But we have members of the Chu family cultivating at the Tai Xuan Sect. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? One of the Chu family members spoke up. Li Qingshan chuckled. Are you referring to your family's waste? He has been incapable of martial cultivation since childhood. Even if he entered the Tai Xuan Sect, he would still be a waste. Would the Tai Xuan Sect take action against us for a mere waste? Indeed, and the head of the Li family's beloved son has already entered the Yinyang Academy for cultivation. If the Tai Xuan Sect dares to act against our families, the Yinyang Academy will surely intervene. Li Qingshan stroked his beard, grinning. By the way, I forgot to mention, I have paid a handsome sum to have the sect master's daughter take action against your son. He is likely already a corpse. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotian erupted with fury. Though Chu Yun had been unable to cultivate since childhood, he had never given up. Now, upon hearing of his son's death, he felt utterly despondent. All Chu family members, fight back, fight back. With that declaration, Chu Xiaotian led the Chu family members towards Li Qingshan and Wang Yunfeng. Seeing this, Li Qingshan sneered, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, foolish, kill them. Leave not a single one alive. As those words left his lips, the martial artists of the Li and Wang families swiftly drew their weapons and charged at the Chu family members. Outnumbered, the Chu family was at a clear disadvantage. I never imagined my Chu family would be exterminated today. I am ashamed before the ancestors of the Chu family. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. As Chu Xiaotian was pushed into a corner, Li Qingshan laughed maniacally. Anyone who dares to touch my Chu family shall perish today. Just then, a chilling voice rang out, boom. Following that, a figure descended from the sky like a sharp sword, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The overwhelming energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sending all nearby martial artists flying. Even Li Qingshan and Wang Yunfeng were forced to stagger back. Once they regained their footing, Li Qingshan stared in astonishment at the young man standing in the midst. A Earth Martial Realm Expert, Chapter 3. So you have been concealing your power, Yuner, young master. Upon seeing Chu Yun appear, Chu Xiaotian's face lit up with joy, and the Chu family members were equally exhilarated. In that moment, they seemed to forget that Chu Yun was considered a waste incapable of cultivation. However, it was not long before they regained their senses. Wait, wasn't the young master incapable of cultivation? How could he become so powerful? Indeed, could it be that the young master has been concealing his abilities? At that moment, not only were the Chu family members astonished, but even Li Qingshan and Wang Yunfeng were left dumbfounded. You were incapable of martial cultivation. How is this possible? Earth Martial Realm. How could that be? They regarded Chu Yun as if he were a monster. The Earth Martial Realm was distinct from the Xuanwu Realm. When an Earth Martial Realm expert struck, they wielded the power of the Earth itself. When Chu Yun had attacked earlier, he had undeniably unleashed the strength of the Earth. Chu Yun surveyed the crowd, and in response to their bewilderment, he offered no explanation. Instead, he slowly turned and walked towards Li Qingshan and Wang Yunfeng. With each step, they felt a growing dread that as mere Xuanwu Realm cultivators, they had no means of retaliating against an Earth Martial Realm expert. So you have been concealing your power all along, but I cannot fathom how your cultivation has reached such heights. Even the sect master of Tai Xuan, having practiced for hundreds of years, had only attained the Earth Martial Realm. Yet Chu Yun, merely in his teens, had already reached this level, leaving them bewildered. Chu Yun did not respond but instead slowly raised his arm in his palm. A black vortex materialized. As the vortex appeared, Li Qingshan felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, his internal energy uncontrollably flowing away. I will never explain myself to a corpse. His icy voice echoed, with that utterance. Li Qingshan threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body visibly withered as Chu Yun drained him into a desiccated husk. Devil.Demon Arts. What is your connection to the Heavenly Demon Sect? Wang Yunfeng, witnessing this, was paralyzed with terror. The Heavenly Demon Sect was the most notorious evil sect in Qingzhou, known for its bizarre and sinister practices, leading him to believe that Chu Yun's techniques were tied to it. Chu Yun did not answer. Instead, he raised his arm once more. Wang Yunfeng, seeing this, fell to his knees in fear. Chu Yun, no, please don't kill me. Remember when I held you as a child. Without a flicker of emotion, Chu Yun replied, Leaved, I will not kill you. Really? Thank you, thank you. Wang Yunfeng rejoiced, quickly getting to his feet and rushing towards the exit. Seeing that Chu Yun intended to let Wang Yunfeng go, the Chu family members panicked, as did Chu Xiaotian. They understood that allowing Wang Yunfeng to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. He would undoubtedly seek revenge. However, just then, they saw Chu Yun slowly bend down to pick up a branch from the ground. In the next moment, he gently waved it towards Wang Yunfeng, unleashing a piercing sword aura that shot forth. Upon entering Wang Yunfeng's body, he halted in his tracks. Crack! The next instant, Wang Yunfeng's body was cleaved in two from the crown of his head, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Li and Wang families were horrified. They all fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing to Chu Yun. Young master, spare us! Young master, spare us! With no trace of compassion on his face, Chu Yun showed no mercy towards those who sought to kill his kin. He slowly raised his arm, and the black vortex in his palm reappeared. Show mercy. At that moment, Chu Xiaotian interjected. Our Chu family members have already been slaughtered by them. Why not keep them to serve our family? Yes, killing them is too merciful. Let them serve our Chu family for generations to come. Chu Yun glanced at these people and then lifted his arm. Swinging it fiercely, countless beams of white light shot forth towards them. The next moment, agonizing screams rang out as they all fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Xiaotian was puzzled. Yuner, why is this happening? Chu Yun withdrew his arm, stating coolly, those not of my bloodline harbor differing hearts. Leaving the kin of his enemies within the family was, for Chu Yun, a lingering threat. Chu Xiaotian, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. Chu Yun, you traitor. Not only have you murdered the sect master's daughter, but you have also killed an elder of the sect. Today, we shall cleanse the sect of this disgrace. At that moment, a thunderous shout resonated. 10 elderly men with white hair and aged faces descended from the skies, landing on the rooftops surrounding the Chu family estate. Chapter 4. 1 against 10, cultivation once more elevated. Who are you? Chu Xiaotian asked, his face displaying tension. One of them replied, We are the enforcement team of the Tai Xuan Sect, sent by the sect master to capture the treacherous disciple, Chu Yun. What crime has my son committed that you seek to apprehend him? He has slain our sect master's daughter and an elder. If he cooperates and comes with us willingly, we shall not harm the others. But if he resists, then everyone here shall perish. As those words were spoken, 10 powerful auras emanated from the group, all of them formidable 8th and 9th level Xuanwu experts. Under the pressure of their might, the Chu family members trembled, their legs bending as if they might kneel. What a grandiose statement! Chu Yun lifted his head, fixing his gaze on the elder who had spoken. Today, I shall see how you intend to kill the members of the Chu family. With that declaration, He raised his arm abruptly, and the black vortex reappeared in his palm. This was the extraordinary ability of the heavenly devouring technique, devour. As long as his opponent's cultivation was lower than his, he could forcibly extract their power for his own use, and as the black vortex materialized, a tremendous suction force distorted the elder's features. Realizing his energy was rapidly draining, the elder's face paled in horror. Demon arts. What is your connection to the heavenly demon sect? Chu Yun did not respond but intensified his devouring force. Hurry! This child has cultivated demonic arts. Elder Zhao cannot hold on much longer. Take action. One of the elders noticed the anomaly and shouted urgently. In an instant, the 9 others leaped into action, charging towards Chu Yun. Upon seeing them approach, Chu Yun flung the elder away. Welcome. I will send you all to the afterlife. Extending both arms, he summoned 2 black vortices that rapidly materialized in his palms. Before the 9 could reach him, they were ensnared. Their faces contorted in agony as their vitality drained away. In mere moments, they turned into frail, white-haired shadows of their former selves. Their appearances had relied on their cultivation. Now, with their powers siphoned, they hastened their demise. Chu Yun, you are not human. You are a devil. You practice demonic arts. The Tai Xuan Sect will not spare you. Yet Chu Yun appeared oblivious, his actions unrelenting as he intensified the absorption. The heavenly devouring technique indeed bore resemblance to demonic arts, and should anyone discover his practice, he would undoubtedly be associated with the heavenly demon sect. However, he felt no fear, for those who uncovered his cultivation methods typically met their end. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the 10 enforcement elders sent to capture Chu Yun were all drained into desiccated husks. Once the absorption was complete, Chu Yun immediately sat down to refine the energy. Seeing this, Chu Xiaotian urged, bring forth protectors for the young master at once. Furthermore, what transpired today must not be spoken of. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. He had no knowledge of whether Chu Yun had truly cultivated demonic arts. He only knew that Chu Yun had saved the Chu family, and he could not allow him to come to harm. Yes. Soon, dozens of Chu family members emerged, surrounding Chu Yun. With closed eyes, he sat cross-legged, rapidly circulating the heavenly devouring technique. While absorbing an individual's cultivation required no refinement, drawing from 10 at once necessitated some time for assimilation. Before long, Chu Yun felt his cultivation break through to the peak of the earth martial realm, reaching the 5th level. He was just a step away from the 6th level. Indeed, absorbing the powers of these 10 old men had elevated him by 4 levels in one go. However, he suspected that in the future, devouring Xuanwu realm cultivators would yield diminishing returns. He would need to consume the energy of earth martial realm practitioners for significant gains. Sensing the elevation of his cultivation, Jingling displayed excitement. Just then, Chu Xiaotian approached. Upon seeing Chu Yun open his eyes, he asked with concern, Yuner, are you all right? As Chu Xiaotian expressed his worry, a warm sensation blossomed within Chu Yun. Despite being unable to cultivate since childhood and being regarded as a waste by others, Chu Xiaotian never gave up on him. Instead, he devised various means to assist him in his cultivation. Father, I am fine, Chu Yun said with a faint smile. That is good to hear. Quickly rise. You are now the great hero of our Chu family, and the clansmen are waiting for you in the hall. All right. Hearing this, Chu Yun followed Chu Xiaotian towards the hall. Inside, several clan elders and some direct descendants of the family were already waiting. The eldest young master has arrived, as this was announced. All the clan members stood up, their eyes filled with excitement and admiration for Chu Yun. With his own strength, Chu Yun had not only slain the heads of the Wang and Li families, but also 10 law enforcement elders of the Tai Xuan Sect. Such achievements were unprecedented in their family's history. Greetings to the esteemed uncles and elders. Chu Yun saluted the elder clan members with cupped hands. Chu Yun, please take a seat. Yes, do tell us how you managed to become a formidable warrior in such a short span of time. The elders, smiling, surrounded him. The emergence of a warrior at the earth martial realm was a matter of great pride for the Chu family. Indeed, your father is also quite curious about how you attained the earth martial realm in just 3 years at the Tai Xuan Sect. Even the genius Duan Jingtian from Qingzhou cannot match your pace of cultivation. Chu Xiaotian looked at Chu Yun with a face full of curiosity. Faced with the expectant gazes of his family and Chu Xiaotian, he naturally refrained from revealing the existence of his bronze ancient mirror. Instead, he fabricated a story about inadvertently consuming a miraculous pill that propelled his cultivation to new heights. Although the crowd seemed skeptical upon hearing this, they found no better explanation. Heaven has not forsaken our Chu family, allowing you to obtain such a fortuitous opportunity. Tears streamed down Chu Yun's face upon hearing this. Had it not been for Chu Yun's timely arrival, their family might have faced annihilation. Although the Wang and Li families had been destroyed, the young master had killed so many elders and the sect leader's daughter. The leader of the Tai Xuan Sect would surely not let the Chu family off the hook. One elder expressed concern. Yes, the Tai Xuan Sect leader is also at the Earth Martial Realm. If he takes action, our Chu family may not withstand it. Noticing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Chu Yun spoke up. In truth, even if you do not mention it, I am already preparing to pay a visit to the Tai Xuan Sect. Rather than passively waiting for them to strike, it is better to personally eradicate the Tai Xuan Sect to eliminate future threats. What? You intend to destroy the Tai Xuan Sect? The moment those words left his mouth, not only was Chu Yun taken aback, but even the clan members present widened their eyes in disbelief. Yuner, you must think this through. The Tai Xuan Sect is no ordinary family. They have numerous disciples, and their leader is an Earth Martial Realm practitioner. If you go alone, it could be perilous. Although Chu Yun was also at the Earth Martial Realm, he worried about being outnumbered. Do not fret, father. I will not act without absolute certainty. Go his knowledge. The Tai Xuan Sect leader was only at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. While he himself was at the 5th level, he had already mastered the opponent's techniques. Thus, he was confident he had a 90% chance of defeating him. Seeing the confidence on Chu Yun's face, Chu Yun understood that if they did not eliminate the Tai Xuan Sect, retaliation was inevitable. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "When do you plan to go?" "Today," Chu Yun replied. 3 days had already passed since he had slain the 10 law enforcement elders, and any further delay might render it too late. Chu Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, but do take care." Although he was worried, he recognized that there were no other options left. "Rest assured, father, I will return safely." At the Tai Xuan Sect, at the entrance, 2 gatekeeping disciples were engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a figure descended like a blade from the heavens, landing steadily before the gate. The figure revealed itself to be a striking young man clad in a blue robe. "Who goes there?" Upon seeing the youth, both disciples immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Chu Yun fixed his gaze on them, coldly stating, "I am Chu Yun." "Chu Yun, you are Chu Yun? You dare to return? You traitor! Quickly report to the sect leader." The 2 disciples were taken aback, and one of them hurriedly scrambled inside the gate to notify the leader. Chapter 6. Challenging the sect leader, the pinnacle duel within the heart of the Tai Xuan Sect. In an elegant pavilion, the sect leader stood alongside a black-robed elder, gazing out the window. "Have you made up your mind? If the Tai Xuan Sect agrees to join our heavenly demon cult, we will elevate it to a second-tier sect. At that point, you will likely have the opportunity to challenge the heavenly martial realm." The sect leader of Tai Xuan pondered, "I need time to consider this." Although the offer was enticing, joining the heavenly demon cult would mean becoming enemies with the entire righteous martial world. He was not yet mentally prepared to make such a commitment. Sect leader Chu Yun has returned. At that moment, a disciple guarding the gate rushed into the pavilion. "What?" The sect leader's face contorted with rage. "I never expected him to come knocking at our door. Today, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end." With that declaration, the sect leader leaped into action, heading towards the gate. The black-robed elder, though puzzled, followed closely behind. Outside the gate, Chu Yun found himself surrounded by hundreds of Tai Xuan Sect disciples, including several elders. "Chu Yun, you not only killed the sect leader's daughter but also slayed many of our elders. Will you surrender, or shall we take action?" The elder at the forefront questioned Chu Yun. The Tai Xuan Sect's strongest members were the sect leader and the law enforcement team. However, with the 10 law enforcement elders slain by Chu Yun, the remaining elders were nothing to him. "I did not come here to surrender, but to eradicate the root of the problem." Chu Yun stood resolutely in the center, his expression icy. "Eradicate the root? What do you mean?" Chu Yun declared, "I mean to annihilate the Tai Xuan Sect." "What? He intends to destroy the Tai Xuan Sect?" The disciples gasped in disbelief, questioning his sanity. "Ha ha ha! You boast of destroying the Tai Xuan Sect? You, a mere waste without any cultivation, must have resorted to some despicable means to kill the lady and elder son. Today, I shall avenge them and cleanse the sect." With that, the elder lunged towards Chu Yun. Although this elder's cultivation was not as high as that of the law enforcement elders, he was still formidable at the Xuanwu realm. However, in Chu Yun's eyes, he was insignificant. You dare to attack me at the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm? Be gone. With a swift motion of his arm, a wave of energy surged forth. The elder had yet to react before being hurled backwards. Boom. He crashed into the ground several dozen meters away, spitting blood. You truly are at the earth martial realm. How is this possible? The elder slowly raised his head, astonished as he regarded Chu Yun. Earth martial realm? It seems elder son was not lying. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. 2 figures soared in from the center of the Tai Xuan Sect. Landing in the arena, it was the sect leader and the black-robed elder. Upon seeing Chu Yun, the sect leader's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Chu Yun, I believed I treated you well. Why did you kill my children and slay the elders of the sect? You treacherous fiend. I regret ever allowing you into the Tai Xuan Sect. Chu Yun met the sect leader's gaze, retorting, You treated me well? How can you say that with a straight face? Since joining the Tai Xuan Sect, have you ever given me a pill, a technique, or a martial skill? The sect leader was momentarily taken aback, then replied, You are a waste. Giving you those things would be a waste. Chu Yun continued, At that time, my father paid a hefty sum to allow me to join the Tai Xuan Sect for cultivation, yet you relegated me to a menial position and permitted sect disciples to bully me, including your daughter. Is that your so-called kindness? The sect leader was rendered speechless. He was aware that his daughter and other disciples bullied Chu Yun, but in his mind, Chu Yun was merely a waste, one not worth his intervention. Yet you had no right to kill my daughter and the elders. Chu Yun asserted, Your daughter sought to kill me, and the elders also wished for my death. Should I simply sit back and wait for my demise? The elder who had spoken earlier seethed, You are merely making excuses, sect leader. Do not waste your breath with him. Kill him? Yes, kill him, kill him. As the elder's voice echoed, hundreds of disciples clamored for Chu Yun's death. Chu Yun regarded the cold faces around him, and the last vestige of pity in his eyes vanished. Gradually, he raised his arm. Soon, 2 black whirlpools materialized in his palms. In an instant, a powerful suction engulfed the entire square. Apart from the sect leader and the black-robed elder, the faces of all present began to contort and deform. My cultivation, it's gone. My cultivation too. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, disciples collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The strongest of the Tai Xuan Sect elders attempted to resist with their cultivation, but it was futile. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, they knelt, blood seeping from their pores, creating a horrifying scene. The sect leader's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this. He turned to the black-robed elder and said, Yin, do you not owe me an explanation? The black-robed elder's expression grew grave. Our heavenly demon cult indeed possesses techniques to devour others' cultivation, but he is not one of us, and our methods are not that powerful. What? The sect leader was astounded. He turned to Chu Yun, roaring, Stop this at once. As he spoke, he leaped into the air, hurling a punch at Chu Yun. With just a single punch, countless afterimages of his fist appeared. Chu Yun initially intended to unleash his full strength, but he felt it would be too easy on the opponent. He wanted to humiliate him thoroughly with that. He withdrew his arm and unleashed a punch of his OWN. As his fist flew forward, countless afterimages manifested, appearing even more powerful than those of the sect leader. Boom, boom. The 2 fists collided in midair, producing explosive sounds. 7-star Shadowless Fist. How can you wield it? The sect leader was taken aback. The 7-star Shadowless Fist was a supreme technique of the Tai Xuan Sect, known only to him. Yet now, Chu Yun not only executed it but seemed to do so with even greater power. Chu Yun replied impassively, I can do more than just the 7-star Shadowless Fist. I can replicate any technique you know. Impossible. You must be lying. The sect leader declared, You must have stolen my martial arts techniques, but if you can learn one, it's impossible to master them all. As he spoke, he clenched his hand, and a shimmering long sword appeared in his grasp. Today, I will demonstrate my most powerful sword technique, the Tiangang sword technique. With this declaration, the sect leader swiftly wielded the sword in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless streams of sword energy shot forth. Directed at Chu Yun. Chapter 7. The heavenly demon cult envoy, relentless execution. Faced with the oncoming sword energy, Chu Yun displayed a look of disdain. He raised his arm, and a sword that had fallen to the ground flew into his hand. Your Tiangang sword technique lacks spirit. Let me show you the true might of the Tiangang sword technique. As he spoke, Chu Yun swiftly wielded the sword in his hand. Whoosh, 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 sword energy erupted forth, emitting terrifying sounds of air splitting, its power surpassing that of the sect leader's technique by tenfold. Upon witnessing this, the sect leader abruptly halted his actions, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Tiangang sword technique emphasizes the understanding of swordplay. It is truly pathetic that after 3 years of cultivation, you have yet to grasp the essence of the technique. How is this possible? The sect leader stood frozen, his gaze vacant. He believed the Tiangang sword technique to be his most powerful skill, and no one understood it better than he did. Yet now, Chu Yun's execution of the technique surpassed his by an order of magnitude, which he found difficult to accept. Now do you see who the true waste is? Amidst the sect leader's astonishment, Chu Yun suddenly leaped into the air, merging with his sword, flying towards the sect leader. Merging man and sword? At this sight, not only the sect leader was shocked, but even the black-robed elder standing beside him narrowed his eyes. Merging man and sword? This child, merely 15 years old, has reached this realm, truly a prodigy. The long sword struck like lightning, piercing through the sect leader's body before he could react. Pfft! At the same time, the sect leader's expression shifted as he coughed up blood. Behind him, the long sword fell to the ground, revealing Chu Yun's figure. The sect leader, finally regaining his senses, knelt on one knee, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Tiangang sword technique, I have cultivated it for decades, yet I have not reached the realm of merging man and sword. How ironic that my final sight of it is in another's hands. A bitter smile spread across the sect leader's lips. Chu Yun slowly turned around, gazing at the sect leader, and remarked, "You only practiced its form without comprehending the essence of swordplay, and no matter how many years you cultivate, it will be in vain. Comprehend swordplay?" The sect leader chuckled bitterly. Over the years, he had focused solely on practicing the sword techniques without genuinely seeking to understand the path of the sword, which ultimately prevented him from achieving the realm of merging man and sword. Regrettably, he realized this too late. With eyes gradually closing, the sect leader succumbed to death. Indeed, to comprehend the merging of man and sword at such a young age, given time, you will undoubtedly become a master of the heavenly martial realm. Upon witnessing the sect leader's demise, the black-robed elder did not intervene but instead wore an expression of exhilaration. He had discovered a martial genius, or rather, a martial monster. Chu Yun slowly turned to face the unfamiliar black-robed elder, asking, "Who are you?" He had been at the Tai Xuan Sect for 3 years, and nearly all elders recognized him. However, he had never seen this man before. The black-robed elder, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the envoy of the heavenly demon cult. I came to the Tai Xuan Sect primarily to recruit the sect leader to serve our heavenly demon cult. But now that he is dead, how about you join us instead? I can promise you the position of the new sect leader and will petition the cult leader to assist you in reaching the heavenly martial realm. What do you say?" The heavenly demon cult, the most notorious sect in Qingzhou, was the sworn enemy of the entire righteous martial world. It was rumored that they had branches in Zhengzhou, Beizhou, and Nanzhou. But no one knew their headquarters. It was said that the cultivation level of the heavenly demon cult's leader had reached an astonishing level of martial emperor. Join the heavenly demon cult? Would that not place me at odds with the entire righteous martial world? Do you think I would agree? As these words left his lips, the smile vanished from the black-robed elder's face. The sect leader had been considering joining, but now that he was dead and Chu Yun had no intention of joining, the elder decided he would have to kill him and seek another candidate. With that, a powerful pressure emanated from the black-robed elder. 8th level of the earth martial realm? Chu Yun furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that the black-robed elder's cultivation surpassed that of the sect leader. However, he believed he could still contend with him. Extending his palm, the black whirlpool reappeared. The pressure released by the black-robed elder was entirely absorbed by the swirling vortex. The two stood merely a few meters apart. Seeing that his pressure had no effect on Chu Yun, the black-robed elder furrowed his brow. From his earlier observations during the clash with the sect leader, he had discerned that Chu Yun was only at the 5th level of the earth martial realm. Yet now, he was able to withstand the pressure of an 8th-level practitioner. Something seemed amiss. You possess some skill, but in the face of absolute strength, it is merely decoration. Perceiving that his pressure could not subdue Chu Yun, the black-robed elder surged forward, charging at him. Before his body could even approach, he transformed one hand into a claw and lunged towards Chu Yun's neck. In response to the impending attack, Chu Yun unleashed the 7 stars shadowless fist, sending countless shadowy fists hurtling towards the elder in black robes. Observing this, the elder's lips curled into a cold smirk. A low-grade earth-level martial technique? Pathetic. Given that the elder's cultivation level surpassed Chu Yun's by 3 realms, his martial technique was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. With a mere flick of his hand, it was effortlessly shattered. Yet, instead of panicking at the destruction of his technique, Chu Yun revealed a cunning smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. Suddenly, his body contorted, transforming into a sword that lunged at the elder in black. Alarmed, the elder's expression shifted to one of horror. At this moment, they were less than a meter apart. Chu Yun had executed the unity of man and sword before the elder could react. Thud. By the time he attempted to evade, it was already too late. The sword, formed from Chu Yun's body, pierced through his chest. Looking down at the gaping wound, the elder's face was filled with disbelief. Bang! In the next instant, his knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Not far behind him, Chu Yun gradually revealed himself. Turning around, upon seeing that the elder was no longer capable of fighting back, Chu Yun let out a sigh of relief. Well done. He had mastered the timing and speed impeccably, facing an opponent of the 8th level of Earth Martial Realm while being at the 5th level. The chances of a counterattack were typically less than 1 in 1,000. The mirror spirit exclaimed excitedly. Just as Chu Yun thought the elder had breathed his last, the elder slowly turned his head, casting a venomous glare at Chu Yun. I am a messenger of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Dare you kill me? You shall face the wrath of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chu Yun remained silent. Striding towards him as he approached, he slowly raised his arm, and the black vortex reappeared in his hand. But what? Since you wish to kill me, I shall show you no mercy. As his words fell, an overwhelming force of devouring energy surged forth from the black vortex, distorting the elder's face as he emitted a piercing scream. Chapter 8. Visitors from the Yin-Yang Academy. As energy continuously flowed into his body, Chu Yun's cultivation swiftly ascended from the 5th to the 6th level of Earth Martial Realm, and then to the 7th level. Just as he contemplated breaking through to the 8th level, he discovered that the elder had been reduced to a desiccated corpse. Witnessing this, Chu Yun discarded the elder's remains and turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of the leader of the Tai Xuan Sect. Although the leader had perished, his cultivation had yet to dissipate. Therefore, Chu Yun approached the leader's body and began to absorb his cultivation. As the body of the Tai Xuan Sect leader rapidly transformed into a dried husk, the disciples of the Tai Xuan Sect displayed expressions of terror. Thanks to the timely arrival of their leader, they had merely lost their cultivation and had not been reduced to corpses. Nevertheless, they now stood as ordinary individuals devoid of any cultivation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yun gradually released the Tai Xuan Sect leader's body. The pinnacle of the 7th level of Earth Martial Realm. He was almost there. Hearing this, the disciples present were taken aback, hastily bowing and pleading for mercy. Chu Yun, do not kill me. I have lost all my cultivation. Yes, we are powerless now. Even if you absorb us, it would be futile. Chu Yun's gaze swept over the gathered disciples, noticing that there was no energy fluctuation within them. Only one elder in gray robes seemed to retain a modicum of cultivation, albeit in a severely weakened state. Chu Yun then approached this elder. Upon seeing Chu Yun advance, the gray-robed elder was terrified and hurriedly pleaded, Chu Yun, spare my life. If you let me live, I will do anything you ask. Rather than absorbing the elder's cultivation, Chu Yun inquired, I have heard that the Tai Xuan Sect has a protective array. Is that true? The elder replied, indeed, it is true. Chu Yun pressed further, what level of martial artist can it withstand? It should be able to withstand the full force of an Earth Martial Realm practitioner. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. So, that means no one below the Earth Martial Realm can break it? Correct. A contemplative expression crossed Chu Yun's face. He then raised a hand to his forehead, a gesture that caused the gray-robed elder to bow repeatedly, fearing Chu Yun intended to kill him. Though not kill me. I was involved in setting up the protective array. If you spare my life, I can assist you in arranging the array. The elder was uncertain why Chu Yun was asking about it, but since the inquiry indicated its importance, he was eager to cooperate. In truth, Chu Yun sought to establish an array to protect the Chu family, as he could not remain with them indefinitely and needed a means to safeguard them. Upon hearing that the gray-robed elder could set up the array, Chu Yun turned his attention to the surrounding crowd. Having witnessed his display of power, even without cultivation, they could not be allowed to live. With this thought in mind, he waved his arm, and countless beams of white energy shot forth. Before the gathered individuals could react, they all collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the gray-robed elder felt a chill run down his spine. After eliminating the others, Chu Yun turned to the gray-robed elder and said, "Stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. If you dare to flee, this will be your fate. I will not run. I will wait for you right here," the gray-robed elder responded hastily. With the Tai Xuan Sect annihilated, the valuable techniques and elixirs within could not be wasted. Moments later, Chu Yun emerged from the Tai Xuan Sect, a look of satisfaction on his face. He had collected everything of use within the sect into his storage ring. From this day forth, the Tai Xuan Sect would vanish from Qingzhou. "Come with me." Chu Yun seized the gray-robed elder and soared towards Nanyang City. Nanyang City. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe arrived at the Chu residence, an intricate Taiji symbol emblazoned on his chest. Upon seeing this symbol, the entire Chu family became tense, for it represented the Yin Academy. "I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed elder." Chu Xiaotian quickly stepped forward to pay his respects, as a top-tier force in Qingzhou. The Yin Academy was feared by many. However, the middle-aged man did not spare him a glance, walking directly into the estate and stating indifferently, "I am an elder of the Yin Academy, sent by Li Feilin to ensure the safety of his family. However, I have heard that the Li family has been destroyed by your Chu family." Hearing this, Chu Xiaotian's expression shifted in shock. Li Feilin was the son of Li Qingshan, the head of the Li family. "Esteemed elder, it was not the Chu family that sought to destroy the Li family, but rather the Li family conspired with the Wang family to annihilate us. I had no choice but to rise in resistance." The middle-aged man in purple responded coldly, "I did not come to hear your explanation. Li Feilin is currently a key disciple of the Yin Academy, and the dean holds him in high regard. Now that your Chu family has destroyed the Li family, how am I to report this back?" Upon hearing this, beads of sweat began to form on Chu Xiaotian's forehead. "What does the esteemed elder propose?" The purple-robed man stated, "I have heard that the head of the Li family was killed by your son. Therefore, you must have your son take his own life in my presence, and all members of the Chu family must forfeit their cultivation and leave Nanyang City forever. Only then can I spare your life." To these words, Chu Xiaotian's expression darkened instantly. This was the stark distinction between the strong and the weak. The strong could manipulate the weak at will, while the weak had no right to negotiate. "If the esteemed elder wishes to kill me, I, Chu Xiaotian, can end my life at any moment. However, to have all members of the Chu family forfeit their cultivation, I cannot comply. With over 100 family members, if they were to abandon their cultivation, they would be no different from ordinary people. At that point, those who bore animosity towards the Chu family would surely strike, rendering the esteemed elder's threats meaningless." The purple-robed man fixed a cold gaze upon Chu Xiaotian and said, "So, you wish for your Chu family to be annihilated?" Chu Xiaotian remained silent, his internal energy already stirring. He was prepared to fight to the death with the man. Though he knew it would be futile, he could not stand idly by as his family's cultivation was stripped away. "Very well. If that is your choice, do not blame me for being ruthless." As these words echoed, the purple-robed man swung his arm fiercely, launching a palm strike at Chu Xiaotian. Aware that he could not withstand this attack, Chu Xiaotian had no choice but to retaliate for the sake of his family and kinsmen. He too struck out with a palm. Boom! However, upon the collision of their palms, the purple-robed man was struck hard, spewing blood from his mouth and flying backwards several meters, crashing into a pillar along the corridor. Witnessing this, Chu Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment. "You wish to annihilate my Chu family? You think you can?" A chilling voice came from behind. Chu Xiaotian turned to see Chu Yun, having appeared behind him, maintaining the posture of his palm strike. Chapter 9. Killing the Yin Academy Elder. Arranging the array, the purple-robed man struggled to rise, blood still seeping from his mouth, yet he maintained his arrogance. "Who are you to dare oppose the Yin Academy?" Chu Yun slowly retracted his arm and replied, "Did you not wish to kill me? I stand before you now, and you do not even know who I am." The purple-robed man's gaze sharpened. "You are Chu Yun? How can you possess Earth Martial Realm cultivation?" Given Chu Yun's age, he appeared to be merely 14 or 15. At such an age, Reaching the Earth martial realm seemed impossible. Even the so-called number 1 genius of Qingzhou, Duan Jingtian, only reached this level by the age of 20. Chu Yun did not respond but stated, I now offer you 2 choices. 1. Take your own life in my presence, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Or 2. I shall take action and reduce you to a desiccated corpse. The purple-robed man retorted angrily, arrogant. Were it not for your sneak attack earlier, do you think you could have harmed me? The purple-robed man had assessed Chu Yun's cultivation to be merely at the 7th level of Earth martial realm, while he himself stood at the 8th level. He could not believe that he would be unable to defeat someone with a lower cultivation. Chu Yun replied, if you do not believe me, then let us test it. As he spoke, Chu Yun advanced towards him. Seeing Chu Yun approach, the purple-robed man's expression turned grave as he began to channel the power of the earth. He understood that if he could not kill Chu Yun with this strike, it would be his own demise. Swish! At that moment, Chu Yun struck first, launching a palm at the purple-robed man. The elder reacted by executing a palm strike of his own, bang. As their palms collided, the surrounding Chu family members displayed expressions of anxiety. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed the purple-robed man's face contort in agony. You're absorbing my cultivation? Panic gripped the purple-robed man as he realized his energy was rapidly depleting. Chu Yun said nothing, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Under normal circumstances, he could not absorb the cultivation of someone with a higher realm. However, the purple-robed man had already been injured, significantly diminishing his combat capabilities. Thus, Chu Yun could seize the opportunity to drain his energy. You are a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. As the realization of his rapidly dwindling power sank in, the purple-robed man erupted in fury. Chu Yun, however, ignored him and intensified the operation of the sky-devouring technique. The purple-robed man's suspicions deepened as he observed Chu Yun's silence. You dare to collude with the Heavenly Demon Sect? Even if I cannot kill you today, the other righteous martial factions will come after your Chu family. Unfazed by the threat, Chu Yun continued with his actions. With a final scream, the purple-robed man was drained to a lifeless husk. Chu Yun immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the elder's cultivation. What cultivation technique does the young master practice that allows him to absorb another's power? Could he truly be connected to the Heavenly Demon Sect? As the surrounding clan members murmured, a grave look crossed Chu Xiaoyun's face. Soon, an hour passed, and Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes. 7th level of Earth martial realm. It seems the higher one climbs, the slower the progression. Yuner, are you all right? At that moment, Chu Xiaotian approached with concern. Chu Yun stood up and replied, I am fine. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaotian voiced his doubts. Yuner, have you joined the Heavenly Demon Sect? The Heavenly Demon Sect was the public enemy of righteous martial arts. If Chu Yun had indeed allied with them, it would necessitate a long-term strategy. Chu Yun answered, No, then what of your technique? I acquired it by chance, but I assure you, it is not from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although Chu Xiaotian remained somewhat skeptical, he chose to trust his son. That is good. The Heavenly Demon Sect is ruthless and a common enemy of righteous martial arts. You must not get involved with them. Chu Yun assured, Do not worry, father, I will handle it. He understood the ruthless nature of the Heavenly Demon Sect, which is precisely why he had declined the black-robed elder's offer to join. Chu Xiaotian gazed at the shriveled corpse of the purple-robed man and expressed his concerns. Now that you have killed the elder of the Yin-Yang Academy, they will undoubtedly seek revenge on our Chu family. It seems we are doomed this time. Chu Yun had anticipated this outcome when he killed the elder. He then asked, Father, I have heard that if a family member joins a top-tier sect, that sect will protect their family. Is that true? Chu Xiaotian confirmed, It is true, but given that you killed an elder of the Yin-Yang Academy, it is unlikely a top-tier sect would offer us protection. The Yin-Yang Academy was a first-rate force in Qingzhou, and few dared to provoke them. Except for super sects, there truly no opposing force to the Yin-Yang Academy in Qingzhou. Chu Yun pondered the adage that the enemy's enemy is a friend, hoping to find an ally to safeguard the Chu family. Chu Xiaotian contemplated briefly before saying, There is one, the North Spirit Academy. However, they have very stringent requirements for recruits, and even if you manage to enter, they may not help you. At that moment, the mirror spirit interjected, Ultimately, it comes down to strength and talent. If you demonstrate sufficient power and aptitude, I believe the North Spirit Academy will take notice and extend their protection to your Chu family. It's a pity you met me too late. Had you encountered me 3 years earlier, your cultivation would have reached the Martial King realm by now. Chu Yun smiled wryly within. Who wished to remain a weakling for so long? At 15 years of age, he had already attained the 8th level of Earth Martial Realm. Such a cultivation speed surpassed even the so-called number 1 genius of Qingzhou, Duan Jingtian. He was confident that once he revealed his cultivation, the North Spirit Academy would recognize his potential. He looked at Chu Yun and declared, "Do not worry, Father, as long as I am here, no one will harm our Chu family. However, I do need your assistance with something." "What is it?" Chu Yun explained. "I wish to arrange an array in Nanyang City, one that can withstand attacks from Earth Martial Realm practitioners, to protect our Chu family." Chapter 10. The astonishing predictive power of the Bronze Ancient Mirror. You wish to arrange an array in Nanyang City. Chu Xiaotian was taken aback, but soon realized the implications. "However, we lack an array master." Chu Yun remained silent, turning his gaze to the gray-robed elder behind him. "Chu family head, I am indeed an array master." "What? You are an array master?" Chu Xiaotian was astonished. Array masters were exceedingly rare in Qingzhou. Even the Tai Xuan Sect had only one. Thus, he found it hard to believe. "Indeed, and I am a 3rd-level array master capable of setting up an array that can withstand attacks from Earth Martial Realm experts." "That is wonderful," Chu Xiaotian exclaimed with excitement. If the Chu family possessed an array for protection, their safety would be greatly enhanced. Chu Yun inquired, "How long would it take to establish an array in Nanyang City?" The gray-robed elder responded, "Provided the materials are sufficient, it would take 10 days. However, I suggest repurposing the array from the Tai Xuan Sect. In that case, it could be completed in 3 days." Chu Yundao remarked, "The Tai Xuan Sect has ceased to exist. Given this situation, it is more expedient to proceed accordingly. He killed the envoy of the Heavenly Demon Sect and has now slain an elder of the Yin Yang Academy. It can be said that the Chu family is at risk of retribution at any moment. To ensure the safety of his kin, he must complete the formation as swiftly as possible. You instruct me on how to proceed, and I shall cooperate fully," Chu Xiaotian stated. He understood that the formation must be established without delay, lest his family face imminent danger. The old man in a gray robe said, "It is quite simple. Bring along your most powerful clan members and follow me. I will guide you through the process." "Very well." After the two departed, Chu Yun returned to his quarters. He then took out the ancient bronze mirror and began to channel energy into it. The rust-covered bronze mirror soon revealed an image. Within the image, he could see the entirety of Nanyang City. Even the ants crawling outside the city were distinctly visible to him. He had possessed the bronze mirror for 3 years. Through his studies, Chu Yun discovered that the bronze mirror possessed an extraordinary ability. It could reveal the true environment within a certain range based on his cultivation level and could lock onto an individual, allowing him to study their martial techniques and perform simulations. For instance, a martial technique of only Xin level might be simulated to reach the Earth level under the mirror's guidance. The reason Chu Yun was able to swiftly master the martial techniques of the Tai Xuan Sect master was due to his simulations using the bronze mirror. Thus, he not only learned the techniques with ease, but also understood their strengths and weaknesses. After surveying the vicinity of Nanyang City for several hundred miles and finding no formidable forces, Chu Yun put away the bronze mirror. Previously, he had chosen to remain with the Tai Xuan Sect, hoping for survival. However, now that he had eradicated the sect, if he wished to cultivate more advanced martial techniques or further enhance his cultivation, he needed to seek out a more powerful faction. Initially, Chu Yun considered searching for a super sect, but he was currently unaware of their locations. Considering that his family could be targeted by the Yin Yang Academy at any moment, he decided to head to Bailing Academy first. As a premier force in Qingzhou, Bailing Academy was guarded by powerful martial kings. Chu Yun believed that with the assistance of the bronze mirror, he would undoubtedly acquire even more formidable martial techniques. Days later, the defensive formation for his family was finally completed. Feeling that the time had come to leave, Chu Yun sought out Chu Xiaotian. At that moment, Chu Xiaotian was consulting the gray-robed elder about the formation. "Father," upon seeing Chu Yun, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chu Yun responded, "Is the defensive formation ready?" The gray-robed elder replied, "It is complete." "When can I leave?" He was a 3rd-level formation master and had no desire to remain in such a small family as the Chus. Chu Yun said, "You may leave at any time, but you must consider carefully. While my Chu family is indeed weak now, it does not mean we will remain so indefinitely." Hearing this, the gray-robed elder exhibited a look of conflict. In truth, he held high hopes for Chu Yun's potential. By the age of 15, Chu Yun had already attained the Earth Martial Realm. Given time, entering the Heaven Martial Realm would be no challenge, and he might even aspire to the Martial King realm. At that point, the Chu family would likely rise to prominence in Qingzhou. If he chose to assist the Chu family now, he could secure greater cultivation resources once the family flourished. However, this was under normal circumstances. With Chu Yun having killed the envoy of the Heavenly Demon Sect and an elder of the Yin Yang Academy, the elder was uncertain if Chu Yun would survive long enough to see that day. If Chu Yun was killed, he might also face repercussions. Yet opportunities often come with risks. A wise gamble could lead to great rewards. After a brief internal struggle, he declared, "I have decided to stay and assist the Chu family." Chu Yun cautioned, "You must understand that choosing to remain could cost you your life." The gray-robed elder replied, "One must seek fortune through peril. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Without a special opportunity, it will be difficult for me to become a fourth-level formation master. Thus, I have a request. Should you become a martial king in the future, I hope you will assist me in breaking through my limitations." Chu Yun assured him, "There will be no issue. As long as you assist my Chu family wholeheartedly, I will not treat you unfairly." "Very well. Your word suffices." Chu Xiaotian seemed to realize something and asked, "Yuner, are you planning to leave?" Chu Yun replied, "Having killed the envoy of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the elder of the Yin Yang Academy, I must seek a stronger faction to enhance my cultivation." "Have you decided where to go?" Chu Yun stated, "To Biling Academy." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotian displayed a contemplative expression. He then said, "Although Biling Academy is powerful, the requirements for enrollment are quite stringent. However, given your cultivation level, you should have no trouble gaining admission." "All right, then I shall take my leave. Father, take care to be cautious on your journey." After departing from Nanyang City, Chu Yun flew towards Biling Academy. The academy was over 10,000 miles from Nanyang City, and even with all his might, it would take several days to reach. Along the way, the mirror spirit spoke up, "With your Earth Martial Realm 8th level cultivation, it would be a waste to merely be a student. You should aim to become an elder. It would be far more interesting." Chu Yun replied, "Rest assured, esteemed elder. I have already devised a plan." Chapter 11. Yilinger 3 days later, in a forest, Chu Yun sat beneath a towering ancient tree, roasting a wild rabbit. He was now but a few dozen miles from Biling Academy and intended to fill his stomach before proceeding. "Little girl, don't run. In this wild and desolate mountain, there's no escape from my grasp." Just then, a loud laugh echoed through the air. A white-clad girl, approximately 14 or 15 years old, was sprinting towards Chu Yun. She was petite yet strikingly beautiful, resembling a youthful fairy. Right behind her was a strong, black-clad youth. Upon seeing Chu Yun sitting under the tree, she merely cast a glance before attempting to pass him by. However, she failed to notice her footing and inadvertently kicked the firewood Chu Yun was using to roast the rabbit, causing her to stumble forward and fall heavily to the ground. Chu Yun, noticing this, quickly rose to his feet and asked, "Are you all right?" Yilinger did not respond. She hurriedly stood and attempted to flee once more. At that moment, the black-clad youth caught up, seizing her garment and laughing boisterously, "Ha ha, little girl, where do you think you're going?" Yilinger struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she fought, she could not break free. After capturing Yilinger, the black-clad youth intended to find a secluded spot to enjoy himself when he suddenly turned his gaze towards Chu Yun and barked, "You, brat, get lost. Don't interfere with my business." Chu Yun initially had no intention of meddling, but considering that this girl would not have stumbled into his firewood had it not been for the black-clad youth, he fixed an icy glare upon the youth and declared, "I give you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, you shall face death." The black-clad youth was taken aback, then began to scrutinize Chu Yun. Upon realizing that he felt no trace of cultivation emanating from him, he burst into laughter. "You, a worthless waste with no cultivation, dare to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. You must be tired of living." As his words echoed, he reached out to grab Chu Yun by the collar, attempting to lift him. Yet, no matter how much force he exerted, Chu Yun remained utterly unmoved. "You are a waste of an opportunity." Chu Yun suddenly raised his arm and delivered a punch to the black-clad youth's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the youth spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his grip on Yilinger loosening as he looked down in terror at his chest. A large dent had formed where Chu Yun had struck, crimson blood slowly oozing from the wound. In that moment, the black-clad youth felt his life ebbing away. He lifted his gaze to Chu Yun, eyes filled with malice. "You dare to kill me? My father will not let you off." With that, he collapsed to the ground. After dispatching the black-clad youth, Chu Yun returned to his spot and resumed roasting the rabbit as if nothing had happened. Yi Linger hurried over, cupping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir, for your timely rescue." At this moment, she had realized that Chu Yun was no ordinary individual. Without raising his head, Chu Yun replied indifferently, "No need for thanks." He sought his own demise. After a brief contemplation, Yi Linger inquired, "May I ask what cultivation level you possess, sir?" Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you want to know?" Yi Linger, glancing at the black-clad youth's corpse, expressed concern. "To speak frankly, the person you just killed is the son of the Grand Elder of Biling Academy. He often bullied the female students within the academy, relying on his father's status. Now that you have killed him, his father will undoubtedly seek revenge. I would advise you to leave this place quickly." Chu Yun felt no fear. Instead, he looked at Yi Linger and asked, "Then it follows that you are also a member of Biling Academy?" Yi Linger nodded, "Yes, but I am merely an outer court student." Chu Yun smiled, "Perfect. I intend to go to Biling Academy as well. Would you be so kind as to guide me?" Yi Linger appeared astonished. "Noble sir, you wish to attend Biling Academy?" Chu Yun's gaze met hers. "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Yi Linger panicked and quickly replied, "Noble sir, did I not just tell you that the person you killed is the son of the Grand Elder of Biling Academy? If you go there, are you not throwing yourself into a trap?" Chu Yun chuckled. "That is not necessarily the case." Seeing that Chu Yun was unfazed, Yi Linger insisted, "While I cannot discern the extent of your cultivation, I suspect it cannot exceed the Xian martial realm. But do you know, Lu Hao's father has reached the heaven martial realm. Killing you would be as easy as pie. Therefore, I advise you to reconsider your intention to join Biling Academy." Although Chu Yun's cultivation had not reached the heaven martial realm, he had already attained the realm of human sword unity. Thus, he was confident that should he wish to escape, even a heaven martial realm expert would struggle to detain him. He smiled and said, "The life I took was my own doing. Whether or not they seek to kill me is of no concern to you. Just guide me." Seeing that Chu Yun was resolute in his decision, Yi Linger displayed a look of internal conflict before reluctantly agreeing. "All right, I have warned you. Since you insist on going, I shall guide you." Chu Yun picked up the roasted rabbit, took a sniff, and said, "No rush. I will eat this rabbit before leaving." Having traveled for several days without sustenance, Yi Linger had no choice but to sit and wait. "By the way, what is your name?" Chu Yun inquired. Yi Linger replied, her voice melodious, "My name is Yi Linger." Chapter 12. The Bell Toll. Under Yi Linger's guidance, Chu Yun traversed several mountain ranges and soon arrived before a massive city. "Brother Chu, we've arrived at that moment," Yi Linger spoke. During their conversations along the way, Chu Yun learned that Biling Academy was located within Biling City, which housed many powerful families. These families provided cultivation resources to the academy in exchange for training their clan members, creating a symbiotic relationship. However, the admissions process for Biling Academy was quite stringent. Not everyone could gain entry. Candidates were required to undergo tests assessing both talent and perseverance, with only those who passed both being allowed to join the academy. As they approached Biling City, Chu Yun noted that it was the largest city he had encountered thus far. Following Yi Linger, he entered the city. Upon entering, he immediately sensed several powerful auras emanating from the city's center. The presence of such formidable energy indicated the presence of heaven martial realm experts. "Brother Chu, are you truly certain about joining Biling Academy?" Yi Linger asked, looking at him. She was concerned that Chu Yun's actions would invoke retaliation from the academy following his slaying of the Grand Elder's son. Chu Yun reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." Without joining Biling Academy, how could he cultivate more advanced martial techniques? As a premier force in Qingzhou, Biling Academy undoubtedly possessed abundant resources for training and martial techniques, leaving Chu Yun with no reason to decline admission. Very well. Seeing that Chu Yun was steadfast, Yi Linger ceased further objections and led him towards the city center. Soon, they arrived at a grand palace, the top of which bore the 4 characters Biling Academy. "I will first take you to meet my master. As the enrollment period has passed, the only way to gain entry into Biling Academy is to seek his assistance." Under Yi Linger's guidance, Chu Yun entered Biling Academy. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vast square that could accommodate thousands of people. Numerous martial artists were engaged in training, dueling, or sparring. At that moment, Chu Yun felt a powerful aura emanating from deep within Biling Academy. This energy was even more potent than before, overwhelming to the point of being stifling. "A martial king. How intriguing," the mirror spirit suddenly remarked. Chu Yun remained silent, having already deduced as much. At that moment, He noticed a towering stone tablet standing in the center of the square, beside which hung a bell that reached 2 people in height. "What is that?" Chu Yun inquired, pointing at the stone tablet. Linger responded, "I am not entirely sure. It has been here since the Academy's founding. It records the 6 ultimate techniques of the first dean and the names of all past deans. The 6 ultimate techniques must be incredibly powerful," Chu Yun remarked. Linger replied, "I cannot say for certain, as only the deans of the Academy are qualified to learn them. Others only know their names but have never seen them." "Is that so?" Chu Yun stroked his chin, intrigued. "And what purpose does that bell serve?" Linger explained, "It is used to test talent. It is said that striking it once signifies extraordinary talent, twice indicates genius, 3 times denotes a prodigy, and 4 times marks an unparalleled genius." "And what of striking it 5 times?" Chu Yun queried. Linger shook her head. "I do not know. Date. The most impressive record belongs to Duan Jingtian, the greatest talent in Qingzhou. He tested at our academy and struck the bell 4 times. The dean personally met with him and attempted to take him as a disciple, but he declined. I later heard he joined a super sect." Chu Yun stroked his chin again, unconvinced that a mere bell could accurately gauge one's talent. "Where have you been, Linger?" At that moment, a cold voice rang out. An emaciated elder with a horse-like face approached Linger. Upon seeing the elder, Linger displayed a look of panic and quickly called out, "Master, I was out training." The horse-faced elder's expression remained indifferent as he replied, "Training? With your talent, even 100 years of training would yield no better results." He then turned his gaze to Chu Yun and asked, "Who is this?" Linger answered, "He is a friend I just met. He has helped me, and he wishes to join Biling Academy. Master, could you consider accepting him?" The horse-faced elder scrutinized Chu Yun, his brows knitting together. He sensed no aura emanating from him. This was not surprising, as he himself was only at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm and thus could not detect Chu Yun's presence, a waste with no cultivation. "And you think he is fit to enter Biling Academy? Are you jesting with your master?" Linger protested, "Master, he is not a waste. His cultivation is quite high." "High, you say? How high can it be if even I cannot perceive it?" The horse-faced elder's face darkened. "You are truly becoming increasingly fond of lying. Return to your quarters for confinement. You are not permitted to leave without my permission." Linger turned to Chu Yun, her eyes filled with helplessness. Chu Yun understood that she had done her best. He then looked at the horse-faced elder and asked, "What must I do to gain admission to Biling Academy?" The horse-faced elder laughed derisively. "You possess no cultivation and dare to dream of entering Biling Academy?" Chu Yun remarked, "I do not hold your low cultivation against you. All you need to do is inform me of your requirements." "Brother Chu!" Linger exclaimed in a panic, hastily tugging at Chu Yun's garment. She sensed that Chu Yun was boasting. Her master was a formidable figure at the Earth Martial Realm. If he provoked the other party, not only would he jeopardize his admission into the North Spirit Academy, he might even face the risk of death at their hands. The old man with a horse-like face was infuriated by Chu Yun's words. His expression darkened with murderous intent as he declared, "Brat, if it weren't beneath me to kill someone as ordinary as you, your previous statement would suffice to warrant 10 deaths at my hand." Chu Yun gazed at the grand bell in the square and inquired, "I have heard that this bell is used by your North Spirit Academy to test talent. 1 strike signifies extraordinary talent, 2 signify genius, 3 signify prodigy, and 4 signify unparalleled genius, correct?" "Indeed," the horse-faced elder replied. "Very well, then I know what I must do," Chu Yun stated, striding directly toward the ancient bell. Upon witnessing this, Linger cried out, "Brother Chu!" The horse-faced elder, assuming she intended to intervene, swiftly obstructed her path. "Stay put." Fixated on Chu Yun's retreating figure, the horse-faced elder scoffed, "This ignorant brat dares to dream of striking the testing bell. He is merely courting death. It will suffice if he meets his end from the bell's resonance, thus sparing me the trouble." Chapter 13. For strikes denote a prodigy, what of 10? In the square, hundreds of students were engaged in their training. They paid no heed as someone approached the testing bell. The bell was positioned in the square solely for the purpose of testing the students' talents. All newly admitted students underwent this test, and during other times, it was seldom approached. Now that the enrollment period had passed, the crowd regarded Chu Yun merely as a curious outsider. Chu Yun advanced step by step toward the ancient bell. Upon reaching it, he found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. However, the runes etched upon its surface piqued his curiosity. He reached out to gently touch it. At that moment, an unusual energy surged forth, causing his soul to tremble. Realizing that this energy likely determined a martial artist's talent, he quickly withdrew his hand. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and struck the ancient bell with a fist. Boom! A resounding chime echoed through the air. Upon hearing the bell toll, all the students training around came to an abrupt halt. Who was this person? He did not appear to be one of our academy's students, yet he managed to strike the testing bell. It seemed he possessed considerable talent. The horse-faced elder had initially anticipated watching Chu Yun make a fool of himself. However, upon witnessing Chu Yun's ability to strike the testing bell, his smile instantly froze. Wasn't he supposed to be a waste? Yi Linger remarked. My disciple has already stated he is not a waste, yet you refuse to believe. The horse-faced elder coldly replied, even if he is not a waste, his cultivation cannot be hid. Why? Yi Linger, puzzled, asked, Master, can you not discern his cultivation? The horse-faced elder, of course, could not see through Chu Yun's cultivation. Yet he could not accept that Chu Yun's abilities surpassed his own. Thus, he replied, he must have cultivated some hidden technique, which is why I cannot perceive his true level. Meanwhile, in a chamber within the heart of the North Spirit Academy, a white-robed elder with a youthful appearance was engaged in a game of chess with a blue-robed elder. Just as the white-robed elder was about to place a piece on the board, a deep tolling of the bell suddenly resonated. The white-robed elder's hand froze mid-motion. He turned his gaze toward the window. A look of confusion etched upon his face. What on earth is happening? It's not yet time for student enrollment. Who has struck the testing bell? The testing bell was only used during enrollment, and virtually every student entering the North Spirit Academy had undergone this test. Thus, it was unusual for the bell to toll outside of that context, leaving him perplexed. The blue-robed elder chuckled. It is likely some disciples from various factions attempting to join our North Spirit Academy, forcing their way to strike the testing bell. Pay it no mind. Such incidents had occurred a few times within the North Spirit Academy, so the two did not dwell on it and were about to resume their game. Boom! Just then, the bell tolled again. 1 toll signified extraordinary talent, 2 signified genius. The two elders, who had previously been calm, were now momentarily stunned. It seemed a genius had arrived at the North Spirit Academy. They ought to go take a look. Since the Academy head was interested, I shall accompany him to investigate. These two were none other than the head of the North Spirit Academy, the white-robed elder, and the blue-robed elder, who served as the supreme elder of the Academy. Both possessed cultivation at the martial king realm in the square, after Chu Yun struck the ancient bell a second time. The students present were left in shock. Good heavens, he managed to toll it twice. This lad is indeed a genius. How could this be? He doesn't even appear older than I am. How can he be a genius? As the students witnessed Chu Yun toll the ancient bell twice, their composure shattered. Meanwhile, the horse-faced elder's previous arrogance had evaporated. The fact that Chu Yun had managed to toll the bell twice indicated he was a genius. Yet he had just attempted to chase him away. What on earth was I thinking? Regretful, the horse-faced elder hastily approached Chu Yun. Simultaneously, a dozen figures soared from the depths of the North Spirit Academy and landed in the square. All of them were elders. Upon spotting Chu Yun, they wore expressions of confusion. Whose student is this? One elder inquired. The group of elders exchanged glances, each realizing that he was not one of theirs. Before the ancient bell, Chu Yun completely ignored the astonishment of the crowd. He raised his arm once more and struck the bell. Boom! Another deep sound resonated. As the third toll echoed, silence enveloped the crowd. 3 tolls signified prodigy. Good heavens, who is this lad? How can he manage to toll the bell 3 times? Yet before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Yun swiftly raised his arm again and began to strike the ancient bell repeatedly. Boom, 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 boom. After the bell tolled 10 times, Chu Yun finally ceased his strikes. It was not that he could not continue, but rather that the square had filled with spectators, all gazing at him with expressions of astonishment, as though they were beholding a monster. 10 tolls, how could this be? Is the testing bell malfunctioning? 4 tolls signify unparalleled genius. What then do 10 tolls signify? No one could provide an answer. They merely fixed their gaze upon Chu Yun. Whose student are you? Amidst the crowd, a white-robed elder, recovering from his astonishment, inquired. Just as Chu Yun was about to respond, the horse-faced elder hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Esteemed elders, I apologize. He is a student I have just accepted. The fact that Chu Yun was able to toll the bell 10 times left him utterly astounded. The white-robed elder appeared skeptical. He turned to Chu Yun and asked, "Is this true?" Chu Yun replied, "No, I have just arrived at the North Spirit Academy, seeking to cultivate here, but this elder claimed I was a waste and ordered me to leave. With no other recourse, I sought to see if I could toll the testing bell." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Such extraordinary talent, and yet he was ordered to leave. What was Elder Ma thinking? It seemed he did not wish to allow a talented individual to cultivate within our academy. The students began to murmur among themselves, and the white-robed elder cast a dark glance at the horse-faced elder. Within the North Spirit Academy, there were distinctions between inner and outer academies, and the elders of the inner academy generally possessed higher authority and cultivation than those of the outer academy. The horse-faced elder was an outer academy elder, while the white-robed elder was clearly an inner academy elder. Upon receiving the white-robed elder's gaze, the horse-faced elder immediately lowered his head, that moment. An inner academy elder swiftly approached the ancient bell, inspecting it thoroughly before addressing the white-robed elder. "Elder Gu, the testing bell is functioning properly." He then looked at Chu Yun and added, "He is blind to your talent. If you are willing, I can take you as my disciple. Indeed, if you think little of him, you may come and be my disciple, and I, too, am willing to impart all my knowledge should you choose to become my disciple." Nearly a dozen inner academy elders rose simultaneously, all eager to take Chu Yun as their disciple. However, Chu Yun remained unmoved. He had no desire to be someone else's disciple. With his cultivation at the earth martial realm, he was fully capable of being an elder himself. Tio toll the bell 10 times suggested a talent that was likely unparalleled in ages. "It would be better to have me as your master." Just then, a deep and ancient voice resounded. The white-robed elder with a youthful visage descended from the sky, gently landing in the square. Upon seeing the white-robed elder, everyone promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Academy Head." Chapter 14. The arrival of the North Spirit Academy Head. Is this the Academy Head? Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the white-robed elder, feeling an unprecedented pressure emanating from him. It was said that first-rate forces were guarded by masters at the Martial King realm. The North Spirit Academy Head clearly belonged to this elite echelon. After the North Spirit Academy Head touched down, he did not regard the gathered crowd, but instead scrutinized Chu Yun from head to toe. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Earth Martial Realm, 8th stage. How can this be?" As a Martial King realm expert, it was not surprising that he could discern Chu Yun's cultivation at a glance. At that moment, the blue-robed elder also descended. Upon discovering that Chu Yun possessed the 8th stage of the Earth Martial Realm, his expression mirrored that of the Academy Heads. 8th stage of the Earth Martial Realm at the age of 14 or 15. Such a feat could scarcely be achieved without extraordinary circumstances. The North Spirit Academy Head nodded slightly, regarding Chu Yun with curiosity. "Who are you? From where do you hail? And what brings you to our North Spirit Academy? Moreover, I am intrigued. At such a young age, how have you attained the 8th stage of the Earth Martial Realm?" "What? The 8th stage of the Earth Martial Realm? This cannot be. He looks no older than I am. How can he possibly possess such cultivation? Good heavens, this is utterly inconceivable." Once these words were spoken, the students present were left in shock. If anyone was most astonished, it was undoubtedly the horse-faced elder. He had always believed that Chu Yun was merely concealing his cultivation, but now he realized it was not that Chu Yun was hiding his prowess, but rather that his own cultivation fell short in comparison. Yilinger stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. The 8th stage of the Earth Martial Realm was something she could never have imagined. Chu Yun was indeed a formidable figure. In response to the North Spirit Academy Head's inquiries, Chu Yun spoke. "I am Chu Yun, hailing from the Chu family in Nanyang City, which lies a great distance away. I have come to the North Spirit Academy to cultivate. As for my cultivation, it is due to a fortunate encounter with a medicinal pill that greatly improved my prowess." The North Spirit Academy Head stroked his beard, revealing a look of understanding. "I see. However, while this medicinal pill has propelled your cultivation forward, it has also rendered your foundation unstable. If you do not cultivate diligently in the future, it may be challenging for you to progress further. Nevertheless, your ability to toll the bell 10 times indicates your talent is unparalleled. With the guidance of a capable mentor, it is entirely possible for you to reach even higher realms, perhaps even the Martial King realm. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Chu Yun hesitated not at all, replying, "Would it be possible for me not to take you as my master?" "What? He actually refuses to take the Academy Head as his master. I must have misheard. Is this lad mad?" The Academy head has offered to take him as a disciple, and he dares to decline. It seems he believes his talent is so extraordinary that he does not need to regard the Academy head highly. The North Spirit Academy head was taken aback by Chu Yun's refusal. Typically, anyone who entered the North Spirit Academy yearned for the opportunity to be his disciple, yet here was one who had been rejected. Do you not wish to enter the North Spirit Academy to cultivate? Then why do you refuse to take me as your master? The North Spirit Academy head inquired, perplexed. Chu Yun replied, I do not wish to be bound by limitations. Besides, I observe that your outer academy elders possess only earth martial realm cultivation. Thus, I would like to inquire if I could serve as an outer academy elder. Upon hearing this, the elders present were left speechless. They had all wished to take Chu Yun as their disciple, yet he desired to become an elder. If he were of a similar age to them, it might have been acceptable, but Chu Yun was only 14 or 15 years old. If they allowed him to do so, others would think their North Spirit Academy had no capable individuals. The North Spirit Academy head was similarly stunned. While Chu Yun's cultivation had indeed reached the standard for becoming an elder, his age was simply too young. As the North Spirit Academy head hesitated over whether to agree, the blue-robed elder leaned in closer and whispered, Academy head, grant his request. Though he is young, his talent is exceedingly high. If we can bring him on board, we can regain our prestige. The North Spirit Academy head turned to regard him, contemplating briefly before realizing the wisdom in the suggestion. He then addressed Chu Yun. Very well, I shall grant your request. Chu Yun inquired, what resources are available to an outer academy elder for cultivation? His aim in coming to the North Spirit Academy was not only to seek its protection for the Chu family, but also to enhance his own cultivation. Having reached the 8th stage of the Earth martial realm, relying solely on meditation for advancement had become increasingly difficult. Therefore, he needed access to cultivation resources. The North Spirit Academy had explained, outer academy elders receive 3 earth condensation pills each month, which accelerate the cultivation of earth martial realm warriors. Additionally, there is a spirit mountain behind the academy, abundant in spiritual energy, where you may cultivate. However, your age is quite young, and achieving the earth martial realm at such a young age indicates that you prioritize advancement over solidifying your foundation. Therefore, I advise you to progress gradually and not to rush your cultivation. Otherwise, it may prove challenging to reach higher realms in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Academy Head. I will exercise caution. Good. Remain at ease while cultivating in the Academy. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach me. Casting a glance at the horse-faced elder, the North Spirit Academy Head instructed, Elder Ma, please show Elder Chu around. Yes, Academy Head. After giving his instructions, the North Spirit Academy head and the blue-robed elder vanished in an instant. Chu Yun was somewhat taken aback. Is this the power of a martial king realm expert? Instantaneous movement. If I recall correctly, even experts at the heavenly martial realm cannot achieve that. Chu Yun, no, wait, I should call you Elder Chu. Previously, I failed to recognize your status and did not realize you possessed the 8th stage of the earth martial realm. Please forgive me. At this moment, the horse-faced elder approached Chu Yun with a bow and a smile. Chu Yun ignored him and instead walked toward the nearby stone tablet. Now that he had entered the North Spirit Academy, his next steps were to enhance his cultivation and seek to learn the Academy's most formidable techniques and martial arts. According to what Yi Linger had previously said, the 6 ultimate techniques recorded on this stone tablet were likely the North Spirit Academy's most powerful martial arts. Seeing Chu Yun disregard him and make his way toward the stone tablet, the horse-faced elder felt embarrassed. Yet he managed to force a smile and followed after him, while Yi Linger also remained close behind. Trailing the two, and upon arriving at the stone tablet, Chu Yun began to scrutinize it closely. He observed that the tablet only bore the names and origins of the 6 ultimate techniques, without detailing their cultivation methods. The Great Wilderness Flame Finger, comprising 4 moves, was created by the first Academy head within a forbidden area and boasted tremendous power. It was rumored to be a heavenly-grade martial technique. The 5-element sword technique, consisting of 5 moves, was also devised by the first Academy head, who comprehended the essence of the 5 elements through swordsmanship. Its power could scale with the martial artist's strength. The Thunder Palm was a unique martial art that could only be cultivated by those possessing a thunder body or the ability to absorb thunder. Chapter 15. The terrifying absorption power in Qingzhou. The levels of martial arts techniques are categorized into 4 ranks: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Chu Yun discovered that the 6 ultimate techniques inscribed on the stone tablet were either heavenly-grade martial arts or lacked any rank designation. Chu Yun, while other martial techniques may not concern you, you must find a way to learn the Thunder Palm, the voice of Jing Ling echoed in Chu Yun's mind. Why? Chu Yun inquired. Mirror Spirit Path. You have now reached the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, with the opportunity to challenge the Heavenly Martial Realm at any moment. Yet, you may be unaware that such an endeavor will summon the heavenly tribulation, drawing down celestial thunder. If you lack the appropriate martial techniques to counter this, you may easily be injured. Moreover, the longer you endure during the assault on the heavenly martial realm, the stronger your physical body will become once you achieve it, potentially even forging a thunder body. Hearing this, Chu Yun's gaze sharpened as he replied, "Understood. I shall strive to learn it." The 6 supreme techniques are known only to the Dean of the Northern Spirit Academy. To cultivate them, one must rely on the bronze ancient mirror for insight. Elder Chu, these 6 supreme techniques are nothing to behold. Although they appear powerful, given our status, it is likely we will not have access to them. Observing Chu Yun standing before the stone tablet, motionless for an extended period, the old man with a horse-like face spoke up. Chu Yun stated, "I am merely looking around. By the way, where is my residence? Please guide me." "Very well, follow me," he replied at a T that moment. He noticed that Yi Linger was still following him. Angrily, he exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Did I not instruct you to go into confinement?" Yi Linger looked at Chu Yun, seemingly wishing to speak. But upon seeing the old man's fury, she could only whisper, "Yes." After saying this, she turned and left. "Elder Chu, let us go." Once Yi Linger had departed, the horse-faced elder smiled and led Chu Yun deeper into the academy. Soon, the two arrived at a place called the Elders' Pavilion. "This is where the elders of our outer academy reside. You may choose any room to stay in." "All right," Chu Yun replied, and he proceeded toward the upper floors. The horse-faced elder did not follow, but instead turned to leave. Chu Yun ascended to the upper floor, found a relatively secluded room, and entered. Upon entering, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the bronze ancient mirror. As energy flowed into it, a scene unfolded within the mirror, revealing the entire panorama of the Northern Spirit Academy. Chu Yun focused his mind and began to survey the academy. As he scanned, he discovered that the Northern Spirit Academy not only had places for enhancing cultivation, but also areas for alchemy and weapon forging. His gaze soon settled on a pavilion deep within the academy, where he spotted the Dean of the Northern Spirit Academy and the elder in the blue robe he had encountered before. The two were engaged in a game of chess, and Chu Yun could not discern what they were discussing. The bronze ancient mirror could only simulate the martial techniques they were practicing. It could not capture their conversation. After watching for a while without any significant gain, he put away the bronze ancient mirror. He had located the dean's residence. Now, he merely needed to monitor the dean's movements daily. Considering that there was a spiritual mountain behind the academy for cultivation, Chu Yun decided to take a look. Though the Northern Spirit Academy was built within the city, behind it lay a mountain range. Covered by formations, the mountain was invisible from outside the city. Only elders were qualified to enter and cultivate within the spiritual mountain, which is why Chu Yun had not seen anyone along the way. The spiritual energy here was rich, but it did not significantly aid in enhancing one's cultivation. However, utilizing the swallowing heaven technique to absorb it should allow him to reach the 9th level of the earth martial realm. Just then, the mirror spirit spoke. "Chu Yun, go to the mountaintop and use your swallowing heaven technique to see if you can devour some of the thunder. If you can, it will be immensely beneficial." After the mirror spirit's explanation, Chu Yun understood that thunder was highly advantageous for martial artists, especially when attempting to break into the heavenly martial realm, as it could help them withstand the heavenly tribulation. He then looked at the horse-faced elder and said, "I will go take a look." Without hesitation, he made his way toward the mountain's peak. The horse-faced elder, upon realizing Chu Yun's intention, sneered, "That thunder pool is something even heavenly martial realm experts dare not approach. You actually wish to see it? If you seek death, it is of no concern to me." As Chu Yun climbed the mountain path, he felt the thunderous aura intensifying the closer he got to the summit. Upon reaching the top, he discovered a vast plaza spanning hundreds of feet, already cloaked in purple thunder. The purple lightning resembled serpents, darting through the air with occasional screeches. Even standing at the edge, Chu Yun could sense the threat to his very life. "Senior, this thunder is too powerful. Approaching it would surely lead to death." The mirror spirit replied, "Indeed, It is extraordinarily potent, beyond my expectations. You can only attempt to absorb it from the periphery. Do not act hastily, or you may find yourself in grave danger." "Understood," Chu Yun acknowledged. He then sat on the ground and began to circulate the swallowing heaven technique. Unbeknownst to him, as he activated the technique, the spiritual energy from the entire spiritual mountain began to visibly converge toward him. The water's edge. The horse-faced elder was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sensing something amiss, but quickly closed them again, only to reopen them. "What is going on? Why is there no spiritual energy?" Just then, 5 or 6 figures flew in from a distance and landed by the water's edge. "Elder Ma, what is happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly vanished?" The horse-faced elder rose and said, "I do not know. I was just about to ask you. We also have no idea. It seems that everywhere is devoid of spiritual energy. Strange, how could this happen? We need to report to the dean. Let us go." Soon, the group departed the spiritual mountain. Inside the pavilion, when the dean of the Northern Spirit Academy heard about the lack of spiritual energy, he looked incredulous. "The spiritual mountain has no energy? Impossible. Indeed, Dean, we are not lying. There is not a shred of spiritual energy atop the mountain. Yes, we have checked the entire mountain. Apart from the peak, there is no spiritual energy anywhere." The dean furrowed his brow, stating, "The spiritual mountain has existed for hundreds of years without such an occurrence." This moment, the elder in the blue robe, sitting nearby, pondered aloud. "It seems the spiritual mountain is in trouble. We must investigate the cause." The dean replied, "I will go see what is amiss." Chapter 16. The Yin-Yang Academy challenges us due to the formations laid upon the spiritual mountain. Even the dean of the Northern Spirit Academy could only ascend on foot. As he walked, he sensed that indeed, the spiritual mountain was devoid of energy. "Dean, we were not deceiving you. There truly is no spiritual energy on the mountain." The dean remained silent, continuing his ascent toward the summit. The horse-faced elder and the others behind him stopped in their tracks, knowing that the dean was a martial king expert who feared no thunder. However, they were merely at the earth martial realm and dared not approach carelessly. "Dean, we will wait here for you." After saying this, they sat cross-legged on the spot. The dean climbed the mountain path and soon reached the summit. There, he perceived an abundance of spiritual energy, but it was visibly gathering toward a specific location. Upon directing his gaze, the dean was astonished to discover that the energy was converging precisely at the spot where Chu Yun was meditating. Could it be that all the spiritual energy of the mountain has been absorbed by him? The dean frowned, unable to believe that a single individual could drain the entire spiritual mountain's energy. What sort of technique has this boy cultivated, enabling him to absorb energy at such a rapid pace? It appears he has concealed something from me. The dean chose not to disturb Chu Yun's cultivation, but instead pondered briefly before turning to leave. Upon seeing the dean descending the mountain, the horse-faced elder hurriedly approached him and asked, "Dean, did you discover the cause?" "No, return for now. I will inform you once I ascertain the reason." The group was left perplexed but still clasped their hands in acknowledgement. After they departed, the dean returned to the pavilion. Upon seeing the dean's return, the elder in the blue robe inquired, "Did you find the reason?" The dean's expression grew grave. "I did, but you probably won't believe it." The elder frowned, curious. "What is it?" After sitting down, the dean explained, "The spiritual energy has been entirely absorbed by that boy, Chu Yun. I cannot fathom what technique he has cultivated to achieve such a feat." The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "That is impossible," the dean replied. "He is at the mountaintop. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself." Seeing the dean's serious demeanor, the elder remarked, "If that is the case, it is terrifying indeed. The spiritual energy of the mountain, even when we both utilize our techniques to absorb, we likely could not consume it all at once." The dean considered this. Indeed, fortunately, he has now become part of our Northern Spirit Academy. Otherwise, he would represent a significant threat. "What do you plan to do next?" the elder asked. The dean countered, "What are your thoughts?" The elder suggested, "Since his talent is so exceptional and his techniques so formidable, why not nurture him with all our resources? After all, we will rely on him to defeat Duan Jingtian. I have heard he has joined a super sect. If he can defeat Duan Jingtian in the future, our Northern Spirit Academy will surely gain great renown in Qingzhou." The dean agreed, "Very well. Let him cultivate for a while longer, and I will allow him to enter the Fourth Spirit Realm for training." "What? Enter the Fourth Spirit Realm?" Is that not too hasty? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. He was well aware of what the Force Spirit Realm entailed. It was a place where entering meant facing near certain death, though it also harbored immense opportunities. The dean affirmed, if he wishes to defeat Duan Jingtian, he must go to the Force Spirit Realm. As time passed, 10 days swiftly elapsed. Atop the spiritual mountain, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes. After carefully sensing his cultivation, a smile of delight crept across his face. He had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. It seemed the time had come to challenge the heavenly martial realm. In just 10 days, he had advanced from the 8th level to the peak of the 9th level, which indeed exceeded his expectations. Yet, it is not the right moment. While you have a chance to succeed in your breakthrough, the thunder you have absorbed is still too little. This is a prime opportunity to forge a thunder body. Should you miss it, it may be challenging to encounter again. The Mirror Spirit advised. Once you master the thunder, not only can you withstand the heavenly tribulation, but you may also absorb and refine the demonic energy should you encounter the demon clan in the future. The benefits are beyond your imagination. Hearing of the numerous advantages of absorbing thunder, Chu Yun felt compelled. Very well, I shall heed your counsel and take some more time to absorb it. However, I have been here for 10 days. It is time to descend and explore a bit, lest others think I have vanished. 10 days prior, the dean had visited the mountaintop. Although he was engaged in cultivation, he could still sense the surroundings. Now that 10 days had passed, if he did not descend, the dean might come looking for him again. Indeed, but do not act recklessly. In the path of martial cultivation, a single misstep can lead to further errors. Understood, Chu Yun said, nodding as he departed the spiritual mountain. Thud. Just as he descended from the mountain, before he could return to his room, an urgent bell began to toll. At that moment, the horse-faced elder descended from above. Upon seeing Chu Yun, he expressed surprise. Elder Chu, where have you been these past days? Chu Yun replied, I was cultivating on the spiritual mountain. The horse-faced elder was taken aback, but the spiritual mountain is devoid of energy. How could you cultivate there? Chu Yun looked puzzled. The spiritual mountain lacks energy? I was unaware. Noticing Chu Yun's confusion, the horse-faced elder did not press further but instead stated, we must hurry to the assembly hall. It seems the Yinyang Academy has sent someone to challenge us. They come every year, but this time they seem eager to humiliate our Northern Spirit Academy. Chu Yun was astonished. What do you mean? Does the Northern Spirit Academy lose every year? Yes. Though both our Northern Spirit Academy and the Yinyang Academy are first-rate forces, the disparity in strength among the disciples is quite significant. Thud. As the bell tolled again, the horse-faced elder urged, enough talk, let us go. Seeing his urgency, Chu Yun did not hesitate and followed him toward the assembly hall. Upon their arrival, they found the area outside the assembly hall already crowded with students. While the elders from both the inner and outer academies had gathered within as soon as Chu Yun entered, he overheard a mocking voice. Dean Bai, we are merely here for a friendly exchange. Not to brawl. There is no need for such a grand display. Indeed, it feels as though we are the ones provoking you. Another voice chimed in. In the center of the assembly hall stood a dozen individuals clad in Yinyang Academy attire. The two leading elders standing with their arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. The dean of the Northern Spirit Academy sat cross-legged on a mat in the center of the hall. Gazing at the two with a calm demeanor, he replied, enough with the pleasantries. How do you wish to compete this year? Chapter 17. Utterly arrogant this year. Let us try something novel. Last year, the students contested. This time, how about a match between the elders? A match between the elders? The dean furrowed his brow but quickly grasped the implications. In previous years, the students had faced off, and the Northern Spirit Academy had consistently lost. Now, the opposing side sought to challenge the elders, clearly aiming to not only humiliate the students, but also the elders. If the elders were to lose as well, the shame would be unbearable. Realizing the stakes, the dean's expression darkened. The previous contests among students were merely for practice, but this elder competition would impact the reputation of the Northern Spirit Academy. They absolutely could not afford to lose. Upon discerning that the two opponents were only at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he scoffed. Our Academy's elders are all at the Heavenly Martial Realm. You are merely at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. If I were to send a Heavenly Martial Realm elder to compete with you, it would appear as though I am bullying you. One of the elders responded. I have heard that your outer Academy's elders are all at the Earth Martial Realm. Thus, I will be generous. Any Earth Martial Realm practitioner may compete with us. Indeed, and we even allow for 2 against 1. Another round-faced elder added. What? 2 against 1? How arrogant. They treat us as though we are nothing. The Outer Academy's elders were incensed. They have already trampled on our students. Now they wish to insult our elders as well. It is intolerable. Dean, agree to their challenge. Yes, even if it leads to our demise. We must show them that our Northern Spirit Academy is not to be trifled with. The Outer Academy elders were furious. However, the dean remained calm. He had assessed the 2 opponents and discerned they were at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Clearly, they had come prepared. If they acted rashly, they could risk defeat. Yet, if they refused, they would be laughed at. Moreover, in a 2 against 1 scenario, their chances of victory remained quite substantial. At this moment, it was proclaimed. Since the request was made by you, if I refuse, would that not be a slight against you? Elder Bei Ling gazed at the assembled elders from the external academy and inquired, who among you is willing to step forth and compete with him? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun distinctly noticed the elderly man with a horse-like face retreating a step. Even in a 2 against 1 situation, it was evident that he lacked the courage to take the stage. I shall do it. Just then, a robust middle-aged man with a slight beard stepped forward. He looked at the 2 elders from the Enyang Academy and clasped his hands, stating, I am Song Yi, and I seek your guidance. The 2 elders exchanged faint smiles, with the round-faced elder remarking, At the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, will you compete alone or seek an ally? Song Yi replied, Though I am merely at the 9th level, my strength is comparable to that of a peak 9th level practitioner. Thus, I am sufficient on my OWN. Though defeat a single opponent with 2 adversaries, even if victorious, would be considered an unworthy triumph. Is that so? I am eager to witness this. The round-faced elder suggested. The hall is too confined. Let us proceed outside, please. The 2 prepared to engage in battle outside. The onlookers within the hall followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the expansive courtyard outside the council hall. I am Tong Yang, an external elder of the Enyang Academy, and among the external elders, I rank as the weakest. I hope you do not fall to my hands. The round-faced elder addressed Song Yi with a cupped fist. Song Yi retorted angrily, Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare yourself with that. Song Yi initiated the attack. Both were masters at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and as their martial techniques unfolded, the ground trembled beneath them. Elder Song's prowess was considered the strongest among the external elders. If he could not defeat his opponent, it was likely that none among the external elders could match him. The horse-faced elder muttered to himself. Chu Yun remarked, Within 10 exchanges, Elder Song will surely be defeated. Upon hearing this, the external elders turned their gazes toward Chu Yun. What do you mean by that? You are also an external elder. Why would you bolster another's confidence at the expense of your own? Several elders voiced their discontent. Chu Yun responded, I merely speak the truth. Do you not discern that Elder Song's martial techniques and aura are inferior to his opponents? In such circumstances, lasting even 10 exchanges would be a remarkable feat. How absurd. You are merely at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, yet you dare to speak on the contest of 9th level practitioners? Indeed, I see you as merely spouting nonsense. And no one believed Chu Yun's words. Even Elder Bei Ling, standing at the forefront, dismissed them after hearing Chu Yun's claim. If he could not predict when the opponent would lose, how could Chu Yun possibly ascertain it? They were unaware that Chu Yun's ability to predict outcomes stemmed from his proficiency in deduction, aided by the bronze ancient mirror. Thus, upon witnessing the duel, he could already infer the likely result. Bang! As anticipated. Just as the 2 engaged in their 10th exchange, Song Yi, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by his opponent's palm. With a spray of blood, Song Yi was sent flying several feet before crashing heavily to the ground. Defeated in merely 10 exchanges? Is this the prowess of your North Spirit Academy's external elders? After vanquishing Song Yi, the round-faced elder turned to Elder Bei Ling and inquired with a smile. Elder Bei Ling's expression darkened. He had not expected Song Yi to succumb so swiftly. What surprised him even more was Chu Yun's ability to predict the outcome. Your cultivation is inherently lower than his. It is only natural to be defeated by him, Elder Bei Ling stated dismissively. Is that so? Then send forth 2 more individuals. After all, it is a best-of-3 format. If your North Spirit Academy remains as it has been, unable to win even a single round, I advise you to reconsider your status as a first-rate force. Arrogant. I shall teach you a lesson. At that moment, an elder clad in black robes wielding a long sword stepped forward, and I shall join in as well. A shorter elder followed suit. Previously, They had refrained from selecting a 2-against-1 format out of consideration for face. But upon witnessing the formidable strength of their opponent, they realized that to continue preserving face would likely lead to their defeat. The round-faced elder scrutinized the two newcomers, disdain evident on his face. "Are you the strongest among the external elders? I would prefer not to see you defeated after merely 10 exchanges," the black-robed elder replied. "If we are bested within 10 exchanges, we shall immediately take our own lives." "Indeed," the shorter elder chimed in. The round-faced elder was taken aback but soon laughed. "Very well, let the contest begin." Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder was the first to unsheath his sword, launching a fierce thrust toward the round-faced elder. The shorter elder followed suit, swinging his fists. Having previously predicted Song Yi's downfall within 10 exchanges, the horse-faced elder turned to Chu Yun and asked, "Do you think we will win this time? Is that even a question? In a 2-against-1, victory is assured." "Indeed, there is no need for concern." Before Chu Yun could respond, the crowd spoke up. Chu Yun carefully observed the two opponents, noting that the black-robed elder and the shorter elder were roughly equal in strength to the round-faced elder. Yet their martial techniques paled in comparison. Particularly, the round-faced elder's techniques were all lethal moves, he then declared. Within 15 exchanges, both of them are destined to lose. This proclamation shocked those present. "You must be jesting. They managed to withstand 10 exchanges in a 1-on-1. How could they possibly fail to last 15 in a 2-against-1? Indeed, I suspect you are merely trying to sow discord, undermining the confidence of others." Bang, clang. As the crowd berated Chu Yun, the black-robed elder and the shorter elder were suddenly struck by the round-faced elder's palm. The shorter elder collapsed to the ground, incapacitated, while the sword in the black-robed elder's hand was sent flying. In less than 15 exchanges, what? Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell silent, not in shock at the defeat of the two, but rather astonished that Chu Yun had once again accurately predicted their loss within 15 exchanges. "So weak. Can you not send someone capable into the fray? Are all the elders of your North Spirit Academy this feeble?" After defeating the two, the round-faced elder shook his head in disappointment. Chapter 18. Chu Yun takes action. Killing with heart and mind. Elder Bei Ling stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. He could not fathom how they had lost in a 2-against-1 scenario, especially not exceeding 15 exchanges. What a slap in the face! While Elder Bei Ling was lost in thought, the round-faced elder scanned the crowd and asked, "Who was it that claimed I would defeat them without needing 15 exchanges? To be able to predict the outcome in advance indicates a master. Might you step forth so that I may know you?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Chu Yun. The round-faced elder, taken aback, exclaimed, "What is this? Who is he?" A mere 14 or 15-year-old boy standing among a group of elders left him bewildered regarding Chu Yun's identity. At that moment, Elder Bei Ling finally regained his composure and spoke. "He is our North Spirit Academy's newly appointed external elder." "What? An external elder?" The round-faced elder paused, then burst into laughter. "Heavens! An external elder? You have me in stitches." An external elder. Seeing him laugh so heartily, Elder Bei Ling's expression darkened. He understood perfectly well what the other was mocking. The fact that they had appointed someone so young as an elder. "Elder Bai, if your North Spirit Academy is short on personnel, do let me know. I assure you, we at the Inyang Academy can easily find plenty like this young whippersnapper. I truly do not understand your reasoning in appointing a mere child as an elder." "Ha ha ha, you have me in stitches." Just then, the defeated black-robed elder slowly stood up from the ground. Observing the round-faced elder's brazen laughter, he felt utterly humiliated. "Today, in a 2-against-1, we have still faced defeat. I find it impossible to face the world any longer." With that, he drew his sword, intending to take his own life. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. "Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. If one must take their life upon losing, then surely all present would be compelled to do so." The black-robed elder was momentarily stunned, his gaze locking onto the crowd, quickly narrowing in on Chu Yun. Their eyes met. A single defeat does not signify perpetual defeat. As long as one is willing to strive, there will come a day when they triumph over their opponent. Hearing this, the black-robed elder felt as though he had been enlightened. Gradually, he lowered his sword, saying, "Yes, you are correct. Why lost to him now does not mean I will always lose. Once I reach the heavenly martial realm, I will certainly be able to surpass him." Fixing his gaze on Chu Yun, the black-robed elder suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I never would have imagined that at my age, I would find myself outwitted.
I feel quite ashamed. Young man, you speak well. What is your cultivation level that you dare educate others here? The round-faced elder inquired, looking at Chu Yun. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. And though Chu Yun was also at the same level, the unique nature of Chu Yun's techniques rendered his cultivation undetectable to the elder. Chu Yun replied, "Not only do I intend to educate him, but I also mean to instruct you. Although you have bested them, the martial techniques you employed are riddled with flaws. If I am not mistaken, you have yet to fully master the techniques you practiced. Have you?" Upon hearing this, the round-faced elder was momentarily taken aback. The techniques he had just employed were indeed a formidable heavenly-level martial art, which was why he had the confidence to challenge all external elders. However, heavenly-level martial arts could only be fully unleashed by those in the heavenly martial realm. Since he had not reached that level, he had not only failed to master it completely but had also suffered backlash. This was something that most people would not easily discern. How did this person see through it? Nonsense. The martial techniques I just executed are fully mastered. If you do not believe me, then come forth and compete with me. I guarantee I will defeat you in a single move. The fact that someone could discern he had not fully mastered his techniques indicated that this person possessed certain capabilities. Such an individual could not be allowed to live, for they would undoubtedly become a future threat. Chu Yun stated, "Are you seeking to challenge me to a duel to the death? Indeed, are you afraid? If you are scared, then waste your cultivation. I may spare your life." Chu Yun replied with a smile, "Since you have so willingly sought death, I shall oblige." Having already taken the life of an elder from the Yin Academy, he had no qualms about dispatching another. Wait. Seeing Chu Yun intent on a life-and-death duel with the round-faced elder, Elder Bei Ling quickly interjected. "Though the Yin Academy and our North Spirit Academy are not allies, we are not in a state of enmity to the death. It is best to resolve matters amicably." Chu Yun's talent was exceedingly remarkable. Without absolute certainty, he could not allow him to take such risks. The round-faced elder replied, "Fear not, I assure you I will not kill him." Though he said this, he had already harbored murderous intent toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun slowly stepped into the arena, preparing to strike. At that moment, the black-robed elder suddenly spoke. "Elder Chu, though we are unacquainted, we believe you will surely prevail." As he spoke, he tossed his sword to Chu Yun. "Catch. I hope you can use this sword to defeat him and restore the lost honor of our North Spirit Academy." Chu Yun did not hesitate to catch it. "Thank you." "Humph, before absolute strength, all weapons are mere decorations," the round-faced elder scoffed disdainfully. Chu Yun glanced at the long sword in his hand and said, "Make your move. Otherwise, once I strike, you will have no chance left." At the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm, he could already slay opponents at the 6th or 7th levels. Now that they were of equal standing, his opponent was not a match for him at all. Arrogant, seeking death. Upon hearing this, the round-faced elder erupted in fury. He immediately lunged forward, striking at Chu Yun with a palm. At the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, even he is no match for his opponent. How can he expect to stand a chance? The onlookers murmured, dismissing Chu Yun. They all believed he remained at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, just like when he first arrived. Only Elder Bei Ling wore a grave expression. 10 days prior, when he had observed Chu Yun, he was still at the 8th level. Now, upon his reappearance, he was at the peak of the 9th level. Such a rapid cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. However, since the opponent was also at the peak of the 9th level, whether Chu Yun could defeat him would depend on whether he possessed any other hidden cards. As the round-faced elder charged, Chu Yun remained motionless. When the elder drew near, he thrust his sword forward. Instantly, numerous sword shadows shot forth. Swish, swish, the dense barrage of sword shadows enveloped the round-faced elder. The onlookers could not discern what transpired within, only hearing the sound of fabric tearing intermittently. When Chu Yun ceased his swordplay, the round-faced elder stood before him, eyes glazed, his clothing entirely shredded, leaving only his trousers intact. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily stunned. What was happening? He had stripped the opponent of his clothing. This was humiliation, killing with heart and mind. Once the onlookers regained their composure, they spoke up. Though Chu Yun had spared the elder's life, the methods he employed were more torturous than death itself. Chapter 19. Fame resounds throughout the North Spirit Academy. A gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be dishonored. Boy, I shall fight you to the death. The round-faced elder, incensed by the destruction of his attire, unleashed a furious punch toward Chu Yun's face. Chu Yun replied, "Do you still refuse to concede?" As these words left his lips, Chu Yun swiftly thrust his sword. The elder's fist had yet to reach Chu Yun when his arm was already pierced by the blade. Though the motion appeared simple, it required formidable strength to achieve. The round-faced elder let out a scream as his arm was pierced. What is happening? How can he be so easily overcome? Indeed, were you not quite formidable moments ago? What has changed? The spectators, astonished by how effortlessly Chu Yun had not only shredded the elder's clothing but also pierced his arm as if it were child's play, expressed disbelief. Elder Bei Ling furrowed his brow. Only he recognized that Chu Yun's cultivation far surpassed that of his opponent. The movements, though seemingly uncomplicated, had exceeded the bounds of the earth martial realm. "You are being excessively arrogant." Another elder, witnessing the scene, charged forward with his arm raised, aiming to strike at Chu Yun. "What? Are you attempting a 2-against-1? Chu Yun scoffed. "Very well, I do not mind dispatching another." As he spoke, Chu Yun swung his long sword, aiming it toward the charging elder. Having witnessed Chu Yun's prowess, this elder disappeared in a flash before Chu Yun's attack could land. When he reappeared, it was directly behind Chu Yun. "Die!" The elder raised his arm, delivering a palm strike to Chu Yun's back. Elder Bei Ling, witnessing this, was about to intervene, but suddenly froze. Chu Yun's body twisted and transformed into a sword, shooting forth. When it returned, it lunged violently at the elder. "What?" The elder was filled with dread. Is this the legendary unity of man and sword? How is this possible? Someone has actually cultivated to such a level. As the crowd marveled at Chu Yun's embodiment of the sword, they displayed their astonishment, including Elder Bei Ling. What other hidden talents does this boy possess? In the midst of their astonishment, Chu Yun, transformed into a sword, pierced through the elder's dantian. The elder immediately spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Not far away, the sword disappeared, and Chu Yun's form materialized once more. "Why did you not kill me, but instead cripple my cultivation?" The elder suddenly knelt on one knee, turning to Chu Yun with fury etched on his face. Chu Yun slowly turned to him and replied, "The best way to torment a person is not to kill them, but to render their existence worse than death." Hearing this, the elder's eyes filled with resentment. He longed to retaliate, yet the pain emanating from his dantian informed him that he had lost all his cultivation. "Today, we have been rather careless. Little did we know that hidden among the elders of Bailing Academy are formidable masters. However, do not take pride in this. We shall avenge this grievance sooner or later." The round-faced elder, clutching his arm, slowly stood up and gazed at Chu Yun, saying, "Youngster, if you possess skill, do leave your name." Chu Yun replied, "I shall not change my name nor my surname. I am Chu Yun." Chu Yun! Upon hearing this, a young man among the disciples of the Yin Academy narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly, a fierce murderous intent emanating from him. "Chu Yun, very well, I shall remember you," he declared, before departing with the round-faced elder and his companions. Suddenly, the head of Bailing Academy spoke up, "Go back and inform the old monster of Yin that if he dares to provoke us at Bailing Academy again, it will not be so simple." Once the disciples of the Yin Academy had left, the elder in black robes approached Chu Yun and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Elder Chu, I truly failed to recognize your prowess. Please forgive my ignorance." Chu Yun returned the sword to him, smiling, "There is no need for such formality. We are of equal standing. No, although we are both at the 9th level of the earth martial realm. Your strength surpasses mine by a significant margin, especially since you have comprehended the unity of man and sword, which fills me with admiration. May I inquire how one might achieve the state of unity with the sword?" The elder in black robes was also a sword cultivator. Had he attained the unity of man and sword, perhaps he would not have been defeated so easily earlier. Chu Yun explained, "It's actually quite simple. Many practitioners seek breakthroughs in sword techniques upon reaching a certain level. However, the highest realm of swordsmanship is not in the techniques themselves, but in the path of the sword. The so-called path of the sword means wielding a sword in the heart, rather than in hand. Of course, reaching this state requires deep comprehension. Relying solely on practicing sword techniques will not suffice. I see. I am enlightened," the elder in black robes replied, bowing deeply to Chu Yun. "Elder Chu, both you and your opponent are at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the earth martial realm. How did you manage to strike the opponent's vital point in such a short time? Indeed, Your strikes were devoid of any flashy techniques. How did you manage to pierce your opponent so effortlessly? Chu Yun scratched his head awkwardly and said, Can I say that my speed in drawing the sword was faster than his execution of martial techniques? Ah, so it was speed that secured your victory. I had my suspicions, another disciple remarked. Yes, I mentioned that Elder Chu's speed was too swift for the opponent to react. Others chimed in at that moment. The head of Biling Academy approached Chu Yun and said, Chu Yun, come with me. Seeing the head calling him, Chu Yun felt puzzled, uncertain of the purpose, yet he followed along. Meanwhile, the round-faced elder and his group had already departed from Biling Academy. Once outside, the round-faced elder, filled with rage, exclaimed, I had initially thought we could trample the elders of Biling Academy beneath our feet, only to encounter such a master. Another elder interjected, that young man is merely 14 or 15 years old, yet possesses the 9th level of the Earth martial realm and has comprehended the unity of man and sword. He must not be allowed to grow. Indeed, if he continues to develop, he will undoubtedly become a threat to our Yin-Yang Academy. He then turned to the disciples behind him and ordered, Find out who he truly is. Elder, I know who he is. Just then, a cold-faced young man stepped forward. Enlighten, do you know who he is? This young man was none other than the son of Li Qingshan, the head of the Li family in Nanyang City. Enlighten looked at the round-faced elder and said, His name is Chu Yun. From the Chu family in Nanyang City, the Wy family, the Li family, was annihilated by him. As he spoke, Li Feilin gritted his teeth in anger. The round-faced elder gasped, Then the elder Lin who went to visit your family was also slain by him? Li Feilin knelt down, tears streaming down his face, and implored, Elder, Chu Yun killed my father and destroyed my family. You must help me take revenge. Get up, the round-faced elder quickly assisted him, saying, Rest assured, even without your plea, I will not let him go unpunished. Since he has dealt such a fatal blow to us, we shall eradicate his family. Chapter 20. Observing the Thunder Palm, deriving the 5th move under the guidance of the head of Biling Academy, Chu Yun soon arrived at the pavilion where the elder resided. Here, he encountered the elder in blue robes. You witnessed the events outside just now, did you not? The elder in blue asked. Indeed, and you are now preparing to protect him? I presume? Correct. After sitting down, the head of Biling Academy continued, Following this battle, Chu Yun's strength and talent will undoubtedly be exposed. If I am not mistaken, the Yin-Yang Academy will surely seek revenge. The elder in blue responded, We can protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. Ultimately, he must rely on himself. The head of Biling Academy turned to Chu Yun and stated, This is the purpose of bringing you here. Chu Yun, your talent is such that, in the presence of our esteemed elders at Biling Academy, I can confidently say that even Duan Jingtian, the #1 genius of Qingzhou, pales in comparison to you. Chu Yun remained silent, uncertain of his own talent. He believed his ability to strike the bell 10 times was related to his cultivation of the devouring heaven technique. Not only was Duan Jingtian inferior, but perhaps no one in the divine continent could match him. The elder in blue added, Duan Jingtian could only strike the bell 4 times. Your achievement of 10 strikes showcases a disparity that is like heaven and earth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their praises, Chu Yun thought it was for the best. The more they valued him, the more they would invest in his training, which was precisely what he needed. Indeed, with proper cultivation, he will surely surpass Duan Jingtian and may even elevate Biling Academy to a superpower. Both men wore expressions of excitement at this prospect. The head of Biling Academy looked at Chu Yun and said, From today onward, you shall reside in this pavilion. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek my guidance. As for resources for cultivation, rest assured, we will provide ample support. These 2 old fellows truly regard you as their beacon of hope. I must say, they possess remarkable insight. The voice of the mirror spirit echoed. It was unclear whether it was expressing happiness for Chu Yun or mocking the 2 elders. Since Chu Yun had established a form of mental communication with it, only he could hear its words. It's fine. As long as they provide me with sufficient resources for cultivation, I wouldn't mind assisting them in return, he responded. Not one to be ungrateful, he clasped his hands together and said to the head of Biling Academy, Thank you, head. You may leave now. Aside from this pavilion, you are free to reside anywhere else. Upon exiting the room, Chu Yun began to explore the pavilion. Soon, he discovered a concealed room on the 1st floor. Upon entering, he took out the ancient bronze mirror. Previously, due to his need to cultivate, He had not had the chance to observe the martial techniques practiced by the head of Biling Academy. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, he intended to observe for a few days to see if he could learn a remarkable skill from him. Before long, a day had passed. Chu Yun noticed that the head of Biling Academy and the elder in blue spent the entire day playing chess. He remained patient, continuing to wait on the second day. The two men were still engrossed in their chess game. Chu Yun continued to bide his time. On the third day, they were still engaged in their chess match. Chu Yun began to feel restless. What is going on? Do those at the martial king realm no longer need to cultivate? Just as he was growing impatient, he noticed the head of Biling Academy leaving the pavilion and heading towards the spirit mountain behind the academy. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yun swiftly controlled the ancient bronze mirror to follow him. Before long, he witnessed the head of Biling Academy arriving at the summit of the spirit mountain. The next moment, something astonishing occurred. The head of Biling Academy walked directly into the thunder pool. What? Chu Yun gasped in astonishment. There is no need for surprise. The thunderous power within this pool may pose a threat to others, but to someone of the martial king realm, it is as if it does not exist, the mirror spirit remarked. Chu Yun replied, I never anticipated the martial king realm to be so formidable. Under Chu Yun's watchful gaze, the head of Biling Academy soon reached the center of the thunder pool, standing still with his eyes slowly closing. Then, in an instant, he struck out with a thunderous palm. Each time he unleashed a strike, bolts of thunderous energy erupted around him. I asked that, the thunder palm? At that moment, a marvelous sight unfolded. A figure identical to the head of Biling Academy appeared beside him. This figure was the embodiment of the highest potential of the thunder palm, derived from the ancient bronze mirror's projections. Chu Yun observed every action of the two. Ultimately, he discovered that the head of Biling Academy could perform 4 moves of the thunder palm, while the mirrored figure was capable of executing a 5th move. This indicated that the thunder palm had a total of 5 moves, but the head of Biling Academy had only mastered 4. To ascertain why the head of Biling Academy had not learned the 5th move, Chu Yun focused intently on the projected figure. As he did so, inscriptions began to materialize around the figure, revealing the cultivation methods for the thunder palm. The thunder palm requires an innate thunder body or a martial artist capable of condensing thunderous energy to cultivate. The thunder palm consists of 5 moves. The first move is the thunder shield. The second is the thunder beast. The third is the thunder of the 4 seas. The fourth is the divine thunder punishment, and the 5th is the 5 thunder strike. Chu Yun meticulously studied the cultivation methods of the thunder palm and found that the first 4 moves were relatively easy to cultivate. However, the 5th move, the 5 thunder strike, posed a significant challenge. According to the description, to master the 5th move, one must condense 5 types of thunder: metal thunder, wood thunder, water thunder, fire thunder, and earth thunder. How complex! This was the first time Chu Yun had encountered such a complicated martial technique. The mirror spirit commented, the thunder palm belongs to a special category of martial techniques. It cannot be compared to ordinary skills. It evolves with the enhancement of your strength. Furthermore, as thunder can counter many elements, the cultivation difficulty is naturally not on par with common martial techniques. Chu Yun remarked, now that I have identified both the cultivation method and the loopholes in it, all that remains is to condense the thunderous energy. Chu Yun was confident that as long as he could condense the thunderous energy, he would be able to master the thunder palm within a day. While they conversed, the head of Biling Academy finished his practice. However, he did not leave, seemingly unsatisfied with his previous attempts. He continued to practice several more times and, upon realizing no progress had been made, finally turned to depart from the mountain's peak. Chu Yun, it is your turn, the mirror spirit urged. Chu Yun could hardly contain his eagerness. He promptly stored the ancient bronze mirror and made his way towards the spirit mountain. As he reached the foot of the mountain, he encountered the head of Biling Academy coming down. Chu Yun, where are you going? He inquired. I am going up to cultivate, Chu Yun replied. The head of Biling Academy paused briefly and cautioned, do be discreet. There are many elders cultivating above. Be careful not to disturb them. Understood, Chu Yun acknowledged. He realized the head of Biling Academy had sensed the formidable nature of his cultivation techniques. However, he had not come to the spirit mountain to elevate his cultivation, but to refine the thunderous energy. Thus, he felt no reservations and proceeded directly up the mountain. Chapter 21. Devouring Thunder. Impacting the heavenly martial realm. Upon reaching the summit, Chu Yun sat cross-legged and began to operate the devouring heaven technique. This technique could absorb vast amounts of energy, including thunderous energy. However, due to his current strength, he could not absorb too much at once, lest he risk injury. As time passed, he observed the purple thunderbolts from the thunder pool drifting towards him like threads, eventually entering the palms of his hands. This phenomenon continued for several days. On the fifth day, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes to find two spheres of purple thunder, each the size of an egg, hovering in his palms. Predecessor, does this count as successful condensation? He inquired, gazing at the floating purple thunder. The mirror spirit replied, indeed. I never expected you to achieve successful condensation in just 5 days. It appears your study of the thunder palms cultivation methods played a significant role. Chu Yun explained, after absorbing the thunderous energy into my body, I utilized the cultivation method of the thunder palm to circulate the energy throughout my body. After doing this repeatedly, I discovered I could easily condense the thunderous energy. The mirror spirit remarked, it seems this technique has greatly aided you. Now, try to see if you can execute the thunder palm, and if you can do so, you will be ready to impact the heavenly martial realm. All right. Hearing this, Chu Yun stood up and began to perform the thunder palm. As he swung his arms, the purple thunder began to manifest around him. Thunder shield. With the execution of the first move, a barrier of thunderous energy enveloped him. Thunder beast. Upon executing the second move, each punch unleashed a powerful shockwave that transformed into a roaring thunderous beast, charging toward the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The massive boulders in the distance shattered upon impact. Thunder of the four seas. Divine thunder punishment. With the invocation of the divine thunder punishment, a crack appeared in the heavens above, and a bolt of purple thunder descended with tremendous force. Boom, crack. A towering tree 100 feet away was cleaved in two. This scene utterly astounded Chu Yun. If this move struck a person, they would likely be torn asunder in an instant. Moreover, he sensed that even the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth martial realm would struggle to withstand the power of this fourth move. If the fourth move was so terrifying, how much more formidable would the fifth move, the 5 thunders strike, be? Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. However, the requirements for cultivating the fifth move were exceedingly stringent, and he currently had no means to fulfill them. How about it, predecessor? Am I now ready to impact the heavenly martial realm? Yes, you are prepared. Just remember, when the heavenly tribulation descends, do not resist it. Find a way to draw the thunder into your body to refine your physique. What? Only a 50% chance? Chu Yun was taken aback. Do you think refining the thunderous body is an easy feat? Even the head of Biling Academy does not possess a thunderous body. He likely leveraged his formidable strength to absorb the thunderous energy. While those with powerful cultivation can manage this, anyone below the martial king realm would be risking their life by attempting such methods. All right, I will do my utmost. With that, Chu Yun settled into a cross-legged position and began to operate the devouring heaven technique to impact the heavenly martial realm. As the technique drew upon vast amounts of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy from the entire spirit mountain began to converge towards him at a visible speed. At the foot of the spirit mountain, the elder with a horse-like face was seated by a pond, immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, filled with confusion, and then closed them again. However, he quickly opened them once more. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy vanished again? Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a group of figures descended from nearby, landing beside the pond. Elder Ma, what is going on? Why has the spiritual energy disappeared again? The horse-faced elder replied, I have no idea. It's strange that it had just recovered for a few days, and now it is gone again. One of them inquired, did the head not inform you how the spiritual energy vanished? The horse-faced elder responded, no, after the competition with the Inyang Academy, I noticed the spiritual energy had returned to the spirit mountain. Who would have thought that just a few days later, it would disappear again? Boom! At that moment, a roar of thunder resonated from the mountain's peak. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked up towards the summit. How peculiar! Today's thunder is louder than usual. Not only that, but did you notice? Thunderclouds have gathered above the summit. This phenomenon typically occurs only when someone at the Earth martial realm is impacting the heavenly martial realm. Upon the utterance of those words, the individuals present were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that someone was attempting to breach the heavenly martial realm above? How could that be possible? The power of the thunder above is so formidable. Who but the Dean would dare ascend? Indeed, what then should we do? What else can we do? Since there is no spiritual energy here, let us seek another location. Perhaps in a few days, the situation will improve. As this sentiment resonated, a group of over 10 turned and departed. In the depths of the academy, atop a tower, Dean Biling and the elder in the azure robe stood side by side at the window, their gazes fixed upon the summit of Ling Mountain. What transpired? The thunder on Ling Mountain suddenly intensified. The elder in the azure robe furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could there be some unforeseen development? Let us investigate." With this declaration, the two leapt from the tower, soaring towards Ling Mountain. Upon Ling Mountain, one could see Chu Yun seated in meditation, eyes closed. Above, bolts of thunder descended intermittently, striking him. Yet, rather than inflicting harm, each strike was absorbed into his being. Due to the prohibition of flight above Ling Mountain, Dean Biling and the azure-robed elder could only ascend by foot. When they finally reached the peak and beheld the scene before them, they were instantly rendered speechless. No wonder the thunder was so potent. It turned out he was attempting to breach the heavenly martial realm. However, is his rate of cultivation not excessively rapid? Should we not advise him to proceed with caution? Dean Biling looked skyward and said, "The heavenly tribulation has already manifested. It is too late to offer counsel now." The elder in the azure robe replied, "Let us hope he remains unscathed." After witnessing Chu Yun's endeavor to breach the heavenly martial realm, the two did not depart but instead stood by, occasionally intervening to shield him from the thunder. This infuriated Chu Yun, who felt compelled to curse them. That moment, he desperately required the immense power of thunder to temper his body. Yet these two were thwarting him. Was this not deliberately working against him? Fortunately, he had absorbed the majority. Otherwise, he would have truly felt the urge to open his eyes and vocally chastise them. As Chu Yun fervently absorbed the power of thunder to refine his physique, outside the North Ling Academy, a blood-soaked youth stumbled and collapsed at the entrance. Just then, Yi Linger, carrying a wine jug, was about to enter the academy. Upon seeing the youth, she hurried over to assist him. "Are you all right?" The youth struggled to lift his head and asked, "Is this North Ling Academy?" "Indeed," she replied. The youth continued, "Please find Chu Yun and inform him that the Chu family is under siege by the Yinyang Academy and is on the brink of collapse. Please sit here. I will go find Brother Chu immediately," Yi Linger said as she helped him to a nearby seat before dashing into the academy. Chapter 22. A plea for help, the Chu family in peril under the watchful eyes of the two. Time elapsed, and the thunder in the sky began to gradually diminish, finally dissipating. Witnessing this, Dean Biling and the azure-robed elder hastened towards Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, why did you not inform us of your attempt to breach the heavenly martial realm? Indeed, and your chosen location is quite inappropriate. It only serves to amplify the heavenly tribulation's might. Had we not arrived in time, you would surely have been struck down by lightning." Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, suppressing the urge to scold them. "Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Elder. It seems I am unharmed, as long as you are safe." They both sighed in relief. Dean Biling remarked, "I had previously advised you to cultivate steadily and not to hastily elevate your cultivation level. Why did you not heed my counsel? You are but 15. If your foundation is not solid, you will find it exceedingly difficult to reach higher realms in the future." Chu Yun understood the high expectations the two had for him and wished to proceed with a steady hand. However, the cultivation method he practiced was distinct from others, requiring considerably less time for consolidation. Naturally, he could not disclose this to them. Brother Chu, where are you?" At that moment, a feminine voice echoed from below Ling Mountain. "Who is it?" The two exchanged puzzled glances. Chu Yun recognized it to be Yi Linger. "It is Yi Linger. She likely seeks me, Elder. I shall descend now." Having said that, Chu Yun made his way down the mountain. Seeing this, Dean Biling and the azure-robed elder followed suit. Since only elders were permitted within Ling Mountain, Yi Linger could only stand at the edge and call out. After a prolonged period of silence with no response, she grew anxious. Just as she prepared to search elsewhere for Chu Yun, a figure swiftly descended from Ling Mountain. Upon recognizing it was Chu Yun, she hurriedly approached him. "Brother Chu, what is it?" Chu Yun inquired. "I just returned from outside and encountered someone at the entrance who said your family is being besieged by the Yinyang Academy and is on the verge of collapse." "What?" At this revelation, Chu Yun was taken aback. He had anticipated the Yinyang Academy would retaliate against him, but he had not expected their vengeance to come so swiftly. "Where is he?" "He is outside," Yi Linger replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun dashed outside. only to find that some clan members had succumbed to their grievous injuries. The Yin Academy dares to harm my family. If I do not annihilate them, I shall not be called Chu Yun. A palpable aura of murderous intent flickered in Chu Yun's eyes. Chu Yun, what has occurred? Dean Biling and the azure-robed elder also emerged. Chu Yun looked at them and declared, Dean, Elder, my family is under siege by the Yin Academy. I must return to rescue them. With that, Chu Yun leapt into the air and sped towards the city gates. As Chu Yun departed, the azure-robed elder remarked, The Yin Academy dares to target Chu Yun's family. It seems they wish to force him to leave North Ling Academy and then eliminate him. Dean Biling replied, This incident arose due to our North Ling Academy. We cannot remain idle. You stay here. I shall lend him assistance. With that, Dean Biling's figure flickered and vanished in Nanyang City. At the Chu family estate, a white barrier now enveloped the estate, while outside, hundreds of Yin Academy disciples relentlessly assaulted the barrier. Despite their attacks being repelled, the barrier began to weaken over time. Before the disciples stood an elder with a long beard, arms crossed, gazing intently at Chu Xiaotian. Chu Xiaotian, I advise you to come out and die quietly. Otherwise, once the formation is breached, every member of your family shall perish. Chu Xiaotian stood at the entrance of the estate, flanked by clan members, a grave expression etched across his face. Though he had anticipated the Yin Academy's retaliation, he had not expected them to arrive so swiftly. Elder Wei, how much longer can the formation hold? One of the gray-robed elders beside him inquired. It can withstand for several more hours, the gray-robed elder, the one who had assisted in setting up the formation, replied. Initially, he had believed that by aligning himself with the Chu family and with Chu Yun's talent, he would eventually break through his own bottleneck. However, witnessing the current situation, he began to question whether he had made the right choice. Several hours? By then, Yuner will have joined North Ling Academy. I hope they will lend a hand, for otherwise, the Chu family is truly doomed. Chu Xiaotian understood that against the Yin Academy, they had no means of retaliation. It was now a matter of whether North Ling Academy would intervene. Seeing that Chu Xiaotian remained undeterred, the elder with the long beard inquired, Li Feilin, has anyone from the Chu family managed to escape? Li Feilin stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Reporting to the elder, aside from one clan member who managed to escape by chance, all others who attempted to flee were killed. However, that individual is gravely injured and will not survive even if they did escape. That is for the best. Let us resolve the Chu family swiftly. Otherwise, if North Ling Academy learns of this, they will surely intervene. Li Feilin nodded in agreement. He then turned to Chu Xiaotian, his expression twisted with rage. Chu Xiaotian, your son murdered my father and annihilated my family. I demand blood for blood from your Chu family. With that, he swung his sword and began assaulting the formation above the Chu estate. The elder with the long beard remarked, I did not expect the Chu family to possess a formation master. It seems I must intervene as well. With that, the elder raised his arm and began unleashing martial techniques to attack the formation. Each strike caused the formation to tremble, while the disciples of the Yin Academy assailed the formation above the Chu estate. A gathering of over 100 figures clad in black cloaks, their faces obscured, observed from a nearby pavilion. Go think that there are others wishing to obliterate the Chu family. We are not the only ones from the Heavenly Demon Sect. It is only natural for the Yin Academy to retaliate against them, considering that Chu Yun not only killed our members, but also the elder of the Yin Academy. Too bad Chu Yun is not here. Otherwise, we would have eliminated him as well. No matter. Destroying his family and then killing him is the same. Those who dare to touch our Heavenly Demon Sect are doomed to a dead end. Boom! The formation, which could withstand for several hours, began to crumble under the onslaught of the elder with the long beard in less than an hour. The formation has broken. The formation has broken. As the white barrier began to dissipate, the disciples of the Yin Academy halted their attacks. Li Feilin's face contorted with a sinister smile as he tightly gripped his sword, poised to be the first to charge in and slay the Chu family members. Seeing the formations collapse, Chu Xiaoyun's face turned ashen. Alas! The gray-robed elder sighed deeply, feeling as though he had placed his bets on the wrong horse. However, just then, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. The formation, on the verge of disappearing, began to visibly condense at an alarming rate. Chapter 23. Devouring demonic energy. What is happening? How is the formation regaining strength? The onlookers were all astonished to witness the seemingly vanishing formation suddenly coalescing once more. Humph, I refuse to believe we cannot break it. Attack! The elder with the long beard, now furious, rallied the disciples of the Yinyang Academy to intensify their assault. Yet, regardless of their fervor, the formation remained impervious. Chu Xiaotian, witnessing this scene, was equally bewildered. He turned to the gray-robed elder and asked, "Elder Wei, what is the meaning of this?" The gray-robed elder, equally perplexed, stared at the formation. What could this mean? It was just about to vanish. How did it regain strength? Could it be what? Chu Xiaotian inquired. The gray-robed elder speculated, "It is likely that a powerful figure is secretly assisting them." A powerful figure assisting them? Chu Xiaotian frowned. Upon reflection, he realized that they did not have any connections to such figures. However, regardless of who had intervened, as long as they were aiding the Chu family, they were allies. Boom, boom, boom. Under the leadership of the elder with the long beard, the disciples of the Yinyang Academy unleashed a relentless barrage for several hours, yet the formation stood resolute. What is happening? Why does this formation seem to grow stronger with each attack? Indeed, I too have sensed this anomaly. The elder with the long beard, recognizing the peculiarity, ceased his assault and bellowed, "Who is assisting the Chu family? This matter concerns the Yinyang Academy and the Chu family. I hope you refrain from intervening." After scanning the surroundings and finding no one, he was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly turned to see a young man in azure robes standing atop the pavilion behind him. The young man's expression was grim, his long hair flowing in the breeze. Chu Yun. It is Chu Yun. He has returned. The azure-robed youth was none other than the returning Chu Yun. Seeing his family safe, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, the formation before him, capable of withstanding so many attacks from Earth Martial Realm practitioners, felt abnormal. However, now was not the time for inquiries. He needed to devise a way to address the situation at hand. Chu Yun. I did not expect you to arrive so promptly. The elder with the long beard remained unfazed upon seeing Chu Yun, as he had received word that Chu Yun was merely at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. The elder was also at the 9th level, and since they were of equal standing, even if he could not defeat Chu Yun, he believed he could escape without issue. Chu Yun said, "I never anticipated the Yinyang Academy to be so despicable. Unable to kill me, they send people to target my family. You have only yourself to blame for killing our elder and crippling another of our own." The elder with the long beard retorted. "That was their own doing," Chu Yun countered. "Very well, then there is nothing more to say. Since they could not kill you, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that declaration, the elder with the long beard leapt into the air, launching a punch at Chu Yun. "Just based on you?" Upon seeing the elder charging at him, Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. He then thrust out his palm. From his palm surged a massive beast engulfed in purple lightning, roaring as it burst forth. Roar, boom! The lightning beast collided with the elder, shattering him into countless pieces. With his arms slowly retracting, Chu Yun stood tall on the pavilion, his gaze piercing through the disciples of the Yinyang Academy. The elder was actually killed with a single strike. How is that possible? Could it be that he is a heavenly martial realm expert? They all realized that the elder with the long beard had reached the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and now, with a single blow, Chu Yun had slain him, indicating that his cultivation was at least at the Heavenly Martial Realm. Heavenly Martial Realm? Impossible. How could you possibly be at the Heavenly Martial Realm? Li Feilin stared dumbfounded at the elevated Chu Yun, unable to comprehend how he could possess such power. He had only seen Chu Yun less than half a month ago. It appears my young master has grown stronger once again. The Chu family members gasped in disbelief. To think that a practitioner of the Earth Martial Realm could be killed with a single strike meant that Chu Yun's cultivation was beyond their comprehension. My son has actually become a Heavenly Martial Realm expert. Am I dreaming? Chu Xiaotian stood in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The gray-robed elder, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I was right not to misjudge him. A Heavenly Martial Realm expert. Ha ha ha, it seems my own breakthrough is within reach." Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Chu Yun leapt down and landed steadily at the entrance of the estate. He then surveyed the Yinyang Academy disciples present. In the next moment, one of the disciples suddenly lunged at him with a sword. Chu Yun, die! Upon seeing someone daring to attack him, Chu Yun's eyes narrowed. He raised his arm, and a black vortex slowly materialized in his palm. The charging disciple collided headlong into his hand. "You wish to kill me?" What grudge do we share? Chu Yun, you do not know me. But I know you. My name is Li Feilin. Li Qingshan is my father. Chu Yun paused momentarily, then replied, Ah, so you are a remnant of the Li family. Very well, I shall send you down to reunite with your father. Ah, with that utterance, Li Feilin's face contorted in agony as his body visibly shriveled, ultimately becoming a desiccated corpse. What kind of technique is this? Heavens, this is terrifying. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Academy were horrified to witness Li Feilin reduced to a mere husk. After discarding Li Feilin's body on the ground, Chu Yun turned his gaze towards the other disciples. Bang, bang, bang. Upon feeling Chu Yun's gaze upon them, all the disciples of the Yin-Yang Academy fell to their knees. Chu Yun, please do not kill me. We were also forced to come here. Indeed, we were coerced by the Academy. I implore you, spare us. Chu Yun had never shown mercy to those who bullied his kin. He raised his arms, and in an instant, the 100 or so disciples of the Yin-Yang Academy revealed expressions of terror. Their faces began to contort, and they collapsed to the ground, emitting horrified screams. Ah! The disciples' bodies visibly shrank before his eyes. Chu Yun, perish. Just then, a booming voice rang out. Suddenly, over 100 figures clad in black garments surged forth from a nearby pavilion, brandishing long swords as they charged towards Chu Yun. Yuner, be careful, young master, watch out. Chu Xiaotian and the Chu family members cried out in alarm. Chu Yun slowly turned his head, and his gaze sharpened. A group of individuals emanating dark, malevolent energy clearly indicated their affiliation with the unorthodox sect known as the Heavenly Demon Cult. In an instant, Chu Yun discerned their origins. Chu Yun, do not be afraid. You have cultivated the thunder body. Even if they harness demonic energy, you can still refine it, echoed the voice of Jingling within Chu Yun's mind. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun abandoned the students of the Yin-Yang Academy and turned, extending his arms towards the approaching figures clad in black. As they drew near, they were all ensnared by a formidable force of absorption. The overwhelming devouring power extracted the demonic energy from the bodies of these disciples of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The demonic energy was forcibly withdrawn, causing the disciples' faces to contort in agony as they emitted shrieks of despair. Chapter 24. The Saintess of the Heavenly Demon Cult. At that moment, as Chu Yun voraciously consumed the demonic energy from the disciples, a crisp female voice suddenly resonated. I did not expect there would be someone from the Chu family practicing our Heavenly Demon Cult's techniques. With this declaration, a woman draped in a flowing black gown, her beauty obscured by a black veil, descended gracefully onto the rooftop nearby. Though veiled, her stunning visage remained unmistakable, resembling a vibrant black rose, enticing yet perilous to approach. Saintess, save us! Saintess, save us! Upon the appearance of the woman in black, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Cult clamored for her assistance. Saintess! Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. He had heard tales of a prodigiously gifted saintess from the Heavenly Demon Cult but had never encountered her. Observing her closely, he realized he could discern no trace of her cultivation level, implying that she was at the heavenly martial realm, and her prowess far surpassed his own. Upon hearing their cries for help, the saintess of the Heavenly Demon Cult leaped forward towards Chu Yun. Witnessing this, he swiftly retracted his arms and retreated. The technique he practiced, the devouring technique, could only consume those of lesser cultivation. He was utterly incapable of devouring someone superior to him. As Chu Yun fell back, the saintess landed gracefully and did not pursue further. Instead, she regarded him and remarked, to have reached the heavenly martial realm at such a young age. You appear to be an extraordinary talent. If you were to join our Heavenly Demon Cult, I assure you, you would not be treated poorly. Once he steadied himself, Chu Yun replied with a faint smile. The Heavenly Demon Cult is the public enemy of the righteous martial world. It is impossible for me to join you. The saintess's expression hardened. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Chu Yun, clad in a white robe and possessing a youthful visage despite his gray hair. It was none other than the esteemed principal of the North Spirit Academy. Upon seeing him, the saintess displayed a look of astonishment. I never expected that a mere Chu family could attract the attention of the principal of the North Spirit Academy. The principal, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke calmly. Chu Yun has already joined our North Spirit Academy and is now an elder of our institution. If your Heavenly Demon Cult wishes to act against him, you must first seek my permission. The saintess's beautiful eyes narrowed as she replied. I have heard that the principal of North Spirit Academy is a powerful martial king. I have long wished to test my skills against you. As her words finished, the saintess soared into the air, charging towards the principal. The principal remained unmoved, his gaze inscrutable. Just as the saintess drew near, a radiant burst of golden light erupted from behind him, and a colossal golden crown ascended like a sun. As the golden light enveloped the saintess, she instinctively shielded her face and let out a pained scream before crashing heavily to the ground. You are but a mere ninth layer of the heavenly martial realm, yet you dare to challenge me? Were it not for the old demon from the heavenly demon cult, you would certainly face death today. The principal observed the saintess with an air of calm detachment. Chu Yun turned his gaze towards the saintess and noted her pallid complexion, indicating she had sustained grave injuries. He didn't even have to lift a finger to injure her? Chu Yun could hardly believe it. Typically, a crown manifested by a martial king contained the essence of their lifetime of cultivation. Those with lesser powers could easily be annihilated by its mere presence. This was nothing compared to the power of a martial emperor, whose crown could slay countless beings with a mere flick. Is it truly that terrifying? Chu Yun gasped in astonishment, while a determination solidified in his heart to reach the martial king level as swiftly as possible. What is this nonsense? This is the mortal realm. Once you reach the celestial realm, you will grasp the true meaning of terror, wielding the sun, moon, and stars, capable of upheaving the world with a mere gesture. Chu Yun exclaimed, "Senior, is there truly a celestial realm?" Jingling seemed momentarily taken aback before sighing. "So you have never believed in me? Very well, I shall not waste my breath." After that, Jingling's voice fell silent. Chu Yun smiled wryly to himself. It was not that he disbelieved, but rather that he had yet to hear of the celestial realm until now. The saintess of the heavenly demon cult slowly rose from the ground and addressed the principal. "You protect him so fiercely, yet you fail to recognize that he has cultivated our heavenly demon cult's techniques?" The principal replied, "There are countless techniques in this world. If we deemed everything similar to be affiliated with your heavenly demon cult, chaos would ensue. Very well, since the principal has said so, I shall have no more to argue." Fixing her gaze on Chu Yun, the saintess revealed a sly smile. "Your name is Chu Yun, correct? I believe we shall meet again." With a wave of her hand, she vanished along with over 100 disciples of the heavenly demon cult. Once the saintess departed, the principal turned to Chu Yun. "How are you? Are you unharmed?" Chu Yun clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, principal, for your assistance." The principal replied, "Since you have joined the North Spirit Academy, I naturally cannot allow outsiders to bully you." At that moment, Chu Xiaotian arrived with the Chu family members. He looked towards the principal and inquired, "Senior, did you assist us just now?" The principal, stroking his beard, smiled. "It was merely a small effort on my part." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotian was about to kneel in gratitude. But the principal supported him. "What are you doing, Chu family head?" Chu Xiaotian said, "If it were not for your assistance, our Chu family would surely have faced dire consequences, and thus I must express my gratitude." The principal waved his hand. "There is no need. It is also my negligence. I did not expect the Yinyang Academy to act against your Chu family. Had I arrived sooner, perhaps your family members would not have been harmed." Chu Yun inquired, "Father, how many of our family members were killed?" Chu Xiaotian sighed. Lowering his head in silence, an elder in gray robes spoke. 98 individuals were dispatched to seek your aid, and not a single one has returned." 98. Chu Yun's gaze hardened, a surge of fury igniting within him. "Yinyang Academy, I shall destroy you in due time." The principal cautioned, "You must not act impulsively. The leader of the Yinyang Academy, Yinyang Taoist, is a martial king like myself, and it is said his strength surpasses mine. If you wish to annihilate the Yinyang Academy, you will need to cultivate diligently." Chu Yun replied resolutely, "Rest assured, principal. Even if not for my family, I will strive to cultivate. Only with sufficient strength can I protect my loved ones. This principle shall never escape my mind. By the way, principal, why did you not eliminate the saintess of the heavenly demon cult earlier? It was such a prime opportunity." Chapter 25. "I shall see who dares to harm her." "Are you aware that the saintess of the heavenly demon cult possesses unparalleled talent?" Chu Yun responded, "I believe I have heard something of the sort." The principal explained, "The old demon of the heavenly demon cult holds her in high regard. Should I kill her, the heavenly demon cult would undoubtedly retaliate against our North Spirit Academy with fervor. At that point, our academy may very well vanish from Qingzhou." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt reassured. as a prominent figure. One must prioritize the greater good. Indeed, if killing a saintess from the heavenly demon cult would invite unbearable retribution, it was not worth the cost. By the way, how did you get entangled with the heavenly demon cult? The principal inquired. Chu Yun recounted his recent experiences, detailing everything that had transpired. After listening, the principal remarked, "This is not your fault. Anyone would have acted similarly. However, you must exercise caution in the future, for the heavenly demon cult is unlikely to relent." Chu Yun stated, "I am not overly concerned. My primary worry lies with my family." The principal reassured him, "You need not worry. I will dispatch a martial artist of the heavenly martial realm to protect your family. You only need to focus on your cultivation." Now that Chu Yun was regarded as the hope of the North Spirit Academy, the principal was keen to ensure that he remained undistracted by external matters. "Thank you, principal." Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a sense of relief. With a heavenly martial realm expert safeguarding his family, he could devote himself to his training without worry. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Once you have settled your family matters, return to the academy promptly." With that, the principal vanished in an instant. After his departure, Chu Xiaotian remarked, "Yuner, it seems they hold you in high esteem." Chu Yun replied, "Their expectations of me are quite lofty." Chu Xiaotian continued, "In that case, you must cultivate diligently, for had it not been for their intervention, our Chu family would have faced calamity." Chu Yun reassured, "Do not worry, father. I know what I must do." "Chu Yun, you must not forget your promise to me." At that moment, the elder in gray robes spoke to Chu Yun. Chu Yun affirmed, "Rest assured, as long as you assist the Chu family wholeheartedly, I will find a way to elevate you to the 4th level of formation." "Good, your word is sufficient." Now that Chu Yun had reached the heavenly martial realm, he believed that the martial king level was within his grasp. "Young master, with your current cultivation, could you offer us guidance?" "Indeed, we have yet to break through to the Yuan martial realm." At this point, several young members of the Chu family looked towards Chu Yun with hope. Chu Xiaotian added, "The 98 individuals we sent to find you were their elders. Now that they have perished, I hope you can spare some time to guide them, as you are now their beacon of hope." Chu Yun agreed, "Very well, I will spend 3 days instructing them, as a gesture of gratitude for their elders' contributions to the Chu family." Agreed. For the next 3 days, Chu Yun dedicated himself to teaching the younger generation of the Chu family, imparting the 7 stars Shadowless Fist and the Heavenly Gang Sword technique, both of which were Earth-level martial skills, to them. Having already attained the heavenly martial realm, these techniques held little value for him. Once he completed this task, Chu Yun returned to the North Spirit Academy. He felt immense gratitude towards Linger for the role she had played in helping the Chu family avert disaster, and thus sought her out upon returning to the academy to express his thanks. However, after searching the academy extensively, he found no trace of her. In frustration, Chu Yun decided to seek out the elder with the horse-like face. At the elder's pavilion, several elders from the outer academy were gathered at the entrance in the center. The elder with the horse-like face and Linger were being scrutinized intently by a wrinkled old man. "Speak. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Lu Yuan inquired. Fixing his gaze on the horse-faced elder, Lu Yuan was the Grand Elder of the North Spirit Academy's inner academy and the father of Lu Hao. Possessing strength at the heavenly martial realm, under the weight of his pressure, the horse-faced elder displayed evident trepidation, stating, "This matter has nothing to do with me. It was Chu Yun who killed your son. You should seek him instead." Lu Yuan replied, "Do not worry. I will find him, but first I must address you. You are Linger's master. Now that my son has been killed because of her, do you not think she bears any responsibility?" Feeling unjustly accused, Linger quietly sobbed, "He intended to insult me. Had it not been for Brother Chu's timely intervention, I would have been sullied." Lu Yuan dismissed her words with disdain. "My son is fortunate to have taken an interest in you. How dare you be so ungrateful?" Knowing that he was a powerful martial king, Linger dared not retort. She could only weep softly. The horse-faced elder, feeling wronged, protested, "I was not involved in this affair. Why must I bear the brunt of your grievances?" He then declared, "I will expel her from my tutelage. From this day forth, she is no longer my disciple. Master, please do not cast me out." Upon hearing this, Linger fell to her knees, clinging to his legs and weeping bitterly. She knew her family depended on her. Being expelled could lead to her dismissal from the North Spirit Academy, leaving her family vulnerable. The horse-faced elder kicked her away angrily, shouting, "Do not involve me in your troubles. This is your matter, not mine." "Are you saying you intend to sever your master-disciple bond with her?" Lu Yuan questioned. The horse-faced elder affirmed, indeed, from now on, she has no connection to me. Do as you please. Lu Yuan's eyes glinted with malice. Very well, if that is the case, I shall ensure she accompanies my son in the afterlife. As he spoke, he prepared to act against her. Just then, a cold voice interjected. I shall see who dares to harm her. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Linger looked up, and upon recognizing Chu Yun, she rushed towards him, exclaiming, Brother Chu, save me. Chu Yun positioned himself protectively in front of her, asserting, do not worry, with me here, no one will dare to touch you. You are Chu Yun? Lu Yuan's gaze bore into him. Chu Yun met his gaze unflinchingly. Indeed, I am. Is it you who killed my son? Indeed. Very well, you have the courage to face the consequences. I commend you for that. Now, tell me, how do you wish to die? Chapter 26. A single strike to wound the Grand Elder in the depths of the Academy. Atop a pavilion, since Chu Yun's return, the principal of the North Spirit Academy had been keenly observing his every move. Upon witnessing the conflict between Chu Yun and Lu Yuan, the blue-robed elder remarked, Are you not going to intervene? If you do not, it may lead to a confrontation. The principal replied, I wish to test something. What is it? You will find out shortly. At the entrance of the elder's pavilion. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question about how he wished to die, Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Although he could not gauge Lu Yuan's cultivation level, it was evident that he was stronger than Chu Yun. However, he sensed that Lu Yuan's aura was not overwhelmingly superior to his OWN in a cold tone. Chu Yun retorted, If you wish to kill me, you must first demonstrate that you possess the capability to do so. At these words, a fierce killing intent flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Chu Yun, I acknowledge your remarkable talent, but know this. I am at the fourth layer of the heavenly martial realm, while you are merely at the earth martial realm. You are no match for me. At that moment, the horse-faced elder interjected, as of now, aside from the principal and the blue-robed elder, no one is aware that Chu Yun has already attained the heavenly martial realm. The fourth layer of the heavenly martial realm? Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. Although he had only reached the first layer of the heavenly martial realm, he believed that with full effort, defeat was not a foregone conclusion. Chu Yun, do not be afraid. Go ahead. This old man is covered in wrinkles. He lacks the aura of a true heavenly martial realm expert, indicating that his cultivation is likely reliant on medicinal pills. Just then, Jingling spoke up, such a heavenly martial realm expert may appear formidable, but in reality, he is no match for you. Chu Yun was somewhat taken aback. Are you certain? Jingling replied, When have I ever deceived you? With this assurance, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence. If that were the case, then Lu Yuan was not his opponent. Turning his attention back to Lu Yuan, he declared, If you seek revenge for your son, then come at me. In response, Lu Yuan's expression twisted with rage. A mere earth martial realm dares to challenge me? Very well. Since you insist on forcing my hand, I shall personally take your head as a tribute to my son. With that, Lu Yuan swung his arm, launching a powerful palm strike towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun was uncertain why Lu Yuan could not perceive his cultivation level. Perhaps it was related to his practice of the devouring technique. Regardless of the reason, since Lu Yuan was oblivious to his true strength, he could exploit this opportunity to strike unexpectedly and eliminate Lu Yuan. With Jingling's insight bolstering his resolve, Chu Yun felt emboldened. He waved his arm, unleashing his own palm strike, bang. As their palms collided, a tremendous force erupted, sending shockwaves cascading outward like a tidal wave. The surrounding elders of the outer court were caught off guard, instantly sent skidding backwards several yards by the shockwave. Chu Yun also staggered back a few steps. This strike was delivered with merely 70% of his strength. Seeing Chu Yun withstand his blow without injury, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow in astonishment, exclaiming, Heavenly martial realm? Had it not been for the heavenly martial realm, his strike would have surely inflicted severe harm upon the opponent. Once Chu Yun steadied himself, he wore a disdainful expression and remarked, The fourth level of the heavenly martial realm? Nothing extraordinary. Having discerned that the opponent was merely a facade of the fourth level and lacked genuine strength, Chu Yun resolved to hold nothing back. He then summoned the celestial energy within, commencing the execution of the heavenly thunder palm. As the technique activated, violet lightning began to manifest around him, resembling serpentine bolts of thunder dancing upon his form. Thunder Beast, Chu Yun bellowed, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Their hands met in a swift collision. Boom! In the next instant, a formidable surge of celestial energy swept through the vicinity once more. This time, it was not Chu Yun who was forced back, but Lu Yuan, whose body lifted off the ground and was sent flying. He was actually struck back by Chu Yun's palm. Bang! Pft. Upon hitting the ground, Lu Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, having been grievously injured by Chu Yun. How could this be possible? Elder Lu was actually wounded by Chu Yun. Surely I did not see this incorrectly. The elders present from the outer court gaped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Lu Yuan, the esteemed elder of the inner court, had been harmed by a single strike from Chu Yun. After injuring Lu Yuan, Chu Yun had no intention of halting his assault. He advanced swiftly, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice resounded and a figure in white robes descended from the sky. Landing in the arena, it was none other than the head of the North Spirit Academy. Greetings, Academy Head. Upon the arrival of the Academy Head, those present promptly bowed in respect. The Academy Head regarded Chu Yun and Lu Yuan, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Are you both intent on mutual destruction?" Lu Yuan clutched his chest, blood seeping from his mouth as he explained, "Academy Head, it was Chu Yun who struck first, killing my son." Before he could finish, the Academy Head raised a hand to interrupt him, stating, "I am already aware of the events. Your son sought to insult Yi Linger, which was witnessed by Chu Yun, who then acted to defend her honor by taking your son's life and truth. I had long intended to warn you, as the elder of the inner court, how could you allow your son to bully the female students of our academy? At this rate, who would dare to enter our North Spirit Academy to cultivate?" Lu Yuan's eyes flared with anger at the Academy Head's reprimand. However, under the weight of the Academy Head's authority, he chose to remain silent. "Very well, this matter ends here." Shifting his gaze to Chu Yun, the Academy Head added, "Chu Yun, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." Yet, Chu Yun displayed no intention of leaving. The Academy Head perceived his hesitation and reassured him, "Rest assured, should he dare to trouble you or Yi Linger again, I shall not be lenient." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun finally acquiesced and followed the Academy Head's lead. Chapter 27. Within 3 years, you shall become a martial emperor indeed. Chu Yun had already surmised the purpose of the Academy Head's summons. The strike that had injured Lu Yuan was none other than the Heavenly Thunder Palm, one of the 6 ultimate techniques of the North Spirit Academy. It was a skill reserved solely for the head of the academy. Now that Chu Yun had executed it, the Academy Head naturally sought an explanation. After the two had departed, the onlookers erupted into fervent discussion. Incredible! He has only been here for a short time, yet he has already attained the heavenly martial realm. Indeed, no wonder he rang the bell 10 times. His rate of cultivation is unmatched across all of Qing. Yi Linger, overhearing their chatter, stared at Chu Yun's retreating figure, seemingly having made a momentous decision. Under the guidance of the Academy Head, Chu Yun arrived at the upper chamber, where an elderly man clad in azure robes stood by the window. Upon noticing Chu Yun's entrance, a smile crept across his lips. "Young man, quite impressive. I have never admired anyone before, but you are worthy of my respect." Chu Yun managed to muster a faint smile in response. Once the Academy Head settled into a chair, he regarded Chu Yun and remarked, "You must know why I called you here." Chu Yun replied, "I am afraid I do not." The Academy Head's gaze sharpened. The elder in azure robes interjected, "Chu Yun, we witnessed your confrontation with Lu Yuan. The Heavenly Thunder Palm, one of the 6 ultimate techniques of the North Spirit Academy, is known to be mastered solely by the head. Can you explain how you came to learn it?" Chu Yun feigned confusion, asking, "What is this Heavenly Thunder Palm you speak of, elder? I do not understand." The Academy Head responded, "It seems you are unwilling to speak the truth." Chu Yun insisted, "No, I genuinely do not know what you are referring to. What am I supposed to say?" The Academy Head pressed, "Do you dare claim that what you executed was not the Heavenly Thunder Palm?" "What Heavenly Thunder Palm? Are you not referring to the Academy's 6 ultimate techniques?" Chu Yun retorted, "If that is the case, how could I possibly know it?" Recognizing that his only option was to steadfastly deny the truth, Chu Yun understood that neither would harm him. The elder in azure robes asserted, "If what you just performed was not the Heavenly Thunder Palm, then how could you conjure the Thunder Beast? Such power can only be achieved through the Heavenly Thunder Palm." Chu Yun chuckled. "Ah, so that is what you meant. You should have said so earlier." Both men frowned, perplexed by Chu Yun's words. He continued, "You are aware that my breakthrough to the heavenly martial realm occurred atop Ling Mountain. At that moment, for reasons unknown, I inadvertently absorbed a significant amount of thunderous energy. After conducting some research, I discovered I could actually control the thunder. He then demonstrated, revealing his mastery of the thunderous energy, as he had already forged a thunder body, making such feats effortless for him. Observing Chu Yun manipulate the thunderous energy with such finesse, the Academy head and the elder exchanged glances. Could he truly be a natural thunder body? To them, only one born with such a gift could achieve this effect. What natural thunder body? What are you talking about? Chu Yun feigned ignorance. However, they wasted no time and approached him, grasping his hands and closing their eyes to sense his energy. Academy head, elder, what are you doing? Chu Yun inquired. They ignored him, and moments later, both opened their eyes in shock, declaring, "Indeed, your body is filled with thunderous energy. There is no doubt you possess a natural thunder body." The Academy head remarked, "But why is the thunderous energy so weak? Logically, if it has been stored within you for this long, it should be potent." The elder in azure robes suggested, "It is likely that he does not know how to consolidate it, leading to its gradual depletion over time." The Academy head nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Academy head, elder, what are you doing? Chu Yun continued to feign bewilderment. The Academy head smiled at Chu Yun, exclaiming, "Truly, the heavens have favored our North Spirit Academy, granting us such a promising talent. Within 10 years, no, within 6 years, I am confident I can cultivate you into a martial king. Not just a martial king. I believe that within 10 years, he has the potential to become a martial emperor." As they spoke, their excitement was palpable. Just then, a dismissive voice echoed in Chu Yun's mind. "Tio become a martial emperor within 10 years. What a limited perspective. Within 3 years, he will undoubtedly become a martial emperor." Hearing this voice, Chu Yun responded, "Senior, are you jesting? A martial emperor in just 3 years?" The voice replied, "With your talent, barring any unforeseen circumstances, 3 years could indeed be feasible. Of course, this is contingent upon having ample resources for cultivation." Chu Yun was uncertain about his own martial talent. He had no clear concept of what it entailed. However, seeing the three of them shower him with praise regarding his potential, he began to feel that perhaps he was not lacking in talent after all. "Chu Yun, you must intensify your training. Once you reach the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, I will bestow upon you a great gift." "What gift?" Chu Yun inquired. The Academy head smiled. "For now, I cannot disclose that." "Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Go ahead. Chapter 28. The Dragon Tomb. Upon exiting the upper chamber, Chu Yun discovered Yilinger waiting outside the Elder Pavilion. "Brother Chu." Upon spotting Chu Yun, she hurried over. Chu Yun asked, "So, that old fellow did not bully you, did he?" "No," Yilinger inquired. "Brother Chu, how did your cultivation improve so rapidly?" It had been less than a month since Chu Yun entered the North Spirit Academy, yet he had already become a heavenly martial realm cultivator. She was genuinely curious about how he achieved this. Naturally, Chu Yun would not reveal the truth. He smiled and replied, "Perhaps it is due to my exceptional talent." Yilinger was taken aback for a moment before saying, "That makes sense. You could ring the bell 10 times. Your talent surpasses even Duan Jingtian, the #1 genius of Qingzhou.it. Is only natural for you to reach the heavenly martial realm in such a short time." Chu Yun remarked, "Our Chu family managed to avert disaster thanks to your timely warning. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing this, Yilinger displayed an expression of excitement. "Really, Brother Chu?" Chu Yun assured her, "Of course, I, Chu Yun, will repay any kindness." Wai Yilinger hesitated slightly before speaking. "There is something I would like to trouble you with." "What is it?" Chu Yun asked. Wai Yilinger continued, "Do you believe that dragons exist in this world?" Chu Yun paused, then chuckled. "I suppose not. At least, I have never heard of any." Wai Yilinger pondered for a moment before saying, "Let me tell you a story. It is said that thousands of years ago, a family accidentally saved an injured divine dragon. However, due to the severity of its injuries, it ultimately perished. This family then buried it in a mysterious location, instructing their descendants never to reveal the burial site of the divine dragon. Later on, it was said that the dragon's bones could be fashioned into the most powerful divine weapons. As a result, many sought out this family, pressuring them to disclose the location of the dragon's burial site. However, bound by their ancestral teachings, this family refused to disclose the location, leading to the deaths of many. Chu Yun replied, "The dragon is dead. If more innocent lives are lost because of it, I feel it would be unjust." Changing the subject, Chu Yun suddenly looked at Yilinger and asked, "You wouldn't be referring to your own family, would you?" Yi Linger nodded gently. Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that divine dragons truly existed in this world. 3 days ago, my father unexpectedly wrote to me, stating that the Yin-Yang Academy has set its sights on my family, threatening to annihilate us if we do not reveal the location of the divine dragon's burial site. Chu Yun replied, "So, you wish for my assistance?" Yi Linger sobbed softly. "I know this is a difficult matter for you, but aside from you, I do not know who else could help me." Chu Yun contemplated. "Even if you did not mention it, I would still pursue the Yin-Yang Academy to the end." Yi Linger beamed with delight upon hearing this. "So, you are willing to help me?" "Yes." Chu Yun nodded. "However, I can only assist you temporarily. Since the divine dragon is already deceased, I feel that continuing to guard its secret is becoming meaningless. It would be better to find a way to resolve this situation." Yi Linger responded, "Actually, my family has considered giving the dragon's remains to someone else, but they are concerned that the weapons forged from the dragon's bones would be too powerful, fearing they might be used to kill innocents. Thus, they have continued to guard the secret until now." Chu Yun found this reasoning sound. If the dragon's remains could indeed forge the most formidable divine weapons, then they could not be easily gifted. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yi Linger declared, "Brother Chu, I know you are a good person. If you can help me resolve my family's crisis, I will persuade my father to reveal the burial site of the divine dragon." The Yi family had already fallen into decline. To survive, they needed to find a powerful ally. Now that she had been expelled from her sect, she could only rely on Chu Yun. After their previous encounters, she believed Chu Yun was a good person, at least not one of those greedy scoundrels. Chu Yun still had not acquired a suitable weapon, so upon hearing that the dragon's remains could forge the mightiest divine weapons, he felt somewhat tempted. After a moment's thought, Chu Yun replied, "Very well, I will accompany you back to take a look." "Thank you, Brother Chu," Yi Linger exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Dragon City. The Yi family. At this moment, dozens of disciples from the Yin-Yang Academy had surrounded the Yi family. Inside the reception hall, Yi Tong, the head of the Yi family, sat with a dark expression. Beside him sat an elderly man with white eyebrows, dressed in the attire of the Yin-Yang Academy. "Yi family head, we from the Yin-Yang Academy have visited 3 times, showing you sufficient courtesy. This time, we even intend to arrange a marriage alliance with your family, and the prospective groom is none other than our Academy's first genius, Shunjian. You must be aware of Shunjian's talent. He is the youngest prodigy in our Academy. Allowing him to marry your daughter would be a significant opportunity for the Yi family." However, upon hearing this, Yi Teng remained unmoved. He was acutely aware that their true intention was not to form a marriage alliance, but to gain access to the Dragon Tomb. Chapter 29. The Guardian of the Tomb. "I appreciate the goodwill of the Yin-Yang Academy, but my daughter is still young. I do not wish for her to marry just yet," Yi Teng diplomatically declined. Upon hearing this, the white-browed elder's expression darkened. "Since the Yi family head has stated so, I will be blunt. Our repeated visits are solely for the Dragon Tomb. If you are wise, you will disclose the location of the Dragon Tomb to us. Otherwise, should conflict arise, the Yi family may vanish from Dragon City." Yi Teng replied coldly, "Now you are dropping the pretense. If soft tactics do not work, you resort to hard ones, do you? Let me tell you the truth. Only I know the location of the Dragon Tomb. If anything happens to the Yi family, the Yin-Yang Academy shall never learn its whereabouts." The white-browed elder retorted furiously, "You need not threaten me. Even if we spare you, the demon sect and other sects will not let you off easily. Rather than let others benefit, it is better to benefit us, the Yin-Yang Academy. With the Yin-Yang Academy as your support, the Yi family will undoubtedly reclaim its former glory." Yi Teng chuckled lightly. "The Yi family has endured for thousands of years. Returning to our former state is nearly impossible. The only thing I can do now is to uphold my ancestral teachings and guard the Dragon Tomb. Should it fall into your hands, countless innocents would perish." "You?" The white-browed elder was about to retort when a voice suddenly interrupted. "Father!" As the voice rang out, Yi Linger entered the hall, accompanied by Chu Yun. Upon seeing Yi Linger, Yi Teng's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he immediately stood to ask Linger, "Why have you returned?" Yi Linger replied, "I received your letter and felt worried, so I rushed back." The white-browed elder regarded Yi Linger coolly, stating, "What difference does your return make? You are merely an ordinary disciple of the North Spirit Academy. Even if I kill you, the Academy would not dare retaliate against me. Is that so? Then you may test that theory." Chu Yun interjected. The white-browed elder scrutinized Chu Yun, Realizing he could not discern his cultivation level, he coldly remarked, "You think hiding your strength will intimidate me? At your age, you can only possess the cultivation of a Yuan martial realm. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Linger." "Who is he?" Yiting asked, looking at Chu Yun. Linger replied, "Father, this is Chu Yun, an elder from the outer court of the North Spirit Academy." "What? Chu Yun?" At this revelation, the white-browed elder was taken aback. He slowly rose to his feet and gazed at Chu Yun, saying, "You are Chu Yun, the one who has slain 2 of our elders from the Yin Academy?" Ever since Chu Yun had dispatched the elders who had attacked his family, along with over 100 disciples, his name had reverberated throughout the entire Yin Academy. Chu Yun replied, "They deserve to die. Those who dare to threaten my family are simply courting death." The old man with white eyebrows narrowed his eyes and remarked, "I have heard that you possess the cultivation of the heavenly martial realm." The battle in Nanyang City had thoroughly exposed Chu Yun's true abilities, and thus, almost everyone in the Yin Academy was aware of his heavenly martial cultivation. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, "You may try and see for yourself." The white-browed elder scrutinized Chu Yun from head to toe, but upon realizing he could not discern Chu Yun's cultivation level, he coldly stated, "Very well, I shall not trouble them today in light of your presence, but this matter will not simply fade away for the Yin Academy." He was merely a warrior of the earth martial realm and dared not engage Chu Yun in combat. Should Chu Yun truly be of the heavenly martial realm, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he deemed it wiser to retreat and seek assistance from a heavenly martial expert. Noticing his departure, Chu Yun did not intervene, as he held no interest in the life of a mere earth martial warrior. Once the white-browed elder had left, Linger looked at Yitong and asked, "Father, are you unharmed? Did they trouble you?" Yiting smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, "I have grown accustomed to it. The worst they can do is take my life, but I cannot help but worry about you. Why aren't you staying properly at the academy? With the North Spirit Academy as your backing, they wouldn't dare to touch you." Linger responded, "When I entered the North Spirit Academy, it was to seek their protection for our family. If they cannot provide that, then what purpose is there for me to remain there?" Yitung sighed. "All this trouble stems from the Dragon Tomb. It has been so long, yet there are still those who harbor ill intentions." Linger inquired, "Father, have you never considered entrusting the remains of the divine dragon to someone else? Many have died in our family while guarding the Dragon Tomb." With a helpless expression, Yitung replied, "Do you think I do not wish to? But do you realize that once the remains of the divine dragon are revealed, it will incite fierce competition among many, especially since the remains can forge the most formidable weapons in the world? Should those weapons be misused to slaughter the innocent, it would reflect poorly on our Yi family. Look at us. We've been so engrossed in conversation that we forgot about your friend." Just then, Yitung turned to Chu Yun and asked with a smile, "I heard from my children that you are an elder from the Outer Academy of North Spirit Academy? To be honest, I find it hard to believe, for you appear too youthful. North Spirit Academy is a first-rate power in Qingzhou, and its elders are typically at least of the earth martial realm. Yet you seem no more than 15 years old." Linger interjected, "Father, what I say is true. He is indeed an elder of North Spirit Academy. He has slain 2 elders of the Yin Academy and incapacitated another, which is also true. In any case, he is not someone ordinary people can compare to." "What?" Yiting's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Yun and asked, "So you truly are a heavenly martial expert?" Chu Yun gently nodded. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Yiting inhaled sharply. A 15-year-old heavenly martial expert was a sight he had never encountered before. That moment, Linger tugged at Yiting's sleeve and said, "Father, come with me to our room. I have something to discuss with you." Turning to Chu Yun, she added, "Big brother Chu, I need to talk to my father about something. Please find a room to rest in. I will come to find you tomorrow." "All right." Chu Yun understood that Linger had just returned and likely had much to discuss with her father, so he did not linger and turned to leave. After Chu Yun departed, Linger led Yiting to a room. "Linger, is there something you cannot say in front of others?" After closing the door, she said, "Father, I wish for you to entrust the Dragon Tomb to Big Brother Chu." "What?" Yitung's eyes widened instantly. "In a way, I will not give the Dragon Tomb to anyone." Chapter 30. A favor for him. After exiting the Yi family hall, Chu Yun began to meander through the courtyard. "Chu Yun, find a room and use the ancient mirror to observe the surroundings. I feel the Dragon Tomb is nearby," suddenly echoed the voice of the mirror spirit. Chu Yun was taken aback. Somewhat incredulous, surely not. This is the Yi family residence. How could the dragon tomb be in such proximity? Trust me, use the ancient mirror to investigate, the mirror spirit urged. Very well. Chu Yun scanned the area and noticed a house not far off. After inquiring with a nearby servant and confirming he could stay, he proceeded inside. Once in the room, he sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the bronze ancient mirror. Energy flowed into it. An image of the Yi family residence appeared within the mirror. Chu Yun manipulated his thoughts to control the image, surveying the Yi family residence and the surrounding city, but found nothing of particular note. Nothing here. The mirror spirit replied, the dragon tomb is typically not located on the surface. If it were, it would have been discovered long ago. Look beneath the ground. The bronze ancient mirror was not limited to only reflecting surface objects. It could also reveal what lay deep underground. Hearing this, Chu Yun directed the ancient mirror downwards for exploration. However, after scanning the underground expanse for hundreds of miles, he still found no sign of the dragon tomb. Still nothing. The mirror spirit said, have you forgotten one location? Chu Yun paused, suddenly recalling that he had yet to investigate beneath the Yi family residence. Yet, he felt it unlikely that the Yi family would bury the dragon tomb beneath their own home. Although skeptical, he decided it was worth checking. However, upon investigating, he discovered an underground passage beneath the Yi family residence. At the end of the passage stood a stone door covered in runes. When Chu Yun attempted to probe inside, he found that the runes emitted strange energies, blocking his mental inquiry. What is going on? The mirror spirit explained, it seems this is indeed the dragon tomb. Those runes are sealing runes, and with your current cultivation level, you should be unable to break them. What should I do? Chu Yun asked. Since the Yi family is the guardian of the tomb, they should possess a method to break the seal. Chu Yun concluded. Then I must seek the assistance of the Yi family. With that, Chu Yun withdrew his gaze and tucked the bronze ancient mirror back into his robe. Truth be told, he too desired the remains of the divine dragon. However, he would not resort to theft. The Yi family faced numerous pressures. If they wished to survive, they needed to find a dependable ally. Given his relatively good rapport with Yi, he believed he was a prime candidate should the Yi family seek assistance. With this thought in mind, Chu Yun closed his eyes to consolidate his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the room, Yi recounted her acquaintance with Chu Yun to Yi Tong. After listening, Yi Tong fell into contemplation. Father, you need not ponder further. I believe in Chu Yun's character. With such high talent, he will surely protect our Yi family. Why? Yi Tong mused. If what you say is true, then it suggests he is indeed a good person. At this, Yi Tong sighed deeply and said, very well, our Yi family is already under the watchful eye of the Yin Yang Academy. We might as well do him a favor. Turning to look at Yi, he instructed, go and summon him. All right. Hearing this, Yi beamed with joy as she went to find Chu Yun. Before long, Chu Yun followed her into the room. Why, Yi family patriarch? He greeted Yi Tong with a bow. Yi Tong said, Chu Yun, I believe you are already aware of the matter regarding the dragon tomb. Chu Yun nodded. I have heard. Do you wish to obtain the dragon tomb? Yi Tong fixed his gaze on Chu Yun. Chu Yun replied, it is said that the remains of the divine dragon can forge the most powerful weapons in the world. Such a treasure is something I naturally wish to acquire. Upon hearing Chu Yun refer to himself as younger, Yi Tong smiled faintly, pleased. Although he was of the earth martial realm and Chu Yun of the heavenly martial realm, he felt honored that Chu Yun would lower himself and show him respect. You are unlike others who feign sincerity. You are straightforward and candid, and I appreciate that. Yi Tong continued. I can grant you the dragon tomb, but you must agree to one condition. Chu Yun replied, please, speak your mind. Yi family patriarch. Yi Tong said, if one day my Yi family encounters misfortune, I hope you will take good care of Linger. Of course, I do not intend to force you into a relationship with her. I know with your talent, you would not be interested. I simply wish for her to have someone to rely on. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun responded, Linger has shown kindness to my Chu family. Even if you did not ask, I would do so. Very well, follow me. With that, Yi Tong rose and exited the room. Under Yi Tong's guidance, Chu Yun arrived at the Yi family ancestral hall. Within the hall, Yi Tong stood before the ancestral tablets of the Yi family and said, Ancestors of the Yi family, today your unfilial descendant Yi Tong must go against our ancestral teachings. Please forgive me. Turning to Chu Yun, he continued, in truth, the dragon tomb lies beneath the Yi family residence, and the entrance is within this hall. Looking at Yi Linger, Yi Tong instructed, Linger, remain here and ensure no outsiders approach. I will take Chu Yun below. Understood. Hearing this, Yilinger cautiously surveyed the surroundings at the door. Follow me. Yiting beckoned Chu Yun and walked toward the back of the ancestral hall. Upon arriving, Yitung gently twisted an oil lamp on the wall. With a rumble, a hidden door suddenly appeared behind the ancestral tablets. Chu Yun's eyes widened. He had never imagined the entrance to the dragon tomb would be concealed here. Such a secretive location would be nearly impossible to find without guidance. Let us proceed. Yitung took down an oil lamp and cautiously stepped through the hidden door, not wanting to fall behind. Chu Yun hurriedly followed. Shortly after they descended, a woman clad in a black gown, her beauty accentuated by a veil, gracefully landed before the Yi family ancestral hall. Who are you? Yilinger began to approach. But before she could react, the woman in black swiftly appeared in front of her. Without waiting for Yilinger to respond, she extended her delicate hand and gently pressed against Yilinger's chest, rendering her immobile. The woman in black lifted Yilinger's chin, examining her closely, and said with a smile, "You are quite lovely. No wonder that young man is willing to oppose the Yin-Yang Academy for your sake." Yilinger exclaimed angrily, "Who are you? What have you done to me?" The woman in black chuckled, "You need not worry. I have merely sealed your meridians. Once I obtain the remains of the divine dragon, I shall release you." With that, she vanished into the ancestral hall, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. Chapter 31. Reunion with the Saintess of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The dark passage was thick with cobwebs. Yitung cautiously led the way, with Chu Yun following closely behind. To be honest, I only know that this passage leads to the resting place of the divine dragon, but I have never been here myself. As Chu Yun observed the dense spiderwebs, he deduced that since the ancestors of the Yi family had established a family rule forbidding the disclosure of the dragon's burial site, it was likely that only the current head of the family had been permitted to enter. The passage continued deep into the earth. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Yun finally spotted the stone door he had previously glimpsed. Upon reaching the door, Yitong cleared the spider webs away and produced a dagger, slicing his finger. He then used his blood to draw a strange rune on the stone tablet, blood seal. He explained, indicating the lengths to which the ancestors of the Yi family had gone to protect the dragon tomb. The mirror spirit interjected, "What is a blood seal?" Chu Yun inquired. "It is a long-lost ancient seal. Once formed, only the blood of the one who said it can unlock it." "Ah, I see." After Yitong completed the rune, the stone tablet turned blood red for a moment before reverting to its original state. "All right." Yitong gently pushed the stone door, which creaked open. Seeing this, Chu Yun followed him inside. Upon entering, Chu Yun was awestruck by the sight before him. They found themselves in a vast expanse resembling the starry sky, where a massive golden dragon corpse hung suspended in the air, bound by 9 iron chains. As Chu Yun gazed at the colossal figure, a sense of reverence welled within him. Is this truly a divine dragon? At that moment, Chu Yun believed wholeheartedly in the existence of divine dragons. Yiting approached the dragon corpse, finally stopping beneath it. "How did this divine dragon die, still bound by chains?" Chu Yun questioned. Perplexed, Yiting looked upon the dragon corpse, his eyes betraying a mix of fear and awe. "I heard from my father that the divine dragon was gravely wounded and died with much grievance. In its final moments, it feared that its dragon soul would wreak havoc upon the world. Therefore, it instructed our ancestors to forge the Xintian chains from North Sea black iron to bind its corpse, preventing its soul from escaping. At the time, Yitong had thought his father was jesting, but now it seemed his father had spoken the truth. Yiting's father had been the previous head of the Yi family. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt the divine dragon must possess great intelligence and be a noble creature. Turning to Chu Yun, Yiting said, "Now that you have seen the remains of the divine dragon, how to handle them is your decision. I hope you will keep your promise to protect my daughter. Rest assured, Yi family patriarch, I, Chu Yun, keep my word." "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, Yitung turned to depart. After Yiting left, Chu Yun asked, "What should I do now?" The remains of the divine dragon extended hundreds of feet, and although he had storage pouches, such a massive object could not fit within them. While the dragon remains were large, the spine was the most precious part. If it could be forged into a sword or a dagger, there would be no weapon in the mortal realm that could withstand it. "The spine, you say? Let me see if I can snap it." Chu Yun soared into the air, heading towards the dragon corpse. Just as his hand was about to touch the dragon corpse, a powerful dragon roar erupted. Suddenly, a golden dragon soul burst forth from the corpse and charged towards Chu Yun. Seeing this, Chu Yun instinctively prepared to dodge, but it was too late. The golden dragon soul dove straight into his body. Ah! The moment the golden dragon soul entered him, Chu Yun felt as though his body might explode. Simultaneously, a series of images flashed rapidly through his mind. One image depicted a divine dragon bound to a stone platform, facing execution. Yet at that moment, the dragon broke free from its chains and soared into the heavens, pursued by many powerful cultivators. The images were hazy, and Chu Yun could not discern them clearly. At this moment, he felt as if his head might burst. Chu Yun, quickly sit cross-legged to steady your mind. This entity seeks to seize your body, the mirror spirit urged. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun immediately landed and sat cross-legged. Soon, sweat beads began to form on his forehead, and his brow bulged as if something were trying to emerge, akin to a pair of antennae. Pain etched across his face. He exclaimed, "Senior, I am nearing my limit. Hold on. This entity has been trapped here for thousands of years, and its soul is nearly extinguished. If you endure, you can merge with its dragon soul. To that point, you will have the chance to transform into a divine dragon. This is a rare opportunity." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun dared not utter another word. Just then, a woman clad in a black gown entered. Upon seeing Chu Yun sitting on the ground, she frowned. "Boy, what are you doing sitting here?" Chu Yun was taken aback, realizing that the newcomer was none other than the saintess of the heavenly demon sect. Her sudden presence indicated that something might have happened to the Yi family. He recalled his recent promise to protect Yi Linger and her father. In the blink of an eye, calamity befell, leaving Chu Yun enveloped by a profound sense of guilt. So, you choose silence, do you? Well, if that is the case, the remains of the divine dragon shall belong to me, declared the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect as she advanced towards the dragon's remains, noticing Chu Yun seated motionless. Yet, at that moment, Chu Yun abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a crimson glare that suggested he had lost all semblance of reason. Before the holy maiden could comprehend the situation, he surged forward and embraced her tightly. Startled by the sudden embrace, the holy maiden's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "You little rascal, release me. What do you intend to do?" she protested, struggling fiercely, but to her astonishment, she could not break free. Just then, her black veil fell away, unveiling a breathtaking visage, radiant eyes, and delicate crimson lips that stirred deep emotions within him. Gazing at her ethereal beauty, Chu Yun felt as if his head might explode. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. In the next instant, the holy maiden, who had been vigorously resisting, became as still as stone. Chapter 32. Upon seeing my countenance, you must marry me. The two remained entwined for several breaths before the holy maiden forcefully pushed Chu Yun away. "You dead, I shall kill you," she exclaimed, a mix of rage and indignation flashing across her face as she raised her arm, poised to strike. Yet, her resolve seemed to waver. Suddenly, she sank to the ground, weeping. At that moment, Chu Yun regained his senses, perplexed as to why he had lost control of himself. As he focused inwardly, he sensed that the dragon spirit that had entered him had seemingly vanished. "What is happening?" he pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Chu Yun, you owe her a debt of gratitude," mirror spirit interjected. "Had you not forcefully kissed her to disperse the dragon spirit's power, your fate would have been dire. So, am I safe now? Indeed, it appears the dragon spirit has merged with you, so for the time being, you are unharmed." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun cast a glance at the holy maiden, never imagining that she would ultimately be his savior in that critical moment. Reflecting on the intoxicating scene that had just unfolded, he found himself yearning for more, primarily because he had not anticipated that the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect would possess such celestial beauty. She was undoubtedly the most stunning woman he had ever encountered. Seeing her now, reduced to tears and stripped of her earlier haughtiness, Chu Yun tentatively inquired, "Are you all right?" He had not expected her to exhibit such vulnerability. Slowly lifting her head, the holy maiden fixed her resentful gaze upon him. "What just transpired was an accident, one I did not intend," he clarified. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, drawing a soft sword from her waist and positioning it against Chu Yun's throat, her voice laced with fury, "I will kill you." Chu Yun made no attempt to evade. Her prowess far surpassed his own, and even if he tried to escape, it would likely prove futile. Besides, he had taken advantage of her, and it was only natural for her to be incensed. Go ahead, for resistance would be futile. Though he uttered these words, he was mentally prepared to fight back at any moment. Even if the odds were against him, he could not simply resign himself to fate. The holy maiden scrutinized him, her expression shifting rapidly. Finally, she uttered a statement that left him utterly astounded. I offer you two choices. First, marry me. Second, I shall kill you. Then take my own life. Dumbfounded, Chu Yun stammered. What is this? I merely kissed you. Is marriage truly necessary? And why would you take your own life after killing me? The holy maiden retorted. Because I vowed that any man who beheld my countenance must wed me. If he refuses, he shall meet his demise. Now that you have seen my face and kissed me, if you do not marry me, I will have no choice but to kill you first, then end my own life. What? Chu Yun was at a loss. What kind of absurd vow is this? Do you not see? I am the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. While I may be as beautiful as a celestial being, should you marry me, the righteous sects will undoubtedly pursue your life. Refuse me, and I shall first kill you, then take my own life, the holy maiden reiterated fiercely. Have you lost your mind? Such a stunning woman should not be taken lightly. With your beauty and figure, you would be a treasure even among the immortals. At that moment, Mirror Spirit's voice chimed in. But if I marry her, I would be aligning myself with the heavenly demon sect. Placing a target on my back, Chu Yun countered. Do you not know how to flatter women? You fool, she does not require an immediate marriage. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. Indeed, she only mentioned marriage without demanding an immediate union. He forced a smile and addressed the holy maiden. Truly, with such beauty, what man would not wish to marry you? However, you must understand, our statuses differ. If I were to marry you, both the heavenly demon sect and the righteous sects would not spare me. You would not want to be a widower shortly after our marriage, would you? The holy maiden paused, contemplating his words. After a moment, she replied, You are correct. Given your current strength, our union would undoubtedly attract numerous foes. Therefore, do not press me on this matter. I believe we should deliberate further. Gently, Chu Yun pushed aside her soft sword, smiling. The holy maiden sheathed her weapon and declared, I do not require you to marry me at this moment, but you must promise me that you will not develop feelings for any other woman, especially that you linger. If I see you with another woman, I will kill you first, then take my own life. Chu Yun was taken aback. This was utterly terrifying. What if you were to become involved with another man? You cannot impose such rules solely upon me. Furious, the holy maiden retorted, What do you take me for? I, Jiangyu, would never easily fall for just any man. Were it not for you having seen my face and kissed me, I would not have even considered you. So your name is Jiangyu. I had assumed you were nameless, Chu Yun remarked. Jiangyu shot him a glance but chose to disregard his comment. How did you come to be here? Did you kill the father and daughter of the Yi family? Do you truly think me a ruthless killer? Had I been that kind of person, I would have slain you upon our first meeting, Jiangyu replied, seemingly sensing his disbelief. They are outside. I did not harm them. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun finally felt reassured. If Jiangyu had indeed harmed them, he would never consider associating with her. You still have not answered me. How did you come to be here? Our heavenly demon sect has long been monitoring the dragon tomb guarded by the Yi family. When I saw Yi Teng bringing you to the ancestral hall, I discerned the opportunity and followed. Ah, I see, Chu Yun replied. However, I cannot hand over the remains of the divine dragon to you. If they were to fall into the hands of your sect, countless lives would be at stake. Do not presume us to be so villainous. Besides, do you truly believe you can take the remains with you? Chu Yun paused, realizing he had no idea how to transport the dragon's remains. Do you have a plan? He inquired. Of course I do. The dragon's remains are bound by 9 celestial chains. Take them. One must sever those chains. I can do that, but the remains must be divided between us. Chu Yun fell into deep thought and after a moment replied, I can share the remains with you, but you must vow not to use them to perpetrate unjust killings. Otherwise, not only will I refuse to marry you, but I shall also kill you. Agreed, Jiangyu replied. As they spoke, Jiangyu produced a dagger from her bosom, enveloped in a swirling purple flame. What kind of weapon is this? Chu Yun inquired. This dagger is crafted from the antennae of the divine beast. The fire Qilin.it can certainly sever the celestial chains, Jiangyu explained. With that, she leaped gracefully toward the dragon's remains. Chapter 33. Chu Yun is my husband at the Yi family ancestral hall. Yi Ting emerged from the hidden passage and, upon seeing that Yi Linger was immobilized, realized her meridians had been sealed by the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. He promptly pressed 2 points on her body, restoring her freedom. "Father, did you see a woman in a black dress?" Yilinger asked urgently. "I did." Yiteng confirmed. "But she did not harm me." Yilinger sighed in relief. "That woman suddenly burst into our ancestral hall. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low to stop her. She must be the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. I never expected she had been watching our Yi family all along. What puzzles me is why she did not kill me just now. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Does that mean Brother Chu is in great danger?" Yilinger gasped. Yiteng sighed. "It is fortunate she did not kill me. As for Chu Yun, he can only rely on his own fortune. I must save Brother Chu," Yilinger declared, attempting to rush down, but was stopped by Yiteng. "What do you think you are doing with your cultivation? You would only be walking to your death. I have sealed the entrance to the dragon tomb. Even if the holy maiden obtains the dragon's remains, she will not be able to escape." Yilinger grew anxious. "But what about Brother Chu? Do you think that if the holy maiden goes down, he will still be alive?" At this, Yilinger burst into tears. "Father, I never expected you to be here." Just then, a booming voice echoed through the air as a man in a yellow robe, accompanied by over 100 disciples from the Inyang Academy, approached the ancestral hall. Beside him stood the white-browed elder who had previously sought out Yiteng. "What brings you here? This is the ancestral hall of the Yi family, and you are not welcome," Yiteng declared. The white-browed elder retorted angrily. "Yiteng, hand over Chu Yun at once, or we will raze your Yi family to the ground." The yellow-robed elder inquired, "Where is Chu Yun? He must be here searching for the Dragon Tomb on behalf of the North Spirit Academy. Let me be clear. The Dragon Tomb is coveted by our Inyang Academy. Anyone who dares to compete with us will meet a gruesome fate." Yiteng replied defiantly, "The Dragon Tomb belongs to the Yi family. I will give it to whomever I choose. You have no authority here." The yellow-robed elder's gaze hardened. "You are courting death," the white-browed elder added. "Yiteng, if you do not wish for your family to be annihilated, tell us where Chu Yun is and the location of the Dragon Tomb." Yiteng scoffed. "I shall be frank. I have given the Dragon Tomb to the heavenly demon sect. You can seek them for it." "You seek death?" The white-browed elder exploded with rage, launching a palm strike at Yiteng. Seeing the elder's attack, Yiteng swiftly retreated, knowing he was no match for him. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from within the ancestral hall, drawing everyone's attention. As all eyes turned towards the hall, Chu Yun and Jiang Yu emerged slowly. "Brother Chu!" Yilinger exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him unharmed. "Chu Yun, are you all right?" Yiteng asked, astonished, as he had expected the holy maiden to have killed Chu Yun by now. "I am fine," Chu Yun responded, then turned to the crowd. "What is happening here? They demand that I hand you over and are trying to force me to reveal the location of the Dragon Tomb." Yiteng explained. Just as Chu Yun was about to speak, Jiang Yu interjected, "I have obtained the dragon's remains. If you possess the capability, come and claim them from me." The white-browed elder eyed Jiang Yu suspiciously. "Who are you?" "I am the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect," Jiang Yu declared. At her words, the disciples of the Inyang Academy instinctively recoiled. The yellow-robed elder remarked, "It is said that the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect is the foremost talent of the sect. And at merely 20 years of age, she is already a powerhouse in the heavenly martial realm. Today, I wish to witness this myself." As he spoke, the yellow-robed elder dashed toward Jiang Yu. Seeing his approach, Jiang Yu coldly stated, "You dare to attack me at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm? Begone." With a graceful flick of her arm, she sent the charging elder flying. Bang! Thud! Upon landing, the yellow-robed elder coughed up blood. Witnessing the elder's injury, both the white-browed elder and the disciples of the Inyang Academy were stricken with fear. They had never imagined that the strength of a 5th-level, heavenly martial realm cultivator would be unable to withstand a single strike from her. Jiang Yu glared at the yellow-robed elder. "If you desire the dragon's remains, send your sect leader to negotiate with me. Furthermore, Chu Yun is now my husband. Should you dare to harm him, I will hunt you down, no matter where you flee." With that, Jiang Yu leaped into the air and vanished from sight. Little did she know that her proclamation would render Chu Yun a target for all. After Jiang Yu departed, the yellow-robed elder gradually rose with the aid of his companions. He fixed his gaze on Chu Yun and said, Well, Chu Yun, you have allied yourself with the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. I shall report this to the sect leader. Do you truly believe the words of the Holy Maiden? Chu Yun challenged. The yellow-robed elder fumed. Do not try to deny it. If you two are not connected, would she let you live? Chu Yun was left speechless. The yellow-robed elder growled, we are leaving. Having obtained the dragon's remains and with the Holy Maiden's protection, the yellow-robed elder dared not harm Chu Yun, opting instead to report the incident to the sect leader. Once the disciples of the Yin Academy departed, Yi Tong turned to Chu Yun. What on earth is happening? Why does the Holy Maiden refer to you as her husband? Yi Linger also gazed at Chu Yun in confusion. Chu Yun was at a loss for words, unable to explain the events that had transpired. He could not disclose the intimate details of what had occurred. She likely seeks to drag me into a quagmire, turning me into an enemy of the righteous sects. Why? Yi Tong's expression hardened. What a cunning woman. But what of the dragon's remains? Did she truly steal them? I obtained the dragon's remains with her assistance. In the end, we decided to split them evenly, Chu Yun clarified. Why? Yi Tong sighed. Even if she takes half, it is still dangerous. The heavenly demon sect has a penchant for indiscriminate slaughter. Should they forge weapons from those remains, countless lives would be at stake. Rest assured, I made her vow that the remains, if used to create weapons, must not be employed for unjust killings. Otherwise, she will face dire consequences. Yi Tong sighed heavily, clearly skeptical of the holy demon sect's adherence to any oaths. However, there was no point in dwelling on it now. Brother Chu, now that they accuse you of colluding with the heavenly demon sect, you should return to the North Spirit Academy post-haste, Yi Linger urged, her faith in Chu Yun unshaken. Very well. Take care of your father. I assure you, once I return to the North Spirit Academy, I shall implore the Dean to send aid to protect your family. Chapter 34. Transformed into the Divine Dragon upon returning to the North Spirit Academy, Chu Yun immediately sought out the Dean, requesting that powerful warriors from the heavenly martial realm be dispatched to safeguard the Yi family. Simultaneously, he relayed the details of his acquisition of the dragon's remains and the unfounded accusations from the Yin Academy. Upon hearing this, the Dean slammed his hand on the table, fuming, Humph! Their actions are merely a ploy to coerce you into surrendering the dragon's remains, followed by revenge for the death of their elder. The elder in the green robe reassured him, do not worry. The conflict between the Yin Academy and our North Spirit Academy is not new. If they dare to cause trouble, both the Dean and I shall personally intervene. Indeed, your focus should now be on your training. Leave the rest to us. Understood, I shall take my leave, Chu Yun replied before exiting the room. As he stepped out, he felt an intense itch all over his body. He promptly headed toward his quarters. As he entered the room and lifted his garments, he discovered to his astonishment that patches of dragon scales had grown upon his body. Senior, what is happening? He inquired. The mirror spirit responded, it seems that the dragon soul has not yet fully integrated. You now have two choices. One is to forcibly merge with the dragon soul, which may result in you becoming a half-dragon, half-human monstrosity. The other option is to extract a dragon bone, refine it with your blood, and then integrate the dragon bone into your body. By doing so, you will not only maintain your human form but also have the ability to transform into a divine dragon. However, the latter option carries significant risks. Should the fusion fail, you could perish in the process. What benefits would transforming into a divine dragon grant? Chu Yun asked. The mirror spirit replied, your power could surge tenfold, or even 100-fold. Then I choose the second option. He could not bear the thought of becoming a half-human, half-dragon creature. Although the risks associated with the last option were considerable, the potential reward of transforming into a divine dragon was too enticing to resist. Very well, let us not delay any further. Let us begin. All right. Under the guidance of the mirror spirit, Chu Yun extracted a segment of dragon bone from the remains of the divine dragon and began the process of refining it with his blood. This process lasted several days. Just as Chu Yun was merging with the dragon bone, the head of the Yin Academy, the Yin Taoist, arrived at North Spirit Academy. At that moment, the North Spirit Academy's headmaster and an elderly man in a blue robe were engaged in a game of chess in a loft. By Wuya, it seems you still have the leisure to play chess. Upon hearing this voice, a figure, an elder in a purple robe with an ethereal demeanor, descended slowly onto the loft. Bai Wuya was indeed the name of the headmaster of North Spirit Academy. Upon seeing the arrival of the Yin Taoist, the two men did not display any surprise. Instead, they continued their game with an air of nonchalance. When did North Spirit Academy become your Yin Academy? You come and go as you please. After entering, the Yin Taoist looked at the two men and said, If it weren't for an important matter, I wouldn't have come at all, the headmaster of North Spirit Academy inquired. What important matter requires your presence? The yin-yang Taoist, with hands clasped behind his back, retorted, stop feigning ignorance. Your disciple, Chu Yun, not only killed 2 of my academy's elders, but also stole the remains of the divine dragon that rightfully belonged to my yin-yang academy. How do you intend to handle this matter? The headmaster of North Spirit Academy sneered. Those 2 elders from your academy sought to kill him and eradicate his family. Should he not resist? As for the remains of the divine dragon, I have heard that they were seized by the holy maiden of the demon sect. How is that related to him? The headmaster was well aware of the immense value of the divine dragon's remains and would never surrender them. Moreover, the remains belong to the Yi family, not your yin-yang academy. The yin-yang Taoist exclaimed, what utter nonsense! Even if he did not obtain the divine dragon's remains, did he not inform you that the holy maiden of the demon sect referred to him as her husband? This matter was heard by over 100 disciples of my yin-yang academy, including elders. Chu Yun had not mentioned this to the headmaster of North Spirit Academy, but he sensed that the holy maiden of the demon sect's actions were deliberately intended to sow discord between the yin-yang academy and their North Spirit Academy. The elderly man in the blue robe interjected, how ridiculous! Have you not considered that if the holy maiden of the demon sect had any connection to him, would she openly declare their relationship? She is clearly saying this to provoke conflict between our 2 factions. Upon hearing this, the yin-yang Taoist was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had harbored doubts, but the fact that Chu Yun had killed 2 of his elders left him unable to swallow his anger. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If I discover that Chu Yun or your North Spirit Academy has colluded with the demon sect, do not blame me for turning ruthless. With that, the yin-yang Taoist vanished in a flash. Once he had departed, the headmaster of North Spirit Academy asked, did you discern his cultivation level? The elderly man in the blue robe replied, I could not perceive it, but he must have surpassed the 5th level of the martial king realm. The headmaster's gaze sharpened, and he said, it seems I must hasten my own cultivation. Otherwise, I will stand no chance against him when the time comes. While the 2 conversed, in the room where Chu Yun resided, he was seated on the bed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face contorted with pain. In the next moment, his body twisted and transformed into a golden giant dragon, roaring within the confines of the room. Roar! The golden dragon's furious roar reverberated, causing the entire loft to tremble. Mere moments later, 2 figures appeared at Chu Yun's door. Chu Yun, what has transpired? After the golden dragon circled within the room, it ultimately revealed Chu Yun's form. Upon reverting to human shape, he hurried to open the door. Outside stood the headmaster of North Spirit Academy and the elderly man in the blue robe, both wearing expressions of concern. Upon seeing Chu Yun open the door, the headmaster quickly inquired, Chu Yun, what just happened? I heard the roar of a dragon. The elderly man remained silent, surveying the interior of Chu Yun's room. Chu Yun replied, you must have misheard. How could there be a dragon's roar in my room? The 2 exchanged puzzled glances, evidently skeptical, yet they did not press further. The headmaster remarked, the yin-yang Taoist just visited me. He mentioned that the holy maiden of the demon sect referred to you as her husband. Is this true? Chu Yun responded, Headmaster, she is obviously attempting to frame me. Cannot you see that? The elderly man added, we recognize this, which is why we intervened to shield you from the yin-yang Taoist. However, that old fellow will not relent easily. He will undoubtedly return to confront you. The headmaster stated, since you have no ties to her, we can rest easy. Focus on your cultivation. We shall not disturb you. With that, the 2 turned and departed. Chapter 35. The Craft of Weapon Refinement. After their departure, Chu Yun returned to his room and closed the door once more. He then inquired, Senior, am I now fully integrated with the dragon soul? Almost. You are now capable of transforming into a divine dragon, indicating that the dragon bone and the dragon soul have successfully fused. As your cultivation improves, your strength in dragon form will continue to grow. Excellent. This means I possess a formidable trump card. The mirror spirit cautioned, do not rejoice too early. It is best not to transform into a divine dragon unless in dire circumstances, as doing so will rapidly deplete your energy. In other words, unless you are certain of defeating your opponent, do not transform lightly to understood. As they spoke, Chu Yun withdrew a ring emanating a faint silver glow from his finger. This is a spirit ring. Not only does it possess vast internal space, but it can also store items and living beings. It was gifted to me by Jiang Yu. He marveled at the generosity of such a precious item. Chu Yun had heard of spirit rings before but had never seen one in person. The mirror spirit remarked, "That woman must be serious about you. Even I, an old man, find her somewhat alluring. You young lads should not claim you are uninterested." Chu Yun chuckled, "Given her beauty, naturally, I am interested. However, she is the holy maiden of the demon sect, and for the time being, I cannot afford to get too close. Indeed, the pressing matter is to hasten your cultivation. Furthermore, what do you intend to forge from this segment of divine dragon remains?" Chu Yun replied, "I have comprehended the unity of man and sword, so I wish to craft a sword, but I lack the skill in sword forging." The mirror spirit suggested, "Is there not a specialized weapon forging facility within North Spirit Academy? You can use the ancient mirror to seek out a weaponsmith for guidance. Once you learn their techniques, you need not worry about crafting a weapon." "Right? How did I not think of that?" Chu Yun felt reassured. He was uneasy about entrusting the divine dragon remains to someone else for crafting, so he preferred to forge it himself. With that thought in mind, he retrieved the bronze ancient mirror, infused it with energy, and began searching for a suitable weaponsmith within the weapon refining hall. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain range, within an ancient temple shrouded in thick demonic energy, a woman clad in a black gown and veiled in darkness stared vacantly at a segment of dragon carcass floating in the air. Just then, a figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a ghostly mask entered. "Yuer, what troubles you? Ever since returning from the Yi family, you have been distracted, master." Upon seeing the figure, Jiang Yu hurriedly bowed in greeting. Disciple merely finds herself at a loss over what weapon to forge from the divine dragon remains. The demon sect leader observed the dragon remains before him with surprise. "Why is there only a segment? Where's the other half?" Jiang Yu explained, "The other half was stolen by someone." "What?" The demon sect leader's anger flared. "Is there someone capable of stealing from you? Are they a martial king realm expert?" "No." Jiang Yu shook her head. The demon sect leader pondered, "Then I cannot fathom this. You are at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Who could possibly steal half of the divine dragon remains from you?" Jiang Yu regarded the demon sect leader with trepidation. The dragon remains still possessed the dragon soul. When I acquired the remains, the dragon soul awakened and attempted to seize my body. In the ensuing struggle, the remains fractured, and the other segment seemed to possess a will of its own and flew away. Upon hearing this, the demon sect leader's profound gaze bore into Jiang Yu. She dared not meet his eyes and slowly lowered her head. She refrained from revealing that the other segment of the divine dragon remains was with Chu Yun, for she knew that if she disclosed this, the demon sect leader would surely kill him. "Do you know the consequences of deceiving your master?" Jiang Yu shivered and replied, "Disciple would never dare deceive master. Every word I speak is the truth." The demon sect leader said, "I have heard that North Spirit Academy has produced a genius with talent surpassing even Duan Jingtian, named Chu Yun. You must find a way to eliminate him. Such a person, once grown, will undoubtedly pose a threat to our demon sect." Jiang Yu was taken aback. "What? You are unwilling?" "No, disciple obeys. Although this segment of the divine dragon remains is only half, it is sufficient for crafting a weapon. Since you have a fondness for swords, you shall forge a sword." "Yes." Jiang Yu nodded gently. After the demon sect leader departed, she took out a ring identical to the one in Chu Yun's possession. The ring was a pair, though Chu Yun remained unaware. 18 North Spirit Academy. After several days of observation, Chu Yun fixed his gaze upon a mad old man. He noticed that within the weapon refining hall, there was a mad old man who, despite his erratic behavior, produced the finest weapons in the entire facility. After identifying this individual, Chu Yun commenced his weapon forging studies. Before long, he not only mastered the old man's techniques but also derived a more advanced form of weapon refining. In Qingzhou, just as martial artists have ranks, so too do array masters, weaponsmiths, and alchemists, each classified into 12 levels. The 1st to 3rd levels are termed beginner stages, the 4th to 8th levels are intermediate stages, and the 9th to 12th levels are advanced stages. Each tier signifies a distinct status and strength. For instance, a beginner array master would typically not be sought after by a first-rate faction, while an intermediate array master would be highly coveted. The array master recruited by the Chu family sought to break through from level 3 to level 4 precisely because he aspired to become an intermediate array master. After mastering the weapon forging techniques, Chu Yun stored the bronze ancient mirror and made his way to the weapon refining hall. Although he had learned the art of weapon crafting, he still lacked the spiritual fire and furnace necessary for sword forging. To successfully forge a weapon, not only are materials required, but also special fire and a furnace in Qingzhou. Nearly all sects opt to use spiritual fire for weapon forging. Spiritual fire is formed from condensed spiritual energy, and weapons crafted with it are said to possess a degree of sentience. Elder Chu, what brings you here? Upon seeing Chu Yun enter the weapon refining hall, the students immediately paused their activities. They had long admired this renowned figure who had struck 10 bells and slain elders from the Yinyang Academy. Chapter 36. Crafting a sword from dragon bone, celestial phenomena manifest, Chu Yun stated. I wish to forge a weapon. Elder, what sort of weapon do you wish to create? I can assist you. Me too. I can help. As soon as they heard Chu Yun's intention to forge a weapon, more than a dozen students crowded around him. They understood that if Chu Yun defeated an opponent using their weapon, they could boast about it, thereby gaining recognition. Step aside. Elder Chu is present. Would you think your weapons are worthy of his attention? Just then, a disheveled old man, clutching a wine gourd, staggered out from the weapon refining hall. Upon seeing the scruffy old man, Chu Yun smiled and asked, Are you capable of forging weapons superior to theirs? He asked intentionally, as his weapon refining techniques were derived from the very eccentric old man before him. Of course. I am the master of the weapon refining hall. Chu Yun appraised him from head to toe and chuckled. You? The master of the weapon refining hall? Don't make me laugh. The scruffy old man was taken aback. What? You look down on me, old man? I know you possess exceptional martial talent and formidable cultivation. But so what? Since you are here, you must be seeking to forge a weapon, and if you wish to forge one, you will have to seek my assistance. Chu Yun replied with a grin. While I do wish to forge a weapon, I will not beg you. I simply want to borrow your space. Borrow my space? What do you mean? The old man looked puzzled. Chu Yun clarified, I want to personally forge a weapon. What? You intend to forge a weapon by yourself? The old man burst into laughter, saying, Not that I look down on you, but the weapon you forge will likely be inferior to that of my students. I advise you not to waste your effort. Chu Yun replied, Just let me borrow the space. As for whether I can forge it or not, that's my concern. The old man, seeing Chu Yun's determination, relented. Fine, since you wish to forge it yourself, I will let you use the space. While speaking, he pointed to the rooms within the hall. All those rooms are for weapon forging. Everything you need is inside. Choose whichever room you like. Thank you. After bowing slightly to the old man, Chu Yun walked toward one of the refining rooms. The old man watched his departing figure and chuckled. Wants to forge it himself? Young people really do not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. As Chu Yun approached the door of the refining room, he was suddenly hit by an overwhelming heat. Upon pushing open the door, he found that everything he needed was present. Furnaces, water basins, and refining materials. All were in abundance. However, most of the items were of no use to him. He only needed the spiritual fire and the furnace. Based on the knowledge he had acquired about weapon refining, once he prepared the necessary tools, he activated the spiritual fire and commenced the forging process. Outside the refining room, the scruffy old man drank while keeping an eye on Chu Yun's activities within. He assumed that it would not be long before Chu Yun emerged to consult him. However, time passed, and 3 days flew by without Chu Yun's appearance. This piqued the old man's curiosity. Logically, even if Chu Yun were truly skilled, 3 days should suffice. Could it be that he was attempting to forge a mid-tier weapon? The old man found this hard to believe. Soon, 10 days passed, yet Chu Yun remained inside. Could this lad be forging a high-tier weapon? The old man's curiosity only intensified. Typically, forging a common weapon would take around 3 days. Crafting a mid-tier or high-tier weapon would require significantly more time. Impossible. This lad must be holed up inside studying. He hasn't even come out to seek my guidance. Very well, let us see how long he can stay in there. The old man refrained from disturbing Chu Yun. He believed that Chu Yun was inside, engrossed in the study of weapon forging. However, after 20 days had passed without any sign of Chu Yun, the disheveled old man grew anxious. For even the crafting of high-tier weapons could not possibly take such an extended period, and if he were merely researching weapons, he should have emerged by now. Something must have happened to the lad. The old man intended to open the forging room but found it utterly unyielding. In a hurry, he turned to seek out the headmaster of the North Spirit Academy. The forging room was constructed from special materials, and unless one possessed extraordinary cultivation, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach it. Since the headmaster of North Spirit Academy discovered that the Yinyang Taoist cultivation had surpassed his own, he had entered seclusion to cultivate. By the time the headmaster emerged, 10 days had already elapsed. Headmaster, You have finally come out. The disheveled old man awaited outside the headmaster's loft. Upon seeing the headmaster, he hurried forward. Elder Huang, did you seek me for something? The headmaster inquired. The old man replied, Chu Yun arrived at the forging hall a month ago, expressing his intention to forge a weapon himself. Initially, I thought he was jesting, so I paid it no mind and allowed him to proceed alone. Yet now a month has passed without him emerging, and the forging room remains inaccessible. I suspect something has happened to him, which is why I sought you. Hearing this, the headmaster's expression turned somewhat frantic. Why did you not seek the Supreme Elder? The old man responded, the Supreme Elder has gone missing. Let me take a look, the headmaster said, striding swiftly toward the forging hall. Upon his arrival, he saw a throng of students gathered outside the room where Chu Yun was located. How strange. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone awry? What could possibly go wrong? He's a powerful figure at the celestial martial realm. That's not necessarily true. If his spiritual fire exploded, he could indeed be harmed. The old man shouted, the headmaster is here. Everyone, step aside. As the headmaster appeared, the students hurriedly dispersed. The headmaster approached the door of the forging room and pushed against it with all his might. Only to find it immovable, he took 2 steps back, preparing to use his kingly power to forcibly break in. Suddenly, the great hall began to tremble violently. The students inside, alarmed by the shaking, rushed out of the hall. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the North Spirit Academy. Everyone, look above. What is that? A dragon. It appears to be a dragon. Goodness, a golden dragon. The students outside gazed in astonishment at the sight above the hall. Hearing the commotion, the headmaster quickly emerged as he raised his gaze to the sky above the forging hall. He beheld a massive golden dragon circling above, roaring fiercely. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the roof for a closer look, only to discover that the golden dragon was merely an illusion. What on earth is happening? The headmaster pondered, perplexed. Just then, a voice called out from below, Look, Chu Yun is coming out. Upon hearing this, the headmaster swiftly descended from the roof and turned his attention to the interior of the hall. He saw Chu Yun emerging, wielding a long sword. Chu Yun, are you all right? The headmaster asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Chu Yun replied. The old man scrutinized Chu Yun from head to toe, confirming that he was indeed unharmed before asking, Weren't you inside crafting a weapon? Indeed. I have completed the forging, Chu Yun said, shaking the sword in his hand. The scabbard was adorned with intricate dragon patterns. The old man chuckled. The design of the scabbard is commendable, but I suspect it may be more for show than for utility. That may not be the case, Chu Yun retorted. You have no real forging skills? Even if you spend a month in the forging room, it would be futile. Is that so? Chu Yun challenged. Then take a look at the sword I've crafted, as he spoke. Chu Yun handed the sword to the old man. The old man scoffed, no need to look. It's merely an ordinary weapon, and the quality is undoubtedly lacking. You haven't even looked yet. How can you be so certain? Chu Yun insisted. Seeing Chu Yun's determination, the old man replied, Very well. I'll provide you with some guidance, so you understand that forging is not as simple as you think. He took the sword from Chu Yun and, with an air of indifference, drew it from its scabbard. Clang, roar, however, the moment the sword was drawn, a dragon's roar resonated suddenly. Clang. Startled by the sound, the old man quickly released his grip, and the sword fell to the ground. What just happened? Chu Yun observed the old man's astonishment and smiled lightly. It's a pity that you, as a forging master, do not recognize a weapon spirit. What? A weapon spirit? The old man was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Impossible. With your forging skills, you could never have created a weapon spirit. For a weapon to possess a spirit, the forging materials and the forger's skill must meet extremely high standards. The old man, having never seen Chu Yun in the forging hall, could not fathom how he could forge a weapon with a spirit. There is nothing impossible. It is merely your disbelief, Chu Yun asserted. As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve the long sword and returned it to its scabbard. When did you learn to forge weapons? The headmaster inquired, having witnessed the earlier events. Chu Yun's sword indeed possessed a weapon spirit, and the headmaster was curious about how he had accomplished this. I learned forging previously, though I wasn't very adept at it. Though be honest, I was just as surprised to be able to forge a weapon with a spirit, Chu Yun explained. The materials you used for forging, surely they are not. The headmaster had already begun to piece the puzzle together. The dragon's roar accompanying Chu Yun's sword indicated that it had likely been forged from the remains of a divine dragon. Indeed, Chu Yun nodded lightly. When the sword was successfully forged, the dragon's roar had manifested outside, leading him to suspect that an extraordinary phenomenon had occurred. Thus, even if he concealed the truth, the headmaster would likely deduce it. As the two appeared to be hiding something from him, the old man was about to inquire further when a thunderous voice interrupted. By Wuyo, do you have anything to say for yourself now? Accompanying this voice was a purple-robed elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, along with a young man clad in purple, who descended from the skies nearby, landing before the forging hall. Yinyang old monster. What brings you here again? The headmaster glowered at the Yinyang Taoist. Do you truly believe that North Spirit Academy is your private garden? The Yinyang Taoist retorted angrily. By Wuyo, did you not claim that Chu Yun had not obtained the divine dragon remains? How do you explain the phenomenon that just occurred? The headmaster sneered. So you have been spying on North Spirit Academy all along. The Yinyang Taoist shot back. If I hadn't been spying, how would I know that the divine dragon remains were at your academy? Which of your eyes saw that the divine dragon remains were at North Spirit Academy? Chu Yun interjected. Silence. The young man beside the Yinyang Taoist fumed. Who do you think you are to speak to our master like that? The purple-robed youth's expression was icy, and a treasured sword rested upon his back. Chu Yun met his gaze, coldly asking, And who might you be? You little brat. Don't think that just because you killed 2 of our Yinyang Academy's elders, you are something special. Let me tell you, there are always greater talents beyond your own. You simply have not encountered me, Shunjian. Otherwise, you would know what true genius is and what a waste is. Shunjian, are you the one reputed as the #1 genius of Yinyang Academy? Shunjian replied. It seems you are aware of my reputation. In that case, hurry up and step aside. You have no place in this matter. Sorry, but I have never heard of a Shunjian, Chu Yun said with a dismissive smile. You dare insult me? Shunjian exploded with rage. Did I insult you? So your name is insulted then? You seek death. As Shunjian prepared to strike, the Yinyang Taoist intervened. Master, did you not hear this brat insult me? The Yinyang Taoist replied coolly. One must regard their master when striking a dog. If you harm him, he will surely retaliate. Although Shunjian was furious upon hearing this, he refrained from speaking further. The headmaster remarked, To be honest, we have only acquired half of the divine dragon remains, and it has nothing to do with your Yinyang Academy. Half? You think you can deceive me? The divine dragon remains are incredibly hard. No ordinary weapon could possibly breach them. Do you expect me to believe you only obtained half? The headmaster insisted, whether you believe it or not. This is the truth. If you continue to pursue this matter, do not blame me for being impolite. What can you do if you are impolite? Do you think you can challenge me? The Yinyang Taoist fixed his gaze on the headmaster. A look of disdain on his face. It has been 10 years, and you are still at the 5th level of the Martial King realm. At this rate, how can you compete with me? The headmaster's expression darkened. Given his current cultivation, he did indeed lack the confidence to defeat his opponent. What if the old man joins me? At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. A blue-robed elder appeared from afar, descending next to the headmaster. Upon seeing the blue-robed elder, the Yinyang Taoist looked surprised. Zhao Qinghai, did you not leave Qingzhou? Zhao Qinghai, the only supreme elder of North Spirit Academy and the Academy's second strongest, replied, I anticipated that once I left Qingzhou, you would come to North Spirit Academy to cause trouble, so I returned. The Yinyang Taoist narrowed his eyes, sneering, truly an old fox. The headmaster remarked, Now it is 2 against 1. How confident are you in your chances? Just as the Yinyang Taoist was about to respond, Shunjian interjected, Master, since it is 2 against 1, it would not be worth it for you to fight. Why not let me take your place and battle them? The headmaster and the blue-robed elder exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly serious. You wish to engage us both? The headmaster asked. I wouldn't dare. My cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the celestial martial realm. Fighting against 2 elders would be tantamount to seeking death. I merely wish to duel with him, Shunjian said, pointing at Chu Yun. I have heard he is the #1 genius of North Spirit Academy. Why not let him compete against me? If he wins, we will leave immediately. If he loses, he must surrender the divine dragon remains. What say you? Upon hearing this, the headmaster and the blue-robed elder's expressions shifted. Shunjian not only had the cultivation of the third level of the celestial martial realm, but had also comprehended the unity of man and sword. His overall strength was likely beyond that of even a fourth-level celestial martial realm cultivator. Although Chu Yun had previously injured an elder of the Inner Academy at the fifth level of the celestial martial realm, they knew that elder's cultivation had been artificially boosted by elixirs. Shunjian, on the other hand, had steadily progressed through his own efforts, and his strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. No, he is only at the first level of the celestial martial realm. You are at the third level. If he competes against you, he will undoubtedly lose. Shunjian smirked. So you are afraid? The Yin-Yang Taoist added, if you are afraid, then hand over the divine dragon remains. Just as the headmaster was about to speak, Chu Yun declared, a competition is fine, but if I win, he must kneel and call me Grandmaster, then say, Grandmaster, I was wrong. I am a waste and should not have competed with you. Chapter 38. The Wrath of the Dragon Soul, you little brat. I see you are looking for death. Seeing Chu Yun's humiliating demand, Shunjian felt his blood boil. What are you afraid? If you are afraid, just step back. Shunjian retorted, why would I be afraid of you? I fear that you will lose and be too ashamed to remain at North Spirit Academy. The headmaster looked at Chu Yun, asking, Chu Yun, do you have confidence? If you lack confidence, I advise against competing. Chu Yun reassured him, do not worry, headmaster. My dragon soul sword has just been forged, and I am eager to find someone to test it out. The blue-robed elder cautioned, be careful. With that, the three of them slowly stepped back. Creating space for the duel between the two, Shunjian slowly drew the treasured sword from his back and held it across his chest, proclaiming, this sword is named Meteor, measuring 3 feet 8 inches in length. Forged from the cold iron of the seafloor, capable of slicing through steel like mud.it, has slain a total of 1,380 Earth Martial Realm experts and 12 Celestial Martial Realm powerhouses. Today, you are fortunate to witness it. It is your blessing. Chu Yun scoffed, raising his own long sword. This sword was just forged by me and is named Dragon Soul. Though I am unsure of its power, it will suffice to deal with you. Hemph, arrogant. Let us see the truth of our skills in battle. With that, Shunjian's form twisted, merging with his sword, and he charged swiftly toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun, taken aback, focused intently. He had not anticipated that this opponent would unleash his strongest attack immediately. Without delay, he merged with the Dragon Soul sword, and before the eyes of the three onlookers, the two swords clashed fiercely. The Yin-Yang Taoist had expected Shunjian to easily defeat Chu Yun. However, upon witnessing Chu Yun also wielding the unity of man and sword, his expression changed. He had not anticipated that this lad possessed such genius. Yet, he believed that their cultivation levels were too disparate, and Chu Yun would ultimately be defeated. Boom. The two swords collided with a resounding crash, and both weapons fell to the ground, revealing their wielders. Shunjian turned slowly, gazing at Chu Yun with a hint of surprise on his face. Chu Yun had indeed grasped the unity of man and sword, which was somewhat unexpected for him. Chu Yun turned to face Shunjian, unperturbed. After their earlier clash, he realized that Shunjian was not as formidable as he had initially thought. I did not expect you to be a sword master as well. To comprehend the unity of man and sword indicates a high talent in swordsmanship. Chu Yun remarked, you have disappointed me. I expected your strength to be greater, but it appears to be merely mediocre. Upon hearing this, Shunjian's fury ignited. This is just the beginning. Soon you will understand the vast difference in our strength. With that declaration, Shunjian swung his sword down toward Chu Yun, exclaiming, Godslayer's sword strike. As he uttered these words, a sword chi extending 100 feet rapidly coalesced above Chu Yun's head. The overwhelming pressure stirred a tempest around Chu Yun. Yet, as he gazed at the descending sword chi, he remained unperturbed. Instead, he channeled all the celestial energy within him into the Dragon Soul sword. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. Chu Yun raised the Dragon Soul sword high and struck out. Roar! A golden dragon surged forth from the sword, roaring as it ascended to the skies, simultaneously shattering the descending sword chi to boom. With a cataclysmic noise, a powerful shockwave of energy surged outward like a tidal wave. Even the headmaster, the blue-robed elder, and the Yin-Yang Taoist, all powerful figures at the Martial King realm, found their faces contorted by the force of the energy. Clang! Shunjian, who had taken great pride in his meteor sword, found it shattering suddenly. PFF. He too was grievously wounded, spitting blood as he was sent flying. As the shockwave subsided, Chu Yun stood tall, gripping the dragon soul sword, with a faint echo of dragon roars still resonating around him. The weapon forged from the divine dragon remains proved to be the mightiest divine weapon in the world. Indeed, it was astonishing. Shan Jian's cultivation was so far superior, yet he could not withstand a single strike from Chu Yun. The headmaster and the blue-robed elder were filled with astonishment at this sight, while the yin-yang Taoist stood frozen in disbelief. My sword. My sword. Moments later, a wailing sound resonated. Shan Jian knelt on the ground, clutching the shattered remains of his meteor sword, weeping inconsolably. Observing his pitiful state, Chu Yun realized there was no need to continue the competition. As a swordsman, one would treat their sword as their very life. Now that Shan Jian's sword had been shattered, it signified that he had lost all capacity to fight. Yin Yang, the old monster, what further words do you have to share? The director of North Spirit Academy inquired. Gazing at the Yin Yang Taoist, the Yin Yang Taoist glanced at Chu Yun and then turned to the director, saying, "It appears that the remains of the divine dragon have been forged into weapons by you. It is said that the remains of the divine dragon can create the most formidable weapons in the world. Today, I have witnessed this firsthand." After speaking, he turned to Shan Jian and said, "Shan Jian, let us depart. Sword, my sword." However, Shan Jian remained, weeping over his weapon. The yin-yang Taoist's expression hardened, and he exclaimed, "What are you crying about? It is merely a sword. When we return, I shall forge you a more powerful one." Upon hearing this, Shan Jian slowly rose to his feet. As the two prepared to leave, Chu Yun spoke up. "Are you truly departing just like this?" The yin-yang Taoist frowned and replied, "What else do you wish?" The director of North Spirit Academy interjected, "Old monster yin-yang, a bet is a bet. Since Shan Jian has lost, he must fulfill the promise made earlier." Upon hearing this, the yin-yang Taoist's gaze sharpened. Chu Yun's earlier words suggested that if Shan Jian were to comply, it would undoubtedly leave him with a psychological scar, severely hindering his future cultivation. Yet, failing to comply would render him untrustworthy, equally damaging to his reputation. After some contemplation, the yin-yang Taoist addressed Shan Jian. "Shan Jian, a man must be able to both take up and lay down his burdens. The shame of today? As long as you diligently cultivate, you will surely reclaim 100-fold in the future." Hearing this, Shan Jian wiped his tears and then looked at Chu Yun. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he knelt down. "Grandfather, I was wrong. I am a worthless fool, and I should not have compared myself to you." Chu Yun, seeing the resentment in his eyes, realized that this individual would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. He contemplated killing him, but with the yin-yang Taoist present, such an act would provoke immediate retaliation. Nevertheless, this confrontation had already instilled a psychological trauma in Shan Jian. Even if he survived, achieving a higher realm of cultivation would likely become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he said, "Since you call me grandfather, I shall spare you. However, should you dare to act so presumptuously when next we meet, I will not show you mercy. Begone." Upon hearing this, Shan Jian slowly rose, casting a deep glance at Chu Yun before following the yin-yang Taoist away. "Chu Yun, your strength, to be honest, has astonished both of us. Indeed, yet your martial skills seem rather lacking. So I have decided to impart to you one of the 6 supreme techniques of North Spirit Academy. The 5-element sword technique. Chapter 39. Murdering one's husband? Aren't the 6 supreme techniques not to be shared?" The old man in the blue robe remarked. "Did you not notice that the director intends to pass on the position of director to you?" Chu Yun replied, "I will learn the martial skills, but as for the position of director, I shall decline. He has no desire to be shackled by such hollow titles. If you do not wish to be the director, that is acceptable. Rules are made by people, and people should not be restricted by rules." The director of North Spirit Academy stated, "Come to my room tonight, and I will teach you the sword technique." After speaking, he turned and followed the old man in the blue robe out. As soon as they left, the students from the refining hall surrounded them. "Elder Chu, you are truly remarkable. You actually defeated Shan Jian, the so-called #1 genius of the Yin-Yang Academy. Indeed, you are my idol. I admire you immensely. Elder Chu, I heard that the sword in your hand was forged from the remains of a divine dragon. Is that true?" Given that the matter had already been revealed, Chu Yun felt there was no need to conceal it any longer. He looked at the dragon soul sword in his hand and said, "Naturally, it is true. No wonder it could shatter Shan Jian's sword." The rumors claim that the remains of the divine dragon can forge the most formidable weapons in the world. Having witnessed it today, it is indeed as the legends say. At that moment, the disheveled old man approached. He had witnessed the earlier confrontation and now had but one question. Is the sword in Elder Chu's hands truly crafted by him? Elder Chu, I was blind to your talents. I did not realize you could forge such a remarkable divine weapon. Now, I apologize to you in front of everyone. As he spoke, the disheveled old man bowed deeply to Chu Yun. Chu Yun quickly assisted him to rise, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. My refining skills were taught to me by you." The disheveled old man replied, "The fact that you can forge a weapon with a spirit indicates your refining skills surpass mine. You deserve my respect. However, I have a question. How did you manage to imbue the weapon with a spirit?" Chu Yun explained. "It is quite simple. It relates to both the refining techniques and the materials used. Of course, the materials are the most crucial. For instance, you all know that this sword is forged from the remains of a divine dragon, which are not ordinary items, thus making it easier for a spirit to manifest. So, weapons crafted from common materials are unlikely to possess a spirit." Chu Yun replied, "Not necessarily. It is just a matter of probability. It is akin to transforming an ordinary person into an unparalleled master. That is a challenge. But if the individual possesses exceptional talent, it is far easier to cultivate them into a mastered IC." The disheveled old man nodded, his expression one of understanding. "I did not expect Elder Chu to possess such profound knowledge of refining at such a young age. I am truly impressed. Elder Chu is indeed a rare genius, having struck the bell 10 times. You are truly formidable. Striking the bell 10 times makes one a genius. That is a prodigy without precedent or successor. Indeed, it seems that only the term prodigy is worthy of Elder Chu's talent." The surrounding students echoed their praise. Chu Yun said, "Well, the weapon has been crafted, and I must take my leave." The disheveled old man quickly added, "Elder Chu, do visit the refining hall when you have the time." "Very well." After returning to his room, Chu Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to meditate. Although he had defeated Shun Jian in just 2 moves, the final strike had nearly exhausted all his energy. Just then, a cold sword suddenly landed on his shoulder. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes to find Jiang Yu standing before him, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Here in North Spirit Academy, you managed to stealthily enter my room. I am quite impressed," Jiang Yu remarked. "North Spirit Academy is hardly a dragon's lair or tiger's den. Moreover, I am about to become a martial king. It is not difficult for me to enter." Chu Yun looked at the sword resting on his shoulder and asked, "What does this mean?" Jiang Yu replied, "Our leader has decreed that your talent is too high, and I am to kill you. Otherwise, you will surely pose a threat to our heavenly demon sect in the future." Chu Yun understood that Jiang Yu would not kill him. If she truly wished to do so, she would not have wasted time with such idle chatter. He then said, "Did you not call me husband? If you kill me, would you not be left a widow? Furthermore, your actions would amount to murdering your own husband. Do you understand?" Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed red at this. Before Chu Yun, she had not masked her face, revealing her unparalleled beauty, which now bore a charming blush. Seeing her unmoving, Chu Yun swiftly grasped her arm and pulled her into his embrace. "You?" Jiang Yu was taken aback by Chu Yun's sudden action. "Do you truly wish to kill me?" Chu Yun gazed deeply into her eyes. Jiang Yu's previously icy demeanor softened at that moment. "I do not wish to, but if I do not kill you, I cannot explain myself to the leader. Then tell me, which is more important to you, your husband or your leader?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression turned frantic. She hurriedly pushed Chu Yun away and stood up. "I do not know. The leader has shown me great kindness, and I cannot betray him." As she spoke, she turned to Chu Yun and said, "Chu Yun, perhaps you should leave Qingzhou. If you remain in North Spirit Academy, even if I do not kill you, our leader will not let you off." Chu Yun inquired. "I have heard that your leader possesses the cultivation of a martial emperor," Jiang Yu replied. "I am not certain, but I can tell you that our leader is certainly beyond the realm of a martial emperor." Chu Yun's expression grew serious. "Beyond a martial emperor? What realm could that be?" Jiang Yu explained. "Our heavenly demon sect's influence spans across Qingzhou, Zhongzhou, Beizhou, and Nanzhou. The leader of each state is at the martial emperor level." Chu Yun was somewhat astonished. Initially, he believed the heavenly demon sect had only one martial emperor. It seemed he had underestimated them. He then asked, "Does that not mean your heavenly demon sect has at least 4 martial emperor level experts?" "No, including your leader, there should be 5. Jiang Yu confirmed. "Indeed, aside from super sects?" One could say that no first-rate power can rival our heavenly demon sect. Super sects? Chu Yun frowned in his mind. Super sects were mysterious entities. He still had no understanding of their true strength. How much do you know about super sects? Jiang Yu pondered before responding. I do not know much about super sects either, but I have heard that they possess at least 2 martial emperor-level experts. Fixing her gaze on Chu Yun, she said, Chu Yun, if you do not plan to leave Qingzhou, you should find a way to join a super sect. Only by doing so will our leader think twice before attempting to kill you. Chu Yun smiled and replied, So you are not going to kill me after all? Jiang Yu looked helpless. You know I cannot bring myself to do it. Chu Yun asked, If you do not kill me, how will you explain it to him? Jiang Yu contemplated. No matter how I put it, he raised me. He will not harm me. After saying this, Jiang Yu prepared to leave. However, she slowly turned back to look at Chu Yun. Chu Yun, do you like me? Chu Yun was taken aback. He had not expected Jiang Yu to suddenly ask him this question. Gazing into her expectant eyes, he gently nodded, yes. Seeing Chu Yun's affirmation, Jiang Yu broke into a cheerful smile. Your words alone are enough for me. With that, she vanished from sight. Chu Yun watched her disappearing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He liked Jiang Yu. Yet he knew they could not be together at present. Their strength was simply too weak. Should they unite, not only would the heavenly demon sect intervene, but even all righteous martial factions would likely oppose them. It seemed imperative to quickly enhance his strength. Without formidable power, Chu Yun understood that everything would remain a mere fantasy. Chapter 40. Visitors from the Super Sect. That evening, Chu Yun arrived at the room of the director of North Spirit Academy. At this moment, the director was seated cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. Chu Yun, you have arrived. The moment Chu Yun entered the room, the director's voice resonated. Yes, Chu Yun affirmed. The director slowly opened his eyes and then produced a tome from his robe, handing it to Chu Yun. This is the manual for the 5 elements sword technique. Take it. Chu Yun accepted it and, after a cursory glance, remarked, Director, this martial skill is quite profound, and there are many parts one do not comprehend. Could you demonstrate it for me? Merely reading the martial technique, Chu Yun could not discern its nuances. Thus, he wished for the director to demonstrate, allowing him to use the bronze ancient mirror for further analysis. The director was momentarily taken aback, then said, I did not expect your talent to be so high that you would still find it incomprehensible. Very well, I will step outside to demonstrate it for you. This sword technique possesses tremendous power, making it unsuitable for practice within the room. All right, as they spoke, the two exited the room. Once outside, before Chu Yun could react, the director seized him, and they both vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a dark mountain peak, surrounded by shadows. There should be no one here. I will now demonstrate it for you. With these words, the director gripped the sword hilt, and a glimmering long sword appeared in his hand. The 5 elements sword technique consists of 5 moves, created by the first director of North Spirit Academy during his contemplation of the sword path. Based on the powers of the 5 elements, watch closely. First move, golden light spanning the heavens. As the words echoed, the director swiftly swung the sword, and a golden sword aura shot straight into the sky. The previously dark night transformed into a golden spectacle, illuminating 100 miles around. Second move, withering and flourishing of all woods. After completing the first move, the director executed the second in an instant. The verdant flora around them withered away completely. Third move, water drips penetrate stone. Fourth move, starfire spreading across the plains. Fifth move, heaven and earth turned upside down. While the director demonstrated, Chu Yun quietly drew forth the bronze ancient mirror to analyze the moves. Soon, he discovered that the 5 elements sword technique indeed possessed a 6th move, which combined all 5 moves into one. What could this 6th move entail? Chu Yun pondered, yet decided to focus on mastering the 5 moves first. With that thought, he stowed the bronze ancient mirror away. That moment, the director had completed the demonstration of the 5 sword moves. Noticing Chu Yun's frequent bowing of his head, he asked, Chu Yun, have you learned it? Chu Yun replied, I have nearly grasped it, but I feel there may be a 6th move in the 5 elements sword technique. The director retorted angrily, nonsense. This 5 elements sword technique is based on the powers of the 5 elements. How could there possibly be a 6th move? Chu Yun chuckled. I was merely inquiring casually. The director said, since you have learned it, I shall not demonstrate further. If you encounter any difficulties, refer to the manual. It contains explanations. Very well. All right, let us return. With that, The director grasped Chu Yun and, before he could react, they vanished once more. When they reappeared, they were back in the Academy's loft. The Martial King level truly is impressive. Chu Yun could not help but marvel. This instantaneous travel felt like thousands of miles traversed. The director said, "Work diligently on your cultivation. With your talent for martial arts, becoming a Martial King is only a matter of time." "Very well, get some rest." After the director finished speaking, he vanished from sight. After the director left, Chu Yun returned to his own room and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to contemplate the 5-element sword technique. Although he had already learned the technique, he sought to understand the 6th move. As time passed, the next day arrived. While Chu Yun was in deep meditation, a voice suddenly called out, "Chu Yun, come upstairs." Recognizing the voice as the director's, he rose and left his room. Upon arriving at the room where the director of North Spirit Academy and the old man in the blue robe were playing chess, he noticed an additional white-haired elder present. The elder wore a white robe adorned with a small sword emblem on his chest. "Brother Luo, this is Chu Yun, the one I mentioned." Upon seeing Chu Yun enter, the director introduced him to the elder in white. The elder stroked his beard, scrutinizing Chu Yun from head to toe before nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. A first-level, heavenly martial realm cultivator at such a young age. Your talent is certainly on par with Duan Jingtian's." The old man in the blue robe interjected, "Duan Jingtian pales in comparison. He could only strike the bell 4 times, while this one has struck it 10 times. "Is that so?" The elder in white expressed surprise, again assessing Chu Yun. "I have long heard of this matter. Initially, I doubted it, but now I am convinced. Without exceptional talent, one cannot reach the heavenly martial realm at such a young age." Chu Yun was bewildered. He had no idea why the director had summoned him. The director seemed to sense his confusion and explained, "Chu Yun, this is Elder Luo from the Star River Sword Sect. He hails from a super sect. He has come to North Spirit Academy primarily to scout for talent." The elder in white confirmed, "Indeed, ever since Duan Jingtian joined the Tsanglong Cave Heaven, they have frequently provoked our disciples from the Star River Sword Sect. However, within the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, there are almost no rivals to him. To restore our honor, the sect leader has tasked me with searching for young martial artists around the age of 25 who have reached the heavenly martial realm. I traversed the verdant expanse of Qingzhou, ultimately encountering 12 individuals, all of whom were vanquished by him, with 8 of them meeting their demise at his hands." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's brow furrowed in concern. What could this mean? Surely, they wouldn't be expecting him to confront Duan Jingtian, would they? "Chu Yun, do you wish to join a supreme sect?" the esteemed headmaster of Bailing inquired, gazing intently at him. Before Chu Yun could respond, the elderly figure in white robes interjected, "As long as you are willing to join the Xinghe Sword Sect, you need not worry about cultivation resources." Chu Yun chuckled and inquired, "May I ask? Do you intend for me to deal with Duan Jingtian?" The 3 exchanged glances. The elder in white remarked, "With your current cultivation level, you are unlikely to be his match. Duan Jingtian has now attained the 5th level of the Tianwu realm, and even those at the 7th level of Tianwu are typically no match for him. Then what do you seek from me?" Chu Yun queried. "Naturally, we wish to cultivate you," the elder in white responded. "Given your talents, with time, overcoming Duan Jingtian should pose no significant challenge." After contemplation, Chu Yun felt that pursuing advancement in a supreme sect would be a wise choice. Furthermore, he harbored concerns about the Dark Demon Lord seeking him out. According to Jiang Yu, the Dark Demon Lord's cultivation might have surpassed that of the martial Emperor realm. Facing such a formidable opponent, it was evident that Chu Yun would have no means of resistance. Thus, aligning himself with the Supreme Sect for support seemed prudent. "That I am willing to join the Xinghe Sword Sect, but I require some time to attend to family matters," he stated that a visit to the Supreme Sect would likely leave him unable to see his family for an extended period. Therefore, Chu Yun planned to visit his father before his departure. The elder in white chuckled, "That is only natural. Would a month be sufficient for you?" "It will suffice," Chu Yun replied. "Very well, I shall personally come to retrieve you in 1 month's time." Chapter 41. The 4-spirit space. After the elder in white departed, the headmaster of Bailing summoned Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, do you recall my previous words regarding a grand gift once your cultivation reached the 5th level of the Tianwu realm?" Chu Yun affirmed, "I remember." The headmaster continued, "Initially, I intended to wait until you reached that level to disclose this, but it seems we must expedite the matter." The elder in blue interjected, "Have you made up your mind?" "His current cultivation seems ill-suited for entry." The headmaster replied, "Once he leaves the Bailing Academy, opportunities for him to enter will be scarce. The elder in blue conceded, "Very well, if you insist, we shall proceed as you wish." Chu Yun, perplexed by their conversation, asked, "Elders, what are you discussing?" The headmaster explained, "I plan to send you to the four-spirit space for cultivation." "What is the four-spirit space?" Chu Yun inquired. The elder in blue elucidated. "It is a unique realm that connects to four states, brimming with opportunities for growth. Cultivating within can significantly accelerate your progress. Indeed, although the time is limited to 1 month, it should suffice," the headmaster affirmed. "Of course, dangers abound within. You may encounter prodigies from other states. When that occurs, avoid conflict at all costs." With their descriptions of the four-spirit space piquing his curiosity, Chu Yun considered his preparations. "I have nothing to prepare," he stated, as his vital belongings resided within his spirit ring. The headmaster declared, "Since you are ready, we shall send you in now. Remember, you must return within a month." Upon uttering these words, the two elders turned and exerted their power towards the void, manifesting a deep, bottomless black vortex. "Chu Yun, are you ready? If so, step inside." Observing the vortex, Chu Yun hesitated briefly before leaping into its depths. Though he was uncertain of what awaited him within the four-spirit space, he believed that the prospect of rapid cultivation was undoubtedly advantageous. Once Chu Yun entered, the two elders ceased their actions, and the black vortex swiftly vanished from sight. "He possesses only the first level of the Tianwu realm. I hope he remains unharmed within," the elder in blue remarked. "Rest assured, despite his current cultivation, he could rival those at the third level of the Tianwu realm," the headmaster reassured. Afterward, the two settled into a meditative position, clearly expending considerable energy to activate the four-spirit space. Upon entering the black vortex, Chu Yun was immediately engulfed by a wave of dizziness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a murky swamp. The sky above was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of twilight, while the swamp was littered with the remains of various creatures. After a careful examination, Chu Yun realized that this place was devoid of spiritual energy. How could there be no spiritual energy here when they spoke of opportunities? Was I misled? His gaze swept across the surroundings, and then he noticed a colossal stone tablet standing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the 4 characters inscribed atop it, Shenzhou Tianbang. Further down, a passage detailed its significance. The Shenzhou Tianbang records the prodigies of the Shenzhou continent. Any martial artist below the age of 30 in the Tianwu realm will be documented, provided they enter the four-spirit space. After absorbing this information, Chu Yun began scanning the names listed below. The first name was Qi Tianyu, followed by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, she has made the list too. Could it be that she has also ventured into the four-spirit space? Chu Yun felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of encountering Jiang Yu within. He continued perusing the names and, upon reaching the 10th entry, he discovered Duan Jingtian's name in a way. Duan Jingtian is only ranked 10th. This revelation took him by surprise. The so-called number 1 genius of Qingzhou, merely the 10th on this list. He questioned its accuracy. As he continued scanning, he came across numerous unfamiliar names and redirected his focus. He had come to this place for growth, not to dwell on others' identities. At that moment, he noticed sunlight breaking through the dense canopy ahead. How could there be sunlight in such a unique space? It should not exist here. With determination, Chu Yun moved towards the source of the light. As he drew nearer, he discovered a patch of grass illuminated by the sun. Just then, an overwhelming surge of energy swept over him. Upon careful sensing, he gasped in astonishment. Tianli? Tianli is the power possessed by those in the Tianwu realm. As a martial artist progresses through levels, their internal energy undergoes a transformation, from spiritual energy to elemental energy, then to profound energy, earth energy, and finally to Tianli. Each transformation represents a qualitative leap. Under normal circumstances, to elevate one's cultivation within the Tianwu realm, one must absorb spiritual energy and undergo multiple transformations, which is why ascension becomes increasingly arduous. Yet here, Tianli was manifesting directly, an incredible opportunity for Chu Yun. He wondered how absorbing this Tianli would elevate his cultivation. Excited, he prepared to sit down and absorb the energy when he noticed 3 figures seated nearby. Upon closer inspection, one of them appeared familiar. Shenjian? Chu Yun never expected to encounter Shenjian here. Hearing the commotion, Shenjian looked up, and upon recognizing Chu Yun, his eyes flared with rage. Chu Yun, I never imagined you would dare to come here. Chu Yun chuckled. If you can come, why shouldn't I? Shenjian retorted, You are merely at the first level of the Tianwu realm. Coming here is tantamount to seeking death. Chu Yun replied, what a joke. Even my grandson dares to be here. Why shouldn't I? Xinjian was momentarily taken aback before realizing Chu Yun was mocking him. You seek death. Who is this person, Xinjian? At that moment, an older figure clad in purple inquired. Xinjian answered, Senior Brother Gu, this is Chu Yun, the one who defeated me and killed 2 elders from our academy. You must help me take revenge. The purple-clad figure, referred to as Senior Brother Gu, scrutinized Chu Yun. Are you the one hailed as the #1 genius of Biling Academy? Chu Yun replied, I don't dare claim such a title. I'm merely slightly stronger than your Yin-Yang Academy's Xinjian. Arrogant. I've heard you killed 2 elders from our Yin-Yang Academy. Today, we shall slay you to avenge them. As they spoke, the 2 drew their swords and slowly approached Chu Yun. Chapter 42. Slaying Xinjian. Chu Yun could not discern their cultivation levels, but he speculated they were likely around the 3rd level of the Tianwu realm. Confident in his ability to contend with them, he slowly unsheathed the Long Hun sword. Roar. The moment the Long Hun sword was drawn, a dragon's roar resonated. The 2 were momentarily stunned, and Senior Brother Gu remarked, I heard your sword was forged from the remains of a divine dragon. It seems we will benefit from this encounter. Why waste words with him? Kill him and the sword will be ours. With that, they lunged at Chu Yun. If you wish to claim my sword, we shall see if you possess the capability. Chu Yun swung the Long Hun sword fiercely, unleashing the 5 elements sword technique. Golden light filled the air. A golden sword wave surged forth, barreling towards the 2. The pair quickly crossed their swords defensively. Clang, clang, however, as the sounds of metal clashing echoed, their swords shattered into fragments. What? They gaped in disbelief at the remnants of their weapons. Chu Yun, on the other hand, wore a satisfied expression. A weapon forged from the remains of a divine dragon was indeed the mightiest of its kind. The weapons in their hands were clearly subpar, yet against the divine dragon's remains, they were akin to mere scrap metal. How foolish to challenge me. Seeing their weapons destroyed, Chu Yun wielded the Long Hun sword once more and unleashed the 2nd move of the 5 elements sword technique. Withering of the woods. As he executed this technique, the surrounding grass withered instantly. The 2, alarmed, hastily summoned their Tianli to form a white protective barrier around themselves. Despite their higher cultivation, they relied on their formidable power to withstand Chu Yun's sword technique, which had failed to defeat them after 2 attempts. Noticing that even the powerful 5 elements sword technique had failed to subdue them, Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Though the technique boasted immense power, each application drained a considerable amount of his Tianli. Ultimately, his Tianli was still too weak. Let us see how long you can endure. Chu Yun swung the Long Hun sword and unleashed the 3rd move. Water drips, stone pierces. As this move was executed, a translucent sword aura surged forth, piercing through the 2 like water. Whoosh, with barely a warning, the translucent sword energy penetrated their bodies. By the time they realized it, they each bore a small blood hole in their chests. Though the wounds were minor, they struck at their vital points. As the 2 suffered injuries, their protective barrier dissipated instantly. Thud, thud. They collapsed to the ground. Senior Brother Gu, Senior Brother Dong, witnessing their injuries, Xinjian rushed to support them. Xinjian, flee. You are no match for him, Senior Brother Gu managed to utter. Although their cultivation surpassed Xinjian's, the 3 of them together could not best Chu Yun. It was evident that if Xinjian did not escape, he would meet his end. Having previously engaged in battle with Chu Yun, Xinjian knew he was outmatched. Therefore, he gently lowered his companions and prepared to flee. Yet at that moment, a chilling voice echoed, attempt to leave, and today all 3 of you shall perish. Previously, he had refrained from killing Xinjian due to the presence of the Yin-Yang Taoist, but here, he had no such reservations. With those words, Chu Yun's figure flickered, and he thrust the Long Hun sword towards Xinjian. Knowing he was no match for Chu Yun, Xinjian turned to flee. You think you can escape? Chu Yun's voice rang out as his figure twisted, merging with the Long Hun sword, and he lunged at Xinjian. If Xinjian had chosen to fight, he might have been able to contend with Chu Yun for a few exchanges. As Chu Yun's Tianli was nearly depleted after executing 3 moves of the 5 elements sword technique. However, Xinjian chose to flee instead, leaving him utterly defenseless. Whoosh, thud. A piercing sound resonated as the Long Hun sword pierced through Xinjian's body, halting not far away to reveal Chu Yun's form. Xinjian stood frozen, his body impaled. Looking down at the blood hole in his chest, he slowly raised his sword, attempting to confront Chu Yun, but ultimately collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chu Yun turned and approached him. Noticing that Shan Jian still clung to a semblance of life, he remarked, "You could have lived a while longer, but alas, your misfortune brought you to this place at my presence." As he spoke, Chu Yun raised his arm, conjuring a black vortex in his palm. The next instant, Shan Jian let out a wretched scream as his body rapidly withered away before Chu Yun's eyes. Under normal circumstances, Shan Jian's cultivation would have surpassed Chu Yun's, making it impossible for him to forcibly absorb his power. However, in his weakened state, Chu Yun could now devour his strength. The two youths referred to as Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Dong had not perished. Witnessing Chu Yun forcibly siphoning Shan Jian's power, they were gripped by terror. Demon arts. You are from the Dark Demon Sect. Chu Yun paid them no mind. After draining Shan Jian's power, he turned his attention to the two. I never imagined you would be affiliated with the Dark Demon Sect. This suggests that the Biling Academy has long colluded with them. You better not kill us, or we will inform our sect master of your deeds, they implored. Chu Yun regarded them with amusement. Do you not find it laughable to utter such threats in this situation? Senior Brother Gu retorted. We possess spatial communication talismans. We have already informed our sect master of your killing Shan Jian. Indeed. Therefore, you should release us. Otherwise, you will surely meet your end. Chu Yun's brow furrowed. Realizing he had not anticipated that they would possess such means, in light of this, he had even less reason to spare them. With a swift motion, he raised his hand towards them. Upon witnessing this, the two were filled with dread, scrambling to escape. Yet it was futile. Just as they crawled a short distance away, they were ensnared by a formidable force of absorption. Their faces twisted in agony as they emitted heart-wrenching screams. Chu Yun ignored them, slowly closing his eyes, reveling in the moment. Absorbing the power of martial artists at the same realm allowed him to convert it directly into his own strength without the need for multiple transformations. In mere moments, Chu Yun's cultivation surged from the first level of the Tianwu realm to the second, and finally into the third level. His ascent halted there. Observing the two now reduced to lifeless husks, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, he quickly dismissed such feelings and promptly settled into a meditative position to absorb the abundant Tianli surrounding him. Here, the Tianli was rich, and Chu Yun believed it could elevate him to the fourth level of the Tianwu realm. Chapter 43. Striving for the Shenzhou Tianbang. As Chu Yun fervently absorbed the surrounding Tianli, a group of over a dozen martial artists approached. Word has it that the Holy Maiden of the Dark Demon Sect has been spotted within the four-spirit space. If we can eliminate her, we shall undoubtedly gain fame across the central continent. Zhang Yu ranks second on the Shenzhou Tianbang. Apart from Senior Brother Tianyu, I doubt anyone could defeat her. That may not necessarily be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If we unite, we might have a chance to slay her. It would be a pity to kill her. I've heard she is extraordinarily beautiful. I would gladly give my life for the chance to be with her. The group chattered as they advanced toward the grassy clearing. Enough of your chatter. Let us hasten to enhance our cultivation. Should we encounter individuals from other states, it would spell trouble, one of them remarked. As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of over 10 fell silent, for they beheld Chu Yun, seated cross-legged on the grassy ground, immersed in his training. They had not anticipated that the location we had chosen would already be occupied. You there? Which state do you hail from? The leader inquired. Chu Yun, with his eyes closed in meditation, paid them no heed. How audacious, ignoring us, one of them pondered. It is strange. I cannot discern his cultivation level. Judging by his age, he should at most be at the first level of Tianwu realm. How dare he venture here? Is he courting death? All of them belong to the same sect, a superlative one at that. The elder among them waved his hand decisively. Send 2 of you to deal with this brat. Understood. As they approached Chu Yun, he sensed their presence and noted that their cultivation levels were merely at the 3rd level of Tianwu realm, while he had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th level. Facing adversaries of the 3rd level, he felt no need to engage. He could easily eliminate them without lifting a finger. Thus, he remained seated, eyes still closed. The two approached him slowly, and upon seeing him unmoving, exchanged sly smiles. This fool remained still. He must not grasp the gravity of the situation. Regardless, since he does not move, we shall send him to his demise. As they spoke, they simultaneously struck Chu Yun with their palms. However, in the next instant, they sensed something was amiss. What is happening? My celestial energy is depleting. So is mine. They struggled fiercely to retract their hands, but it felt as though they were glued to Chu Yun's body. Soon, their cries of agony filled the air as their celestial energy was drained. What is the meaning of this? The leader demanded, alarmed. The two could only scream in response, utterly unable to articulate their plight. Zhao Ping, investigate this situation, the leader commanded, directing a slender young man who possessed the 4th level of Tianwu realm. Upon arriving beside Chu Yun, Zhao Ping observed the two men beginning to wither away. Angered, he glared at Chu Yun. Stop this tomfoolery. Perish with that, he struck Chu Yun's back with a palm. Yet, the very next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he found his hand ensnared, unable to withdraw. Zhao Ping, what is happening? The leader queried. Zhao Ping, whose cultivation was comparable to Chu Yun's, managed to utter, Brother, this brat is absorbing my power. What? Absorbing your power? The leader's eyes widened in shock. Then it stands to reason that he must be from the heavenly demon sect. Only they practice such nefarious arts. Everyone, attack him together. At his command, the group drew their weapons and charged at Chu Yun. Just then, Chu Yun sprang to his feet, sending the three of them flying with a mighty shockwave. He swiftly unsheathed the dragon soul sword, sweeping it in a horizontal arc towards the group. Instantly, a dazzling golden sword wave enveloped them all, clang, clang, clang. In quick succession, the sound of metal clashing echoed as the weapons in their hands shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. What just happened? My sword is broken. My blade was a heavenly grade weapon. How could it break? Weapons, much like martial techniques, were categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each divided into 3 grades. Heavenly grade weapons were considered the pinnacle of weaponry in the divine continent. This brat's weapon is too formidable. Everyone, employ your martial techniques against him. The leader bellowed. As they initiated their martial techniques, Chu Yun remained unfazed. Though they were numerous, their cultivation levels did not exceed his by much. He sheathed the dragon soul sword and smirked. Since you all enjoy martial techniques, I shall indulge you. With those words, he summoned the celestial energy within him, and purple lightning enveloped his form. Thunder of the 4 seas, he roared, thrusting both palms forward. Zazup! A tremendous surge of lightning erupted, sweeping forth like tidal waves. Before the group could react, they were engulfed by the oncoming tempest of lightning. Soon, their bodies convulsed violently before exploding into fragments. As he surveyed the remains of the fallen, Chu Yun gradually lowered his arms, devoid of any trace of compassion. In this unique space, he understood that to survive, one must be ruthless. With the death of the 10 or so individuals, he realized he could not linger here any longer. Should more formidable warriors arrive, he would either be killed or exhausted. Having absorbed the powers of the 3 warriors, he had successfully ascended to the 5th level of Tianwu realm. It was time to explore other areas. In the days that followed, Chu Yun encountered numerous others entering the training grounds. As expected, he engaged them in combat, and with the dragon soul sword, he dispatched them one by one. By the end, he had lost count of how many he had slain. Meanwhile, at a stone tablet within the 4-spirit space, a group of hooded figures were pointing and discussing. Upon closer inspection, one would find 4 grand characters inscribed on the stone tablet: Divine Continent, Heavenly Rankings. Who is this Chu Yun? How did he ascend to the top 50 in just a few days? One remarked that I believe this Chu Yun is the one from Qingzhou. I have heard he joined the North Spirit Academy for training and possesses extraordinary talent. It is said he even killed one of our elders in the Qingzhou branch. What? He must not be allowed to live. What are you discussing? At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed in. A woman clad in a black gown, her face veiled, approached. The hooded figures immediately knelt in acknowledgement. We pay our respects to the Saintess. Saintess, we were discussing a man named Chu Yun. Indeed, we suspect he is the one who killed our elder in Qingzhou. Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she approached the stone tablet, her gaze fixating on Chu Yun's name. Could it be that my husband has also come to the 4-spirit space? After a moment of contemplation, she declared, no one is to harm him without my command. The hooded figures exchanged puzzled glances. Being experts from the heavenly demon sect, they had come to the 4-spirit space to cultivate. Sensing their confusion, Jiang Yu explained, this man has slain one of our elders. If he is to be killed, it shall be by my own hand. Understood. Very well, let us depart. With Jiang Yu's voice echoing, The group quickly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, near a pond within the four-spirit space, Chu Yun gazed at his reflection, noticing the blood that stained his attire. During this period, he had been compelled to kill nearly every day. If any of his victims did not perish immediately, he would forcibly absorb their powers. Initially, he had sought to enhance his cultivation through the spiritual herbs and training locations, without the intent of killing. However, whenever he stumbled upon herbs or places that could aid his growth, adversaries would emerge to seize them. Consequently, he decided to remain in place. Any who dared to rob him would meet their end at his hands, allowing him to devour their powers. In total, he estimated he had slain at least dozens, leading to a rapid surge in his cultivation. At this moment, he had reached the 6th level of Tianwu realm, a remarkable advancement. Calculating the time he had spent in the four-spirit space, Chu Yun realized nearly 20 days had passed. He had promised an elder from the Tai Xuan Sect that he would resolve his family matters within a month, yet he had yet to return to his father. After some contemplation, he deemed it time to leave. He crouched by the pond, splashing water on his face, then retrieved a clean outfit to replace his blood-stained garments. After completing these tasks, he prepared to depart. Through his observations, he had discerned that the locations marked by the divine continent, heavenly ranking stone tablets signified exits. If he could locate such a place, he would be able to exit the four-spirit space. However, as he stepped away, he heard a commotion emanating from the nearby woods. Intrigued, he cautiously approached the source of the noise. Soon, he came upon two groups of individuals. Upon recognizing the figure leading one of the groups, he was taken aback. Jiang Yu. I did not expect her to truly arrive. In truth, upon entering, he had overheard that Jiang Yu might come to the four-spirit space, but he had not encountered her until now. As he prepared to leave, fate had brought him face-to-face with her. Jiang Yu was engaged in conversation with a handsome young man clad in white, who wielded a folding fan and exuded an air of refinement. Listening intently, Chu Yun realized that the young man was none other than Duan Jingtian, the foremost talent of Qingzhou. I have long heard of the heavenly demon sect saintess, Jiang Yu, renowned for her unparalleled beauty. Might I be granted the honor of witnessing your visage today? Duan Jingtian spoke, his demeanor exuding charm. Jiang Yu's beautiful eyes bore into him as she replied, You are a disciple of the Songlong Cave Heaven. As the saintess of the demon sect, do you not fear that others may suspect you of colluding with us? Jiang Yu harbored no fondness for Duan Jingtian. Duan Jingtian chuckled lightly, Saintess Jiang Yu, do not jest. Those who accompany me are fiercely loyal and would never divulge our meeting. With a cold expression, Jiang Yu retorted, Apologies, but my beauty is reserved for my husband alone. Duan Jingtian lightly waved his fan. A smile gracing his face, I have heard that you vowed that whoever glimpsed your beauty would win your hand in marriage. Is that true? Indeed, it is true, Jiang Yu affirmed. Very well then, I shall test whether I can behold the beauty of Jiang Yu today. Duan Jingtian declared, his tone icy. Jiang Yu warned, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Even though you have attained the 6th level of Tianwu realm, your strength remains insufficient before me. Duan Jingtian smiled confidently. For the chance to behold your beauty, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life today. With those words, he vanished in a flicker, dashing toward Jiang Yu like a specter. Jiang Yu, taken aback, lightly tapped her toes against the ground and retreated. However, she soon discovered that Duan Jingtian had vanished from sight. Though I may not match you in cultivation, my agility may surpass yours, a voice echoed from behind Jiang Yu. Before she could react, a leaf brushed against her cheek. By the time she turned, her veil had fallen away. Quickly, she reached to cover her face, but it was too late. Duan Jingtian had already appeared before her. Upon witnessing her divine beauty, he was momentarily stunned. Bang! Jiang Yu abruptly struck him in the chest. Swiftly, she retrieved her veil and covered her face once more. Duan Jingtian was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground. Junior brother Duan, are you all right? The disciples accompanying him rushed to assist him. Though their cultivation levels exceeded his, none possessed talent comparable to Duan Jingtian's. Their mission in the four-spirit space was to protect him. Duan Jingtian rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite the injury, he gazed at Jiang Yu with exhilaration. Truly a beauty like no other. The price of that blow is worth it. Jiang Yu's expression remained frigid as she warned. Were it not for your status as a disciple of Songlong Cave Heaven, I would have killed you today. Duan Jingtian chuckled. Now that I have seen your beauty, according to your vow, I must be considered your husband. You would not dare to kill me. Jiang Yu's fame had spread across the 4 states, and many sought to glimpse her beauty, only to meet their demise at her hands. In her quest to behold Jiang Yu's visage, Duan Jingtian had even taken a martial emperor as his master, learning an unparalleled agility technique. This had allowed him to succeed in removing her veil. Jiang Yu replied, "You are not the first to have seen my face." Duan Jingtian furrowed his brow. "Is that so? Who else has seen it?" "I have," came a voice from the woods. Chu Yun. Upon seeing Chu Yun emerge, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with joy, while Duan Jingtian's expression darkened. "Who are you?" "I am Chu Yun." He turned his gaze toward Jiang Yu and stated, "Jiang Yu is my wife. I advise you to cease your pursuits." Duan Jingtian's anger turned to mockery as he sneered, "Your wife? You, a mere frog dreaming of swan meat, are deluded." Jiang Yu interjected, "He speaks the truth. He is indeed the first to have seen my face." "What?" Now it was Duan Jingtian's turn to be astonished. He scrutinized Chu Yun, only to find it impossible to discern his cultivation level. Though he could not gauge Chu Yun's strength, he was certain it was no more than the 2nd level of Tianwu realm. With such cultivation, he could behold your beauty. "There is no need for such an absurd excuse to reject me," Jiang Yu replied. "My visage is not determined by one's cultivation. It is a matter of fate." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Chu Yun. The first time they met, she had felt nothing, but during their second encounter, perhaps it was indeed fate that allowed him to inadvertently witness her beauty and share a moment of intimacy. If that was not fate, she could not fathom how to explain it. "What nonsense is this fate? I believe only in strength," Duan Jingtian declared, fixing his gaze on Chu Yun. "Since you are the first to have seen her beauty, once I eliminate you, I shall be the first to behold her countenance." With that declaration, Duan Jingtian prepared to strike Chu Yun. "Brother, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle this." A robust young man wielding a large blade stepped forward. Jiang Yu, unable to discern Chu Yun's cultivation, quickly interjected, "As long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on him." Duan Jingtian scoffed. "What, do you intend to protect him?" Seeing Jiang Yu remain silent, he turned to Chu Yun, taunting, "Or are you planning to rely on a woman for protection?" Chu Yun replied, "I do not require her assistance to deal with you." Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. "Chu Yun, their cultivation is formidable. Do not underestimate them. Rest assured, if I cannot handle them, how could I ever protect you?" Upon hearing those words, Jiang Yu froze in place. "Protect me?" No one had ever spoken such words to her. Though she was the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, she felt a profound loneliness within. Little did she expect that one day, a man would declare his intent to protect her. "Very well. Just be cautious." Jiang Yu recognized that Chu Yun sought to prove himself, so she chose not to obstruct him further. However, she was prepared to step in should he find himself in peril. Duan Jingtian, enraged by Jiang Yu's concern for Chu Yun, barked at his companion, "Why are you still standing there? Go and kill this brat." "Yes." The burly youth, upon hearing the words, directly approached Chu Yun. He wielded a large blade. Yet he showed no intention of drawing it against Chu Yun. Clearly, he believed that he could vanquish Chu Yun without resorting to weaponry. The 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. The approaching youth elicited a cold smirk from Chu Yun. It was no wonder the adversary regarded him with such disdain. He likely assumed that mere cultivation was sufficient to overpower him. "Kid, prepare to die." As the burly youth closed in, he threw a punch at Chu Yun. An unadorned strike devoid of any martial techniques, eye in his eyes. His formidable cultivation made this punch sufficient to annihilate Chu Yun. "The one who is to die is you." As the burly youth's fist hurtled toward him, Chu Yun retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided with rapid ferocity. Bang boom! In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before the onlookers. The burly youth was obliterated by Chu Yun's single punch. Although they were of equal cultivation level, Chu Yun's physique had been honed into a thunderous one, granting him strength several times greater than that of an ordinary martial artist. Thus, to trade blows with Chu Yun was tantamount to courting death. "What?" The sight of the burly youth being shattered in one blow left not only Duan Jingtian astounded, but also elicited a flicker of surprise in Jiang Yu's eyes. It was worth noting that when she had last encountered Chu Yun, he had only been at the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm. Now, less than a month had passed, and he was capable of killing a 6th-level heavenly martial realm warrior with a single punch. Did this not imply that Chu Yun had at least reached the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm himself? No wonder the sect master had instructed her to eliminate him. She had not anticipated his martial talent to be so extraordinary. After dispatching the burly youth with a single blow, Chu Yun turned to Duan Jingtian and remarked, "Do not send such trash to meet their demise. If you possess any ability, come at me yourself." Duan Jingtian fixed his gaze upon Chu Yun, still unable to discern his true cultivation level. "What is your cultivation level? If you have the ability, showcase it instead of resorting to sneak attacks." He believed that Chu Yun was deliberately concealing his prowess, intending to catch his opponents off guard. "I have already revealed it just now. Did you not see?" Chu Yun replied. Duan Jingtian's expression tightened. If Chu Yun had indeed fully displayed his cultivation, then he was at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. Generally, he was confident in his ability to defeat 6th or even 7th level heavenly martial realm warriors. However, the fact that Chu Yun could obliterate a 6th level warrior with a single punch indicated that he, too, possessed the capability to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Nonetheless, he was confident that Chu Yun's strength could not surpass his own. Gradually, he retracted his folding fan and prepared to engage. Just then, Jiang Yu interjected, "Duan Jingtian, enough, if you strike again, I will have to intervene." Upon hearing this, Duan Jingtian cast a wary glance at Jiang Yu. After all, she was at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Engaging her would leave him with no chance of victory. "Fine, for your sake, I will spare him today. However, he will eventually perish at my hands, for no one can take away the woman I desire." With that, Duan Jingtian waved his hand and departed with his entourage. Watching him leave, Chu Yun made no attempt to obstruct him, as the top genius of Qingzhou. Duan Jingtian undoubtedly possessed numerous means of preserving his life. Forcing a confrontation with him would yield little chance of success. Noticing that Chu Yun appeared somewhat discontent, Jiang Yu spoke up, "You cannot kill him. He possesses life-preserving measures bestowed by a martial emperor." Chu Yun, puzzled, inquired, "How do you know?" Jiang Yu explained, "I have heard that he apprenticed under a martial emperor from the Tsanglong cave, and such powerful beings typically provide their disciples with life-saving techniques. So that is why you did not strike to kill him?" "Indeed." Jiang Yu nodded lightly before asking, "By the way, what brings you here?" Chu Yun replied, "I naturally came here to enhance my cultivation." Jiang Yu remarked, "Your rate of improvement is astonishingly rapid. No wonder the sect master ordered me to eliminate you." Chu Yun chuckled, "Rest assured, he will not be able to kill me." "Why is that?" Chu Yun stated, "Because I am about to join a super sect." "That puts my mind at ease," Jiang Yu said. "Your cultivation has surged too quickly. Even if I do not kill you, our sect master will send others to do so, or may even take action himself. Therefore, entering a super sect is your best option." Chu Yun asked, "I plan to leave here. When will you depart?" Jiang Yu replied, "I will remain here for a few more days." Chu Yun glanced at her companions and asked, "They will not divulge our matters, will they?" Jiang Yu reassured him, "Do not worry. After you leave, I will erase their memories of what transpired." "All right, be careful," Chu Yun said, preparing to turn away. Just then, Jiang Yu's voice rang out, "Chu Yun." He turned back and asked, "Is there something else?" Jiang Yu looked at him and said, "Focus on your training." Chu Yun locked eyes with her, nodding in acknowledgement. With that, he turned to leave. In Jiang Yu's gaze, he sensed a hint of reluctance. Yet, due to their differing identities, no matter how much they longed to remain together, separation was inevitable. Following the markings he had previously left behind, Chu Yun swiftly located the exit he had entered through. The exit was also a black vortex. With a leap, he plunged into the vortex. Dizziness enveloped him. When Chu Yun re-emerged, he found himself atop a peculiar mountain peak. The summit was a flat expanse adorned with numerous runes, indicating that it was likely a formation. While Chu Yun was examining the formation, a voice suddenly called out, "Hurry and pay the fee. Then you may leave." Chu Yun turned to see a small wooden cabin not far behind him. In front of the cabin sat a plump young man in his 20s, with a round face and a somewhat foolish expression. Chu Yun inquired, "Who are you?" The chubby youth, brimming with arrogance, replied, "You do not know who I am. It seems this is your first time entering the four-spirit space. I am a disciple of the WeakHes sect, responsible for guarding the teleportation array and collecting spirit stones." He continued, "You martial artists can enter the four-spirit space if a martial king-level expert opens the passage for you. However, to exit, you must use the teleportation array established by our super sect." Chu Yun frowned. "So this is the territory of the WeakHes sect?" "Not quite. The WeakHes sect is quite far from here. This is merely one of thousands of teleportation arrays. Hurry and give me spirit stones." I need 100 million spirit stones to return to the sect and resume my training. I have had enough of this desolate place. Chu Yun assessed the chubby youth, noting that despite his foolish appearance, he was at the first level of the heavenly martial realm. He then asked, "How many spirit stones do you require?" The chubby youth replied, 10,000. What? Chu Yun was taken aback. He had no need for spirit stones in his training. Thus he possessed not even a single one. You cannot possibly be telling me that you do not have even 10,000 spirit stones? The chubby youth scoffed. Chu Yun smiled wryly. Had he not cultivated the devouring heaven technique, he might have had some spirit stones on hand. However, after adopting the devouring heaven technique, he regarded the meager spiritual energy contained in spirit stones as insignificant. And thus, he truly had none. If I say I do not have them, will you believe me? The chubby youth retorted, Do you think I am easily deceived? Although I may appear somewhat foolish, I am not stupid. Chu Yun found this amusing. I genuinely do not have any spirit stones. Would you accept something else as collateral? The chubby youth was taken aback. Let me see what you have. That I come from a super sect. So I generally do not value ordinary items. Searching through his spatial ring, Chu Yun found nothing but a manual on 5 elements sword techniques and a few changes of clothing. It dawned on him that he had given away all his other possessions to his family. Never mind. I have already learned it, so it would be of no use to me, he thought. After some contemplation, he produced the manual on the 5 elements sword techniques and said, What do you think this martial technique is worth in spirit stones? The chubby youth stood and approached Chu Yun, taking the martial technique to glance through it briefly before tossing it back. This martial technique is worthless. What? Worthless? Chu Yun exclaimed. Have you not seen? This martial technique is a heavenly level technique. The chubby youth replied dismissively, In our super sect, heavenly level techniques are no different from ordinary techniques. Chu Yun was momentarily stunned, realizing that it made sense. Super sects surely did not lack heavenly level techniques. So how much is it worth? He inquired. 100. What? Only 100? Chu Yun's eyes widened. A heavenly level technique was valued at a mere 100 spirit stones. To me, it is worth 100. In other places, it might fetch 10,000, Chu Yun remarked. Wait for me. I will go exchange it for spirit stones and return to you. As he spoke, he turned to leave. However, the chubby youth seized him and said, What if you run away? Chu Yun replied, You are a disciple of a super sect. Would I dare to flee? That is true, the chubby youth conceded. Where can I exchange for spirit stones? Chu Yun asked. This is the 10,000 mountains. There are many demon beasts within. It will take several days to fly out. Several days? So it will take me a considerable amount of time to go back and forth? About half a month. What? Half a month? Chu Yun felt a headache coming on. He truly wished to eliminate this chubby youth, but he realized that since the youth dared to guard the teleportation array here, he must possess some form of assurance. I have urgent matters. I will not be able to return for a while. Besides, did you not say you are a disciple of the Xinghe Sword Sect? I am about to join the Xinghe Sword Sect myself. Perhaps you could make an exception and let me pay you after I join? The chubby youth regarded him skeptically. You intend to join the Xinghe Sword Sect? Indeed. The chubby youth scrutinized Chu Yun, unable to discern his cultivation level. I am not well read. Do not try to deceive me. Chu Yun chuckled. Would someone as astute as you fall for my tricks? That is true, the chubby youth agreed. Then write me an IOU. My task is to collect 100 million spirit stones to return to the sect and resume my training. Since you do not have spirit stones, it may take you a while, so you owe me a favor. Chu Yun assured him, Do not worry. Today you help me, and once I join the Xinghe Sword Sect, I will certainly assist you in return. As he spoke, Chu Yun took out a bamboo slip and began to write the IOU. Once he finished, the chubby youth picked it up, glanced at it, and asked, Your name is Chu Yun? Yes. The chubby youth responded, I am called Wang Pongzi. Remember, you owe me 10,000 spirit stones and a favor. If you dare to run, I will report your name to the sect. Chu Yun reassured him, Rest assured, I would not flee over a mere 10,000 spirit stones. If it were not for the fact that he had no use for spirit stones in his training, he would not have cared about the amount. All right, you may go now, the chubby youth stated, returning to his seated position before the wooden cabin. Chu Yun turned to gaze at the endless mountains, suddenly feeling a bit lost. Are you unsure of where you are? The chubby youth asked. Chu Yun replied, How did you know? The chubby youth chuckled. It is common for those entering the 4-spirit space for the first time to feel this way. I have a map. It usually costs 1,000 spirit stones, but since you have none, consider it a gift. With a wave of his arm, a map floated toward Chu Yun. He reached out to catch it and examined the map, discovering that he was currently situated in the southernmost part of Qingzhou, several 100,000 miles away from Biling Academy. Fortunately, his cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm, and he should be able to return to Biling Academy in just a few days. Brother Wang, thank you, Chu Yun expressed, cupping his fist in gratitude, before leaping into the air and flying toward Biling Academy. After 6 days of travel, Chu Yun finally returned to Biling Academy. Realizing it was still early, he decided to visit Nanyang City. Given that he did not know when he would return after entering the Super Sect, he felt the need to visit his family. Upon arriving in Nanyang City, he noticed a large banner hanging from the city gate, emblazoned with a prominent character. Chu.at that moment, he overheard the townsfolk discussing, "I never expected that in such a short time, the Chu family would become the foremost family in our Nanyang City. Indeed, I heard that Biling Academy dispatched a heavenly martial realm expert to protect their Chu family. With such a strong guardian, it would be difficult for the Chu family to falter. Ultimately, it is because the Chu family produced the genius Chu Yun. Previously, they claimed he was a waste. Now it seems that was all an act. Yes, the Chu family has been concealing their strength too well." Chu Yun could not help but smile wryly. He had indeed once been a waste. But that was all in the past. With that thought, he made his way into the city in the rear courtyard of the Chu family. Chu Xiaotian and an array master whom Chu Yun had recruited were engaged in conversation in a pavilion. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Upon recognizing Chu Yun, Chu Xiaotian promptly stood up to Yuner. "You have returned, father," Chu Yun called out. Chu Xiaotian swiftly exited the pavilion, joyfully exclaiming, "You rascal have been gone for quite some time. Why have you just returned now?" The array master, surnamed Wei, had been referred to as Wei Lao by Chu Yun since discovering his surname. Hearing Chu Xiaotian's words, he quickly added, "Young Master Yun has undergone a remarkable transformation. Naturally, he would return less frequently." Chu Xiaotian sighed. Indeed, he has grown. This small place, Nanyang City, can no longer contain him. Just then, a white-haired elder in a black robe suddenly descended from the sky. Upon seeing Chu Yun, he momentarily paused before speaking. "Elder Chu, what brings you here?" Chu Yun looked at the elder with confusion and asked, "And you are?" The black-robed elder smiled. "I am Huang Tong, an elder from the Inner Academy. The Academy sent me to protect your Chu family." Chu Yun scrutinized the elder closely, noting his 5th-level cultivation in the heavenly martial realm. He smiled and said, "So you have been guarding my Chu family all along. I am grateful." Huang Tong replied, "There is no need for thanks. It is my honor to protect your family." As he spoke, he assessed Chu Yun and realized he could not discern his cultivation level. He then inquired, "May I ask what level of cultivation Elder Chu has reached?" Chu Yun answered, "I am at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm." "What?" Huang Tong was taken aback. It was known that Chu Yun had entered Biling Academy with a cultivation of the earth martial realm. Now, less than 2 months later, he had reached the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. Such a pace of cultivation was truly astonishing. In a wonder, he was able to ring the bell 10 times. His progress is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yun chuckled. "Elder Huang, you flatter me." Huang Tong asked, "What brings you back so suddenly?" Chu Yun turned to Chu Xiaotian and said, "I actually came back to bid farewell to my father." "Bid farewell? Where are you going?" Chu Xiaotian inquired with urgency. Chu Yun replied, "I plan to enter the Super Sect, Xinghe Sword Sect for cultivation. It is quite distant from Nanyang City, and I may not return for a while." "What?" Chu Xiaotian's expression turned sorrowful, while Wei Lao and Huang Tong looked on in astonishment. The Super Sect was an existence they had long looked up to. Especially for Wei Lao, his heart swelled with joy. He had always aspired to become a 4th-level array master, and if Chu Yun joined a Super Sect, assisting him in that endeavor would be a piece of cake. This is wonderful. Once you enter a Super Sect, not only is it possible for you to become a martial king-level expert, but even a martial emperor is within reach. Huang Tong remarked, "I never expected Elder Chu to join a Super Sect at such a young age. This is a goal that countless martial artists yearn for." Seeing the reluctance in Chu Xiaotian's eyes, Chu Yun comforted him. "Father, do not worry. I will return to see you whenever I can. Indeed, as long as you strive to become stronger, your father will support you wherever you go." Turning his gaze toward Huang Tong, Chu Yun said, "Elder Huang, I entrust my family to you after I depart." Huang Tong replied, "Rest assured, Elder Chu. Since the dean has assigned me to protect your family, as long as I am present, no one shall harm the members of the Chu clan." Nodding, Chu Yun then turned his attention to Elder Wei, saying, Elder Wei, I have not forgotten the promise I made to you. Once I enter the Super Sect, I will assist you in seeking methods to break through to the next realm. Well then, I thank you in advance, Elder Wei said, bowing deeply to Chu Yun. Chu Xiaotian then asked, Yuner, do you wish to bid farewell to your relatives? Chu Yun replied, there is no need. I would rather not cause them any worry. Very well, take care of yourself, his father said. Yes, father, I am leaving now to go forth, my child. After casting a lingering glance at Chu Xiaotian, Chu Yun leapt into the air and departed from the Chu family estate. Upon flying out of Nanyang City, he set his course for Long City. Previously, in order to obtain the remains of the divine dragon, Chu Yun had promised Yitong, the head of the Yi family, to look after Yilinger. Now, as he was about to embark on his training at the Super Sect, he intended to see the current state of the Yi family. Before long, Chu Yun arrived at Long City. He did not enter the Yi family estate, but stealthily landed atop the roof of the courtyard. In the rear courtyard, he observed Yilinger practicing swordplay under the guidance of an elderly man. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun discerned that the elder possessed a cultivation level of the 4th stage of Heavenly Martial Realm. For the sake of the Yi family's safety, he had previously requested the Dean of Biling Academy to send someone to protect them. This man was likely the one sent by the Dean. Seeing that the Yi family was safe and sound, Chu Yun contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided against meeting Yilinger. For him, as long as the Yi family remained secure, he had fulfilled his duty. With that thought, he soared into the sky, heading toward Biling Academy. That moment, the Dean of Biling Academy and an elder clad in a blue robe stood side by side on the tower. As the month drew to a close, the Dean expressed his concern. Why hasn't Chu Yun emerged yet? Could something have happened to him? Perhaps he has lost his way. We should have informed him of the route to take. Just as they were filled with apprehension, a figure suddenly flew in from the distance and landed atop the tower. Upon recognizing Chu Yun, they rushed forward to greet him. Chu Yun, you have finally emerged. We were beginning to worry that something might have befallen you, they exclaimed. Chu Yun smiled and said, Elders, I apologize for causing you concern. The Dean scrutinized Chu Yun and found himself unable to perceive his cultivation level. He inquired, What is your current cultivation level? Why can I not discern it? The blue-robed elder added, I cannot perceive it either. With a smile, Chu Yun replied, I am now at the 6th stage of Heavenly Martial Realm. What? Both elders' eyes widened in astonishment. You have only been in there for less than a month, yet you have already ascended to the 6th stage of Heavenly Martial Realm. Good heavens, what an astonishing rate of cultivation. At this pace, you will likely catch up to us in no time. As the two elders marveled at Chu Yun's rapid advancement, an aged voice suddenly called out, The month has passed. Have you completed your tasks? As the voice echoed, an elder clad in white robes, with hair as white as snow, flew in from the distance and landed on the tower. This was the elder who had facilitated Chu Yun's entry into the Tai Xuan Sect for training. All matters have been resolved, Chu Yun informed the white-robed elder. The Dean of Biling Academy said, Brother Luo, I entrust Chu Yun to you. Tio, speak honestly, had it not been for dealing with Duan Jingtian, I would never have agreed to let him enter the Tai Xuan Sect for training. The white-robed elder smiled and responded, Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You wish for him to assist in elevating Biling Academy to a super force, do you not? However, you must also consider his situation. Although Biling Academy is a first-rate force, once one reaches the Heavenly Martial Realm, without adequate resources for cultivation, even with exceptional talent, it will be exceedingly difficult to advance to the Martial Emperor realm. It would be a tremendous loss for such a promising talent to remain in your Biling Academy. The Dean sighed, I am aware of his potential, which is precisely why I made the sacrifice to allow him to train at the Super Sect. However, you must guarantee his safety. The white-robed elder replied, I cannot truly guarantee that. You know well that in the Super Sect, strength reigns supreme. Others cannot protect him. The only one who can safeguard him is himself. Of course, the Tai Xuan Sect has its own rules. Should anyone dare to violate them and harm him, I will not stand idly by. Very well, I entrust him to you, the Dean said. Understood. The white-robed elder nodded lightly and then turned to Chu Yun, saying, Let us depart. Before Chu Yun could react, the elder grasped his hand and soared toward the distant horizon. At that moment, Chu Yun noticed a massive sword had appeared beneath his feet, and the two were now flying on a sword. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Feng. I am responsible for seeking out talented disciples for the Tai Xuan Sect. You may call me Elder Luo. Very well, Chu Yun nodded and then asked, Elder, how far is the WeakHes sword sect from here? Elder Luo replied, It is a distance of 100,000 li 100,000 li. That should take a few days to reach, Chu Yun reasoned. Elder Luo replied, It will take at least 10 days. Although the WeakHes sword sect is only 100,000 li away, the journey will take us through numerous areas teeming with magical beasts, many of which possess the strength of the martial king realm, and even the martial emperor realm. To avoid these beasts, we must slow our pace. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Having cultivated to this point, he had yet to encounter many magical beasts. Elder, could you share some information about the sword sect? It would help me prepare mentally before entering. Luo Feng chuckled, Certainly. The journey is long. And I might as well enlighten you, so you are not left in the dark upon arriving at the sword sect. The WeakHes sword sect has been established for 13,000 years and stands alongside Songlong Cave and Wanyao Blessed Land. The strongest known cultivator within the sect is at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of martial emperor realm, but whether there are any stronger cultivators remains unknown. Within the sect, there are 6 martial emperor realm experts, 132 martial king realm cultivators, 3,600 heavenly martial realm warriors, and tens of thousands at the earth martial realm.as. For those below, there are far too many to count. Upon hearing that there were over 3,000 heavenly martial realm warriors, Chu Yun was left in a state of shock. He thought to himself, no wonder it is a super sect. Having so many heavenly martial realm warriors is truly remarkable. In Biling Academy, they would be considered rare gems, yet here, they seem to be quite commonplace. With so many heavenly martial realm warriors, is there truly no one capable of defeating Duan Jingtian? Chu Yun inquired. Luo Feng replied, Do not be deceived by the sheer number of heavenly martial realm warriors. Many have relied on pills to enhance their strength. In contrast, Duan Jingtian's cultivation has been achieved through diligent effort, step by step, making him incomparable. Thus you understand why I sought you out. Because your dean informed me that you have never consumed pills, meaning your cultivation is achieved through genuine skill. Chu Yun could only smile wryly. Although he had not ingested pills, his method of increasing his cultivation was even more extreme than consuming them. Nonetheless, this did not lessen his strength. I heard that Duan Jingtian is training in Songlong Cave? Chu Yun asked. Indeed, Songlong Cave is a place where women outnumber men. Our WeakHes sword sect had initially sought to invite Duan Jingtian to train with us, but he is a lecher, enamored by the beauty of the women in Songlong Cave. And thus he rejected our offer. It is said that he later took on a martial emperor realm female elder from Songlong Cave as his master, and after receiving her true teachings, his strength surged, and he began challenging others. Is there truly no one in Wanyao Blessed Land who can contend with him? Luo Feng replied. Wanyao Blessed Land, as the name suggests, excels in beast taming. Many of their members may not possess high individual strength, but the magical beasts they control are incredibly powerful, and no matter how high Duan Jingtian's cultivation, he would not dare to compete with them. So he focuses on challenging our WeakHes sword sect's disciples instead. I have heard he plans to leave Qingzhou to challenge others in different states, but he is too arrogant. He likely does not realize that among the 4 states, Qingzhou is the weakest. Once he leaves Qingzhou, he will understand what it means that there are always greater heights beyond. Even without Luo Feng's explanation, Chu Yun could deduce that Qingzhou was likely the weakest of the 4 states. After all, in the rankings of the Divine State's heavenly list, Duan Jingtian was only in 10th place, meaning there were 9 individuals stronger than him. If he were to encounter any of those 9, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Subsequently, Luo Feng continued to share much information about the WeakHes sword sect. After flying for half a day, Luo Feng suddenly halted in midair above a mountain range. Elder Luo, what is the matter? Chu Yun asked, perplexed by the sudden stop. Luo Feng gazed down at the forest below, his expression darkening. Such potent demonic energy. Suddenly, a dozen figures clad in black robes emerged from the trees below, standing atop the treetops and radiating a dense aura of dark demonic energy. Facing these disciples of the heavenly demon sect, Luo Feng remained unfazed and coldly remarked, The heavenly demon sect is becoming increasingly audacious, daring to ambush members of the super sect. The leading black-robed figure spoke in a hoarse voice, You are not worthy of our targets. We seek to kill the person behind you. Luo Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, Why do you wish to kill him? There are 2 reasons. First, he has killed an elder of our heavenly demon sect. Second, his martial talent is exceedingly high. Should he continue to grow, he will pose a threat to our heavenly demon sect. Thus he must die. Luo Feng sneered, The The heavenly demon sect delights in indiscriminate slaughter, and I dare say that anyone would seek to eliminate you. The fact that he killed one of your elders is indeed a great service. As for your claim of his talent, you must first ask me if I agree. As he spoke, a powerful pressure emanated from Luo Feng. A golden crown rose slowly behind him, resembling a radiant sun. Once the golden crown appeared, it unleashed thousands of golden beams toward the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Aside from the leading black-robed figure, all others were struck and sent flying by the golden light. Humph! A mere first-stage martial king dares to be arrogant. The leader of the black-robed figures saw Luo Feng summon the golden crown and snorted disdainfully. Another crown, even more dazzling than Luo Feng's, rose behind him, indicating that this elder of the heavenly demon sect was also a martial king realm expert. I never expected that you would engage martial king realm experts just to kill him. However, as long as I am here, you shall not succeed. With those words, Luo Feng grasped Chu Yun and vanished without a trace. Trying to flee. Where do you think you're going? The black-robed man swung his arm and turned to strike the void behind him. With a splatter, blood erupted from the void in the next moment. Chu Yun and Luo Feng had already disappeared. Witnessing their escape, the black-robed elder was taken aback. I did not anticipate this person to be so formidable. We must return to report to the sect master that Chu Yun has fled. Understood. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, atop a mountain peak, Luo Feng and Chu Yun emerged from the distorted space. As soon as they appeared, Luo Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Luo, are you all right? Chu Yun quickly supported him. Luo Feng replied, I am fine. That person's cultivation is likely at the third stage of Martial King realm. I did not expect the heavenly demon sect to send a Martial King expert to kill you. Had I not utilized my movement technique just in time, we might have faced dire consequences. Fortunately, we are now within the jurisdiction of Wanyao Blessed Land, where the heavenly demon sect does not dare to venture. As long as we remain cautious, we should be safe. After saying this, he summoned the giant sword and continued on their journey. Following the recent encounter, Chu Yun finally understood why Jiangyu had insisted he join a super sect. Without the protection of such a sect, he would stand no chance against the heavenly demon sect. However, even relying solely on a Martial King expert, it would not be so easy to kill Chu Yun. He still had a final trump card he had yet to reveal. Nonetheless, he would only resort to it if absolutely necessary. After flying for a while, Chu Yun noticed that Luo Feng's speed began to slow. Roar, roar. At that moment, Chu Yun spotted countless magical beasts emerging from the forest below. 9-headed serpents, giant tigers with wings, and massive wolves engulfed in flames. Chu Yun realized that the lowest cultivation level among these beasts was at the Earth Martial Realm. Chu Yun, be careful. The magical beasts here possess considerable strength, Luo Feng warned. Will these beasts transform into human form? Chu Yun asked, of course. Any beast that reaches the heavenly martial realm can take on human form. However, some magical beasts with special bloodlines may evolve early due to their unique heritage. Luo Feng explained. Just then, a 9-headed serpent reared its body, blocking their path and flicking its tongue at Chu Yun and Luo Feng. As Chu Yun prepared to take action, Luo Feng raised his hand to stop him. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, You wretched creature, depart. A young woman dressed in a green gauze outfit appeared, riding on a white crane as she flew in from the distance. As she approached, Chu Yun noticed that her skin was fair and her features exquisite. Even while seated on the crane, her slender figure was unmistakable. Upon seeing the woman in green, the 9-headed serpent seemed frightened and quickly retreated into the woods. The green-clad woman then looked at Chu Yun and Luo Feng, asking, Who are you two? Luo Feng replied, I am an inspecting elder of the Tai Xuan Sect. May I ask for your name? Young lady? The woman responded, I am Lu Qing, an inspecting elder of Wanyao Blessed Land. So it is Elder Lu. I apologize for the oversight. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Lu Qing stated, Since you are an inspecting elder of the Tai Xuan Sect, you should be aware that this area is rife with magical beasts. Should any harm befall you, Wanyao Blessed Land will not take responsibility. Luo Feng explained, We had no intention of passing through here, but we were ambushed by the heavenly demon sect en route. In a moment of urgency, I utilized my movement technique and inadvertently entered your territory. I see. However, why would the heavenly demon sect pursue you? Lu Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Though the heavenly demon sect is powerful, They do not dare to provoke our super sects lightly, Luo Feng asked. Elder Lu, are you familiar with Duan Jingtian? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression changed, and she grew agitated. That lecherous scoundrel, of course, I know him. Not long ago, while on patrol, I encountered him, and he actually attempted to flirt with me. Had it not been for my giant spirit crane beneath me, he likely would have forced himself upon me. Luo Feng seethed. I cannot believe that this brat has become increasingly brazen. He dares to lay hands on even those from Wanyao blessed land. To be frank, I set out to find someone capable of dealing with him, and after much effort, I finally found a person with superior martial talent. However, it seems that the Heavenly Demon Sect has learned of this, and they sent people to ambush us along the way, Luo Feng confessed. Lu Qing's eyes then fell upon Chu Yun. Soon, her brows furrowed as she could not discern his cultivation level. Is he the one you speak of? Indeed, Luo Feng confirmed. What is his cultivation level? Why can I not see it? Lu Qing inquired. Luo Feng explained. He is at the 6th stage of Heavenly Martial Realm, but due to the unique nature of his cultivation technique, it is difficult for you to perceive. What? The 6th stage of Heavenly Martial Realm? Lu Qing exclaimed in shock. Given Chu Yun's youth, he was even younger than Duan Jingtian, yet his cultivation matched that of Duan Jingtian. No wonder the Heavenly Demon Sect sought to kill him. With such talent at his age, Songlong Cave would likely also wish to eliminate him. Luo Feng chuckled and said, I naturally am aware of that. But I know that you, the myriad demons of the blessed land, do not. Lu Qing revealed a faint smile and replied, I certainly do not, but as for the people within our blessed land, I cannot guarantee that. As she spoke, she glanced again at Chu Yun and continued, since you are here because you were forced to confront Duan Jingtian, I can guide you. Luo Feng was taken aback. He could hardly believe that the other party would lead them. After all, this was the territory of the myriad demons, and with their guidance, the beasts along the way would hardly dare to act. In that case, I must thank Elder Lu, he said. Let us go. Lu Qing called out and maneuvered the white crane to fly ahead. Seeing this, Luo Feng quickly followed suit with Chu Yun. Under Lu Qing's leadership, the two traversed the vast mountains without incident. Along the way, Chu Yun noticed many powerful beasts, some of which had even transformed into humanoid forms. These creatures attempted to attack them, but upon seeing Lu Qing ahead, they all chose to submit. Before long, they exited the mountains and arrived at a vast plain. At that moment, Lu Qing halted and turned to the two, saying, You are safe now. Thank you for escorting us. Elder Lu, Luo Feng said, cupping his hands in respect. Lu Qing smiled slightly and then guided the white crane to Chu Yun's side. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Yun as she asked, Do you have confidence in defeating Duan Jingtian? Chu Yun replied, I had a brief encounter with him in the four-spirit space. His strength is not remarkable. Lu Qing frowned slightly. She was well aware of Duan Jingtian's abilities. The fact that this young man claimed the other's strength was lacking was either a sign of arrogance on his part or an indication that his own strength had already surpassed Duan Jingtian. If you are able to sever Duan Jingtian's left hand for me, I will grant you a wish, she stated. Chu Yun was taken aback, unsure why she wanted to sever Duan Jingtian's left hand. Sensing his confusion, Lu Qing explained, Because he has touched my left hand, I wish to take his. After saying this, Lu Qing directed the white crane to leave, her voice trailing behind, As long as you sever his left hand, you may come to the myriad demons' blessed land to find me at any time. Chapter 50. Star River Sword Sect. I have heard that Lu Qing is no ordinary person, Luo Feng remarked after she departed. Chu Yun inquired, Is she not a patrolling elder? Luo Feng pondered for a moment before responding, Indeed, she is a patrolling elder, but it is said that her sister is the consort of the Lord of the myriad demons' blessed land. Chu Yun expressed surprise. If she has such a formidable sister, why does she not seek her out, but instead wants me to sever Duan Jingtian's left hand? Luo Feng chuckled. It is not that simple. Your intervention would merely be regarded as a conflict among disciples, but should her sister intervene, it would escalate to a confrontation between major sections. Understanding this, Chu Yun felt relieved. Well then, there are no more threats on the road. We will arrive at the Star River Sword Sect in half a day's time. With this declaration, Luo Feng maneuvered the giant sword to continue their flight. Half a day later, Chu Yun found himself soaring above an endless range of mountains. At that moment, a distant sight left him utterly astonished. He beheld an unbroken chain of peaks, each adorned with a towering giant sword, bound by iron chains that exuded an ancient aura. At the forefront of the mountains stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with 4 striking red characters, Star River Sword Sect. As they drew closer, Chu Yun noticed that within the depths of these peaks, palatial structures were erected, where numerous disciples were engaged in cultivation. Just as the two landed before the stone tablet, an elderly man in white robes with a long beard descended on a long sword from afar. Upon landing, he greeted Luo Feng with a smile. "Elder Luo, where have you been all this time? The sect master instructed you to find a genius capable of dealing with Duan Jingtian. Have you succeeded?" Luo Feng replied, "Would I dare return if I had not found anyone?" Hearing this, the bearded elder turned his gaze to Chu Yun, scrutinizing him closely. After a thorough examination, he realized he could not discern Chu Yun's cultivation level. "You mean this one?" the elder asked. "At his age, I guess he can't be above the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. How could he possibly be Duan Jingtian's match?" Luo Feng laughed. "Elder Du, you can't possibly be unable to see through his cultivation level, can you?" In truth, he too could not perceive Chu Yun's level. However, having witnessed it before, he was aware of Chu Yun's true strength. Elder Du frowned and retorted, "How could I not see through his cultivation? Regardless, he cannot exceed the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm." Luo Feng mocked, "It seems you are indeed aging, your vision failing. He is at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm, yet you claim he does not surpass the 5th. Perhaps it is time for you to retire and not mislead the disciples at the Sword Sect. The 6th level of the heavenly martial realm? Impossible." Elder Du dismissed it outright. Luo Feng turned to Chu Yun and said nonchalantly, "Chu Yun, please display your cultivation level." From their conversation, Chu Yun sensed that Luo Feng and Elder Du did not share a good relationship. Thus, he did not hold back and directly release the aura of the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. "Well, do you see it clearly now?" Elder Du, upon careful sensing, confirmed that indeed, Chu Yun was at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. He coldly stated, "So what if he is at the 6th level? Duan Jingtian is no easy foe. Those of the same level, even those slightly stronger than him, have been defeated by him." Luo Feng countered, "Those individuals were of no real merit, but this person I found is different. Enough. Discussing this with you is futile. I must take him to see the sect master," he declared, gesturing for Chu Yun to follow. Upon entering the sect, a vast training ground came into view, filled with over 1,000 disciples wielding various weapons, practicing in myriad forms. Although it was called the Star River Sword Sect, there were no restrictions on the types of weapons used by the disciples. Every disciple entering the Star River Sword Sect must undergo a swordsmanship aptitude test. While I know your swordsmanship aptitude will not be lacking, the process must still be followed. Just then, Luo Feng spoke as he walked towards a stone platform at the center of the square. Chu Yun quickly followed suit. Under Luo Feng's guidance, they soon arrived at the stone platform, where a colossal sword was embedded in the center. This sword, known as the 9-section sword, consists of 9 segments. Every disciple entering the Star River Sword Sect must undergo a sword-pulling test. The more segments they can pull out, the better their swordsmanship aptitude is deemed to be. Chu Yun focused on the giant sword, noticing that it radiated a peculiar energy akin to the giant bell he had once struck. "Go ahead. Do not disappoint me," Luo Feng encouraged. Without further ado, Chu Yun ascended the stone steps and approached the giant sword. "Look, isn't that Elder Luo?" murmured one of the disciples. "Did he not go out to find a genius to deal with Duan Jingtian? Has he found someone?" As this conversation unfolded, disciples began to gather around the stone platform. Could this boy be the genius Elder Luo brought back? Strange, I cannot discern his cultivation level. Given his age, which seemed to be around 14 or 15, could he possibly be more powerful than us? Most of the disciples present were of a similar age to Chu Yun, yet their cultivation levels did not surpass his. Chu Yun, do not mind them. "Begin," Luo Feng urged. "Understood," Chu Yun replied, grasping the sword hilt and pulling with all his might. "How many segments do you think he can pull out?" "I guess 2 segments. Elder Luo would not bring back someone too exceptional, so I feel it will be 3. The murmurs of the crowd continued. The giant sword began to rise slowly. The first segment of the sword soon became visible. The onlookers paid little attention. In their view, it was unlikely that Elder Luo's prodigy could even pull out the first segment. Soon, the second segment appeared. At this point, some began to furrow their brows. The ability to pull out the second segment indicated decent aptitude. Chu Yun did not pause, continuing to exert his strength. Before long, the third segment came into view. Impressive, the third segment has emerged. If he can pull out the third segment, he is considered a talent in swordsmanship. Luo Feng nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face. As long as Chu Yun could pull out 3 segments, it would align with his expectations. However, Chu Yun showed no signs of stopping, continuing to pull with vigor. In quick succession, the 4th and 5th segments were revealed. Witnessing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. He has pulled out the 5th segment. This boy's aptitude in swordsmanship is astonishing. The disciples murmured in awe. The top 10 on the sword god ranking can only pull out the 5th segment. If he can achieve the same, it signifies his talent is on par with the top 10. However, before their words could fully settle, the 6th segment emerged as well. Chapter 51. Sword Pulling Test, Breaking Records. Look. The 6th segment has appeared. Heavens! A record has been broken. The highest recorded number in the sword pulling test seems to be 5 segments. As Chu Yun pulled out the 6th segment, shock rippled through the crowd. Yet, he did not cease. Soon, the 7th and 8th segments followed suit, until finally, he pulled out the entire sword. The crowd was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. What kind of talent is this? It is said that since this sword appeared here, only the first-generation sect master has ever pulled it out. Indeed, it is rumored that the first-generation sect master vanished after reaching the martial emperor realm. As the onlookers marveled at Chu Yun's swordsmanship aptitude, deep within the sword sect, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man clad in white robes with striking eyebrows and starry eyes slowly opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged, surrounded by 4 elders, seemingly in the midst of protective meditation. What is happening? Why is the training ground so noisy? One of the elders, upon hearing this, turned to the middle-aged man and clasped his hands in respect, saying, reporting to the sect master, "It seems Elder Luo has returned. He brought back a youth who appears to have successfully pulled out the test sword." What? The middle-aged man with striking eyebrows was none other than Zhao Xinghe, the sect master of the Star River Sword Sect. Upon hearing that Chu Yun had pulled out the test sword, he was initially taken aback but then smiled. "It seems that Luo Feng has finally brought me a true genius." "Sect master, would you like to go see?" the elder inquired. Zhao Xinghe replied, "No need. I am currently in a critical stage of cultivation. Please continue with your protective duties." "Understood." Back on the training ground, witnessing Chu Yun's feat of pulling out the ancient sword, Luo Feng's astonishment quickly turned to elation. Fantastic! With such an extraordinary talent, Duan Jingtian is bound to be defeated. However, before he could finish speaking, a voice of disdain interrupted. "Humph! Don't rejoice too soon. While his swordsmanship aptitude may be high, if he is killed before he has a chance to mature, it will all be in vain." Luo Feng turned to find that the speaker was none other than Elder Du. He retorted, "Do not think I am unaware. You are simply envious that I have found such an extraordinary talent. But rest assured, once the sect master learns of his aptitude, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths to protect him. Duan Jingtian's aptitude does not exceed that of Chu Yun, yet he receives protection from Canglong Cave. If the sect master of the Star River Sword Sect learns of Chu Yun's talent, he will likely extend similar protection to him. In that case, anyone who wishes to harm Chu Yun will find it far from simple." Their relationship had never been cordial, and Elder Du's remarks were indeed tinged with jealousy. Thus, when Luo Feng addressed him, he chose to remain silent. "Elder Luo, is it time?" Chu Yun inquired after re-embedding the giant sword. Luo Feng smiled. "Yes, I will now take you to meet the sect master." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun stepped down from the stone platform. "Brother, what is your name?" One disciple approached. "I am Lin Yang. I hope to count on your support in the future." Another added, "I am Gu Feng. I have been in the Star River Sword Sect for over a decade. Wherever you wish to go, I can guide you." As soon as Chu Yun stepped down, a crowd of disciples approached to ingratiate themselves. After all, with such a remarkable aptitude, forming connections with him could prove advantageous in times of peril. Chu Yun, unacquainted with them, merely offered a token nod. Luo Feng remarked, "Do not mind them. Follow me." Grabbing Chu Yun, he led him deeper into the sect. As they neared the exit of the square, Chu Yun spotted 2 massive stone tablets. Curiosity piqued, he asked Luo Feng, "Elder, what purpose do these serve?" Luo Feng replied, "These are the Sword God ranking and the Weapon Spirit ranking. The Sword God ranking records the rankings of the most powerful disciples in our Star River Sword Sect. As for the Weapon Spirit ranking, it ranks disciples based on the strength of the weapon spirits they wield. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yun became intrigued. With only the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm, he had little interest in the sword god ranking. However, since his dragon soul sword possessed a weapon spirit, he was eager to see where it stood on the weapon spirit ranking. Before long, Chu Yun approached the weapon spirit ranking and scanned the names. He discovered there were only 100 slots. First place, White Tiger Remnant Soul. Second place, Xuanwu Remnant Soul. Third place, Vermilion Bird Remnant Soul. Fourth place, Ancient Giant Ape. Chu Yun continued down the list until he reached the 10th entry. Strange, why are the top 3 all remnant souls? Luo Feng chuckled. To possess a weapon spirit, a weapon must be crafted from exceptional materials, which often include the bones of demon beasts. The top 3 names are all experts on the sword god ranking. They sought to enhance their weapon spirits by searching for divine beasts. However, as divine beasts have gone extinct, they were left to search for the descendants of these beasts. Ultimately, they found remnants of divine beasts within them. Even so, such remnants are not something ordinary weapon spirits can compare to. Chu Yun inquired, how do these weapon spirits compete? Luo Feng explained, it's simple. Just draw out your weapon. As long as it possesses a weapon spirit, it will enter the stone tablet for competition. Is it that easy? As he spoke, Chu Yun drew out the dragon soul sword. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed throughout the area. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned upon hearing the sound. What material was used to forge your weapon? Chu Yun, naturally not revealing the truth, replied, I crafted this sword from a beast bone I stumbled upon. Whenever it is successfully forged, a dragon's roar resonates. May I take a look? Of course. Chu Yun handed the sword to Luo Feng. After examining it closely, Luo Feng remarked, this sword possesses a soul-stirring presence. It seems the beast bone you found is likely the remains of a divine dragon. Chu Yun chuckled. Did you not say that divine beasts have gone extinct? How could there be remains of a divine dragon? Luo Feng replied, though divine beasts have perished, their remains endure through the ages. However, encountering such remnants is exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, the only sword in the entire Star River Sword Sect forged from the remains of a divine beast is the one wielded by the sect master. It is said that when used, the soul of the Qilin manifests, yielding tremendous power. As they spoke, Luo Feng glanced at the weapon spirit ranking and noticed that the first entry had changed. Originally listing the White Tiger Remnant Soul, it now displayed Dragon Soul. Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment, Dragon Soul. I truly did not misjudge. Your sword is indeed forged from the remains of a divine dragon. With an envious expression, Luo Feng gazed at Chu Yun's sword and said, Kid, not only is your martial talent extraordinary, but your fortune is equally remarkable. The beast bone you found must undoubtedly be the remains of a divine dragon. Otherwise, it would not display Dragon Soul. Chu Yun looked at the weapon spirit ranking, noticing that the first entry had indeed changed to Dragon Soul. He felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. He merely wished to test the ranking of the Dragon Soul, with no inkling that it would swiftly usurp the top position. Come, let us depart hastily. Your weapon spirit has claimed the first rank, and those currently on the leaderboard will soon be made aware of it. Once they realize that it is your sword that has dominated their standings, they will undoubtedly seek to challenge you. Your cultivation is still quite feeble, and engaging in combat with them would put you at a disadvantage. Thus, it is imperative that we leave at once. With that, Chu Yun sheathed the Dragon Soul sword and followed Luo Feng out. No sooner had they departed than a dozen figures descended from the depths of the sect, landing before the stele. Chapter 52. The Sect Master's Audience Dragon Soul? How can this be? It is not a remnant soul. Whose weapon spirit is this? The figures, a mix of men and women, all youthful, widened their eyes in disbelief upon seeing the first place in the weapon spirit rankings now occupied by the Dragon Soul. Who was here just now? Inquired the foremost youth, his face cold, clad in a black robe, wielding a short sword. I do not know. This place is usually deserted, came the reply. Investigate immediately. We must find this person. Chao Jun, do you think it could be senior brother Ji Wudao returning? I have heard he ventured to the ancient battlefield. Perhaps he has discovered the remains of a divine dragon there. The youth in the black robe, named Chao Jun, was ranked 5th on the sword god list. Upon hearing this, he replied coldly, impossible. The remains of a divine dragon are not so easily found. Even the White Tiger's remnant soul required considerable effort to obtain. If it is not senior brother, then who could it be? We must investigate thoroughly. Possessing the Dragon Soul weapon spirit is no small feat. I am eager to ascertain the extent of their cultivation. As the group was taken aback by the change in the weapon spirit rankings, Chu Yun and Luo Feng arrived at the base of a mountain, only to be stopped by a disciple. The sect master is currently in seclusion and cannot meet with anyone at this time. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng turned to Chu Yun and said, I will take you to rest first. Once the sect master has concluded his training, I shall bring you to meet him. Very well. With that, Luo Feng led Chu Yun to a somewhat desolate mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, Chu Yun noted that, while there were indeed palaces, they were devoid of any inhabitants. Why is there no one here? Chu Yun asked, curiosity etched on his face. Luo Feng sighed. This mountain peak was granted to me by the sect master, but due to my inadequate strength, no disciples wish to take me as their master, so I reside here alone, I see. Luo Feng continued, feel free to select any room for your stay. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. Once Luo Feng departed, Chu Yun ventured into the palace. Upon entering, he discovered cobwebs in various corners, indicating that it had been a long time since anyone had inhabited the space. However, this did not deter Chu Yun. The solitude was perfect for his cultivation. Before long, Chu Yun located a room, tidied it up, and settled in. Closing the door behind him, he took out an ancient bronze mirror and began to channel energy into it, eager to observe his surroundings. The Starry River Sword Sect was a superlative sect, and he sensed there would be much to learn as he gazed. He noticed a middle-aged man in white robes, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, seated cross-legged atop a nearby peak. Surrounding him were 4 elderly figures. Reflecting on this, Chu Yun realized that this was indeed the mountain Luo Feng had indicated was the sect master's abode. Could this person be the sect master of the Starry River Sword Sect? Gazing intently at Zhao Xinghe, Chu Yun was astonished to note how surprisingly youthful he appeared. His cultivation, I sense, is at least at the 9th level of Martial Emperor. At that moment, the voice of the mirror spirit rang out. Predecessor, can you discern his cultivation even through the mirror? Chu Yun asked. The mirror spirit chuckled. I am the mirror spirit, the ancient mirror, and I are one. As long as I can see, I can sense. The 9th level of Martial Emperor? Previously, I heard that the first sect master vanished upon reaching the Martial Emperor realm. The mirror spirit replied, there are 2 possible reasons for their disappearance. What are those? Chu Yun inquired, intrigued. The mirror spirit elucidated, upon reaching the Martial Emperor realm, the next stage is the Martial Monarch realm. Unlike the Martial King and Martial Emperor stages, which only require the condensation of a crown, attaining the Martial Monarch realm necessitates the formation of an external avatar, which in turn requires comprehension of the Great Tao. The Great Tao is ethereal and elusive, and to comprehend it, one must transcend the mundane. Hence the necessity to leave the sect. What purpose does the external avatar serve? The mirror spirit explained, it is to prepare for ascension to the immortal realm. You still have a long way to go before reaching that point, so discussing it further would be of little use to you. The second possibility is that they discovered another world, one far superior to this, thus necessitating their departure to cultivate to an even higher realm. Which possibility do you believe is more likely? The mirror spirit replied, it is difficult to say. The specifics of which possibility it is will only be revealed once you attain the Martial Emperor realm. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he was already at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm and believed it would not be long before he ascended to the Martial Emperor realm. With that thought, he continued to observe the sect master of the Starry River Sword Sect. Yet after some time, the man remained completely still. Finding little of interest, Chu Yun shifted his gaze elsewhere. As his vision moved, he noticed the clouds deep within the sect seemed to be swirling. If it were merely a typical disturbance, it would not have piqued his curiosity. However, the distant clouds rolled like waves, igniting a sense of wonder within him. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun was taken aback. He could scarcely believe his eyes. There was indeed a river within the clouds. What is going on? How can there be a river in the clouds? Initially suspecting he was imagining things, he scrutinized again and confirmed he was not mistaken. A river of indeterminate length spanned the entirety of the Starry River Sword Sect, and although he could not hear the sound of water, he could still see the waves crashing tumultuously. As he marveled at the sight of the river within the clouds, he noticed flashes of lightning dancing within it. These bolts seemed imbued with sentience, leaping and bounding through the river. Upon closer examination, he realized there were indeed 5 distinct colors of lightning: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Counting the colors, Chu Yun's face lit up with joy upon realizing that these 5 colors corresponded to the 5 thunders. golden thunder, wood thunder, green, water thunder, blue, fire thunder, red, and earth thunder, yellow. Excellent. If I can refine these 5 types of lightning, then I shall have mastered the final move of the Heavenly Thunder Palm, 5 thunder strikes. The Heavenly Thunder Palm is classified as a celestial level martial skill, yet mastering the 5th strike may elevate its rank beyond that. Moreover, this technique will only grow stronger as my cultivation progresses. With this thought, Chu Yun felt a surge of excitement. Discovering the vastness and numerous mysteries of the Starry River Sword Sect, he resolved to return to explore further when time permitted. With that, he stored the ancient bronze mirror and entered a state of cultivation. Before long, the second day arrived. As Chu Yun sat cross-legged in his room, a voice called out, "Chu Yun, come out quickly. The sect master wishes to see you." Upon hearing the voice, Chu Yun promptly opened the door to find Luo Feng waiting outside. "Follow me. The sect master has finished his cultivation and is ready to meet you." Chapter 53. The Heavenly River in the Clouds under Luo Feng's guidance. Chu Yun soon arrived at a grand palace. There, a middle-aged man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in white robes, sat cross-legged in the main hall. Zhao Xinghe. Upon entering the hall, Luo Feng bowed respectfully to Zhao Xinghe, saying, "Sect master, I have brought him." Zhao Xinghe looked up, appraising Chu Yun from head to toe before nodding in satisfaction. Impressive. To have reached the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm at such a young age demonstrates that your talent surpasses even that of Duan Jingtian. Chu Yun furrowed his brow, wondering how the sect master could discern his cultivation level. However, recalling his demonstration of strength in the martial training grounds the previous day, he realized it was impossible for the sect master to be unaware. "I heard from Elder Luo that you faced off against Duan Jingtian in the Four-Spirit space." Chu Yun replied, "Not exactly. However, I felt his strength was rather unimpressive." Duan Jingtian was also at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm, and Chu Yun felt confident he could prevail in a contest of equals. Zhao Xinghe chuckled. To declare his prowess lacking without engaging in battle seems rather presumptuous. This individual has consecutively defeated 12 of our talented disciples in the Starry River Sword Sect. We cannot afford to lose again. In half a month, he will return to our sect. You must hasten to elevate your cultivation to at least the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm to have a chance of victory. Sect master, may I pose a question? At that moment, Chu Yun interjected. Ask away, Zhao Xinghe replied. If I were to compete against Duan Jingtian, would I be permitted to kill him, or at least incapacitate him? Hearing this, Zhao Xinghe's brow furrowed. Do you harbor a grudge against Duan Jingtian? Sect master, the situation is as follows. Before Chu Yun could elaborate, Luo Feng recounted their encounter with Lu Qing in the Myriad Demons' Blessed Land. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghe's voice turned cold. That brat is truly overstepping his bounds, daring to provoke someone from the Myriad Demons' Blessed Land, especially Lu Qing. Does he not realize that Lu Qing's sister is the companion of the Lord of the Myriad Demons' Blessed Land? Luo Feng added, Duan Jingtian is indeed exceedingly arrogant. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will continue to believe that no one in the heavenly martial realm is his match. Zhao Xinghe nodded. While that may be true, we still cannot kill him. He has a mentor from the Songlong Cave Heaven, a martial emperor-level expert. Should we take his life, that expert will undoubtedly seek revenge. While I am unafraid of her, it is simply not worth it for the likes of Duan Jingtian. Could I not sever one of his arms? Chu Yun inquired. Even disregarding Lu Qing, Chu Yun felt compelled to teach Duan Jingtian a lesson for having set his sights on Jiangyu. Zhao Xinghe responded, if you possess the capability, then severing an arm would not pose an issue, but killing him is out of the question, at least for now. Luo Feng interjected, indeed, the disciples previously defeated by Duan Jingtian did not dare to go for the kill, so we must refrain from doing so as well. Super sects are not like ordinary forces. Should a conflict arise, it could lead to the deaths of tens of thousands. Zhao Xinghe added, it is still too early to discuss such matters. Our immediate priority is to ensure Chu Yun's swift advancement in cultivation. By the way, Chu Yun, would you be willing to take me as your master? Zhao Xinghe recognized Chu Yun's talent as surpassing that of Duan Jingtian. If Chu Yun could defeat him, it would serve as a resounding slap in Duan Jingtian's face, especially since he had previously rejected their Starry River Sword Sect. However, Chu Yun replied almost without hesitation. I do not wish to take a master to this. Luo Feng was taken aback, and Zhao Xinghe's expression turned incredulous. Chu Yun, have you lost your senses? The sect master wishes to accept you as a disciple, and you refuse? Luo Feng struggled to believe his ears. This was a dream come true for countless disciples, yet Chu Yun had turned it down. I am quite clear-minded. I have not lost my senses, Chu Yun asserted. He can deduce any individual's martial arts and skills, so why would I need to take him as my master? As for cultivation, possessing the swallowing heaven technique is sufficient. Thus, taking a master is entirely unnecessary. Zhao Xinghe regarded Chu Yun. Within the entire Starry River Sword Sect, among hundreds of thousands of disciples, countless individuals wish to take me as their master, yet you refuse. Why is that? Chu Yun replied. I can comprehend nearly all martial arts and techniques. Regarding cultivation, as long as I have sufficient resources, I can enhance my strength. Therefore, I see no need to take a master. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. You have a point. Your talent is likely unparalleled, and as long as resources are sufficient, it does seem unnecessary to take a master. Very well. Since you are resolute, I will not press the issue. Turning to Luo Feng, Zhao Xinghe commanded, relay my orders. From this day forth, Chu Yun may move freely throughout the Starry River Sword Sect. With the exception of the sect's forbidden areas. As for cultivation resources, he may utilize them without restriction. Understood. Luo Feng clasped his fists. Zhao Xinghe concluded, now, go and cultivate. Do not let me down in half a month. Should you fall to Duan Jingtian, you shall return from whence you came. Despite Chu Yun's extraordinary talent, if he were to lose to Duan Jingtian, it would be akin to him being slapped in the face once more. Thus, he could not allow Chu Yun to remain in the Starry River Sword Sect. What rewards does the sect master intend to bestow upon me if I manage to defeat Duan Jingtian? Chu Yun queried. Zhao Xinghe's brow furrowed at this. Chu Yun had the audacity to negotiate terms with him? Seeing this, Luo Feng quickly interjected, Chu Yun, what are you doing? Is the treatment the sect master just granted you not sufficient? Zhao Xinghe waved his hand, signaling Luo Feng to be silent. Speak. What do you desire? Chu Yun replied. Yesterday, while standing on the mountain where Elder Luo resides, I noticed what appeared to be a heavenly river within the clouds deep in the sect. If I can defeat Duan Jingtian, I wish to be permitted to train there. What did you say? At this, Zhao Xinghe was momentarily stunned. You claim you saw a heavenly river in the clouds deep within the sect? What heavenly river could possibly exist in the clouds deep within the sect? Are you imagining things? Luo Feng appeared puzzled. Seeing that Luo Feng was unaware of any heavenly river within the clouds, Chu Yun became increasingly convinced that the river was extraordinary. Though it was distant, I saw it clearly. There is indeed a heavenly river among the clouds deep within the sect. Seeing the sincerity on Chu Yun's face, Luo Feng turned his gaze toward Zhao Xinghe, who remained skeptical about the existence of a heavenly river within the clouds. Zhao Xinghe scrutinized Chu Yun for a moment before stating, you may leave now. We shall discuss this again once you have defeated Duan Jingtian. Understood. Having discerned the heavenly river's significance, Chu Yun did not wish to press Zhao Xinghe further. As the two departed, Zhao Xinghe's expression shifted to one of grave concern. How could he possibly see that heavenly river? It was rumored that only reincarnated powers could perceive it. Could this young man truly be a reincarnated power? Chapter 54. The Ancient Black Tower. Upon exiting the palace, Luo Feng expressed his regret. You actually declined the sect master's offer to become his disciple. What a pity. If you had accepted, who would dare to challenge you in the future? Chu Yun merely smiled faintly. While having a powerful master would indeed be advantageous, he did not relish the idea of being shackled. Once he took a master, he would be subject to their constraints, which was not what Chu Yun desired. Where can I cultivate within the sect? Chu Yun inquired. His cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm, yet he was not satisfied. He wished to advance to the martial king realm as swiftly as possible. In his view, only upon reaching the martial king realm could one truly be considered a formidable warrior. Luo Feng replied, there is but one place for cultivation within the sect, the Ancient Black Tower. This tower was acquired by the first sect master from the ancient battlefield. It is said to be infused with powerful ancient energy, and any martial artist who comes into contact with it risks being obliterated. However, following renovations by the first sect master, the tower has become indestructible, now housing both heavenly and kingly powers. To facilitate disciples' cultivation, the first sect master divided the tower into 9 levels. The upper 4 levels contain kingly power, suitable for martial king realm disciples, while the lower 5 levels contain heavenly power, meant for those at the heavenly martial realm. However, the energy within each level varies. If one were to forcefully enter a level that does not match their strength, They risk being crushed by the energy inside out, of course. If you find the ancient Black Tower unsuitable for your cultivation, you may also venture into the demon domain or the Sea of Heavenly Demons. While both places are fraught with danger, they also offer abundant opportunities. Many disciples have found suitable mounts in the demon domain, significantly enhancing their strength. Additionally, numerous disciples have discovered rare spiritual herbs in the Sea of Heavenly Demons, allowing for rapid cultivation. If fortune smiles upon them, they might even encounter mutated spiritual herbs that could alter their constitution. Chu Yun inquired. Is there a connection between the Heavenly Demon Sea and the Heavenly Demon Sect? Luo Feng replied. Of course there is a connection. The Heavenly Demon Sea is the territory of the Heavenly Demon Sect. However, in pursuit of enhancing their cultivation, disciples from super sects will venture into this territory regardless. How far are these two places from the Star River Sword Sect? Since witnessing the white crane ridden by Lu Qing, Chu Yun had harbored a desire for a steed of his own. As for the Heavenly Demon Sea, he was not particularly interested in any spiritual herbs. Rather, he hoped to encounter Jiangyu. These two locations are several 100,000 miles distant from here. If you are not adequately prepared, it is advisable to focus on cultivating within the sect for the time being. Reflecting on his impending duel with Duan Jingtian in half a month, Chu Yun abandoned his plans to visit the demon domain and the Heavenly Demon Sea. He resolved to first address the matter concerning Duan Jingtian before contemplating a journey to either location. Where is the ancient Black Tower? Luo Feng responded. It is situated at the heart of the Sword Sect. Follow me, and I shall escort you there. Very well. At that moment, Chu Yun accompanied Luo Feng towards the center of the Sword Sect. In the center, there loomed a colossal mountain, significantly larger than the surrounding peaks. As Chu Yun approached the giant mountain, he discovered that at its base lay a vast plaza. Against the mountain's backdrop stood a towering black tower, several hundred feet high. At that moment, thousands of disciples traversed the plaza, some having just completed their cultivation, while others prepared to enter for training. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun noticed that the disciples' cultivation levels were all at least at the heavenly martial realm. Do you see that? That is the ancient Black Tower. Upon reaching the plaza, Luo Feng pointed towards the Black Tower and spoke to Chu Yun. Chu Yun attuned his senses and discovered that the tower was enveloped in an ancient aura, clearly indicating its existence for countless years. Well, I have delivered you here. My task is now complete. If you require anything in the future, you may approach the sect master directly. With your talent, I believe he will not treat you poorly. Chu Yun clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Elder. If you have the opportunity, please do visit my family. I, Chu Yun, will not forget your kindness. Luo Feng stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he chuckled. Rest assured, my mission is to seek out talents. If I pass by the North Spirit Academy, I will certainly make a detour to check on your family. Excellent. Now, hurry inside and cultivate diligently. When the time comes for your duel with Duan Jingtian, I shall be there to cheer you on. With that, Luo Feng turned and departed. Once Luo Feng had left, Chu Yun made his way towards the Black Tower. Upon entering, a powerful celestial energy surged towards him instantly. As he surveyed the interior of the tower, Chu Yun was astonished to see thousands of individuals seated in meditation. Their eyes closed as they absorbed the celestial energy. After a brief pause, he ascended to the second level of the tower. While the first level was rich in celestial energy, it was overcrowded. If he were to employ the sky-devouring technique, it would surely incite panic. Upon reaching the second level, Chu Yun felt that the celestial energy here was significantly stronger than that of the first level. He observed that there were also thousands practicing here, but the martial artists on this level were considerably more powerful than those on the first. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to proceed to the third level. Upon entering the third level, he found that fewer than 1,000 martial artists were present. The celestial energy here was evidently several times more potent than that of the lower levels. However, for Chu Yun, this was still insufficient. Thus, he continued to the fourth level. Upon ascending to the fourth level, he felt a palpable pressure from the celestial energy. Surveying the area, he noticed only a few hundred were cultivating. Upon careful observation of these martial artists' cultivation levels, he realized that he could not discern their ranks, indicating they were all above the 7th tier of the heavenly martial realm. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yun selected a corner to sit down. The celestial energy here was exceptionally dense, and he sensed that cultivating in this environment could elevate his rank by at least 2 tiers. He then closed his eyes and began to operate the sky-devouring technique. As the technique activated, The celestial energy around him began to converge at a visible speed. Soon, Chu Yun's cultivation level surged from the 6th to the 7th tier of the heavenly martial realm. Due to the overwhelming density of the celestial energy, the other practitioners initially did not notice anything amiss. However, as time passed, they began to realize that the energy on this level was gradually depleting. What is happening? Why has the celestial energy suddenly weakened? Indeed, could it be that the ancient black tower is malfunctioning? Upon noticing the diminishing energy, the disciples present stood up to investigate. Quickly, one of the disciples approached Chu Yun. Suddenly, he seemed to collide with an unseen barrier and was violently thrown back. Moreover, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon landing, he stared at Chu Yun in astonishment and exclaimed, "The celestial energy around this person is so dense. It appears he has absorbed it all." Chapter 55. Wu Xiaolang. The celestial energy around this person is so dense. It appears he has absorbed it all. Hearing this, the disciples present began to gravitate towards Chu Yun. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, everyone was repelled by the celestial energy surrounding Chu Yun. The energy within this tower had already created pressure on them, and now, with all of it being absorbed by Chu Yun, the impact was only intensified. What is going on? How can this kid absorb so much celestial energy? Isn't he afraid of bursting his own body? After being thrown back, the disciples stared at Chu Yun in shock. Chu Yun remained seated, eyes closed, undisturbed by their approach. At that moment, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the heavenly martial realm. What are we to do? The celestial energy has been completely absorbed by this kid. How can we continue our cultivation? Only this level's energy is suitable for us. Now that he has absorbed it all, we cannot let this slide. Exactly. I was preparing to break through to the 9th tier of the heavenly martial realm and then head to the heavenly demon sea to seek out spiritual herbs to enhance my constitution. Now that he has drained the energy, we cannot simply accept this. Kid, stop, stop immediately. At that, several hundred disciples shouted angrily at Chu Yun. However, he continued to absorb the energy as if he had not heard them. If he won't listen, then we have no choice. Yes, let us strike together. As the shout echoed, hundreds of disciples surged towards Chu Yun. Yet, before their martial techniques could reach him, they were all thwarted by the celestial energy enveloping him. Some disciples with cultivation levels comparable to Chu Yun's noticed that their own energy was being siphoned away upon nearing him, prompting them to hastily retreat. What kind of technique is this kid practicing? I feel as if my cultivation is being drained. Me too. Everyone, stay away from him. I refuse to believe he can keep absorbing indefinitely. Once he stops, we will deal with him. Agreed. Hearing this, the hundreds of disciples reluctantly settled back into their meditative positions, casting dark glances towards Chu Yun. Under their watchful eyes, 3 days passed unnoticed. At this juncture, Chu Yun realized his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the heavenly martial realm. When he attempted to break through to the 9th tier, he found the celestial energy insufficient. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Kid, have you finally stopped? Do you think this is your home? You have drained all the celestial energy. How can we cultivate now? Chu Yun stood up slowly, surveying the gathered disciples. What is the matter? Is there a rule in the Sword Sect prohibiting one person from absorbing the celestial energy here? Upon hearing this, the disciples were momentarily taken aback. You are correct, but the Sword Sect has not stipulated that one cannot harm others within the tower. Just then, a young man spoke up, as his voice rang out. The disciples began to advance towards Chu Yun. Previously, they had been unable to act due to the energy barrier, but now that he had ceased his cultivation, they felt emboldened. Noticing the group approach, Chu Yun felt no fear. His cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the heavenly martial realm, making him unmatched within this realm. Numbers were of little consequence. Attack. Once the hundreds of disciples closed in on him, someone shouted. Suddenly, they all launched their attacks towards Chu Yun. Thunder roars across the seas. Observing the situation, Chu Yun swung his arms, unleashing 2 powerful strikes. Zzzzz. A torrent of intense purple thunder surged forth from him, sweeping outward like a wave. The disciples, caught off guard, found themselves engulfed in the tempest. Had this been before, Chu Yun would have struggled to contend with so many opponents simultaneously. However, with his cultivation now heightened, the power of the thunder within him had also intensified. Crackle! Ah! As the disciples were enveloped by the thunderous force, explosive sounds erupted from their bodies. Once the noise subsided, the disciples lay scattered and incapacitated on the ground, moaning in agony. Although Chu Yun's thunder was formidable, the disciples were not far from his level, so he could only injure them rather than eliminate them all at once. Naturally, Chu Yun had no desire to kill. If he were to slay so many at once, the sect would certainly seek retribution. I do not wish to harm you. If you persist in your harassment, do not blame me for being merciless. After speaking, Chu Yun advanced towards the 5th level. The celestial energy on the 4th level no longer sufficed for him. If he wished to continue his ascent, he needed to reach the 5th level. Observing Chu Yun's ascent, the disciples were furious but dared not retaliate. How can this kid be so strong? Why have we never seen him before? It seems he has been concealing his true abilities. They frequently secluded themselves within the ancient Black Tower, thus they were entirely unaware of Chu Yun's remarkable achievements during the testing at the martial arena. Had they known, their astonishment would have been far less. Upon arriving at the 5th level, Chu Yun discovered only a handful of practitioners present. As he surveyed their cultivation levels, he realized he could not discern their ranks, indicating that these few had reached the 9th tier of the heavenly martial realm. Just then, a short, bald youth stood up, seemingly concluding his training. Upon seeing Chu Yun, he scrutinized him from head to toe and then, stroking his bald head, inquired with a smile, "Brother, you look quite unfamiliar. Why haven't I seen you before?" Chu Yun replied, "I just joined the sect." "Just joined? That's odd. It's not yet the time for recruiting disciples. I came here with Elder Luo." The short youth expressed surprise, continuing to examine Chu Yun. "Elder Luo only brings back prodigies. If you've reached the 5th level upon just joining, your cultivation must be at least at the 7th tier of the heavenly martial realm. Yet, I cannot gauge your level. That is because I practice a technique that conceals my cultivation that I am currently at the 8th tier." "What? 8th tier of the heavenly martial realm?" The short youth regarded Chu Yun with astonishment. "Impressive. It's rare to find someone of your age who has cultivated to the 8th tier. The sword sect likely has no one else like you." Chu Yun merely smiled slightly. The short youth clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Wu Xiaolang. Should you encounter any difficulties within the sword sect, you may invoke my name. It is fate that we have met. I consider you a friend and I am called Chu Yun." "All right, I shall remember that." With that, Wu Xiaolang turned to leave. Once the other had departed, Chu Yun promptly seated himself and resumed the operation of the sky-devouring technique, continuing to absorb celestial energy. As he absorbed relentlessly, his cultivation swiftly broke through the 8th tier and ascended to the 9th tier. Chapter 56, Little Fatty, Look Up and See Who I Am. Chu Yun spent 10 days on the 5th level. Upon realizing that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the heavenly martial realm, he finally ceased his efforts. Attaining the pinnacle of the 9th tier brought him to the threshold of the Martial King realm. Unlike the heavenly martial realm, the Martial King realm wielded the power of kings. To break through, as Chu Yun was aware, there were 2 methods. The first was to seek the assistance of a Martial King expert, utilizing their kingly power to condense a crown within his body. However, this method bore a significant flaw. If the crown was not sufficiently powerful, it would place him at a disadvantage in later battles against peers. The second method involved comprehending martial arts to forge a crown of his own. Although this method was challenging, once achieved, it would render him nearly unmatched against others of the same tier. To grow stronger in the future, Chu Yun decisively opted for the second method. However, now was not the time to condense a crown. He had been cultivating within the ancient Black Tower for 13 days, and with only 2 days remaining until his duel with Duan Jingtian, he needed to leave the tower. With this thought in mind, Chu Yun slowly rose and made his way downstairs, on the 1st level of the ancient Black Tower. A crowd of disciples had gathered around a chubby boy, mocking him and occasionally kicking him. The chubby boy lay on the ground, too afraid to move, enduring the spitting of others upon him. "This is hilarious. Wang Xiaopeng, how dare you write a love letter to our sword sect's 3rd-ranked master sister, Nangong Aoshue? Have you even looked at what you look like? Exactly. You have neither talent nor looks. Yet you still think you can pursue Master Sister Nangong? You are just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." "Beat him. Master Sister Nangong has said that anyone who dares to pursue her will be severely punished, and she will take responsibility for it. Yes, beat him." As the command rang out, dozens of individuals began to kick Wang Xiaopeng relentlessly. Under the relentless assault, Wang Xiaopeng could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched tightly, yet he did not dare to retaliate. He understood that refraining from retaliation left him a glimmer of hope, while fighting back would certainly lead to his demise. Stop! Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. A youth clad in a green robe descended from the upper levels. Upon seeing the youth, the crowd fell silent. However, upon realizing they could not discern Chu Yun's cultivation level, they assumed that at such a young age, his cultivation would not be very high, and thus they shouted angrily, "Who are you, kid, to command us to stop?" "Humph. I see he is another suitor for Master Nangong. If we're going to beat one, we might as well beat two. Let us teach him a lesson too." Right. As these words were spoken, several disciples advanced towards Chu Yun. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yun furrowed his brow and waved his arm. Instantly, several disciples were sent flying. These disciples were merely at the second or third tier of the heavenly martial realm and posed no threat to him. Bang, bang, bang. The disciples crashed to the ground, unable to rise. "You dare to retaliate? You're courting death." Seeing Chu Yun strike back, dozens of disciples charged towards him. Not bothering to waste words, Chu Yun unleashed both palms. Zzz, bang, bang, bang. The dozens of charging disciples were all sent flying. Observing this spectacle, the remaining disciples hesitated, stunned into silence. Chu Yun advanced step by step, surveying the gathered disciples. At that moment, someone recognized him. Chu Yun. He is Chu Yun, the boy who managed to pull out the 9-section sword. Yes, it seems to be him. His talent is beyond compare. We should refrain from provoking him. As this revelation spread, those who had intended to confront Chu Yun began to retreat cautiously. Approaching Wang Xiaopeng, Chu Yun found him trembling on the ground, pleading, "Don't hit me. If you hit me again, I might die." Wang Xiaopeng lay prostrate, shivering in fear, not daring to lift his head. Seeing the boy's pitiable state, Chu Yun sighed softly, forcing a smile as he said, "Little fatty, look up and see who I am." Upon hearing the voice, Wang Xiaopeng slowly raised his head. When he saw Chu Yun's delicate features, confusion spread across his face. Chu Yun chuckled. "What's the matter? You don't recognize me. I still owe you a debt of 10,000 spirit stones, along with a favor." Wang Xiaopeng paused, then exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. How did you end up here?" Chu Yun smiled. "Didn't I tell you? I would come to the Star River Sword Sect." Wang Xiaopeng cast a glance around, noticing the wary glances directed at Chu Yun by the others, which were laden with trepidation. He turned to Chu Yun and inquired, "What level of cultivation do you possess? I sense an overwhelming fear emanating from them towards you." Chu Yun smiled and replied, "Within the realm of heavenly martial, I am unmatched." "What?" Wang Xiaopeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Chu Yun's smile widened slightly as he looked around at the others and stated, "I owe you 10,000 spirit stones and a favor, at present. I cannot return the spirit stones, but I can assist you with 2 matters. Is that true?" Wang Xiaopeng's disbelief was palpable. Chu Yun affirmed, "Indeed, my word is my bond." "Then I wish to teach them a lesson. They nearly beat me to death just now. Can you help me?" Wang Xiaopeng's gaze was ablaze with fury as he recalled those who had attacked him. "No problem," Chu Yun replied, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing at the exit. Before anyone could react, he closed the tower door. "Now you may take action. Should anyone dare retaliate, I shall sever their hand." As these words echoed, Chu Yun swiftly drew the dragon soul sword. A resounding dragon's roar filled the air, startling the disciples present. Observing this, Wang Xiaopeng surveyed the crowd before striding towards a tall disciple. "Wang Kuei, you struck me the hardest earlier. Now it's your turn to face the consequences." With that, he swung his fist, aiming for the disciple's face. The disciple, however, caught Wang Xiaopeng's arm and retorted angrily, "You, a mere waste, dare to whoosh," before he could finish. A surge of sword energy swept forth. Ah! The disciple's arm was severed, and he doubled over, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. That moment, Chu Yun's icy voice rang out, "I keep my promises. Anyone who dares to retaliate will lose their arm." Upon hearing this, the disciples who had intended to fight back could only suppress their rage. Witnessing Chu Yun's formidable prowess, Wang Xiaopeng felt emboldened. Without caring whether the disciple's arm was indeed severed, he delivered a swift kick to the disciple's head. "You enjoy bullying me, don't you? Now it's my turn to let you have your fun." After kicking several times, Wang Xiaopeng approached another disciple and Lu Lin, you just stepped on my head. Now I'll let you step on my head, bang bang. Chapter 57. A key moment of failure as the door of the ancient black tower swung open. A dozen battered disciples emerged, their faces contorted with rage. Inside the tower, after ensuring that those who had tormented him were adequately punished, Wang Xiaopeng turned to Chu Yun and said, "All right, it's over." Hearing this, Chu Yun casually replied, "You may leave now." The disciples on the first floor felt a wave of relief wash over them, rushing out of the black tower as though fearing that Chu Yun might change his mind. Once everyone had departed, Wang Xiaopeng gazed at Chu Yun with admiration. "I never expected your cultivation to be so high." Chu Yun smiled lightly. "I still owe you a favor. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." With that, he turned and walked away. After exiting the ancient black tower, Chu Yun made his way towards the peak where Luo Feng resided. It was a secluded area, as Luo Feng was often absent, making it an ideal place for Chu Yun to cultivate. However, just as he arrived at the palace, he spotted a disciple seated at the entrance. Upon noticing Chu Yun, the disciple quickly stood up and said, "Chu Yun, where have you been? The sect master wishes to see you." "What is it?" Chu Yun inquired. The disciple responded, "I heard that Duan Jingtian will arrive at our sect tomorrow. The sect master wants to see if you have broken through to the 7th level of heavenly martial." "All right, I will go at once." With that, Chu Yun turned and headed towards the palace where Zhao Xinghe resided. Upon arriving, he discovered Zhao Xinghe meditating at the center of the hall. "Where have you been these past days? I could not find you," Zhao Xinghe said as he slowly opened his eyes. Chu Yun clasped his hands and replied, reporting to the sect master, "I have been cultivating in the ancient black tower." "How has your cultivation progressed? Have you reached the 7th level of heavenly martial?" Zhao Xinghe questioned. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Indeed, Zhao Xinghe could not discern his cultivation level. The last time he was able to gauge it was likely because he had demonstrated his skills at the training ground. He answered, reporting to the sect master, "I have already reached the 7th level of heavenly martial." "That's good," Zhao Xinghe said. "Tomorrow, Duan Jingtian will arrive at our sect. In the past half-month, I heard he went to Nanzhou and not only reached the 7th level of heavenly martial, but also defeated several 8th-level prodigies in succession. His reputation is soaring, and should you manage to defeat him, not only will you gain fame in the Xinghe Sword Sect, but the 3 major supersects of Qingzhou will also know your name. This opportunity is one you must cherish." Chu Yun fixed his gaze on Zhao Xinghe, noticing that the latter seemed fatigued, clearly doubting his ability to defeat Duan Jingtian. He reassured, "Rest assured, sect master, I will not let you down." "Very well, you may leave," Zhao Xinghe concluded, gradually closing his eyes again. The next day, a silvery white flying ship sped towards the Xinghe Sword Sect. On board stood a dozen individuals clad in purple robes, each adorned with a golden dragon insignia on their chests. "Duan Jingtian, are you truly confident in defeating that Chu Yun?" an elderly man with a long beard asked, stroking his beard. Standing behind him was a refined young man holding a folding fan, Duan Jingtian himself. "If this Chu Yun is indeed the one I encountered in the four-spirit space, I have complete confidence in defeating him. Had it not been for the interference of the holy maiden of the demon cult, Zhang Yu, he would have already perished at my hands." The elderly man nodded. "Then I can rest easy." As the flying ship advanced, it swiftly descended before the gates of the Xinghe Sword Sect. Elder Du and several disciples awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing the ship land, they hurried to greet the guests. "Martial brother, we meet again," Elder Du said with a smile, bowing to the long-bearded elder. However, the elder did not return the pleasantries, coldly responding, "I hope this visit is not in vain." Elder Du assured, "Rest assured, the individual we have found, though young, possesses talent that surpasses your disciples." "What good is talent if their strength is lacking? They are still worthless," Duan Jingtian scoffed, lightly shaking his fan. Indeed, Elder Du managed a strained smile. "Enough of this idle chatter, let's proceed," the elder commanded. "Very well," Elder Du said, leading everyone to the training ground. The venue was already filled with disciples. Numbering in the thousands, all gathered to witness the duel between Chu Yun and Duan Jingtian. Upon entering the square, Duan Jingtian began scanning the crowd but could not spot Chu Yun. "Where is he? Why isn't he here?" Elder Du replied, "Do not worry. I will inquire with the sect master." Zhao Xinghe, accompanied by several elders, sat atop a stone platform in the center of the square. Elder Du approached and bowed. "Sect master, the disciples from Canglong Cave have arrived." Zhao Xinghe slowly opened his eyes and turned to Duan Jingtian, instructing, "Call Chu Yun here, at that moment." A disciple stepped forward and reported, "Sect Master, Chu Yun just informed me that he has an upset stomach and asked us to wait." "What?" Zhao Xinghe's brow furrowed at this news. On such an important day, Chu Yun had a stomach issue. It felt as though he was deliberately avoiding the confrontation. The long-bearded elder sneered, "An upset stomach? How peculiar. Why not earlier or later, but at this very moment? Could it be he is afraid and hiding?" Zhao Xinghe frowned and instructed the disciple, "Quickly fetch him." "Yes," the disciple replied and hurried off. However, after a considerable time had passed, there was still no sign of Chu Yun. The sun climbed higher in the sky, and the sweltering heat caused the gathered disciples to sweat profusely. What is going on? Why hasn't Chu Yun arrived yet? Wouldn't he have run away? Would he? As murmurs spread among the disciples regarding Chu Yun's tardiness, Duan Jingtian wore a dark expression, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. "Long Elder, what is the meaning of this? It seems they are mocking us intentionally," he said, frustration evident in his voice. The long-bearded elder was equally furious. He turned to Zhao Xinghe and demanded, "Zhao Sect Master, what is the meaning of this? If you do not wish to fight, we shall consider this match a victory for Canglong Cave." Zhao Xinghe, fuming, was embarrassed by Chu Yun's failure to appear at such a critical moment. Just as he was about to rise and search for Chu Yun, a voice interrupted. "Apologies, I had an upset stomach last night. Thank you for your patience." As the words spoke, Chu Yun entered the crowd with a smile, completely oblivious to the glares of resentment directed at him by the gathered disciples. Chapter 58. One strike to defeat Duan Jingtian, transforming into the divine dragon to slay the martial king upon reaching the center of the arena. Chu Yun scrutinized Duan Jingtian from head to toe. "Oh, it is truly you. I thought there might be someone with the same name." Duan Jingtian frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chu Yun replied, "Nothing of consequence, merely that I do not perceive you as my match." "What? He dares to claim that Duan Jingtian is not his opponent?" The disciples present were taken aback, perceiving Chu Yun's arrogance as excessive. Duan Jingtian, now enraged, chuckled mockingly as he waved his fan. "Chu Yun, while I cannot discern your cultivation, I assure you, you are no match for me. I had initially refrained from killing you out of respect for the Xinghe sword sect, but your arrogance compels me to teach you a lesson today." Turning to Zhao Xinghe, Duan Jingtian proposed, "Sect Master Zhao, I wish to establish a rule for today's duel." "What rule?" Zhao Xinghe inquired. Duan Jingtian stated, "In the event of accidental death during our duel, I hope you will not hold me accountable if I inadvertently kill one of your disciples." Zhao Xinghe's expression hardened. Duan Jingtian clearly intended to kill Chu Yun. He turned his gaze to Chu Yun, seeking his response. Chu Yun smiled and said, "Accidental death is a common occurrence. However, should I accidentally kill you, I hope Canglong Cave will not pursue the matter." Seeing Chu Yun's unwavering confidence, Zhao Xinghe's heart sank. At that moment, the long-bearded elder coldly remarked, "You believe you can kill Duan Jingtian? That is nothing more than a pipe dream." Duan Jingtian had not suffered a defeat since joining Canglong Cave, and he was confident he would not lose to Chu Yun either. Zhao Xinghe retorted, "So you mean to say Canglong Cave agrees to this? Why not? Dealing with him would be as easy as crushing an ant." The elder replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghe's anger flared. If they held such little regard for the Xinghe sword sect, he no longer had any reservations. "Very well, since you proposed this condition, should Duan Jingtian meet an unfortunate end, I trust you will not interfere." After saying this, he glanced at Chu Yun and added, "Chu Yun, the same goes for you. If you should happen to be killed by Duan Jingtian, I will ensure your family is taken care of." His words were meant to encourage Chu Yun, who understood that Zhao Xinghe harbored a desire to eliminate Duan Jingtian as well. Previously, there had been no justification for such actions, but now that Canglong Cave had initiated it, it was no longer their concern. With that, both parties stepped into the arena. The surrounding disciples instinctively took a step back. "Jiang, you mentioned you were the first to behold her visage. Once I eliminate you, she shall belong to me," Duan Jingtian declared, fanning himself as he eyed Chu Yun. Chu Yun countered, "You may not live to see that day." Clang. As his words fell, Chu Yun swiftly drew the dragon soul sword, slashing towards Duan Jingtian. Roar. A golden sword energy, resonating with the dragon's roar, surged toward Duan Jingtian. Duan Jingtian reacted quickly, swinging his fan to defend himself. Crunch. However, it was futile. The golden sword energy cleaved his fan in two before descending upon his left shoulder. Uffed. Duan Jingtian's left arm was severed cleanly. He screamed in agony, his voice a chilling echo. Chu Yun, not allowing him a moment to recover, swung the dragon's soul sword again. The attack was as relentless as water dripping through stone. A bolt of sword energy shot forth, piercing through Duan Jingtian's chest. Duan Jingtian coughed up a mouthful of blood before kneeling. His cries abruptly silenced. In mere moments, Chu Yun had unleashed 2 strikes, each executed with blinding speed. The onlookers were left in a daze, unable to comprehend how Duan Jingtian had collapsed before them. What just happened? The disciples looked on in disbelief at the fallen Duan Jingtian. Duan Jingtian, the long-bearded elder, noticing Duan Jingtian's injuries, rushed forward to assist him. Yet, as soon as he touched him, he found Duan Jingtian limp in his arms. In shock, the elder checked for Duan Jingtian's breath, only to recoil in horror as he realized the truth. Zhao Xinghe, witnessing the scene, quickly rose to his feet. Although he had seen Chu Yun's speed, he now understood that Chu Yun's actual cultivation was not at the 7th level of heavenly martial, but at the pinnacle of the 9th level. You audacious fool, how dare you kill Duan Jingtian? You seek death. The long-bearded elder's fury erupted as he glared at Chu Yun. With a swift motion, he charged towards Chu Yun, a golden crown materializing behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent the surrounding disciples reeling. Zhao Xinghe stood frozen in disbelief. He had never imagined that the disciple who had effortlessly defeated numerous prodigies from the Tai Xuan Sect could be felled by Chu Yun in mere moments. No, it was more accurate to say that the first strike was aimed to sever Duan Jingtian's left arm. With the strength of the 9th level of heavenly martial, a single strike should have been sufficient to obliterate Duan Jingtian entirely. As the long-bearded elder closed in on Chu Yun, Zhao Xinghe found himself at a loss, unsure whether to intervene. While Chu Yun's actions had restored their sect's dignity, they had also invited disaster upon them. Die! The elder lunged for Chu Yun, his expression twisted with rage, reaching out to grasp the young man's throat. Faced with a martial king, Chu Yun recognized he had no other choice. Roar! With a resonating dragon's roar, Chu Yun's form began to twist and contort. In an instant, he radiated a golden light, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that soared skyward. Then, in a breathtaking dive, the dragon hurtled downwards, piercing through the elder's body. Boom! Upon the golden dragon's passage through the elder, the golden crown behind him erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shockwave swept through the arena, blinding the onlookers momentarily, as the energy dissipated. The long-bearded elder's body exploded into a rain of bloody fragments. Not far away, the golden dragon vanished, revealing Chu Yun, who collapsed to the ground, pale and exhausted. Transforming into a dragon had drained him of all his heavenly energy, leaving him in a state of profound weakness. However, he mustered the strength to grip the dragon soul sword and slowly rise, casting a glance at Zhao Xinghe, who was still in shock. Duan, junior brother, elder. At that moment, the disciples from Songlong Cave, witnessing the demise of their companions, erupted into cries of anguish. The disciples from Tai Xuan Sect stood frozen, aghast. Heavens! Chu Yun not only killed Duan Jingtian but also obliterated a senior elder from Songlong Cave. This was indeed a monumental crisis. The young man possesses such formidable strength. It is no wonder he claimed earlier that Duan Jingtian was no match for him. Zhao Xinghe, observing the scene before him, found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Chu Yun gazed at him and spoke slowly. Duan Jingtian, endowed with exceptional martial talent, was regarded as a treasure by the Songlong Cave heaven, receiving focused protection. Now that I have slain Duan Jingtian, it signifies that my martial aptitude eclipses his. However, I am uncertain whether I can survive within the Tai Xuan Sect. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghe's expression shifted to one of complexity. He understood that Chu Yun was mocking him for not intervening to save him earlier. Although Duan Jingtian's talent was inferior to that of Chu Yun, he was nonetheless cherished by the Songlong Cave heaven and surrounded by protectors. In stark contrast, despite possessing greater talent than Duan Jingtian, he had not only been left unprotected, but there were also those who hoped to use his demise to appease Songlong Cave heaven's wrath. A truly lamentable situation. After finishing his words, Chu Yun turned slowly and walked towards the sect's entrance. The Tai Xuan Sect had wounded his heart. The sun cast its rays down, illuminating him and stretching his shadow long, rendering him profoundly solitary. Chu Yun, do not depart. I, Zhao Xinghe, Hereby vow that from this moment forth, you shall be the holy son of the Xinghe Sword Sect. From now on, whoever dares to harm you shall be opposing the entire Xinghe Sword Sect. As long as I, Zhao Xinghe, remain, I shall not permit anyone to bring you harm. As Zhao Xinghe's voice resonated, the disciples present, along with the elders, echoed in unison, Chu Yun, stay. Chu Yun, stay. Chapter 59. The sect's most beautiful woman. Nangong Aoshue Chu Yun halted his steps and slowly turned his head. He noticed that everyone present was gazing at him. Zhao Xinghe leapt into the air, landing before Chu Yun. Now that you have killed Duan Jingtian, if you leave, Songlong Cave Heaven will undoubtedly pursue you, and your family may become embroiled in the fallout. I did not foresee your ability to slay Duan Jingtian, which is why I failed to react in time to save you. But I assure you, it will not happen again. Chu Yun was aware that his earlier actions had been too swift, leaving no time for others to react. The deaths of Duan Jingtian and the elder of Songlong Cave Heaven occurred almost instantaneously. It was reasonable that Zhao Xinghe had not anticipated his formidable strength. Do you doubt my commitment to appoint you as the Holy Son? The title of Holy Son symbolizes the essence of a sect. Zhao Xinghe's decision to designate Chu Yun as Holy Son reflected immense resolve. It was worth noting that, despite having hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Xinghe Sword Sect, he had not conferred the title upon anyone else before. This demonstrated just how highly he regarded Chu Yun. Very well, since you have shown sincerity, I shall remain in the Xinghe Sword Sect, Chu Yun replied. Chu Yun's agreement to stay was not without its considerations. As Zhao Xinghe had stated, having slain Duan Jingtian and the elder of Songlong Cave Heaven, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. While he might evade their pursuit, what of his family? Furthermore, Chu Yun aspired to cultivate in the Heavenly River and needed the Xinghe Sword Sect to elevate his cultivation to the Martial King, or even Martial Emperor realm. Thus, he had no reason to leave. Zhao Xinghe reassured him, rest assured. Although you have killed Duan Jingtian, we had previously agreed that accidental deaths would not be pursued, and their people have heard our agreement. Should Songlong Cave Heaven insist on pursuing the matter, the Xinghe Sword Sect will not cower in fear. Given that Chu Yun's talent surpassed that of Duan Jingtian, Songlong Cave Heaven would go to great lengths to protect their own. Similarly, Zhao Xinghe would stand against anyone for Chu Yun's sake. What of my family? Chu Yun inquired. Zhao Xinghe replied, fear not. I will dispatch a Martial King realm expert to discreetly protect them. Good, then I shall rest easy. You appear quite fatigued. Here, take this bottle of heavenly power pills to recuperate. I shall visit you later. Zhao Xinghe produced a vial of pills from his robe and handed it to Chu Yun. Without hesitation, Chu Yun accepted it, for his internal energy was depleted, and he indeed required the pills for recovery. I shall return now. With that, Chu Yun turned to leave. As he passed by Duan Jingtian's corpse, he casually picked up the severed left arm and placed it into his spirit ring. After Chu Yun departed, dozens of elders approached Zhao Xinghe. Sect Master, this young man's talent is truly extraordinary. Indeed, when he arrived at the Xinghe Sword Sect, I heard he was merely at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm, and now, just half a month later, he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Such a rapid cultivation speed is unmatched in all of Qingzhou. However, having killed Duan Jingtian, it is likely that Songlong Cave Heaven will not let this matter rest easily. Zhao Xinghe clasped his hands behind his back and spoke coldly. What is there to fear? They are a super sect, and we are as well. If it comes to blows, we might not necessarily lose. Turning his gaze towards the disciples of Songlong Cave Heaven, Zhao Xinghe declared, what transpired earlier was witnessed by all of you. I hope you will report truthfully upon your return. Now, dispose of their corpses and return to Songlong Cave Heaven. A dozen disciples, upon hearing this, dared not linger further, promptly lifting Duan Jingtian's body and collecting the scattered remains before turning to leave. Upon returning to his quarters, Chu Yun retrieved the pills that Zhao Xinghe had given him and poured them out, hastily consuming them. While others could only manage 1 or 2 at a time due to their inability to refine more, Chu Yun, possessing the devouring heaven technique, could easily refine an entire vial, or even 10 vials if necessary. Once the pills entered his stomach, a surge of powerful heavenly energy rapidly coursed through Chu Yun's body. He promptly closed his eyes and began to operate the devouring heaven technique for refinement. When Chu Yun finally awoke, he discovered it was already the following day. Upon careful examination, he found that his internal energy had been completely restored. With a languid stretch, he rose and opened his door. Preparing to go out for some exercise, that moment, he noticed a figure standing outside the palace, facing away from him. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhao Xinghe slowly turned around. Upon seeing Chu Yun emerge, he scrutinized him before smiling. I did not expect you to recover so quickly after just one night. Were it anyone else, it would take days to recuperate. Sect Master, do you require something? Chu Yun inquired. Nothing of importance. I merely came to check on you. Now that I see you are well, I am relieved. Sect Master, may I venture to the deep recesses of the sect to cultivate in the heavenly river? Zhao Xinghe paused, then looked at Chu Yun earnestly. You can truly see the heavenly river within the depths of the sect. Chu Yun gently nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Xinghe replied, Very well, you may go, but remember to inform the elder guarding that area. Understood. After Zhao Xinghe departed, Chu Yun prepared to head towards the heavenly river for cultivation. However, just as he stepped out of the palace, he encountered a male disciple. Chu Yun, Senior Sister Nangong seeks you. Chu Yun furrowed his brow and asked, Senior Sister Nangong? Yes, the Senior Sister Nangong ranked third on the Sword God rankings. She is a martial king realm expert and the most beautiful woman in our Xinghe Sword Sect. She wishes to meet you after hearing of your victory over Duan Jingtian. Tell her I am busy and have no time, Chu Yun responded, turning to leave. To the east of the Xinghe Sword Sect, there stood a mountain peak adorned with exotic flowers and herbs. Deep within the verdant flora, a palace rested. Outside the palace, numerous young and beautiful female disciples practiced with their long swords. At that moment, the male disciple who had come to summon Chu Yun arrived at the palace entrance. Upon seeing these enchanting female disciples, he swallowed hard but dared not linger, hastening towards the interior of the palace. Inside, a woman in white sat cross-legged within the grand hall, her eyes closed. She appeared to be in her 20s, her long, black hair cascading like a waterfall, and she wore a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being. Though her beauty was extraordinary, she emanated an icy demeanor. The male disciple halted a considerable distance away, approximately 10 meters from her. The woman in white slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing that only the male disciple stood before her, she furrowed her brows and asked, Why are you the only one here? The male disciple, unable to meet Nangong Aoshue's gaze, understood well how formidable she was. He said he had matters to attend to and did not have time to meet you, and then he left. Nangong Aoshue frowned again, her voice cold. I invited him personally, and he dares to refuse? A mere heavenly martial realm warrior, and he acts with such arrogance. The male disciple hastily added, I too find him excessively proud. Nangong Aoshue remarked, to be capable of killing Duan Jingtian and being appointed as holy son by the sect master, he possesses the right to be proud. Yet, he must not become contemptuous. She then inquired, Where has he gone? The male disciple replied, It seems he has gone to the sect's forbidden area. The forbidden area? What could he possibly want there? Chapter 60. The forbidden area of the sect, the blind old man Chu Yun advanced steadily, soon arriving before a stone tablet inscribed with the words Forbidden Area of the Sect, entry prohibited in bold red letters. Young man, this is the forbidden area of the sect. You should return whence you came. A hoarse voice echoed nearby. Following the sound, Chu Yun noticed a stone hut nestled within the surrounding woods. Curiosity piqued, he approached as he drew nearer. He observed that the stone hut was quite rudimentary, seemingly serving no purpose beyond sheltering from the elements. Inside sat a frail, blind old man. Despite his tattered clothing and lack of sight, the old man appeared quite spirited. After a brief examination, Chu Yun realized he could not discern the old man's cultivation level. Junior Chu Yun pays his respects to the elder, he said, offering a respectful bow. The blind old man, however, responded coldly, This is not a place for you. Leave immediately. I am here with the sect master's approval, Chu Yun retorted. The blind old man replied, Then what brings you here? I wish to cultivate here, Chu Yun stated. Humph, to cultivate here is to court death. This is the forbidden area, devoid of any energy, containing only invisible lethal restrictions. Chu Yun hesitated slightly but insisted, regardless of what lies within, I must enter. Very well, if you wish to enter, I shall not stop you, the old man acquiesced as he spoke. He picked up a jade slip from beside him and handed it to Chu Yun. What is this for? Chu Yun inquired. The blind old man replied, This jade slip contains the names of over 1,000 disciples who disregarded warnings and sought to enter the forbidden area, only to never return. If you wish to proceed, leave your name, lest you perish and no one knows." Chu Yun was taken aback, contemplating the dangers that lurked within the forbidden area. If it were truly so perilous, why would Zhao Xinghe permit him to enter? Nevertheless, recalling the 5 types of thunder within the heavenly river, he resolved to venture forth. Taking the jade slip, he inscribed his name upon it. Another short-lived fool. The blind old man sighed as he accepted the slip. Chu Yun ignored him, stepping out of the stone hut and making his way into the forbidden area. Just as he departed, a figure materialized within the stone hut. It was Zhao Xinghe. Upon seeing the blind old man, he promptly bowed his head. "Elder." The blind old man replied nonchalantly, "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing my cultivation?" Zhao Xinghe explained. "I have come to bother you only to inform you that this young man can see the heavenly river within the forbidden area." "What?" The previously calm expression of the blind old man shifted to one of astonishment. "He can see the heavenly river within the forbidden area?" "Indeed, but whether it is true remains uncertain. I only heard him mention it, which is why I followed to investigate." The blind old man abruptly rose, a serious expression settling on his face. "It is said that only reincarnated powerhouses can perceive the heavenly river. Could this youth truly be one?" Zhao Xinghe replied. "His martial talent is extraordinarily exceptional, which leads me to suspect he may indeed be a reincarnated powerhouse." The blind old man pondered. This matter must not be disclosed to others. If he truly is a reincarnated powerhouse, then in Qingzhou, or even the entire divine continent, no one can rival our Tai Xuan Sect. I have toiled in cultivation for a millennium and have yet to reach that level. If he awakens his memories of the past life, he will surely assist me in breaking through. Rest assured, this matter is known only to me," Zhao Xinghe affirmed. "Now, go back and remember to protect him well. But he has already entered the forbidden area. I am concerned for his safety." Zhao Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. "Fear not. While the forbidden area is perilous, I have complete control over it. He will come to no harm." "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, Zhao Xinghe vanished from sight. Just after Zhao Xinghe's departure, a white figure appeared before the stone tablet. It was Nangong Aoshue. "What brings you here again? Did I not tell you that this is a forbidden area and not to approach?" Upon hearing the voice, Nangong Aoshue resembled a student caught misbehaving, hastening to the stone hut and bowing to the blind old man. "I merely passed by and thought to take a look." "By the way, elder, has anyone been here?" The blind old man replied indifferently. "A fool just came, but I persuaded him to leave." "Thank you. I shall take my leave now." With that, Nangong Aoshue vanished without a trace. Once she departed, the blind old man promptly settled into a meditative position and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yun had already reached the depths of the forbidden area. There, he found himself surrounded by a dense forest. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed several corpses on the ground, all clad in the attire of Tai Xuan Sect disciples, presumably fellow sect members who had met their demise. Chu Yun raised his gaze skyward, realizing he was nearing the location of the heavenly river. Yet, he could not discern its presence. Strange, why is there no heavenly river? The forbidden area is shrouded by restrictions that obscure your vision, preventing you from seeing it. The voice of Jingling suddenly resonated. "What should I do?" Chu Yun inquired. "Try to see if you can break the restrictions above," Jingling advised. "Understood." As these words left his lips, Chu Yun drew the dragon soul sword and began attacking the sky. Meanwhile, within the stone hut, the blind old man furrowed his brow, a smile creeping onto his lips as he remarked, "He can perceive the restrictions in the sky. However, with his current cultivation, he cannot break them. Let me assist him." With that, the blind old man formed hand seals, summoning an ancient golden rune that flew towards the forbidden area. Inside the forbidden area, Chu Yun furiously swung the dragon soul sword at the sky, but his strikes bore no fruit. Just as he was about to give up, a resounding boom echoed from above. Suddenly, a layer of translucent energy dispersed, revealing a vast heavenly river stretching hundreds of feet wide, appearing before Chu Yun's eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Yun's face lit up with excitement. He leaped into the air, racing towards the heavenly river. Soon, he found himself enveloped in the clouds, gazing at the immense expanse of the heavenly river with astonishment. He could not ascertain whether this river was a natural phenomenon or a man-made construct. If it were natural, it was a testament to the divine craftsmanship of the heavens. If it were created by human hands, then the one who fashioned it must be an unparalleled powerhouse. Regardless, the priority was to cultivate. These considerations were beyond Chu Yun's immediate focus. He needed to refine the 5 types of thunder within the heavenly river and comprehend the martial path to forge his own crown and ascend to the realm of martial king. Chapter 61. Striving for the martial king realm, celestial phenomena manifest. Having already cultivated the thunder body, Chu Yun encountered no obstacles while refining the 5 types of thunder energy from the heavenly river. In just 3 days, he absorbed all 5 types into his being. At that moment, 6 distinct powers of thunder, purple, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, manifested upon his form. In addition to the 5 thunderous forces, there was the previously refined purple lightning. Observing that the 5 thunder powers had been fully assimilated, Chu Yun opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He then leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning as he ascended to the heavens. From his elevated position, he struck downwards with a palm towards the celestial river. With a thunderous roar, he declared, 5 thunders strike. As his voice resonated, 5 distinct colors of thunder, intermingled with the purple lightning, coalesced into a gigantic hand that descended with tremendous force. Boom! Upon impact with the celestial river, the colossal hand unleashed a cataclysmic wave, creating an immense whirlpool that quickly returned to its original state. Indeed, the power of this strike could likely obliterate all adversaries of equal standing. At that moment, the voice of the mirror spirit suddenly echoed. Chu Yun slowly descended from the skies. Upon reaching the river's edge, he spoke, Senior, I have completely refined the 5 thunders. Is it time to challenge the martial king realm? Indeed, but ascending to the martial king realm is no simple feat. Merely condensing the crown requires considerable time. Furthermore, I have another suggestion for you. While you condense the crown, consider merging all 6 thunder powers into it. Should you succeed, the might of your crown will surpass that of others by several fold. Very well, I shall attempt it. With those words, Chu Yun seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes, commencing the process of condensing his crown. Meanwhile, in the Songlong Cave heaven, within a grand hall, a dozen elders surrounded the lifeless body of Duan Jingtian in somber silence. An elderly hunchbacked woman trembled as she crouched on the ground, gazing at Duan Jingtian's cold corpse. Tears flowed from her eyes as she gently caressed his face. After over 400 years, I finally found a satisfactory disciple, only to have him slain. How cruel is fate! Her tone was laced with palpable fury, which did not escape the ears of those present. Elder, you must avenge junior brother Duan. His death was too tragic. Indeed, that Chu Yun not only killed him with a single sword strike, but also severed his left arm. At this, the old woman noticed the absence of Duan Jingtian's left arm. She immediately inquired, Where is his left arm? One disciple replied, Chu Yun took it. What does he intend to do with Duan Jingtian's arm? The surrounding elders exchanged puzzled glances. The old woman's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she coldly stated, I did not expect him to not only kill Tian'er but also to leave him dismembered. This child is ruthless. I shall ensure he pays dearly. At that moment, a tall, gaunt elder with an ethereal demeanor turned to the speaking disciple and asked. During their duel, Zhao Xinghe must have been present. Did he not intervene? This elder was none other than Ma Songlong, the master of Songlong Cave Heaven. The disciples hesitated at his inquiry. Noticing their reluctance, Ma Songlong furrowed his brow and questioned, Are you concealing something from us? If you do not speak, do not blame me for being impolite. To his words, the disciples panicked. One disciple finally confessed, Master, it was actually junior brother Duan who proposed the duel, stating that should he accidentally kill his opponent, there would be no repercussions. Yes, the elder likely believed junior brother Duan would win, hence the agreement. Songlong's anger flared. I suspected it could not be this simple. Zhao Xinghe knows that Duan Jingtian is a talented disciple of Songlong Cave Heaven. He would not kill him unless absolutely necessary. Regardless of the reason, he dared to take my disciple's life, and he shall pay the price. The old woman slowly rose, her eyes ablaze with fury, but Songlong added, This matter was initiated by us. Should we seek retribution, we must tread carefully. If we act impulsively, it could provoke a conflict between our 2 sections. The old woman darkened her expression. Fear not, I will not implicate the sect. I have my own methods to deal with that boy. Simultaneously, in the myriad demons' blessed land, Lu Qing was surveying the mountains atop a white crane. At that moment, a female disciple, also riding a white crane, approached from a distance and landed beside her. Elder, Lu Qing's voice was frigid. What brings you here? The female disciple responded, Did you not ask me to keep an eye on Duan Jingtian? I have heard that he was killed by a disciple of the WeakHes sect named Chu Yun. Furthermore, it is said that his left arm was severed. What? Lu Qing's expression turned to shock. Is that true? Absolutely true. This news has spread far and wide. It is said that upon learning of this, Duan Jingtian's master was furious and vowed to seek revenge on Chu Yun. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing furrowed her brow. She understood why Chu Yun had severed Duan Jingtian's left arm. It was her suggestion. Now that Duan Jingtian's master was after Chu Yun, she felt a sense of responsibility. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a jade slip from her pocket and handed it to the female disciple, saying, You must go to the WeakHes sect immediately and personally deliver this jade slip to Chu Yun. Remember, it must be delivered by hand. Understood. The female disciple accepted the jade slip and departed atop her crane. Lu Qing watched her retreating figure and thought, Consider this my reward to you. If you ever need my assistance again, I shall be there at the WeakHes sect, in the forbidden area of the back mountain. The blind elder stood before a stone chamber, gazing at Chu Yun, who was meditating in the the elder. It appeared that Chu Yun was merely sitting motionless, but in Chu Yun's perception, he beheld a celestial river. This lad has been sitting there for nearly half a month. Is the river truly there? Yet I see nothing. Despite his blindness, the elder's perception was sharper than that of those with sight. Suddenly, the air before the stone chamber trembled, and Zhao Xinghe emerged. Upon seeing Chu Yun in the air, he asked, Has he moved at all? No, could the celestial river truly be there, yet I cannot see it? The blind elder replied, Not seeing is precisely how it should be. Seeing would be abnormal. The rumors are true. Only a reincarnated powerful being can perceive the celestial river. However, if this continues, it will only be a matter of time before the sect discovers him. Zhao Xinghe remarked, Some disciples have already noticed him, but I told them that Chu Yun is injured and requires rest in the forbidden area. The blind elder cautioned, That may fool our disciples, but if stronger figures from other sects catch sight of him, they may not be so easily deceived. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the skies above the forbidden area. The elder and Zhao Xinghe quickly looked up, witnessing a dense array of thunderous energies, each exhibiting various colors. Shortly after their appearance, a golden crown imbued with 6 colors of thunder began to rise slowly behind Chu Yun. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Xinghe exclaimed, The martial king realm. This lad has broken through. Chapter 62. Nangong Aoshue extends another invitation as Chu Yun condensed the crown. He remained oblivious to the thunderous sounds above the forbidden area, which had already captured the attention of the sect's disciples. Nangong Aoshue, accompanied by over 100 female disciples, had flown to the palace and directed her gaze towards the skies. Senior sister, didn't the sect master say that Chu Yun was healing in the forbidden area? Yet look, a crown has already emerged behind him, indicating he is not healing but striving to ascend to the martial king realm. Indeed, I believe the sect master intentionally stated he was healing to prevent us from disturbing him. Nangong Aoshue remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Yun. Why is it that the crowns formed by others are golden, yet Chu Yun's crown is enhanced with multiple thunderous powers? Could it be that his method of condensing the crown differs from ours? Senior sister, it's fortunate you are here. At that moment, a cold-faced youth clad in black robes and wielding a short sword approached Nangong Aoshue. Had it been anyone else, she would have dismissed them. But this youth was ranked 5th on the sword god list, thus meriting her attention. There's something you require? Nangong Aoshue inquired. Chao Jun replied, Have you discovered the identity of the dragon soul? The top ranking on the artifact spirit list? Nangong Aoshue responded, Not yet. Chao Jun gazed at Chu Yun in the forbidden area. It is highly likely that it belongs to him, as I heard he unleashed dragon soul sword chi when he killed Duan Jingtian. Additionally, when he defeated that elder from Songlong Cave Heaven, he transformed into a divine dragon. If it is not him, I cannot think of anyone else. Nangong Aoshue had already suspected Chu Yun's involvement, but had yet to verify it. Until she had confirmation, she refrained from making any definitive judgments. Very well, we shall wait for him to emerge and then inquire. While the two were focused on Chu Yun, many other disciples in different parts of the WeakHes sect were also watching him. Yet Chu Yun remained unaware. At that moment, he was wholly concentrated on condensing his crown. Time passed, and the golden crown gradually took shape before gently descending onto Chu Yun's head, disappearing from view. At that instant, He felt the celestial energy within him growing increasingly potent, ultimately breaking through a barrier and transforming into a powerful force that surged throughout his body. Once this energy stabilized, Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes. Upon careful inspection, he realized that the celestial energy within him had entirely transformed into the power of a king. He had finally entered the martial king realm. Unable to contain his laughter, he exclaimed, "The martial king realm is merely a stepping stone. What is there to celebrate? There remains a vast distance to the immortal realm." The mirror spirit sighed. "Such words feel like cold water poured upon your enthusiasm. Senior, is it impossible to reach the immortal realm from the martial king realm?" The mirror spirit replied, "In this mortal realm, the martial king may be considered strong, but in the immortal realm, one would be akin to an ant." "What? How much longer must I cultivate?" "Continue to cultivate steadily. With your talent and diligence, I believe you will certainly lead me back to the immortal realm. Once we return, with the essence of the immortals, I can transform into human form and no longer be confined within this wretched mirror. Rest assured, Senior. Since I have promised to take you back to the immortal realm, I shall fulfill that vow." With that, Chu Yun gazed at the celestial river before him and declared, "Having refined the 5 thunder powers and broken through to the martial king realm, it is no longer necessary for me to linger here." With this thought, Chu Yun rose to his feet, casting his gaze down towards the forbidden area. He leapt into the air, returning to the forbidden zone. Upon exiting, he noticed the blind elder seated before the stone tablet. Approaching, he clasped his hands in greeting. "Junior Chu Yun pays his respects to you, Senior." Feigning surprise, the blind elder responded, "Ah, it is you. You have not perished?" Chu Yun smiled. "Thanks to your blessings, I am fortunate enough to remain alive." The blind elder chuckled, "You are indeed lucky. None of the disciples who entered before you have returned alive. However, do not venture back in again. You were fortunate this time. Next time, you may not be so lucky." Chu Yun reassured him, "Fear not, Senior. I shall not return." His earlier insistence on entering was solely to refine the 5 thunder powers within the celestial river. Now that he had fully assimilated them, there was no longer any reason to re-enter. The blind elder nodded slightly, choosing to ignore Chu Yun thereafter. Recognizing this, Chu Yun turned to leave the forbidden area. Upon returning to his dwelling on the mountain peak, he encountered a female disciple standing at the entrance of the palace. Upon seeing Chu Yun's return, she smiled and said, "You are Chu Yun, are you not?" Chu Yun inquired, "Is there something you need?" The female disciple replied, "Our senior sister Nangong is looking for you, and do not say you are too busy." Startled, Chu Yun had intended to say just that but was cut off. He then asked, "What does she want from me?" "I do not know. Just follow me and you will find out." With that, the female disciple turned and left. Chu Yun hesitated momentarily before following her, curious about what Nangong Aoshue desired. Guided by the female disciple, he soon arrived before a palace. Outside the palace, several female disciples were practicing. Upon spotting Chu Yun, they halted their activities, gazing at him with admiration. "Look, that is Chu Yun. He is quite handsome. And not only is his talent exceptional, but he also possesses striking looks. How wonderful it would be if he were my partner. Stop daydreaming. He is now a saint child. How could he possibly be interested in you?" Though the female disciples were beautiful, they paled in comparison to Jiang Yu. Thus, Chu Yun merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. Soon, he entered the great hall, where a pair of young individuals were seated in meditation. The female was indeed Nangong Aoshue, while the male was Chao Jun, who had previously sought her out. The female disciple who had brought Chu Yun to the palace turned and departed. Chu Yun observed the two, noticing they had their eyes lightly closed, seemingly uninterested in acknowledging him. Seeing this, Chu Yun pondered for a moment before turning to leave. He owed them nothing, and since they were dismissing him, he would not play their game. "Are you intending to leave without greeting your senior brothers and sisters?" As Chu Yun began to walk away, Chao Jun slowly opened his eyes and spoke. Turning back, Chu Yun remarked, "So you are neither blind nor deaf. You are aware of my arrival." Chao Jun retorted angrily, "You should speak with more respect, boy." Chu Yun replied, "Respect? What are you to demand respect from me, the saint child? Being a saint child is equivalent to being the next leader of the sect," Chao Jun stated, rendering him momentarily speechless at that moment. Nangong Aoshue opened her eyes. "True, you are a saint child, but we entered the Tai Xuan Sect before you. Therefore, you should show us some respect in all honesty." She found Chu Yun's arrogance and pride quite off-putting. Chu Yun countered, who decreed that those who entered the sect earlier are superior to those who arrived later. Warriors only speak of strength, not age or arrival order. If you are worthless, it matters not if you arrived 100 years before me. You remain worthless. This statement caused Nangong Aoshua's expression to darken. Such a sharp tongue. Since you wish to compare strengths, I shall oblige. With that, she waved her arm, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged towards Chu Yun. Unfazed, Chu Yun remained still as 6 types of thunder powers, gold, green, blue, red, yellow, and purple, manifested around him. These energies coalesced into a protective barrier, enveloping him entirely. As the energy wave approached, it had no effect on him. Seeing this, Nangong Aoshua frowned. As a 5th-level martial king, she found it hard to believe that Chu Yun, who had only just broken through to the martial king realm, could withstand her attack. Despite only using 70% of her power, it should have been beyond the capabilities of a 1st-level martial king. Senior sister, why should you trouble yourself with him? Allow me to handle it. With those words, Chao Jun slowly drew his short sword. Boy, I know you are a saint child, and I do not dare to kill you, but I am still capable of teaching you a lesson. As he spoke, Chao Jun swung his short sword, launching a strike towards Chu Yun. The blade sliced through the air, creating a formidable sword aura that enveloped Chu Yun. Though he was only a 4th-level martial king, his combat prowess rivaled that of a 5th or even 6th-level martial king, which explained his rank on the sword god list. Chu Yun regarded the incoming sword aura and swiftly drew his dragon soul sword. Executing a horizontal slash, boom. The clash of their sword energies produced a thunderous sound. Immediately, the thunderous barrier enveloping Chu Yun vanished without a trace. Although he was merely at the 1st level of the martial king realm, his opponent stood at the 4th level. Had it not been for the protective barrier, which absorbed a portion of the force, he would have likely sustained injuries from the impact. Witnessing that his strike had failed to harm Chu Yun, Chao Jun was taken aback. Since ascending to the top 5 of the sword god rankings, no other 1st-level martial king had managed to withstand a single blow from him. Chu Yun was the first. With the dragon soul sword in hand, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Is this what it means to be in the top 5 of the sword god rankings?" Chao Jun's gaze sharpened. He discerned contempt in Chu Yun's expression. This was an immense humiliation for him. "You little brat, you are courting death," he seethed, utterly enraged by Chu Yun's words. Just then, an aged voice echoed from outside. "Chu Yun, come out. Someone from the 10,000 Beasts Blessed Land is looking for you." Chu Yun listened carefully and recognized it was Luo Feng. He exchanged glances with the two before turning to leave. Watching Chu Yun depart, Chao Jun refrained from launching another attack. At this moment, Nangong Aoshua, with a frosty countenance, remarked, "No wonder the sect leader chose him as the Holy Son. This person's strength is indeed formidable. To withstand a strike at the 1st level of the martial king realm, if he were at my level, I doubt I would stand a chance." Chao Jun responded, "Moreover, he has yet to transform into a divine dragon. That transformation should be his ultimate power." Nangong Aoshua continued, "I intended to recruit him into our ranks, but it appears that hope is lost." Chao Jun concluded, "Since he refuses to join, we cannot allow him to live." As these words fell, a murderous glint flickered in their eyes. Upon exiting the palace, Chu Yun spotted Luo Feng waiting outside. "Elder," he greeted. Luo Feng quickly approached and asked, "How did it go? Are you all right?" Chu Yun smiled. "What could possibly happen to me?" Luo Feng remarked. "I heard that Nangong Aoshua is looking for you and assumed she wanted you to submit to her. But knowing your character, I doubt you would agree." Chu Yun affirmed, "Indeed, I will not acquiesce." "But how do you know she wishes for my submission?" Luo Feng explained. "You may not be aware, but the top 3 of the sword god rankings are divided into 3 factions, each vying for cultivation resources and continuously recruiting disciples from various sections. They even resort to seduction to entice the stronger disciples." Chu Yun expressed his surprise. "I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved." Luo Feng chuckled. "You've just arrived. There's much more you don't know." Chu Yun queried, "So, your claim about someone from the 10,000 Beasts Blessed Land seeking me is true?" Luo Feng confirmed. "That is indeed true. She is waiting outside the sect for you. I happened to return just in time to encounter her. She mentioned that Lu Qing sent her and wishes to meet you in person." "Very well, I shall go meet her now," Chu Yun replied, making his way towards the sect's exit. Upon his arrival, he spotted a woman clad in green, wandering outside. Upon seeing Chu Yun emerge, she hurriedly approached and inquired, "Are you Chu Yun?" "Indeed, I am Chu Yun," he affirmed. The green-clad woman produced a jade slip from her bosom and handed it to Chu Yun, stating, "This is from Elder Lu, who instructed me to deliver it to you personally." Chu Yun accepted it without reading its contents. Instead, he retrieved a parcel from his spirit ring and handed it to the green-clad woman, saying, "This is what your elder requested." Curiously, she opened the parcel, only to recoil in shock. She exclaimed, as a severed arm tumbled out. Why did you give me this?" Chu Yun replied, "This is what Elder Lu wanted. You should take it quickly, otherwise it will rot soon." Although startled, the green-clad woman, realizing it was a request from Lu Qing, covered her mouth and nose while hurriedly collecting it. "All right, I shall take my leave," she said, leaping onto a white crane and departing from the Star River Sword Sect. After her departure, Chu Yun returned to the sect. Once back in his chamber, he took out the jade slip and focused his mind on it, eager to discover what Lu Qing had sent him. Upon finishing the contents, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Chu Yun, what's wrong?" the mirror spirit inquired. She informed him, "There are descendants of divine beasts in the Qilin Mountain of the demon domain, possessing exceptionally pure bloodlines. If you seek a mount, you can go there to search." The mirror spirit exclaimed, "This is splendid news. You are now a martial king. Not having a mount would be quite embarrassing." Chu Yun countered, "That's not entirely true. Look at how many in the sect lack mounts." The mirror spirit argued, "Those are mounts. Can they be casually paraded within the sect? Moreover, exceptional mounts, once exposed, attract many who would seek to claim them. Thus, those who possess mounts tend to keep them well hidden." Chu Yun nodded thoughtfully. "You make a valid point. I shall seek an audience with the sect leader. If there are descendants of divine beasts, I must secure one. What? You intend to leave the Star River Sword Sect?" Zhao Xinghe exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Chu Yun's intention. "Are you not aware that the Songlong Cave Heaven is plotting to kill you? If you remain here, they wouldn't dare to touch you. But if you venture out, I cannot guarantee your safety." Chu Yun was well aware that the Songlong Cave Heaven would not relent. However, he felt that remaining in the sect indefinitely would hinder his progress. "I understand that the Songlong Cave Heaven seeks my life, but if everyone were to hide within the sect when danger arises, the sect would face a bleak future," he articulated. Zhao Xinghe fell silent, realizing the truth in Chu Yun's words. If one were to hide at the first sign of danger, what future would there be? A martial artist should strive forward with courage. After all, very well. Since you have made up your mind to leave, allow me to gift you something, he said, extending his palm and channeling his regal power. A golden sphere of light soon coalesced in his hand, representing 70% of his strength. This golden sphere contains a significant portion of my power. Even if the master of the Songlong Cave Heaven were to strike, you would have the means to defend yourself. However, do not use this unless you are in a life-or-death situation. As Chu Yun accepted the sphere, he felt its formidable pressure. "Understood," he replied, carefully placing it into his spirit ring. Zhao Xinghe asked, "How long do you plan to be away?" Chu Yun replied, "I cannot say for certain." Zhao Xinghe cautioned, "Regardless of how long you are gone, you must return within 3 months. The 3 major super sects will hold a competition in the 10,000 Beasts Blessed Land, which will determine the distribution of sect territories. I hope you can participate." "Distribution of sect territories?" Chu Yun questioned, puzzled. "Indeed. The 3 major sects have suffered significant losses in their disciples due to territorial disputes over rich resources. To minimize casualties, the sect leaders decided to hold an annual competition for territory. There will be 3 bouts, one for Heavenly Martial Realm disciples, one for Martial King Realm disciples, and one for Martial Emperor Realm elders. Each bout will determine how much cultivation resource the sect can acquire. We have not won a single match in the last 3 years. This year, with your presence, I hope you can help the Star River Sword Sect secure a victory." "All right, I will do my utmost to return in time," Chu Yun pledged. Since Zhao Xinghe had appointed him as the Holy Son and provided him with such a powerful means of protection, he naturally wished to contribute to the Star River Sword Sect. "Then make haste," Zhao Xinghe urged. After bidding farewell to Zhao Xinghe, Chu Yun left the palace and headed toward the sect's exit. "Chu Yun, where are you going?" Just as he passed the training ground, Wang Xiaopeng called out to him. "I have matters to attend to outside for a while," Chu Yun replied. Wang Xiaopeng's face paled in alarm. "It's dangerous for you to go out now. I heard that the Songlong Cave Heaven has secretly issued a bounty on your head, offering a vial of dragon essence to anyone who kills you." Chu Yun, puzzled, asked, "What is dragon essence?" Wang Xiaopeng explained, "It's the sacred medicine of the Songlong Cave Heaven. said to take 10 years to produce a single vial, which contains 6 drops. Each drop can elevate a Martial King's cultivation by a level. Chu Yun chuckled. I never imagined that Songlong Cave Heaven would go to such lengths to eliminate me. Wang Xiaoping scanned the surroundings before lowering his voice. I heard that quite a few Martial King disciples within the sect are also eager to kill you. So you must not leave, as long as you remain in the sect, under the sect leader's protection. I believe no one will dare to harm you. Chu Yun smiled. Wouldn't that make me a turtle hiding in its shell? Wang Xiaoping countered, that is still better than going out to be killed. Looking at him, Chu Yun said, I appreciate your concern, but I cannot remain in the sect indefinitely. With that, he turned and departed. As Chu Yun left the sect, many disciples quietly made their way out. One disciple hurried toward the mountain peak where Nangong Aoshue resided. Inside the palace, Nangong Aoshue was seated in meditation when the disciple rushed in. Bowing respectfully, Sister, I just saw Chu Yun leaving the sect. Nangong Aoshue opened her eyes, inquiring, Are you certain? Absolutely, I witnessed it with my own eyes, he affirmed. Very well, I understand, she replied. The male disciple continued, Sister, I heard that the Songlong Cave Heaven is willing to offer a vial of dragon essence to kill Chu Yun. Many Martial King disciples within the sect seem to have followed him out. Nangong Aoshue was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished. The Songlong Cave Heaven is making quite the investment to kill Chu Yun. Offering a vial of dragon essence as a bounty, I happen to be at a bottleneck. This dragon essence could help me break through. With that, she produced a vial of pills from her robe and tossed it to the male disciple, saying, You did well this time. This is your reward. The male disciple accepted the pill with a beaming expression, Thank you, sister. After exiting the sect, Chu Yun pulled out a map to confirm the location of the demon domain before preparing to depart. Chu Yun, where are you headed? A voice interrupted him just then. Turning around, he saw a short, bald young man approaching. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow in confusion. Do I not recognize you? The bald young man chuckled. What's this? You don't remember me. We met in the ancient Black Tower. Chu Yun paused, recalling the encounter with Wu Xiaoling. Brother Wu, do you need something? Wu Xiaoling replied. Since the day we met. I went to the demon domain and just returned today. I heard you killed Duan Jingtian and an elder from the Songlong Cave Heaven. I was quite surprised. Of course, I'm even more surprised to hear that you've reached the Martial King realm, he added. Chu Yun sensed Wu Xiaolong's cultivation and found him to be at the Martial King realm as well. It seems Brother Wu is also a Martial King now. What's so surprising about that? Wu Xiaoling explained, It's different. You see, I've been stuck at the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm for several years, only recently breaking through. By the way, you still haven't told me where you're headed. I plan to go to the demon domain, Chu Yun replied. Wu Xiaoling's eyes widened. You're going to the demon domain? You should have told me. I'm familiar with that place and can guide you. But you just returned, didn't you? Chu Yun inquired. I returned to boast a little about my ascension to the Martial King realm. Now that I've shown off, it's time for me to go out and train, Wu Xiaoling said. Chu Yun felt a twinge of reluctance to have him accompany, as he was seeking the descendants of the divine beast Qilin. If they were to compete for it, he would have to decide whether to take action against him. Wu Xiaoling seemed to sense Chu Yun's hesitation. It seems you don't trust me, which is fair since we only met once. But you need not worry. You're at the first level of the Martial King realm, and so am I. If I truly meant you harm, you could likely defeat me. Taken aback, Chu Yun pondered this and realized it held some truth. All right then, if that is the case, I would appreciate it if you could lead the way. After leaving the Star River Sword Sect, Wu Xiaoling soon discovered that Chu Yun did not know how to fly using a sword. He asked, Haven't you learned sword flight? Chu Yun replied. No, I haven't. Wu Xiaoling exclaimed. Sword flight is the most fundamental skill of our Star River Sword Sect. Every disciple must learn it. Once you master it, flying will become much easier. He then took out a jade slip and tossed it to Chu Yun. Study this well. It's quite simple. Just a glance, and you'll likely grasp it. Chu Yun received the jade slip, but noticed that Wu Xiaoling appeared to be standing on nothing at all. If sword flight is so useful, why haven't you learned it? Wu Xiaoling chuckled. I have learned it, just not with a sword. I use needles. Needles? Chu Yun smirked, clearly skeptical. Seeing the disbelief on Chu Yun's face, Wu Xiaoling leaped into the AI yard. To Chu Yun's astonishment, 2 golden silver needles floated where he had just stood. Though small, they emanated an energy shockwave, indicating they were no ordinary needles. Returning to the silver needles, Wu Xiaoling grinned. While others fly with swords, I fly with needles. Don't you think that is quite peculiar? Chu Yun chuckled awkwardly, Peculiar is an understatement. It's downright strange, I'm just curious. What made you think of using needles? He inquired. Wu Xiaolang replied, There's nothing strange about it. My weapon is a silver needle. Though small, they can be quite effective for assassination. Don't underestimate them. Each needle is coated with the venom of 108 different poisonous beasts. Even a martial king would be in grave danger from just a single prick. Seemingly sensing Chu Yun's concern, Wu Xiaolang added, But don't worry. If you accidentally prick yourself, I have the antidote on hand. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt that Wu Xiaolang was far more complex than he initially appeared. As they conversed, they approached a mountain range. Atop one of the peaks stood 6 young men dressed in white robes, each adorned with a small sword emblem on their chests. Upon spotting Chu Yun and Wu Xiaolang, a tall, long-faced youth among them called out, Halt! Seeing the 6 blocking their path, Wu Xiaolang came to a stop and casually smiled. When I ventured out alone, no one ever dared to obstruct my way. These 6 clearly seek you out, but worry not. With me here, they won't dare to harm you, he reassured. Turning to the 6 youths, he continued, Who do you serve to dare block my path? The long-faced youth glanced at Wu Xiaolang, a hint of apprehension crossing his features. Wu Xiaolang, this is none of your concern. You may leave. Wu Xiaolang rubbed his smooth head and chuckled. Leave? Do you take me for air? The long-faced youth retorted, Wu Xiaolang, though you rank 30th on the sword god rankings, in Xiao Jun's eyes, you are nothing but a trifling opponent. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave at once. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Wu Xiaolang laughed. So, you're saying you were sent by Xiao Jun? I've already stated. We are here for Chu Yun, and you have no say in the matter. With arms crossed, Wu Xiaolang remained unfazed. You expect me to leave just like that? That would be quite embarrassing. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing beside the long-faced youth. Before the long-faced youth could react, Wu Xiaolang placed his hand on the youth's shoulder. The young man with an elongated face was taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent. Retreating hastily while inquiring, What are you doing? Wu Xiaolang chuckled and replied, Oh, nothing much, just noticed that you seem to be about my height. The young man furrowed his brow. It was common knowledge within the sect that Wu Xiaolang was the shortest individual there and had a reputation for wielding deadly poison. Rumor had it that during his time in the 9th layer of the heavenly martial realm, he had once slain a martial king with his toxic abilities. Now, with the other person approaching him, the young man felt certain that Wu Xiaolang had already poisoned him. Don't play games with me. Have you poisoned me? Wu Xiaolang, still smiling, rubbed his bald head and said, Why be so sensitive? I merely wanted to compare our heights. And you accuse me of poisoning you. The elongated-faced youth retorted, Everyone knows you are the shortest in the sect, so there's no need for comparison. Wu Xiaolang countered, That may have been true before, but now, or rather, very soon, you will be shorter than I. The young man was left bewildered. Yet, the next moment, he clutched his throat, a look of agony crossing his face. His body began to wither at an alarming rate. At that instant, a golden needle shot forth from his shriveled form. Witnessing this, Chu Yun was astonished, for he had no idea when Wu Xiaolang had inserted the needle into the other's body. Brother Ding. Upon seeing the elongated-faced youth slain, the remaining 5 disciples were enraged and were about to advance, but halted in their tracks upon meeting Wu Xiaolang's icy gaze. Wu Xiaolang, you dare to slaughter your fellow disciples? Aren't you afraid we will inform the sect leader? Wu Xiaolang scoffed, glancing at the golden needle in his hand. Were you not trying to kill Chu Yun by intercepting him? If you are unafraid, why should I be? As he spoke, Wu Xiaolang turned his gaze toward the 5 individuals. The moment they met his eyes, they turned to flee in terror. Wu Xiaolang let out a cold laugh, stating, Since you've come, do not leave. With those words, he waved his arm, and 5 golden needles shot out like lightning. The sound of their screams echoed as the fleeing 5 found themselves suspended in midair, their bodies rapidly withering. Observing this, Wu Xiaolang extended his hand, and the 5 golden needles returned to him as if possessing their own will. Chu Yun had been watching from the sidelines. The 6 who had attempted to intercept him were all at the 1st layer of the martial king realm, yet they had been utterly powerless against Wu Xiaolang. It was astonishing to Chu Yun that Wu Xiaolang had not employed any extraordinary methods. He had simply utilized 5 golden needles to annihilate them. Such prowess was indeed terrifying. Seems I have underestimated your strength, he remarked. Wu Xiaolang sheathed the 5 golden needles and turned to Chu Yun with a smile. Everyone conceals their true strength, yourself included. Chu Yun inquired, you could have continued to hide your abilities, so why did you choose to assist me? Wu Shaoling answered, quite simply, because your martial talent surpasses mine. I know that by aiding you now, you will also assist me in the future. I hope this reason meets your approval. Chu Yun responded, have you not heard that the Songlong Cave is willing to pay a vial of divine dragon essence to kill me? Wu Shaoling chuckled, of course, I am aware of that. But I also understand that I cannot kill you. Since I cannot, why not help you? Chu Yun laughed, by helping me, you might meet an untimely end. Wu Shaoling continued to smile. In life, one must often take risks. Having chosen to bet on you, I believe neither of us will perish easily. Chu Yun replied, in that case, I shall strive to survive, ensuring that your bet pays off. Ha ha ha. Both erupted into laughter. Wu Shaoling said, then let us continue our journey. The two proceeded toward the demon domain as if nothing had transpired. Days later, Chu Yun soared swiftly through the air atop the Dragon Soul Sword. With Wu Shaoling hot on his heels, I should have guessed that the number 1 on the artifact spirit ranking would be your spirit. Otherwise, your sword could not fly so swiftly, Wu Shaoling panted, having exerted immense effort to catch up. Chu Yun smiled. It's not that my sword is too fast. It's that your needles are too slow, Wu Shaoling retorted. Not at all. While my needles may be small, they too possess a spirit, albeit not as powerful as yours, which is why they cannot match your speed. Chu Yun asked, how far are we from the demon domain? Wu Shaoling replied, we should arrive in half a day's flight. But before entering the demon domain, we must make a stop at Tianyao City. Why? Chu Yun inquired. Wu Shaoling explained, the demon domain is filled with demonic energy. We must purchase a vial of concealment pill at Tianyao City. Only by consuming it can we mask our human scent. Otherwise, we risk being attacked by demon beasts. Very well. Yes, the two flew towards the demon domain. At the Starry River Sword Sect, atop the peak where Nangong Aoshue resided, she sat in meditation as usual. Suddenly, Chao Jun entered. Senior sister, the assassination attempt has failed. Upon hearing this, Nangong Aoshue slowly opened her eyes and remarked, a warrior nearing the second layer of the Martial King realm, along with 5 at the first layer, could not eliminate him. It seems you must intervene personally. Chao Jun stated, according to reports, someone witnessed him with Wu Shaoling, and it appears all 6 of those disciples died from poisoning. Nangong Aoshue raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that Wu Shaoling was responsible for their deaths? Chao Jun affirmed, indeed. Although Wu Shaoling ranks only 30th on the Sword God ranking, he is rumored to have concealed his true strength, which should place him within the top 10. Why did you not recruit such a formidable individual earlier? Nangong Aoshue asked, a hint of irritation in her tone. Chao Jun replied, I attempted to, but he is impervious to both coercion and persuasion. Both senior brother Ji Wudao and senior brother Dongfang Peng have tried to invite him, but he rebuffed them. Nangong Aoshue's expression grew complicated. On the Sword God ranking, Ji Wudao held the first position, Dongfang Peng the second, and she was third. While it seemed like a close ranking, the gap in strength was substantial. The two ahead of her were rumored to be nearing the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Martial King realm. A year had passed since then, and though they had not returned to the sect, Nangong Aoshue suspected they might have reached the Martial Emperor realm. She could understand Wu Shaolong's refusal to ally with her, but it was perplexing that Ji Wudao and Dongfang Peng, with their superior strength, had also been turned down. What is Wu Shaolong's background? Have you investigated? She inquired. Chao Jun admitted, I have not looked into it. Then make it a priority. Since this individual is extraordinary. What about Chu Yun? Chao Jun asked. Nangong Aoshue replied, with Wu Shaoling by his side, sending other disciples would only lead to needless casualties. You should go yourself. Understood. I have long wished to teach that brat a lesson. A glimmer of malice flickered in Chao Jun's eyes. In the Songlong Cave, within a palace, an elderly woman was meditating. Suddenly, the void before her rippled, and a figure clad in black emerged. You've finally arrived, the old woman said, slowly opening her eyes. The black-clad figure smiled. For such a significant undertaking, I naturally had to show up. But I require a deposit first. The old woman coldly replied, Are you implying you do not trust me? The black-clad figure responded, Although our underworld palace has separated from the heavenly demon sect, we have continuously been pursued by your supersections. If I help you eliminate that brat and you turn against me, claiming I am affiliated with the heavenly demon sect, I would be in a dire predicament. The old woman pondered for a moment before producing a vial of pills and tossing it to the black-clad figure. Inside is a drop of divine dragon essence. Once you kill that brat, I will provide you with the remaining 5 drops. The black-clad figure opened the vial, taking a gentle whiff before laughing. I never expected that for the sake of eliminating a first-layer martial king. You super sects would collaborate with us from the underworld palace. The old woman snapped, enough with the chatter. He has already left the Starry River Sword Sect. I expect you to kill him within a month. Otherwise, I will lead a force to raise your underworld palace. Rest assured, a mere first-layer martial king is nothing to worry about, the black-clad figure assured before vanishing. After his departure, the old woman retrieved a folding fan. Her eyes filled with rage. Fear not, my dear Tianer. Your master will avenge you. In the demon domain. At Tianyao City, upon landing outside the city, Chu Yun and Wu Xiaolang observed numerous warriors riding various demon beasts entering. Are you envious? I don't need to ask. I know you came to the demon domain to find a suitable mount, Wu Xiaolang remarked. What do you like? I can recommend something, Chu Yun replied. I prefer divine beasts. Can you help me with that? Wu Xiaolang's eyes widened. Chu Yun, are you jesting? Where would you find divine beasts in the demon domain? Chu Yun remained silent, walking toward Tianyao City. Wu Xiaolang hurried to catch up, saying, however, I did hear from others that divine beast descendants have appeared in the demon domain. If you're not in a hurry, we can search carefully. We might get lucky. Chu Yun did not respond but instead countered, haven't you been to the demon domain many times? Why don't you have a mount? Wu Xiaolang explained, I disdain ordinary demon beasts. The mount I desire, if not a divine beast descendant, must at least be a primal beast. What is the difference between that and an ordinary demon beast? Chu Yun inquired. The difference is vast, Wu Xiaolang replied. Ordinary demon beasts are merely for transportation and are useless in times of danger. However, primal beasts possess unique abilities, making them formidable opponents against equally ranked warriors. Unfortunately, primal beasts are exceedingly rare. To date, I have only heard that senior brothers Ji Wudao and Dongfeng Peng have such mounts. What are their strengths? Chu Yun asked. Wu Xiaolang responded, the top 3 of the sword god ranking. I've only met Nangong Aoxue. I have yet to encounter Ji Wudao and Dongfeng Peng. Wu Xiaolang continued. The 2 of them went missing a year ago, but at that time, they were already nearing the 9th layer of the martial king realm. By now, they might have even entered the martial emperor realm. Hearing this, Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. While Nangong Aoxue ranked 3rd, he sensed she only had the strength of the 5th layer of the martial king realm. The disparity with the 1st and 2nd rank seemed excessive. Enough about that. Let's go buy the concealment pills, Wu Xiaolang said, leading the way to a shop. Wu Xiaolang appeared quite familiar with the store. Upon entering, he addressed the shopkeeper, boldly, I need 2 vials of concealment pills. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with white hair, was reviewing an account book. Upon seeing Wu Xiaolang, he smiled. You just came back not long ago. Why do you need to go again? Wu Xiaolang pointed at Chu Yun behind him, saying, it's not for me, it's for my friend. The shopkeeper glanced at Chu Yun and replied, very well. As he spoke, he produced 2 pill vials and handed them to Wu Xiaolang. After Wu Xiaolang exchanged a few spirit stones for them, he prepared to leave when a ragged young man entered, pleading with the shopkeeper, please, can you sell me a revitalization pill? If my sister doesn't get it, she may not survive. The shopkeeper's expression turned cold. It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but your offer is too low. I'm a businessman, not a charity. Hearing this, the young man showed signs of desperation. He then retrieved a blood-red orb from his pocket and said, Shopkeeper, how much spirit stones is this worth? When the blood-red orb appeared, Chu Yun noticed the dragon soul sword in his hand began to tremble violently. What is happening? Chu Yun wondered. Chu Yun, that orb might be condensed from blood. Your dragon soul sword is forged from the remains of a divine dragon, which indicates that this orb could potentially be a drop of divine beast blood, the mirror spirit explained. What? Divine beast blood? Chu Yun was taken aback. The shopkeeper examined the blood-red orb carefully before tossing it back to the young man, stating, nothing special, not worth much. What? Shopkeeper, please take another look. I found this deep within the demon domain. It surely is not an ordinary item. The shopkeeper dismissed him with disdain. If you believe it's not ordinary, go sell it elsewhere. The young man appeared disheartened and was about to leave when Chu Yun interjected. Where did you find that orb? If you tell me the exact location, I'll pay you for it. Upon hearing that someone was willing to buy it, the young man's face brightened. He quickly retrieved a map from his pocket, pointing to a specific location, right here. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened when he saw the location marked on the map. It was indeed the Qilin Cave, the spot where Lu Qing had mentioned a possible appearance of Qilin descendants. How much spirit stones do you want for it? Chu Yun asked. The young man hesitated, 1,000? All right, deal. After saying this, Chu Yun accepted the red orb from the young man. The shopkeeper interjected, Sir, there are plenty of such items in the demon domain. You shouldn't pay 1,000 spirit stones for it. It's not worth it. Ignoring the shopkeeper, Chu Yun pocketed the orb and strode toward the exit. Xiaolang, pay the bill. Wu Xiaolang was about to mock Chu Yun for spending 1,000 spirit stones on what appeared to be an inconsequential orb when he heard Chu Yun demand he pay, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Wait, why should I pay for your purchase? He attempted to chase after Chu Yun but was blocked by the young man. You can't leave. You owe me money. Wu Xiaolang raised his arm, contemplating a confrontation, but ultimately lowered it. He retrieved 1,000 spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them to the young man. Take it. After handing over the spirit stones, Wu Xiaolang turned to leave. Catching up to Chu Yun, he complained, Chu Yun, are you trying to scam me? Why didn't you pay for the 1,000 spirit stones yourself? Chu Yun played with the red orb in his hand and replied, What if I told you I don't have a single spirit stone on me? Would you believe me? Wu Xiaolang paused in surprise before laughing. I certainly wouldn't believe you. You are the son of the sword sect. As long as you speak, even if it's 1,000 or 1,000,000,000, the sect leader would grant it to you. Chu Yun shrugged. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He indeed had no spirit stones at all, however. After all these experiences, he realized that it was essential to keep some spirit stones on hand. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to purchase anything. Now that we bought the concealment pills, shall we enter the demon domain? Wu Xiaolang suggested. Follow me. You're fortunate to have met me. If you had come alone, you wouldn't know how many detours you'd have to take. At the rear of Tianyao City, there was a passage leading to the demon domain. At that moment, thousands of warriors were making their way into the passage, including Chu Yun and Wu Xiaolang. Upon entering, Chu Yun could distinctly feel the atmosphere shifting. Is this the demonic aura? Chu Yun mused. Lacking extensive knowledge about the demon domain, he merely followed Wu Xiaolang. Shortly after they entered, a cold-faced youth dressed in a black long robe, wielding a short sword, arrived at the entrance of the passage. Observing Chu Yun's departing figure, he smirked coldly. So, you're looking to capture a demon beast for a mount in the demon domain. That works perfectly. I'll hide in the shadows and strike when you least expect it. By then, you will perish here, and the sect will likely not suspect me. Xiao Jun had been tailing Chu Yun for several days. He had contemplated striking earlier, but considering that Chu Yun was the son of the sect, if he were to kill him, the Starry River Sword Sect would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. When the time comes for him to be investigated, his death is assured. Thus, he has hesitated to act, closely following Chu Yun in search of an opportunity. Now that he sees Chu Yun entering the demon domain, he realizes that the moment has arrived. The passageway into the demon domain is lengthy and guarded by numerous individuals. Upon careful sensing, Chu Yun discovers that the lowest cultivation level among them is at the first stage of the Martial King realm. Why are the guards here so formidable? Wu Xiaolang explains, the individuals here are dispatched by the 3 major super sects to oversee the demon domain. If their cultivation levels were not high, what would happen if the demon beasts escaped and harmed people? Chu Yun's expression reflects a dawning comprehension. Indeed, the demon beasts within the demon domain are exceedingly powerful. If no one were stationed to guard, the beasts would undoubtedly run rampant and kill indiscriminately. As the two traverse the passage for about half an hour, they eventually emerge into a vast expanse of mountains that stretches endlessly before Chu Yun's eyes. Within the mountains, ancient trees tower overhead, and the roars of beasts echo continuously. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun senses numerous powerful auras, instilling within him a sense of threat. Is this truly the demon domain? It is indeed grand. Wu Xiaolang remarks, the demon domain is equivalent to half of the divine continent. Of course, it is vast. If one does not carry a map, they may find it impossible to navigate back out. Chu Yun cannot help but ask, what is the highest cultivation level of the demon beasts within? Wu Xiaolang responds, I do not know. Though I have visited the demon domain many times, I have only operated in the central region. However, I have encountered several Martial Emperor Realm demon beasts. If the central region harbors Martial Emperor Realm beasts, then how much stronger must the beasts in the depths be? Wu Xiaolang states, no one dares to venture into the depths. Not even the leaders of the 3 major super sects. By the way, I forgot to mention that many demon beasts in this domain enjoy transforming into stunningly beautiful women to lure in martial practitioners, then absorb their cultivation when they are unsuspecting. As he speaks, Wu Shaoling gazes at Chu Yun with a mischievous grin. You are so young and talented. You will undoubtedly attract their attention. You must be cautious. Chu Yun casts him a sidelong glance, ignoring the comment. Taking out a map from his pocket, he glances at the direction and declares, enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed. He pays no heed to Wu Xiaolong's warnings, as the latter has been jesting throughout their journey, leaving him unsure of which of his words might hold truth. Chapter 68. The beautiful green serpent. Despite having consumed concealment pills in advance, the two encounter numerous demon beasts on their way to Qilin Cave. Initially, they face demon beasts below the heavenly martial realm on the outskirts. However, as they delve deeper, they begin to encounter martial king realm beasts. At this point, the two slow their pace. Where exactly are you headed? Wu Shaoling inquires. To Qilin Cave, Chu Yun replies. Qilin Cave? Wu Shaoling looks perplexed. There is no Qilin Cave in this demon domain. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Chu Yun asks in surprise. There is no Qilin Cave here? None. I can assure you that such a place does not exist. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun recalls the young man he encountered earlier who had shown him a map. Although it indicated the same location he intended to visit, it bore no name. This implies that Lu Qing had likely annotated the map to indicate Qilin Cave. It makes sense. If everyone knew about the presence of Qilin descendants, I would never have the chance to venture there. Realizing this, Chu Yun states, that location was also informed to me by another. They mentioned that a divine beast descendant had appeared there, so I wish to see for myself. Wu Shaoling retorts, I can assure you that they were misleading you. The outskirts of the demon domain have been traversed by nearly everyone. If there truly were a divine beast descendant, it would not be left for you to discover. Chu Yun presents the map given to him by Lu Qing and points to the location of Qilin Cave, asking, what can you tell me about this place? Wu Shaoling glances at it, and his eyes widen. This is already near the depths of the demon domain. If you recklessly proceed, you will undoubtedly face life-threatening dangers. Therefore, I have decided not to accompany you. Seemingly apprehensive that Chu Yun might have other ideas, Wu Shaoling adds, Chu Yun, I have already done you a favor by bringing you to the demon domain. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me. I can clearly tell you that if you go there, you will undoubtedly encounter martial emperor realm demon beasts. Such creatures possess human-like intelligence, and encountering them would mean certain death. Chu Yun replies, I am not forcing you to accompany me. If you are afraid, you may remain outside while I go alone. Having come this far, he sees no reason to turn back. Very well, I shall wait for you outside, but I will only wait for 1 month. If you do not return within that time, I shall leave. Chu Yun agrees, understood. He is uncertain of what awaits him inside, so he does not insist on knowing when Wu Shaoling will depart. After saying this, Chu Yun studies the map in his hand and heads deeper into the demon domain. Wu Shaoling watches Chu Yun's retreating figure and murmurs, It is not that I do not wish to accompany you, but the depths of the demon domain are fraught with peril. My family still relies on me, and for their sake, I cannot accompany you into danger. With that, Wu Shaoling turns and departs as flying is prohibited above the demon domain. Chu Yun must proceed on foot. After 2 days of continuous travel, he realizes he has entered the depths of the demon domain. Here, he finds that every demon beast he encounters possesses the cultivation of the martial king realm. To avoid attracting their attention, Chu Yun treads carefully with each step. Just as he nears the location marked on the map as Qilin Cave, the sky darkens. After days of relentless travel, Chu Yun feels fatigued. He gathers materials from the surroundings and constructs a rudimentary wooden shelter beneath a large tree. He intends to rest for the night and continue his journey the following day. As Chu Yun rests, a woman's cry for help suddenly pierces the air nearby. Upon hearing the sound, Chu Yun swiftly opens his eyes and rises to investigate. Before he can react, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing blue dress rushes toward him from the dark woods. Before he can respond, the blue-clad woman collides into his embrace. Young master, save me. Chu Yun is momentarily taken aback and asks, what has happened? The blue-clad woman gazes up at Chu Yun, her enchanting eyes blinking as she displays a pitiful expression. I am a disciple from a sect near Tianyao City. Not long ago, I accompanied an elder from my sect for training, but I accidentally became separated from him. Subsequently, I sought a way out on my own and lost my direction. Just now, I encountered a powerful demon beast that has been relentlessly pursuing me. Chu Yun is startled. They are deep within the demon domain, and the woman should have known better. He carefully assesses her cultivation but finds he cannot ascertain her level. which indicates she is at least at the second stage of the martial king realm. What you tell me is of no help. I cannot assist you in why cultivation is not on par with yours. You should leave. The blue-clad woman appears somewhat taken aback by his words and asks, then what is your cultivation level? Chu Yun is aware that due to his training with the swallowing heaven technique, he can conceal his aura, making it impossible for even a martial emperor to sense his true level. To ensure his safety, he decides not to disclose his actual cultivation. And why cultivation level is unimportant. What matters is that I cannot protect you. You should go. If this woman's cultivation surpasses his own, and if she is indeed a demon beast in disguise, he would be in grave danger. The blue-clad woman displays a fearful demeanor, glancing around and exclaiming, "Look, the sky is darkening. If I wander about, I am likely to be attacked by demon beasts. Would you mind sheltering me for one night? I will leave at dawn." Chu Yun studies her for a moment, hesitating slightly before replying, "Very well, but the wooden shelter is quite rudimentary. You will have to make do. That is fine. Thank you, young master." As she speaks, Chu Yun leads the blue-clad woman into the wooden shelter. Inside, only a single candle flickers, in the candlelight. Chu Yun observes that the blue-clad woman is extraordinarily beautiful, with a delicate chin and thin, red lips. In such circumstances, encountering a stunning woman seems ill-fated to Chu Yun. He quickly shuts his eyes, entering a state of meditation. Seeing Chu Yun ignore her and close his eyes, the blue-clad woman is taken aback. She then asks, "Young master, this seems to be the depths of the demon domain. How did you come to this place?" Chapter 69. The Qilin couple Chu Yun does not open his eyes but replies coolly, "I have my own reasons for being here." "What reasons might those be?" she inquires. "This is not for you to question," he retorts. Noting that Chu Yun does not wish to elaborate, the blue-clad woman ponders for a moment before slowly approaching him. "It is improper for a young lady to be so close. You should keep your distance." Upon hearing this, the blue-clad woman feels a bit embarrassed. Yet, she is also curious as to why Chu Yun remains indifferent to her. She recalls that she had previously lured and killed several human martial practitioners in a similar manner. Initially, she had intended to take action directly, but upon sensing Chu Yun's cultivation, she had refrained from acting hastily. Now, witnessing his lack of reaction, she resolves to employ a more unique tactic. Turning her head slowly, she opens her lips slightly that a cloud of white poisonous mist emerges from her mouth and drifts toward Chu Yun. However, just as the mist approaches him, he suddenly raises his arm to block it. Instantly, various forms of thunderous energy manifest upon his hand, dissipating the poisonous fog. "I suspected you were not human. I had no intention of engaging you. Yet you sought to harm me." As this statement resonates, Chu Yun swiftly grasps the blue-clad woman's neck. The proximity leaves her with little time to react, and by the time she realizes what is happening, her neck is already in his grip. "Young master, what are you doing? You are hurting me." Chu Yun's gaze turns icy as he demands, "Why are you still pretending?" With her identity exposed, the blue-clad woman abandons her disguise, her form twisting as she transforms into a massive green serpent stretching dozens of feet long. With a flick of her tail, she sends the wooden shelter crashing to the ground. Boom! As the shelter collapses, Chu Yun leaps into action, bursting out of the wreckage. Upon landing, he sees the green serpent emerge from the debris, her cold gaze fixed upon him. "Since you have seen through my deception, I must defeat you and bring you back to my master," she declares. Chu Yun raises an eyebrow. "I did not expect you to have a master. If you are at the martial king realm, then your master must be at the martial emperor realm. Indeed, if you are wise, you will surrender and accompany me to meet my master. He will consume you, and I will ensure that your death is swift." Chu Yun chuckles, "Consume me? There is no demon beast that can claim me as a meal. Once I deal with you, I will take care of him," he retorts, swinging the dragon soul sword in his hand and striking down at the green serpent. Seeing this, the green serpent hastily swings her tail to defend herself. Clang! The dragon soul sword collides with the green serpent, producing a resounding clang. But soon, a spray of blood erupts as a significant wound appears on the serpent's tail. "Ah!" The green serpent emits a pained cry before fleeing into the shadowy woods. Chu Yun, undeterred, pursues her with the dragon soul sword in hand. Before long, they arrive at the base of a cliff. There, Chu Yun spots a massive cave, and coiled outside is a gigantic black serpent with 9 heads. As the green serpent reaches the cliff base, she cries out, "Master, save me!" Upon hearing her plea, the black serpent lifts its heads, and under the moonlight, its 9 enormous heads appear particularly menacing. Did I not instruct you to bewitch him? How did you bring him here? The green serpent responds, his strength is formidable. I am no match for him. You are utterly useless. You cannot even handle a mere human martial practitioner. What use are you to me? Get lost with that. The black serpent flicks its tail, sending the green serpent flying. It turns its gaze toward Chu Yun, snarling, human brat, let us see where you can run. With that, it opens its massive jaws and lunges at Chu Yun. Seeing this, Chu Yun leaps into the air and strikes downward with his sword. Clang! The powerful dragon soul sword strikes the 9-headed serpent's head, producing a ringing sound but inflicting no damage. What? Chu Yun is astonished. He knows that previously, no weapon could withstand the might of the dragon soul sword. Now, this 9-headed serpent is capable of enduring his attack. Chu Yun, that 9-headed serpent is a martial emperor realm beast. Your dragon soul sword cannot harm it. The voice of Jing Ling echoes in his mind. What should I do? Use thunderous attacks. Demon beasts fear thunder, Jing Ling advises. Understood. Following her guidance, Chu Yun leaps high into the air and points at the 9-headed serpent. Shouting, divine thunder, heavenly punishment, boom. The sky above suddenly splits open. Crack! A powerful 6-colored lightning bolt descends from the rift, crashing down onto the 9-headed serpent. Boom! Upon impact, the serpent is enveloped in billowing black smoke. However, as the smoke clears, Chu Yun discovers that the lightning merely damaged its scales, resulting in minimal injury. What? Seeing that even the divine thunder heavenly punishment cannot harm the 9-headed serpent, Chu Yun swings his arm again. 5 thunders strike the summit, boom. As Chu Yun's voice resonates, 6 bolts of differently colored lightning swiftly coalesce in the air, forming a massive hand that descends upon the 9-headed serpent. Crash! As the giant hand lands, a colossal pit appears in the ground, and the 9-headed serpent's body is buried within the earth. Just as Chu Yun believes he has vanquished the 9-headed serpent, a booming laughter erupts. Ha ha ha, is this your strength? Pathetic. If it were a martial king realm beast, it would have perished by now, but I am a martial emperor realm beast. Your attacks are merely tickles to me. With a vicious expression, the 9-headed serpent rises from the pit to it, opens its mouth wide and lunges at Chu Yun once more. He contemplates whether to use the life-saving technique given to him by Zhao Xinghe. 2 roars suddenly echo from within the cave. Emerging from the cave are 2 beasts engulfed in violet flames. They possess dragon-like heads, deer-like antlers, lion-like eyes, tiger-like backs, and scales resembling those of snakes. The 2 beasts charge out. One lunges for the 9-headed serpent's tail, while the other leaps into the air, sinking its teeth into its head. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the 2 beasts, Chu Yun's eyes widen in astonishment. Is this the divine beast, the fire Qilin? It should be the descendant of the divine beast, the fire Qilin. The mirror spirit spoke up. They merely possess the form of the fire Qilin, yet lack its formidable power. Moreover, these 2 fire Qilins appear to be a pair. Do you mean to imply that they are a couple of fire Qilins? Chapter 70. The Qilin entrusts its orphan. Indeed. Hearing this, Chu Yun cast his gaze upon the 2 fire Qilins, noticing that although they fought in unison, they were no match for the 9-headed giant python. Have you 2 finally mustered the courage to emerge? Excellent. Once I consume you, I shall then feast upon your offspring, and at that point, I will transform into a divine dragon. Dream on. Even if we perish, we shall not allow you to succeed. Upon hearing the exchange among the 3, Chu Yun wore an expression of astonishment. This pair of Qilin spouses actually has a child. Die. Just then, the 9-headed giant python suddenly shook its body and soared into the sky, subsequently crashing into the surrounding peaks. The 2 fire Qilins, unable to withstand the impact, were compelled to release their hold and fell heavily to the ground. Chu Yun directed his gaze towards them, discovering that the 2 fire Qilins were spitting blood and were on the verge of collapse. As Chu Yun pondered whether to rescue them, one of the fire Qilins abruptly lifted its head and fixed its gaze upon Chu Yun. Human youth, you have come here for our Qilin, have you not? I should have slain you, yet now I can only plead with you. I beseech you to take our child away. At that moment, the other Qilin also looked towards Chu Yun and implored, please take our child away. Although we are aware that you wish to have it as your steed, if you do not take it away, it shall be consumed by this 9-headed giant python. To think you would ask him to take your child away. It is nothing short of a fantasy. None of you shall escape today, as these words echoed. The nine-headed giant python opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the two cheilants. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yun summoned all his regal power. Roar! In the next moment, his body twisted and instantaneously transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring into the heavens. Before the nine-headed giant python could react, the golden dragon collided fiercely with its vital point. Splash! The nine-headed giant python let out a roar, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Chu Yun, in his human form, possessed merely the cultivation of a martial king. However, upon transforming into a divine dragon, his power surged exponentially, reaching the realm of a martial emperor. Initially, this strike might not have been sufficient to injure the nine-headed giant python had it faced him directly. Yet, the python was unaware of Chu Yun's martial emperor capabilities, leaving it caught off guard and severely wounded. Human youth, we shall assist you. Upon witnessing Chu Yun transform into a divine dragon and injure the nine-headed giant python, the two fire cheilants, on the brink of death, suddenly morphed into a ball of flames and charged towards the python's wound. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a massive gaping hole appeared on the body of the nine-headed giant python. Bang! The severely wounded python crashed heavily to the ground, toppling the surrounding ancient trees. Bang bang! The two fire cheilants also fell heavily to the ground due to their grave injuries. After transforming back into human form, Chu Yun approached the fallen nine-headed giant python, thrusting his sword into its heart to ensure it was deceased before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Human youth, come here. Just then, a faint voice broke the silence. Chu Yun turned to see that the two fire cheilants were still alive. Straining his exhausted body, he cautiously approached them. His regal power was now fully depleted, and he needed to tread carefully to avoid provoking any remaining strength from the two cheilants. As he drew near, the speaking cheilan uttered in a weak voice, "Human youth, we are beyond saving. After our demise, we hope you can care for our child in return. We are willing to grant you its soul. As long as you possess its soul, it will always heed your commands." As the words left its mouth, a translucent little cheilan flew out from the speaking cheilan. Chu Yun, seeing this, hastily reached out to grasp it, only to witness the little cheilan directly enter his body. Observing this, Chu Yun felt a surge of panic. You need not worry. Its soul is merely merging with your consciousness. From now on, a mere thought from you will suffice for it to understand your desires. So it is, Chu Yun exhaled in relief. Young man, we entrust you. After the two cheilants uttered their final words, they slowly closed their eyes. Chu Yun reassured them, you may rest easy. I will certainly take good care of your child. Upon witnessing the two cheilants closing their eyes, Chu Yun approached to confirm their passing before hastily making his way into the cave. This was the depths of the demon realm, and he was unsure if any martial emperor beasts roamed nearby. Thus, he needed to find the little cheilan as quickly as possible. Following the cave deeper, Chu Yun soon spotted a small cheilan, no larger than a kitten, at the cave's end. Roar! Upon seeing Chu Yun, it exhibited a fearful expression, retreating while baring its fangs. Noticing this, Chu Yun quickly connected with the soul he had just absorbed in that instant. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if this little fire cheilan had been under his care for many years. Before he could fully comprehend the sensation, he felt something leap into his embrace. Chu Yun opened his eyes to find the little cheilan staring at him with its bright, sorrowful eyes. He understood that the merging of their consciousness had allowed the little cheilan to sense everything he had just experienced, including the death of its parents. Gently stroking its head, Chu Yun comforted, do not worry. I will take good care of you from now on. Roar! The little cheilan seemed to possess the cultivation of a martial earth realm, but it appeared unable to speak, responding only with its cries. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as stones tumbled outside. Chu Yun turned his gaze towards the cave entrance, coldly declaring, if you do not come in willingly, I shall ensure your demise. Yet, there was no response from outside. Chu Yun raised his dragon soul sword and warned, if I act, blood shall flow. Just as his words fell, a figure in a dress entered the cave. It was the azure serpent that had fled earlier. However, she now resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, her head lowered. Unable to meet Chu Yun's gaze, I came to find you, but it was all my master's coercion. Please, do not kill me with that. She fell to her knees before Chu Yun. The earlier transformation of Chu Yun into a divine dragon had terrified her. She was unaware that Chu Yun had now exhausted all his regal power. Should she strike now, it would surely be his end. Chu Yun replied, I have no desire to hear your explanations. Tell me how many martial emperor beasts remain in this area. The azure serpent replied, None. The surrounding area spanning hundreds of miles is under my master's dominion. Chu Yun understood that powerful demon beasts often claim territories for themselves. He then stated, Go out and keep watch. I need to rest. While I am resting, do not disturb me very well. The azure serpent nodded slowly and retreated. However, Chu Yun was not truly resting. He aimed to recover the regal power he had expended. He then placed the little Qilin into his spiritual ring and sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate the devouring heaven technique to absorb the surrounding demonic energy. Having forged his thunder body, he could convert both demonic and magical energies into usable energy for himself. Chapter 71. The Primordial Giant Ape. After sitting in meditation for 3 days within the cave, Chu Yun finally opened his eyes. It seems I will need to keep some pills on hand in the future. Relying solely on meditation for recovery feels too slow. If I had some pills, I could restore my peak state in just a few hours. Rising slowly, Chu Yun walked towards the cave entrance. Upon stepping outside, he noticed that the azure serpent had not departed. She was currently coiled around a towering ancient tree. Upon seeing Chu Yun, she twisted her form, reverting to human shape and landing before him. Why have you not left? Chu Yun inquired. The azure serpent replied, Did you not instruct me to guard the entrance? Chu Yun stated, You may leave now. With that, he proceeded towards the bodies of the Qilin couple. Upon reaching their remains, he observed that the blood flowing from them had transformed into crimson orbs, identical to those he had purchased from the ragged young man. Seems this pair of Qilins had previously sustained injuries. Looking up at the deep pit he had created, Chu Yun waved his arm, sending the 2 Qilins into it. He then exerted force once more, filling the pit back in. Although these 2 Qilins had perished, their physical forms remained valuable. Your actions are wasteful. At that moment, the mirror spirit spoke up. Chu Yun chuckled wryly, Senior, one cannot act in such a manner. He was all too aware of the worth of the Qilins' physical forms. However, they had entrusted their child to him. If he were to covet the remains of the couple, it would be utterly ungrateful indeed. They entrusted their child to you. However, the body of that 9-headed giant python is a treasure. It is a martial emperor beast. If you use its flesh to nourish the little Qilin, it will surely grow rapidly. Moreover, its bones, if sold, would fetch a good price. Hearing this, Chu Yun turned his gaze towards the corpse of the 9-headed giant python. He noticed that although 3 days had passed, there still seemed to be residual energy fluctuations emanating from it. Chu Yun approached, contemplated briefly, then unsheathed the dragon soul sword, slicing all the flesh from the python's body and tossing it into his spiritual ring. As the python's flesh was stored away, the little Qilin immediately began to devour it, seemingly starved. Chu Yun observed this with a satisfied smile. He then waved his arm, storing the bones of the 9-headed giant python into his spiritual ring as well. After completing these tasks, he heard a sound of weeping behind him. Turning around, he saw the azure serpent quietly sobbing. Why are you crying? Chu Yun inquired. The azure serpent replied, Although my master treated me poorly, he raised me. Seeing him dead and dismembered fills me with sorrow. Chu Yun responded, If you mourn his death, it indicates you possess a semblance of conscience. Yet have you considered that he slaughtered this pair of Qilin spouses? Their child could not even speak. Does that not bring him sorrow? The azure serpent nodded, acknowledging, I understand your point. The law of the jungle has always been the way of the world. Chu Yun said, You may leave. Go as far away as you can. The azure serpent looked up at Chu Yun and asked, You will not kill me? Chu Yun replied, There is no point in killing you. If you were a truly heinous creature, perhaps I would slay you without hesitation. However, your tears for your master suggest you still have a sense of morality. I hope you will choose to be a good serpent in the future. The azure serpent asked, Can I accompany you? I grew up with my master. He always helped me in times of danger. Now that he is dead, I doubt I can survive without assistance. Chu Yun replied, You have already transformed. Learn to survive on your own. If you were another type of beast, I might consider it, but you are a serpent, and a rather beautiful female serpent at that. I cannot take you with me. The azure serpent felt somewhat wronged. Was it her fault for being beautiful? Just as she was about to protest, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. What is happening? Chu Yun asked. The azure serpent gazed towards the depths of the demon realm, her expression shifting in alarm. This is bad. A beast tide is approaching. Someone must have angered the martial monarch beasts by entering the depths of the demon realm. Quickly, we must retreat to the cave. As she spoke, the azure serpent dashed into the cave. Chu Yun followed her gaze towards the depths of the demon realm, witnessing a horde of bizarre and grotesque beasts surging forth like a black cloud, sweeping outward. Among them were even more than a dozen martial emperor beasts, each radiating a golden light that bathed the entire demon realm in a golden hue. If it were just one or two, Chu Yun might manage, but facing over a dozen at once was beyond his capability. He hurriedly entered the cave alongside the azure serpent. Upon seeing Chu Yun enter, the azure serpent quickly waved her arms, dislodging the massive stones at the cave's entrance to seal it shut. "What are you doing?" Chu Yun questioned. "If we do not block the entrance, and they catch your scent, it will be disastrous," she replied. Hearing this, Chu Yun acknowledged the wisdom in her words. However, he was eager to discover what was happening in the depths of the demon realm. He then instructed the azure serpent, "I need to cultivate now. Stay here and do not approach." The azure serpent glanced at Chu Yun, pondering how he could think of cultivating at this moment. Though puzzled, she nodded, "Very well." Chu Yun swiftly made his way to the cave's end, sat cross-legged, and took out the ancient bronze mirror, channeling energy into it. Very soon, an image began to manifest within the mirror, revealing the demon realm. Utilizing his consciousness to control the image, he peered deeper into the realm. As the image moved further in, countless bizarre and monstrous beasts came into view, their faces twisted in rage, as if provoked by something. Deeper still, a colossal black ape, towering dozens of feet tall, pounded its chest with its arms. Behind it appeared a shadow of an even larger ape. "What is this?" Chu Yun had never seen a beast of such magnitude, his face filled with astonishment. "This is the primordial giant ape. The appearance of a shadow behind it signifies that it has reached the martial monarch realm." "What? The martial monarch realm?" Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. A martial monarch is a being far more powerful than a martial emperor. It is said that upon reaching the martial monarch realm, a heavenly illusion appears behind them when they release their cultivation. Although it possesses no offensive capabilities, it exudes a formidable presence. While Chu Yun observed the primordial giant ape, a surge of golden sword energy suddenly swept in, striking the giant ape with tremendous force. Chu Yun quickly turned his gaze towards the source of the golden sword energy. He saw hundreds of individuals clad in black robes, led by a woman in a black dress, attacking the beasts in the depths of the demon realm. Fixing his gaze on the woman in black, Chu Yun's heart sank in shocked by T was none other than Jiang Yu. What is she doing here? Chapter 72. Cultivating the Spiritual Artifact. Jiang Yu's audacious venture into the depths of the demon realm suggested that she had likely reached the martial king realm. However, facing a martial monarch beast was beyond her capabilities. Not to mention the martial monarch realm, even a martial emperor would be no match for her. Chu Yun turned his attention to the group accompanying Jiang Yu, realizing that among them were several individuals with martial emperor cultivation. These individuals were assisting Jiang Yu in slaying the surrounding beasts. What on earth is she trying to accomplish? If I am not mistaken, she seems to be attempting to cultivate a spiritual artifact. Just then, the mirror spirit's voice echoed in his mind. What do you mean? The mirror spirit elucidated. Look closely at the sword in her hand. It appears to be absorbing the blood of the demon beasts. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened in surprise. He observed that the blood flowing from the slain beasts was being entirely consumed by the sword in Jiang Yu's grasp. How could this be? The mirror spirit explained. Her sword, like yours, was forged from the remains of a divine dragon. However, the dragon soul on her sword has already fused with you, rendering her sword devoid of a spiritual entity. Consequently, her sword possesses strength but lacks a soul, significantly diminishing its power. She must have discovered a certain beast's soul to serve as a spiritual entity and is now attempting to nourish it to enhance its strength. Chu Yun nodded slightly, finding the reasoning sound. However, he felt it was overly perilous for her to confront martial monarch beasts head-on. After observing for a while and confirming Jiang Yu was unharmed, Chu Yun shifted his gaze deeper into the demon realm. It was evident that this beast tide had been incited by Jiang Yu. As he continued to peer into the depths, Chu Yun discerned that there were likely more than one martial monarch beasts lurking deeper within the demon realm. However, these beasts remained hidden, focused on their own cultivation, as they had not yet been provoked. Subsequently, Chu Yun cast a glance around, and upon realizing there was nothing of particular interest, He averted his gaze and stowed away the ancient bronze mirror. He then directed his spiritual sense into the spirit ring. There, he observed the little Chu Yun, having consumed the flesh of the nine-headed giant python, succumbed to slumber. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun discovered that this creature's cultivation had astonishingly reached the heavenly martial realm. How remarkably swift! Gazing at the pile of uneaten snake meat, he pondered over what level this creature's cultivation would attain once it finished consuming the remaining flesh. Retracting his gaze from the spirit ring, Chu Yun closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The outside world was rife with demonic beasts, and venturing out would undoubtedly lead to an attack. Therefore, he resolved to wait until the beast tide had subsided. Thus, Chu Yun remained in the cave for another 3 days. Once the external commotion ceased, he rose and approached the cave entrance, where he found the green serpent seated and cultivating. Since there was silence outside, it appeared safe. Upon hearing this, the green serpent stood and struck the cave entrance with her palm. With a resounding crash, the massive stone at the entrance was shattered in an instant. Once they emerged, they were greeted by the sight of demonic beast corpses strewn about, many having been reduced to mere mush, evidently trampled to death. Of course, there were also human martial artists' corpses, indistinguishable from those of the beasts due to their mingling. Chu Yun remarked, "All right, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he prepared to depart. "Young master, wait. May I ask for a favor?" The green serpent gazed at Chu Yun with a hint of trepidation, uncertain if he would grant her request. Chu Yun turned and inquired, "What favor?" "I previously saw you utilize thunder. Could you condense a bolt of thunder and seal it within my body? This way, when I face the heavenly tribulation, I can use it to withstand the heavenly lightning." Sensing that Chu Yun might be skeptical, she elaborated, "You may have heard that we demonic beasts greatly fear thunder, especially the thunder of heavenly tribulations, as it can easily lead to our demise." Seeing Chu Yun hesitate, the green serpent knelt before him. "Young master, your kindness is beyond measure, and I have no means to repay you, but I will forever remember this." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Yun replied, "You have assisted me this time, so I shall grant your request." With that, he approached her, placing a hand upon her shoulder, and summoned the power of thunder within him, directing it toward her dantian. Eventually, a sphere of thunderous light formed beside the green serpent's dantian. All done. Chu Yun gently withdrew his hand and said, "I have condensed half of the thunder's power within your dantian. Henceforth, you need only will it to use it." The green serpent, upon hearing this, hastily closed her eyes to sense it. Upon discovering the six-colored sphere of thunder coalescing within her dantian, she opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy. "Thank you, young master." Chu Yun replied, "No need for thanks. I hope you will be a virtuous serpent in the future. Should you stray into wrongdoing, I will not spare you." With that, he turned and departed. The green serpent watched as Chu Yun's figure gradually faded into the distance. Seemingly struck by a thought, she called out, "Young master, may I know your name?" "Chu Yun," came a voice from afar. The green serpent murmured to herself, "Chu Yun, the kindness you have shown today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future." As the beast tide had recently passed, the demonic beasts within the demonic domain were largely injured. Therefore, even upon seeing Chu Yun, a human martial artist, they refrained from attacking him. Thus, Chu Yun easily made his way to the outskirts of the demonic domain. Upon reaching the spot where he had parted ways with Wu Xiaolang, he discovered that Wu Xiaolang had already left. However, the latter had left a piece of cloth tied to a branch. Approaching it, Chu Yun read the note. "Brother Chu, the month has passed. I have returned to the sect. Should you emerge safely, I hope to see you at the competition of the 3 major super sects." Chu Yun smiled faintly. Just as he was about to take his leave, he suddenly sensed a chill behind him. Without a moment to think, he swiftly dodged aside. Boom! Just as he moved, a blade of energy sliced through the spot where he had just been standing, carving a deep gash into the ground. At that moment, a voice of suspicion rang out. Chu Yun turned to see a young man with a cold demeanor, clad in a black long robe, wielding a short sword, glaring at him icily. "Chao Jun, your fate is truly fortunate. The beast tide failed to claim you, and yet this sword has not slain you either." Chu Yun retorted, "You went to such lengths to kill me, yet I don't believe we harbor any profound enmity." Chao Jun replied, "None, but your talent is exceedingly high, and you may very well become the next sect leader. However, that position is coveted by senior sister Nangong, and thus you must die." Chu Yun chuckled. So you seek to kill me out of fear that I might usurp the position of sect leader? Even if you succeeded, wouldn't there still be two others stronger than Nangong Aoshue? She may not necessarily ascend to the position. Chao Jun stated, you are mistaken. Senior brothers Ji Wudao and Dongfang Pong are too engrossed in their cultivation to contest with senior sister Nangong. Chu Yun replied, I have no intention of becoming the sect leader. Chao Jun countered, you do not, but the sect has appointed you as the Holy Son. You know well what that entails and thus, you must die. With that declaration, Chao Jun swung his short sword and charged at Chu Yun once more. Seeing this, Chu Yun frowned. He had never anticipated that becoming the Holy Son would not only bring him no benefits but also attract a death sentence. However, if Chao Jun thought he could kill him, he was sorely mistaken. Without further ado, Chu Yun unsheathed the dragon soul sword and charged toward his opponent. Chapter 73. Selling demonic beast corpses for billions of spirit stones. Chao Jun was merely at the 4th level of the martial king realm, while Chu Yun, after several days of cultivation, had approached the 2nd level of the martial king realm. Clang! The two swords collided, and in an instant, Chao Jun's short sword shattered into 2 pieces. What? Witnessing his sword break, Chao Jun was taken aback. It was known that his short sword was a top-grade weapon of the heavenly class, yet it had been cleaved in 2 by Chu Yun's strike, boom. Before Chao Jun could react, Chu Yun's arm rose, and he struck him squarely in the chest. Pfft. Chao Jun coughed up blood and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Last time, you seemed no match for me. Though severely injured by Chu Yun's strike, Chao Jun did not perish. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet. He could not comprehend why Chu Yun's combat prowess had suddenly surpassed his own, given that he had appeared to struggle in Nangong Aoshue's palace previously. Chu Yun explained, last time, I did not use my full strength, which is why you felt you had the upper hand. Moreover, my strength has significantly increased since coming to the demonic domain, making you even less of a match for me. Now I understand. Chao Jun appeared enlightened, but soon a cold smile crept across his face. But you dare not kill me. I am here to kill you. Senior sister Nangong will surely seek vengeance should I fall. Chu Yun replied, do you truly believe I fear Nangong Aoshue? As he spoke, Chu Yun began to advance slowly toward Chao Jun. Seeing Chu Yun approach, Chao Jun's panic grew. What are you planning? Chu Yun declared. What am I planning? I intend for you to experience the sensation of wishing for death. As these words fell, Chu Yun extended his arm, and a black vortex swiftly manifested in his palm. Having already gravely injured Chao Jun, he could now utilize the Devouring Heaven technique to forcibly siphon away his cultivation. As the Devouring Heaven technique activated, Chao Jun's face contorted in agony, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Chu Yun, you are absorbing my cultivation. You are a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Chu Yun did not respond. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, relishing the sensation. Had you not sought to kill me? Perhaps you could have survived a while longer. Alas, you are oblivious to your impending doom. As the suction intensified, Chao Jun's body rapidly withered, ultimately resembling a desiccated corpse. With a flick of his arm, Chu Yun sent the lifeless form flying. He then swiftly settled into a meditative posture, initiating the process of refining. Before long, Chu Yun's cultivation surged from the 1st level of the martial king realm to the 2nd level, then to the 3rd level, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Just as he was on the verge of breaking into the 4th level, his progress abruptly halted. Gently opening his eyes, Chu Yun felt no surprise. Given that Chao Jun was only at the 4th level of the martial king realm, it was impossible for him to elevate Chu Yun's cultivation to that level. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with his advancement to the peak of the 3rd level. Rising slowly, Chu Yun departed the demonic domain. Upon exiting, he contemplated selling the bones of the 9-headed giant python in exchange for spirit stones. However, he was uncertain where to sell them, so he sought assistance. Eventually, he learned of the heavenly demon city, which hosted the Tianlong auction house, the largest establishment in the city that accepted all manner of goods. Thus, Chu Yun made his way to the Tianlong auction house. Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today? As soon as he entered, an attendant approached him with a query. Do you accept items for sale? Chu Yun asked. The attendant smiled. Indeed, we do. Albeit we typically do not accept ordinary items, I assure you. My goods are exceptional. Please summon your manager. Very well. The attendant complied, heading toward the main hall. Before long, a gaunt elder emerged from within. Esteemed guest, I am the manager here. What might you wish to sell? Lowering his voice, Chu Yun inquired. Do you accept the bones of a martial emperor realm demonic beast? The gaunt elder's expression faltered momentarily. Are they fresh? We do not accept items older than 3 years, and even then, the price is significantly reduced. Less than half a month old, Chu Yun replied. The gaunt elder's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Chu Yun. Upon realizing he could not discern Chu Yun's cultivation, he quickly gestured, Please, follow me to a private room to discuss further. Very well. Under the elder's guidance, Chu Yun entered a room. After the servants poured tea, the elder fixed his gaze on Chu Yun. May I see the item you wish to sell? Of course. As he spoke, Chu Yun waved his arm, and a massive skeletal frame materialized in the room, nearly overwhelming the space with its size. The 9-headed giant python. The gaunt elder gasped in astonishment, cautiously approaching to circle around the skeleton. Indeed, this exudes the aura of a martial emperor realm demonic beast. It's quite valuable. What does the young friend wish to exchange for it? Elixirs, martial techniques, weapons, or spirit stones? After some contemplation, Chu Yun recalled that he possessed the ancient bronze mirror, which allowed him to glean any martial technique, rendering them unnecessary. As for weapons, his dragon soul sword sufficed. Thus, he sought elixirs and spirit stones. I desire elixirs suitable for the martial king realm and spirit stones. Is that acceptable? The gaunt elder chuckled. That is certainly possible. However, there are many types of elixirs for the martial king realm. Which variety do you require? Ones that can swiftly replenish energy, Chu Yun specified. Then the dragon spirit pill is particularly suited for you. It is a proprietary secret medicine of our Songlong cave heaven, and any ordinary martial king realm practitioner consuming one will recover their expended energy within a few hours. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. Songlong cave heaven? Is this establishment affiliated with it? Indeed. Do you require it, young friend? The gaunt elder queried. Yes, I want the dragon spirit pill, half in elixirs and half in spirit stones. Very well, 10 bottles of dragon spirit pill and 50 billion spirit stones. What do you think? Noticing the elder's flickering gaze, Chu Yun understood he was testing him. 50 billion is too little. I demand 100 billion. What? 100 billion? You are pricing exorbitantly. If you are unwilling, I shall take my business elsewhere. As he spoke, Chu Yun began to turn away. All right, I shall acquiesce with that. The gaunt elder retrieved a storage ring and rummaged within before tossing it to Chu Yun. Count it, no need, Chu Yun replied, accepting the storage ring before swiftly departing. As he left hurriedly, the gaunt elder wore a puzzled expression. Just then, a figure clad in black robes strode in from outside. Before the elder could react, the newcomer demanded, Where did that person go? He has left. You fool. That was Chu Yun. How could you let him escape? The figure shoved the gaunt elder aside and stormed out. Stunned, the elder lay on the ground, exclaiming, What? He is Chu Yun, the one being pursued by the sect for a vial of divine dragon liquid. Chapter 74. Encirclement and Pursuit. After exiting the auction house, Chu Yun made his way toward the gates of Heavenly Demon City. If his suspicions were correct, the Tianlong auction house would soon recognize his identity and dispatch individuals to hunt him down. Thus, he needed to leave swiftly. Not long after Chu Yun departed the city, a dozen figures clad in black robes arrived at the city gates. Where did he go? It seems he has already left. Chase him. We must not let him escape. Also, inform the hall master that we have located this brat. Understood. As the command was issued, one of the black-robed figures turned to pursue Chu Yun, while the others followed suit. After leaving Heavenly Demon City, Chu Yun took to the skies on his sword. Glancing back at the receding city, he let out a sigh of relief. His trip to the demonic domain had yielded significant rewards. Not only had he acquired a Qilin cub, but he had also slain a 9-headed giant python of the martial emperor realm and sold numerous elixirs and spirit stones. However, he lamented the loss of the deceased Qilin couple. It would have been splendid if they had survived to serve as his mounts. As he contemplated this, Chu Yun glanced at the spirit ring, discovering the little Qilin still in slumber. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It appeared the little Qilin's cultivation had surged several levels. Its progress was astonishingly swift. The mirror spirit remarked, That is quite normal. After all, it has been consuming the flesh of a martial emperor realm demonic beast. I suspect that once it finishes the remaining python meat, its cultivation will reach the martial king realm. Chu Yun sighed. What a pity it is too small to serve as my mount. The mirror spirit replied, though this Qilin lacks the pure bloodline of a divine beast. It is still a descendant of the Qilin and should grow rapidly in just a few months. It should be able to serve as your steed. Let us hope so, Chu Yun mused, envisioning the day a Qilin would accompany him. Feeling a surge of excitement in his heart, "Stop right there." At that moment, a bellow echoed from behind him. Chu Yun turned to see a group of over a dozen black-robed figures charging toward him at a swift pace. Upon closer inspection, he realized they all possessed cultivation at the Martial King realm. There was no doubt. They were here to kill him. Determined, Chu Yun quickened his pace. Whoosh! As a golden light streaked across the sky, Chu Yun's figure vanished from view. What? So fast? The black-robed figures were taken aback. How can this kid fly so swiftly? His flying technique relies on his weapon. It seems his sword is no ordinary item. Let us hasten our pursuit. Whoever slays this brat will claim his weapon as their own. Understood. Despite Chu Yun's rapid escape, the black-robed figures refused to relent in their pursuit, intensifying their speed. However, Chu Yun had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he sought a secluded location to eliminate these pursuers. Though they all possessed cultivation at the Martial King realm, the strongest among them seemed only to be at the 4th level. Now at the peak of the 3rd level, he was confident in his ability to dispatch them all. As he soared through the skies, Chu Yun soon arrived above a mountain range. That moment, he suddenly maneuvered the Dragon Soul Sword, directing it toward the heart of the mountain range. Once he landed in a spacious clearing, the black-robed figures followed suit, descending around him. "Brat, you can run, can't you? Why have you stopped?" one of them taunted. Chu Yun surveyed the group, noting that although they all wore black robes, their true faces were visible, quite unlike the Heavenly Demon Sect. "Are you not members of the Heavenly Demon Sect?" one of them said. "Who told you we are members of the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Chu Yun replied. "Since you are not from the Heavenly Demon Sect, why are you pursuing me?" The young man retorted. "Are you truly unaware? Or merely pretending? We are chasing you, of course, for that bottle of divine dragon essence. It is surprising that you dared to kill the disciple of a martial emperor. You may find it exceedingly difficult to survive in Qingzhou from now on." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun instantly understood. The disciple of a martial emperor. It seemed that those who sought to kill him must be the master of Duan Jingtian. Therefore, to escape this pursuit, he would likely need to devise a means to eliminate this individual. However, for now, he had to deal with the 10 or so people before him. "Thank you for the information. You may proceed to your demise." With these words, Chu Yun swung his Dragon Soul Sword, sweeping it across the group of assailants. Starfire Ignition. This was the 4th move of the 5 elements sword technique. As the sword swept forth, a torrent of fiery sword energy enveloped the group. Seeing this, the assailants hurriedly summoned their inner kingly power to resist. Simultaneously, several golden crowns slowly ascended, casting powerful beams of golden light that illuminated the mountainside. The once formidable fiery sword energy was now suppressed. Witnessing this, Chu Yun once again brandished his Dragon Soul Sword and executed the 5th move. Heaven and Earth Transformation. As this move was unleashed, the ground beneath them instantly collapsed, and a formidable energy spiraled above the heads of the assailants, transforming into a whirlwind that dimmed the entire sky. The assailants, caught off guard, were immediately sucked into the vortex. As for the crowns behind them, they were shattered in an instant under the onslaught of the energy storm. Puff, puff, puff. The crowns were linked to their consciousness. Now shattered, the assailants were severely injured, spewing blood as they fell to the ground. Only then did they realize they had severely underestimated Chu Yun's cultivation. "Why, you're only at the 1st level of Martial King, right?" One of them struggled to lift his head and asked Chu Yun. Chu Yun replied, "That was 2 months ago. Now I am at the 3rd level of Martial King. In just 2 months, you have risen from the 1st to the 3rd level of Martial King, and no wonder the leader of the Star River Sword Sect named you as the Holy Sun." The assailants were now filled with regret. Had they known Chu Yun had already attained the 3rd level of Martial King, they certainly would not have pursued him, for among them, the strongest was only at the 4th level of Martial King. Observing the injured assailants, Chu Yun smiled slightly and approached them. However, the assailants felt a chill run down their spines at his smiling approach. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Yun replied. "What do you think? I am here to send you to hell with that." Chu Yun raised both arms. 2 black vortices rapidly materialized in his palms. At once, a powerful suction enveloped the assailants, distorting their faces. "Why you're absorbing our cultivation. Are you a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect?" They cried out in desperation. "Stop. We are also members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They pleaded, yes, although we have allied with the Nether Palace, we were once part of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Seeing their powers being drained, the assailants mistakenly believed Chu Yun was one of them and frantically begged for mercy. Yet, Chu Yun remained unmoved. Regardless of who they were, anyone who dared to harbor murderous intent against him must die. Soon, the assailants were left as mere desiccated corpses, and Chu Yun's cultivation surged from the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Martial King, breaking through to the 4th level and still rising. Sensing his cultivation continuing to grow, Chu Yun promptly sat down to refine it. You dare to kill a member of the Nether Palace? Today, you shall surely die. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed. Chu Yun looked up to see a massive crown rising into the sky, beneath which stood a tall, slender figure cloaked in black. Chapter 75. A single strike to defeat a martial emperor. Faced with a martial emperor, Chu Yun dared not be negligent and quickly stood up. His cultivation had stabilized at the 5th level of Martial King. Nevertheless, he still found himself powerless against the martial emperor. His only 2 trump cards were transforming into a divine dragon and summoning the golden orb bestowed upon him by Zhao Xinghe. The former, if not executed flawlessly, could place his life in jeopardy, while the latter, even if it did not slay the opponent, could inflict significant injury. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Yun devised a plan and turned to flee deeper into the mountains. You think you can escape? The black-clad figure suddenly extended his arm, grasping at the void. A colossal translucent hand rapidly formed in the air. Before Chu Yun could react, it seized him in its grasp. Observing the pain etched on Chu Yun's face, the black-clad figure wore a smug expression. I in my presence. A martial king is but an unnoticed, that's so? I beg to differ. That moment, Chu Yun, who had appeared to be in agony, suddenly swung his arm. A golden orb shot straight toward the black-clad figure's chest. Boom! Before the black-clad figure could respond, the golden orb exploded, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled Chu Yun away. This golden orb contained 70% of Zhao Xinghe's power, illustrating its tremendous might. Following the explosion, a gaping wound the size of a bowl was blasted into the black-clad figure's chest, and crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. The black-clad figure cried out in agony before plummeting to the ground. Not far away, Chu Yun struggled to rise. Seeing the black-clad figure still writhing, he picked up the dragon soul sword and slowly approached. As he drew near, Chu Yun aimed for the other side of the black-clad figure's chest and plunged the sword in with great force. Puff! Blood sprayed onto Chu Yun's face, yet he showed no sign of fear. At that moment, he finally discerned that this was an exceedingly ugly old man. The old man stared wide-eyed at Chu Yun, disbelief written all over his face. I never imagined I would meet my end at your hands. How laughable! Before he could finish his sentence, the black-clad elder breathed his last. He could never have foreseen that Chu Yun possessed the means to kill him. Had he known, he would have acted with far greater caution. Not fully trusting that the old man was dead, Chu Yun continued to stab him multiple times with the dragon soul sword until he was certain the black-clad elder was beyond recovery. Chu Yun surmised that the black-clad elder's cultivation was at least at the 5th level of Martial King. Such strength might have posed a considerable challenge to him, even in his divine dragon form. Fortunately, he had caught the opponent off guard with the golden orb. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After a brief rest, Chu Yun began to search the black-clad elder's body. As a martial emperor, he must possess numerous valuable items. Soon, Chu Yun found a spirit ring on the elder's hand. After removing the ring, he projected his consciousness into it. Upon seeing the contents, a look of joy spread across his face. The spirit ring was filled with pills and spirit stones, though the quantity was beyond immediate estimation. At that moment, Chu Yun noticed a medicinal vial resting in a corner. He promptly retrieved it. Upon uncorking the vial, a peculiar fragrance wafted out. Peering inside, he discovered a single drop of green liquid. What is this? Chu Yun pondered, perplexed. Uncertain of its nature, he could only recork the vial and return it to the spirit ring. After completing these tasks, Chu Yun stood up, ready to leave. However, after a moment's thought, he decided to store the black-clad elder's corpse within the spirit ring. As a martial emperor, the little Qilin would undoubtedly experience a significant boost in cultivation upon consuming it. Initially, Chu Yun had no intention of doing so, but considering that the elder had sought to kill him, he felt no need to feign mercy. With the black-clad elder's corpse secured, Chu Yun soared away from the mountains. Heading towards the Star River Sword Sect, it had been nearly 2 months since he left. It was time to return. Songlong Cave Heaven, nestled within a mountainous region, earned its name due to the numerous caves scattered throughout, coupled with its breathtaking scenery. Surrounding the caves were several palaces. At that moment, an old woman suddenly flew out from one of the palaces and headed outside. However, just as she exited the mountains, she spotted a white-robed middle-aged man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, seated upon a nearby stone. Upon seeing the white-robed man, the old woman's expression hardened, revealing her wariness. "Zhao Xinghe, you truly are relentless. Always keeping an eye on me. What on earth do you want?" Zhao Xinghe slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Duan Jingtian is your disciple, and Chu Yun is the holy son of my Star River Sword Sect. Their duel is witnessed by all. If you intend to take revenge for your disciple, you must first get past me." The old woman clenched her palm, and a green cane appeared in her hand. With anger etched on her face, she glared at Zhao Xinghe and said, "Do you think I dare not fight you?" Zhao Xinghe smiled faintly. "You certainly have the courage to engage me, but your chances of victory are a mere 30%. The old woman retorted angrily, "Are you not afraid I will summon the sect master?" Zhao Xinghe chuckled, "If you call for him, he will not engage me either. We both understand that once we strike, it will spark a conflict between our two sects, benefiting only the myriad demons. Your master is not as foolish as you." "You?" The old woman seethed. "You may protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. Even if I do not act, he will not survive." She had already sent the Lord of the Nether Palace to kill Chu Yun, and given that the opponent was a 6th-level martial emperor, she doubted Chu Yun would have any chance of survival. Zhao Xinghe replied, "You need not worry about that. He has already left a means of survival for Chu Yun. I believe that as long as Chu Yun does not recklessly employ it, no one in Qingzhou can kill him. Fine, we shall see at the sect competition in a month. I will turn your Star River Sword Sect's disciples and elders to ashes." Unable to kill Chu Yun, she planned to take her vengeance on the disciples and elders of the Star River Sword Sect. With that, the old woman leaped into the air and flew back. Zhao Xinghe, witnessing her departure, closed his eyes once more. "As long as I am here, you shall not harm him." Half a month later, at the Star River Sword Sect, in the palace where Nangong Aoshue resided. "Wang Xiaopeng, senior sister, heard that Chu Yun saved you at the ancient Black Tower?" Nangong Aoshue looked at Wang Xiaopeng with a hint of a smile. Ever since Chao Jun's departure, she had sent people to investigate Chu Yun's background and learned that he had indeed rescued Wang Xiaopeng in the ancient Black Tower. Thus, she sought to ascertain the nature of Wang Xiaopeng's relationship with Chu Yun. Upon seeing Nangong Aoshue smile at him, Wang Xiaopeng became flustered, as this was the woman he had long secretly admired. Chapter 76. The most beautiful woman, the most deceptive. "Yes, we are quite close. He still owes me a favor, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Nangong Aoshue's eyes brightened with delight. She approached Wang Xiaopeng, gently touched his shoulder with her snow-white hand, and with a soft, delicate voice asked, "If I were to ask you to persuade him to follow me, would you agree?" Wang Xiaopeng hesitated. "Well, I fear he might refuse." Nangong Aoshue smiled. "Did you not say he owes you a favor? If you ask, he might very well agree." Well, Wang Xiaopeng faltered. Though he claimed Chu Yun owed him a favor, he had no means to compel him if he refused. Ultimately, their bond was not particularly strong. "What? You are unwilling?" Nangong Aoshue leaned closer to Wang Xiaopeng, who was overwhelmed by her fragrance, his heart racing as he struggled to know where to place his hands. "Fine, I will give it a try. But if he refuses, there is nothing I can do." Hearing this, Nangong Aoshue took out a packet of powder from her bosom, saying, "If he refuses, just sprinkle this powder in his room." Wang Xiaopeng looked puzzled. "What is this?" Nangong Aoshue replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a type of flower pollen that will fill the room with fragrance. Consider it a small gift from me to him." "All right." Wang Xiaopeng did not think much of it, took the powder, and turned to leave. Watching Wang Xiaopeng depart, Nangong Aoshue's smile vanished. "If it were not for the need to win over Chu Yun, I would not even want to touch this fat pig." After Wang Xiaopeng left the palace, several female disciples rushed over to him, asking, "Wang Xiaopeng, did you really know Chu Yun?" Wang Xiaopeng beamed with pride. "Of course I know him. We are quite familiar, is that so? Then you must find a way to let him follow our senior sister. That way, you can see our senior sister." "Yes, I think I saw him return just now. Hurry and see if it is true." "All right." Hearing this, Wang Xiaopeng hurried down the mountain. "Senior sister Nangong smells so good. If only she would let me stay by her side." I would be willing to do anything for her. Wang Xiaopeng rushed eagerly and soon arrived at Chu Yun's residence. He called out loudly to the palace, Chu Yun. What is it? Come in and speak. Chu Yun's voice resounded from the upper floor. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaopeng hurriedly ascended. Soon, he found Chu Yun seated on the bed, meditating. Chu Yun, where have you been? Why did you return only now? Chu Yun, with his eyes slightly closed, inquired, Is there something you need? Wang Xiaopeng replied, No, I just heard you came back, so I wanted to check on you. Now that I see you are fine, I am relieved. Thank you for your concern. Wang Xiaopeng noticed Chu Yun did not even open his eyes and was at a loss for how to continue. Is there anything else? Wang Xiaopeng said, Senior Sister Nangong just found me. She wants you to follow her. As soon as he said this, Chu Yun's eyes snapped open. Seeing Chu Yun's displeased expression, Wang Xiaopeng quickly added, Senior Sister Nangong is a good person. If you follow her, no one will dare to bully you. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Did she send you? Wang Xiaopeng nodded slightly. Chu Yun asked, Do you know she wants to kill me? Wang Xiaopeng hurriedly shook his head. No, you must be mistaken. Senior Sister Nangong is such a good person, so beautiful. How could she want to harm you? If she truly wanted to kill you, she would not have sent you to me. Chu Yun sneered coldly. Do you know that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she becomes? Wang Xiaopeng replied, I do not know, but I know Senior Sister Nangong would never deceive me. Seeing Wang Xiaopeng's infatuation with Nangong Aoshue, Chu Yun shook his head helplessly. You should leave. Do not come looking for me again. Wang Xiaopeng paused at this, pulling out the packet of powder, ready to open it. What are you doing? Chu Yun asked. Wang Xiaopeng replied, This is a gift from Senior Sister Nangong. She said it is flower pollen that will fill the room with fragrance. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun frowned. Nangong Aoshue could not possibly be so kind as to give him flower pollen. Clearly, something was amiss. Give it to me. Chu Yun reached out to take the packet and walked towards the window. Such tricks may fool you, but they won't deceive me. With that, Chu Yun waved his arm, sending the packet soaring into the air. Clang! Chu Yun swiftly drew the Dragon Soul sword and with a horizontal slash, sliced through the packet. Whoosh! A golden sword aura shot forth, cleaving the packet open. Instantly, the powder spilled out, landing on the flowers and grass outside the palace. Just then, 2 birds flew down to perch on the flowers, only to drop dead in an instant. Just happened. Wang Xiaopeng exclaimed, taken aback. Chu Yun said, Have you not realized? This is not flower pollen at all. It is poison. Impossible. Senior Sister Nangong would never deceive me. Wang Xiaopeng protested. Chu Yun replied, If you do not believe me, I can wager with you. What kind of wager? Wang Xiaopeng inquired. Chu Yun remarked, You must inform her immediately, telling her that I have discovered the poison. She will undoubtedly seek to end your life. No. How could she possibly kill me? Wang Xiaopeng responded, his voice tinged with disbelief. Chu Yun, visibly agitated, retorted, Do you still not comprehend that she is manipulating you? I refuse to believe it. I am going to confront her right now. With that, Wang Xiaopeng turned on his heel and departed. He soon arrived at the palace where Nangong Aoshue resided. Upon seeing Wang Xiaopeng, Nangong Aoshue greeted him with a smile, inquiring, I heard that Chu Yun has returned. Has he agreed to follow me? Wang Xiaopeng's gaze fixed on her, and he gently shook his head. Observing his reaction, Nangong Aoshue's expression fell slightly, but she quickly pressed on. Did you open the pollen and place it in his room? Wang Xiaopeng replied, That is not pollen at all. It is poison. You intend to kill him? Do you not? Nangong Aoshue laughed. How could it possibly be poison? You must tell Senior Sister. Did you open the pollen? Wang Xiaopeng shouted, First, answer me. Is it poison or not? Seeing the fury etched on Wang Xiaopeng's face, Nangong Aoshue realized the plan had unraveled. Her demeanor grew cold as she stated, Indeed, it is poison. If he agrees to follow me, he shall live. If not, he must die. Why? Wang Xiaopeng asked. Nangong Aoshue explained, Because he is the Holy Son. If he survives, the sect master may pass the position to him. But if he follows me, it will be different. I can control him at will, rendering him a mere puppet, even if he becomes the sect master. You are truly a cruel woman. I shall fight you. At that moment, Wang Xiaopeng finally recognized that he had been used. He charged towards Nangong Aoshue. She regarded him with disdain and contempt, declaring, You foolish fatso. Did you truly believe I had any affection for you? You are less than a pig in my eyes. Wang Xiaopeng was consumed by rage and lunged at her, biting down hard on her arm. You insolent fool, how dare you bite me? Die. Nangong Aoshue swung her arm, delivering a powerful strike to his head. With a cough, he spat blood and was sent flying several yards, crashing heavily to the ground. You are nothing but a failure. Today, I shall send you on your way. As those words left her lips, Nangong Aoshue darted towards Wang Xiaopeng. Yet, just as she was about to reach him, a figure suddenly appeared. Blocking her path, it was Chu Yun. Upon seeing him, Nangong Aoshue's expression shifted to one of shock. Chu Yun's gaze bore into her as he stated, "Now do you believe what I told you?" This was not directed at Nangong Aoshue, but rather at Wang Xiaopeng, who lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly gravely injured by Nangong Aoshue's blow. Slowly lifting his head, Wang Xiaopeng glared at her with fury. "It is my own foolishness that I believed her words. As you said, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is," Nangong Aoshue scoffed. "You can only blame your own stupidity for thinking I would ever like you. You are like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Wang Xiaopeng was incensed, struggling to rise and attack her. However, he faltered and collapsed once more. "Incompetent fool," Nangong Aoshue sneered, then turned to Chu Yun, saying, "Chu Yun, I will give you one more chance. If you agree to follow me, I will spare you." Chu Yun laughed. "Spare me? You must have an inflated sense of self-worth." "You?" At that moment, Wang Xiaopeng's weak voice broke through. "Chu Yun, you still owe me a favor. I now beg you to do one last thing for me." Wang Xiaopeng strained to lift his head, looking at Chu Yun. Without turning back, Chu Yun's voice rang out, "Speak." Wang Xiaopeng fixed his gaze on Nangong Aoshue, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Help me kill her, no problem." With those words, Chu Yun slowly drew the dragon soul sword. Immediately, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall. Nangong Aoshue, witnessing this, sneered, "Do you think you can kill me with that?" At that moment, she still believed Chu Yun was merely at the first level of the martial king realm. Chu Yun, eschewing further words, swung his arm and slashed towards Nangong Aoshue. He had discerned that her cultivation was at the 5th level of the martial king realm, the same as his own. Thus, he felt confident that he could defeat her without employing martial techniques. As Chu Yun's sword struck out, a powerful sword aura surged towards Nangong Aoshue. She quickly dodged, boom. Just as she evaded, the wall of the hall was struck by the sword aura, leaving a massive gash. 5th level of the martial king realm? Realizing the potency of the sword aura released by Chu Yun, Nangong Aoshue was taken aback. She regarded him with newfound seriousness and said, "No wonder you are confident in your ability to kill me. It turns out your cultivation has reached the 5th level of the martial king realm. It seems you have gained quite a bit from your trip to the demon realm." Chu Yun replied, "In any case, killing you is sufficient. Is it?" With a fierce grip, a sword appeared in Nangong Aoshue's hand. "I know you can fight above your weight, but my placement in the sword god rankings is not without merit." With that, she swiftly wielded her long sword, sweeping it towards Chu Yun, ice and snow. As her sword aura swept forth, snowflakes began to swirl within the hall, and the ground froze at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Chu Yun realized that he could not afford to fight without martial techniques any longer. He swung his arm and unleashed a sweeping strike. "Stars ignite the plains," as Chu Yun's voice echoed. A flame-infused sword energy surged forth. Boom! When their sword auras collided, an explosion resonated, and the entire hall transformed into a realm of ice and fire. Unity of man and sword. Seeing her sword technique countered, Nangong Aoshue cried out, merging her body with her sword, charging at Chu Yun with a chilling aura. Chu Yun, in response, summoned the power of thunder within him, forming a 6-colored thunder barrier around himself. As Nangong Aoshue's sword approached, it was instantly repelled by the thunder barrier. "Get lost!" Chu Yun roared, unleashing a torrent of thunderous energy that sent Nangong Aoshue's combined form flying. As the long sword neared the ground, Nangong Aoshue's figure became visible. Bang! With a thud, she hit the ground, spitting out blood. Chu Yun remarked, "I initially thought I could kill you in one strike. I did not expect it would require several, but the outcome remains the same." Struggling to lift her head, Nangong Aoshue gazed at Chu Yun, asking, "I want to inquire about one thing. Did you kill Chao Jun?" She had sent Chao Jun to kill Chu Yun, but now that he had returned, there was no news of Chao Jun. Chu Yun replied, "Indeed, that fool overestimated himself and tried to kill me, but I dispatched him with a single strike." Nangong Aoshue said, "It seems we underestimated your strength, but you cannot kill me." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Nangong Aoshue asked, Do you know why I am ranked among the top 3 on the Sword God rankings? Chu Yun remained silent, curious, as it seemed illogical for someone of her cultivation level to be among the top 3. Seeing Chu Yun's bewildered expression, Nangong Aoshue explained, because I am from the Central Continent. My family is one of the 4 great families of the Central Continent. If you kill me, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. I know your strength is formidable, but before my family, you would be nothing. Chu Yun chuckled. So you are attempting to threaten me? Nangong Aoshue clarified. I am merely stating a fact. The Central Continent is the strongest of the 4 regions, while my family is only one of the 4. They are not to be trifled with. Chu Yun countered. If your family truly valued you, they would have kept you training in the Central Continent rather than allowing you to come to the Qing Continent. Thus, I feel you are inconsequential to them. Even if you were killed, I doubt they would pursue the matter. With that, Chu Yun swung his sword. A piercing sword aura shot through Nangong Aoshue's brow. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She never anticipated that she had inadvertently revealed her backing, and Chu Yun would dare to kill her. Chu Yun, you are doomed. Nangong Aoshue glared at him with venomous hatred, and with that, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ha ha ha, she's dead. Finally dead. She is truly dead. At that moment, a boisterous laugh echoed. Chu Yun turned to find Wang Xiaopeng laughing maniacally. Then, with a sorrowful expression, he looked at Chu Yun, saying, Chu Yun, thank you that I have never had a friend in this life. You are my first. Alas, I cannot cultivate alongside you. With that, Wang Xiaopeng closed his eyes with a faint smile. It was unclear whether that smile was self-mockery or happiness. Chu Yun could not discern it, nor did he wish to. Although he and Wang Xiaopeng shared no deep friendship, witnessing his death stirred a sense of melancholy within Chu Yun. What is happening? At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Several elders rushed in from outside. They were all elders of the Star River Sword Sect. Upon seeing Nangong Aoshue's lifeless body, one elder hurried forward to check. Discovering she was already dead, he looked at Chu Yun with astonishment, exclaiming, Chu Yun, did you kill Nangong Aoshue? Do you realize the trouble you've caused? I will bear the consequences, Chu Yun replied. Bear it? You cannot afford it. The elder warned Dio, you know the identity of Nangong Aoshue. She is from the Nangong family, one of the 4 great families of the Central Continent. Although the Nangong family ranks lowest among the 4, it is said that their ancestor recently broke through to the martial monarch realm. The martial monarch realm is a force even the sect master must regard with caution. Another elder added, given the circumstances, we can only seal off the news and wait for the sect master to return for a decision. The sect master is not at the sect, Chu Yun inquired. The elder answered, the sect master has taken a group to the 10,000 demons blessed land. He initially intended to wait for your return to go together, but since you delayed, he departed early. He instructed us to tell you that if you return early, you should hurry there. If you return late, remain at the sect and train diligently. How long ago did they leave? Chu Yun pressed. The elder replied, they likely arrived at the 10,000 demons blessed land by now. You should still be able to catch up. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chu Yun had returned to participate in the competition, and upon hearing that Zhao Xinghe had already left, he would not give up. Exiting the palace, Chu Yun mounted his sword and departed the Star River Sword Sect, heading towards the 10,000 demons blessed land. With half a month remaining until the competition, he believed he could still make it in time. Days later, at the 10,000 demons blessed land, atop a palace building, a bald young man leaned out of a window, gazing at the majestic peaks in the distance and the white cranes soaring by. He sighed, what a splendid place. Too bad that brat Chu Yun cannot see it. That guy still hasn't he arrived. Could something have happened? Wu Xiaolang, are you still in the mood to admire the scenery? The sect master has summoned us to his quarters, a disciple said, approaching him. All right, I will be there shortly. Soon, a group of over a dozen disciples, including Wu Xiaolang, gathered in a room. In addition to Zhao Xinghe, there was an elderly man with white hair, the Grand Elder of the Star River Sword Sect, possessing the 8th level of the Martial Emperor realm. For this competition, a match required the participation of an elder, so Zhao Xinghe brought along the most powerful Grand Elder among them. We pay our respects to the sect master and the Grand Elder. The disciples entered and bowed to Zhao Xinghe and the elderly man. Zhao Xinghe addressed them, this competition is crucial for our sect's cultivation resources and territory. I hope you all give it your utmost effort. Now, let the Grand Elder introduce the contestant strengths. The white-haired elder took out a jade slip and said, after discussions yesterday, there have been some modifications to this competition. Martial King disciples will now engage in 3 matches, meaning the best of 3. The losing side will choose their opponent. I will highlight the strongest contestants from Songlong Cave and the 10,000 Demons Blessed Land in the Martial King realm. First, let's discuss Songlong Cave. As you know, our Star River Sword Sect has a Sword God ranking, and any disciple who makes it onto this ranking is among our strongest. Similarly, Songlong Cave and the 10,000 Demons Blessed Land have their own rankings, the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the Beast King ranking. The strongest Martial King disciples on the Heavenly Dragon ranking are 3 in total. The first is Duan Tianming, who possesses the 6th level of the Martial King realm. It is rumored that he is a relative of Duan Jingtian. Although his talent may not be as high, his strength is said to be formidable. It is said that any opponent he defeats has an ear severed. Hearing this, several Martial King disciples preparing for the competition gasped in shock. Wu Xiaolang remained calm, knowing that his cultivation was far below Duan Tianming's, thus he would not be facing him. The second is Li Changhe, who has the 3rd level of the Martial King realm. Although his strength is lacking, he is adept at using poisons. It is said that he has poisoned opponents with a higher cultivation, so you must be cautious of him. Skilled with poison? It seems I have met my match. Wu Xiaolang thought, a hint of interest creeping into his smile. As for the last contestant, her name is Xiao Meyer. She only possesses the 1st level of the Martial King realm, but do not underestimate her. Her charm techniques are exceedingly potent, and many who are 2 or 3 levels above her have fallen victim to her. Heavens, they all sound incredibly formidable. Indeed, especially Duan Tianming. Losing an ear is too cruel. Most of the disciples present felt disheartened before the competition even began. The white-haired elder continued, now, let us discuss the 3 contestants from the 10,000 Demons Blessed Land that you should be wary of. The first is Lu Ping. It is said that she possesses a 1,000-year-old cold ice serpent at the Martial King realm. Anyone who encounters her is instantly frozen to death. The second is Lu Ping. He commands a flying lion of the Martial King realm, which can shatter a person's body with a single roar. The last one is Wu Xiong, who possesses an 800-year-old centipede. This centipede is highly venomous, and anyone bitten by it has little chance of survival. After finishing, the white-haired elder put away the jade slip. Zhao Xinghe then said, the Grand Elder has informed you of the strengths of the contestants in this competition. Remember this well, or you may not even know how you met your end. Understood? The disciples responded in unison. Additionally, disciples from Songlong Cave will be arriving shortly for a sparring session. On the surface, it appears to be a friendly match, but it is actually a test of your abilities, so do not take it lightly. Rest assured, Sect Master. We know how to handle it. That moment, a disciple rushed in, looking flustered. Reporting to the Sect Master and Grand Elder, the people from Songlong Cave have arrived. Hearing this, the white-haired elder turned to Zhao Xinghe, saying, Sect Master, it seems they can no longer wait. Zhao Xinghe slowly closed his eyes and said, since they cannot wait, let them compete with you, but remember to exercise restraint. We cannot afford to have any fatalities before the official competition even begins. All right, I understand. After speaking, the white-haired elder rose to his feet and said, let us go and meet the disciples of the Songlong Cave. Chapter 79, Sparring. Outside the palace, a dozen individuals had gathered. They were clad in purple robes, each adorned with a small golden dragon emblem on their chests. In this grand competition, we must decisively suppress the momentum of the Xinghe Sword Sect. Indeed, let them realize that our Songlong Cave is not to be trifled with. Especially that Chu Yun, who dared to kill junior brother Duan and an elder of our cave. Such audacity is utterly outrageous. Observing the fierce battle spirit among the disciples, the leading elder displayed a satisfied expression. However, he soon noticed that Duan Tianming, standing behind him, wore a cold and silent demeanor. Tianming, what troubles you? Duan Tianming, gaunt and filled with resentment, responded to the elder's inquiry. Elder Wang, I heard that Chu Yun has not arrived. Is that correct? Elder Wang was taken aback and replied, I am aware of your desire to kill him. Many share that sentiment. Your clan brother's master has even offered a vial of divine dragon essence for his demise, but I have heard that he is still alive. Duan Tianming's expression remained icy as he remarked, it seems this person is not simple. Elder Wang said, I understand your wish to avenge your clan brother, but since he is absent, we have no means to act. Duan Tianming coldly replied, Elder, I believe you have misunderstood. Whether Duan Jingtian is alive or dead is of no concern to me. My desire to kill Chu Yun is primarily because others claim his talent surpasses that of Duan Jingtian. If I were to kill him, Would it not prove that my talent exceeds both of theirs? Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's gaze sharpened. He had long heard of Duan Tianming's ruthless nature. Initially, he thought Tianming sought vengeance for Duan Jingtian, but it was clear now that he simply wished to use Chu Yun to elevate his own reputation. Truly cold-blooded. However, as long as victory is attained, that is what matters. With Duan Jingtian deceased, he did not wish to dwell on the matter further at present. He only desired to defeat the Xinghe Sword Sect and the Wanyao Fudi, ensuring that the foremost supreme sect remains Canglong Cave. Just then, disciples from the Xinghe Sword Sect emerged from the palace. The leading white-haired elder, upon spotting Elder Wang, immediately cupped his hands and smiled. Elder Wang, it has been a year since we last met. I trust all is well. Elder Lin, you appear to be in increasingly fine spirits. I admire that, Elder Wang replied. Despite their mutual disdain, they maintained a facade of cordiality for the sake of their sects. I have heard that your Xinghe Sword Sect has appointed a holy son. I wonder if he has arrived. At that moment, Duan Tianming inquired of Elder Lin. Elder Lin responded, he is currently out undergoing trials and has yet to return. Has he not returned? Or is he avoiding the competition out of fear? What do you mean by that? Who are you to dare insult our holy son? Several disciples with martial king-level cultivation erupted in anger. Duan Tianming, coldly regarding them, replied, I am Duan Tianming. What? You are Duan Tianming? Upon realizing who he was, the previously arrogant disciples fell silent. Seeing them intimidated into silence by his name, Duan Tianming smirked and then asked, why the silence? Were you not quite boastful just a moment ago? No matter how boastful we are, it pales in comparison to your audacity, Wu Shaolang said, crossing his arms and regarding Duan Tianming with amusement. Duan Tianming immediately directed a gloomy glare at him. Noticing the diminutive and unremarkable bald figure before him, he coldly retorted, what are you? Wu Shaolang shot back, and who might you be? Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flickered across Duan Tianming's face. Wu Shaolang, have you lost your mind to speak to him in such a manner? Indeed, you should shut your mouth, the disciples behind him urged. However, Wu Shaolang remained dismissive. Shut my mouth. I am merely a nameless individual. What is there to fear? Yet some are not the same. They are experts on the dragon ranking, and being a martial king of the 6th level, it would be a disgrace to strike someone who is only at the 1st level. Wu Xiaolong's words were nearly shouted. He had discerned that Duan Tianming was quite proud, and such individuals typically refrained from attacking those beneath them in public. And indeed, Duan Tianming maintained his icy demeanor, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You speak truly. You are merely at the 1st level of martial king and do not warrant my attention. Brother, there is no need for you to engage with such trash. With just a word from you, I could defeat him within 3 moves. Indeed, a martial king of the 1st level dares to participate in the grand competition. It is nothing short of self-humiliation. While Duan Tianming hesitated to act out of concern for his pride, the disciples behind him could no longer contain themselves. Though I am only at the 1st level of martial king, I should still be able to handle someone at the 2nd level. Wu Shaolang declared. Is that so? Conveniently, among our disciples, the weakest is at the 2nd level of martial king. Shall you two have a spar? At that moment, Elder Wang interjected. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Elder Lin, seemingly to reassure him. With a wave of his arm, he called, Yushan, step forward. At Elder Wang's command, a short youth of similar height to Wu Shaolang stepped forth. Elder Lin observed and confirmed that he was indeed at the 2nd level of martial king. Yet, even so, he was reluctant to agree, for a higher cultivation level inherently increased the odds of victory, and he did not wish to take risks. If they were to lose, the embarrassment would be significant. What, do you not dare to compete? Elder Wang inquired upon seeing the lack of response. What could we possibly fear? Wu Shaolang replied, It is merely a spar. Injuries are inevitable, and I worry that should he be harmed, you might hold me accountable. Elder Wang scoffed, rest assured, you are at the 1st level of martial king. If you manage to injure him, it only reflects his lack of skill, and I shall not blame you. Elder Lin turned to Wu Shaolang and asked, Wu Shaolang, do you have confidence? Elder, you need not worry. Not only can I handle the 2nd level of martial king, but even against the 3rd level, it would be effortless for me to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's gaze sharpened. He was uncertain of the means by which Wu Shaolang could make such a boastful claim. However, considering that Zhao Xinghe would not have brought him along without reason, he resolved. Very well, in that case, you may face him. Hearing this, Wu Xiaolang approached the short youth. Yushan, remember to hold back. Do not injure him, lest they accuse us of bullying the weak. The short youth smiled coldly. Rest assured, Elder. I know what to do. Chapter 80. The Holy Sun returns. Why cultivation exceeds yours by a level. I shall allow you to strike first. The short youth said, hands clasped behind his back. Looking at Wu Xiaolang. Wu Xiaolang chuckled. If I strike, you will have no chance to act. The short youth retorted, that is nothing short of a joke. If you were my equal, you might have the right to say such things, but your cultivation level is higher than mine. Just as he spoke, Wu Xiaolang's figure flashed and appeared directly beside him. Bang! Before he could react, Wu Xiaolang's hand clapped down on his shoulder. The expression on the short youth's face froze instantly. Why apologies, I concede. With that, Wu Xiaolang turned to leave. The disciples of Songlong Cave were left bewildered by this turn of events. What just happened? What do you mean by conceding? He did not win. Indeed, what nonsense is this? Bang! Just then, the short youth suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Yushan, what has happened to you? Elder Wang rushed forward to inspect the situation. As the other disciples gathered around, at that moment, a long-haired disciple crouched down to take a look before rising and glaring at Wu Xiaolang. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you use poison? What? Poison? How vile, resorting to poison when you cannot win. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Songlong Cave directed their furious glares at Wu Xiaolang. Unperturbed, Wu Xiaolang maintained his composure. Is it not against the rules to use poison in a spar? Furthermore, all is fair in war. He can only blame himself for being careless. You? Elder Wang was nearly overwhelmed with rage at that moment. The long-haired disciple abruptly stood up, his expression darkened. Since you enjoy using poison so much, do you dare to compete against me? Wu Xiaolang was taken aback by this challenge. The use of poison could catch an opponent off guard the first time. But should they be prepared the second time, it would become difficult to execute. I do not wish to engage with an unknown individual. The long-haired youth sneered, I am Li Changhe, ranked 28th on the dragon ranking. What? Li Changhe? He is the one who used poison to kill opponents several levels higher than himself. It seemed that Wu Xiaolang had encountered a worthy opponent this time. Indeed, his proficiency in poison appears to surpass even Wu Xiaolang's. Hearing this, the disciples of Tai Xuan Sect grew anxious. Elder Lin interjected, You are at the 3rd level of Martial King, yet he is only at the 1st level. Do you not find this unfair? Li Changhe furrowed his brow before responding. I can simply refrain from using my cultivation level and only compete in poison. What? Forgoing cultivation? That is exceedingly arrogant. Elder Lin's gaze hardened upon hearing this. What do you think that if I do not use my cultivation, he will dare to compete with me? Are you Tai Xuan Sect truly so timid that you would not dare to compete if the opponent does not use their cultivation? Very well. If you do not use your cultivation, I shall compete with you. Wu Xiaolang declared. Elder Wang added, if you wish to compete, you both must refrain from using your cultivation. It will be a contest of poison. No problem, Wu Xiaolang replied. While he lacked confidence in a battle of cultivation, he felt he had a 50-50 chance in a contest of poison. As the two stepped into the arena, neither made the first move. Both were experts in poison and understood that the first to act would reveal their vulnerabilities. Ultimately, it was Li Changhe who could not hold back. He lifted his arm, and a small black snake shot forth from his sleeve like a dart, lunging at Wu Xiaolang. Seeing this, Wu Xiaolang swiftly flicked his arm, sending a golden-silver needle flying, piercing through the small black snake's body. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The small black snake, instead of dying from the golden needle, surged toward Wu Xiaolang. He could hardly believe that his golden needle had failed to slay the snake. By the time he realized he needed to evade, it was too late. The black snake sank its fangs into his neck. Ah! Wu Xiaolang let out a piercing scream. Ha ha ha! To challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. Li Changhe laughed heartily at the sight. Yet, in that instant, Wu Xiaolang suddenly swung his arm, launching a flurry of gold-and-silver needles. Swish, swish, swish. Li Changhe's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly tried to dodge. However, the sheer number of gold-and-silver needles caught him off guard in an instant. One needle pierced through his arm. Li Changhe clutched his arm. Letting out a pained cry, Wu Xiaolang ripped the black snake from his neck and crushed it in his hand. Then, looking at the agonized Li Changhe, he sneered, It seems your poison skills are not as impressive as you claimed. Despicable! resorting to a sneak attack. Indeed, had Li Shixiang not been careless, he would never have been injured. The disciples of Songlong Cave seethed with indignation. Not only had he used poison, but he had also employed a sneak attack. He was nothing short of a disgrace among warriors. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. Duan Tianming's figure flashed, and he appeared in the arena. Before Wu Shaolang could react, Tianming swung his arm and struck towards him. Should this blow connect, Wu Shaolang would undoubtedly meet his demise. Elder Lin intended to intervene upon witnessing Duan Tianming's action, but the distance was too great, and he could not reach in time. Divine thunder, heavenly punishment, a sudden roar echoed. Boom, crack, in the next moment, a formidable six-colored lightning bolt descended from the heavens, crashing down towards Duan Tianming. Upon witnessing this, Duan Tianming quickly retreated. Boom! The divine thunder struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Observing this unexpected turn of events, everyone was left in shock. The disciples of WeakHes Sect quickly looked up to the sky. They were astonished to see a youth clad in a blue robe hovering above. The youth extended his arm, maintaining an attacking posture. It is the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun has returned. Indeed, it is the Holy Sun. He has returned. In that moment, the disciples of WeakHes Sect erupted with excitement. Duan Tianming slowly lifted his head, and upon seeing that the figure was merely a youth, his expression darkened. Is this person Chu Yun? Chu Yun descended from the sky, landing before Wu Shaolang. Glancing at the suddenly appearing Chu Yun, Wu Shaolang revealed a smile of relief. You have finally returned. I was beginning to think you perished in the demon domain. Chu Yun looked at him and replied, Do I appear to be a short-lived individual? Ha ha ha. They both laughed heartily. Chu Shidi, where have you been? Why have you only just returned now? Indeed, initially the sect master intended for you to participate in the Martial King Disciples competition, but since you were absent, the sect master allowed Wu Shaolang to take your place. The disciples of WeakHes Sect were overjoyed at Chu Yun's return, rushing forward to surround him. At this moment, Chu Yun became the focal point of attention, while the individuals from Songlong Cave were completely overlooked. Chapter 81. Thunder unveils the poison, shocking Zhao Xinghe. You are Chu Yun. Do you dare to battle me? Duan Tianming declared. Upon hearing this, the disciples of WeakHes Sect fell silent. Chu Yun turned his gaze towards Duan Tianming. And who might you be? Humph. You do not even recognize me. I am Duan Tianming, ranked 5th on the dragon ranking. Given your arrogance, I expected you to be first. How disappointing to find you are only 5th. You, Duan Tianming's wrath flared at this remark. At that moment, a disciple leaned in to whisper in Chu Yun's ear. Chu Shidi, this person is our greatest opponent in this competition. It is said that after defeating his foes, he cuts off one of their ears. Indeed, if you engage him, you must tread carefully. What if I lose and he cuts off my ear? Chu Yun inquired. Wu Shaolang replied, The rules are set by the strong. If you can defeat him, how you wish to proceed is entirely at your discretion. Then can I not take both of his ears? Or perhaps sever an arm? Upon hearing Chu Yun discuss how he would deal with him after defeat, Duan Tianming's expression darkened significantly. This was nothing short of humiliation for him. Wu Shaolang added, Do not worry about taking both his ears or severing an arm. Even if you were to castrate him, it would be your prerogative. Ha ha ha. The surrounding disciples erupted in laughter. Arrogant. You have yet to defeat me. Yet you already speak such grandiose claims. If you possess the skill, come and compete with me. Duan Tianming could no longer contain himself. Chu Yun turned to him and asked, You are Duan Tianming? What is your relation to Duan Jingtian? Duan Jingtian is my clan brother, Duan Tianming replied. You seem eager to compete with me. It appears you wish to avenge him? Avenge him? That is nothing short of a joke. Duan Tianming scoffed disdainfully, saying, Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. If he perished at your hands, it is merely a testament to his inadequacy in mastering his craft. Chu Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating the cold-heartedness of this individual. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yet, he displayed an attitude of indifference. With the grand competition set for tomorrow, it was best to wait until then. Elder Lin interjected, Chu Yun has just returned and requires ample rest. Duan Tianming retorted, Are you all afraid? Chu Yun responded, You are merely at the 6th level of the Martial King realm. You lack the qualification to act so arrogantly here. Tomorrow, I shall deal with you appropriately. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianming's gaze sharpened as he replied, Very well. I await your arrival. I hope you do not disappoint me. He had already sensed that Chu Yun was only at the 5th level of the Martial King realm, one level below him, hence he was not in a hurry to eliminate his opponent. As Elder Wang departed, he cast a glance at Chu Yun. Though he said nothing, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Wu Xiaolang, what has happened to you? At that moment, a disciple exclaimed in alarm. Chu Yun turned to see Wu Xiaolang's complexion had turned ashen. It's nothing, merely a poison. I'm not on the brink of death. Wu Xiaolang managed to force a smile. Elder Lin hurried to his side, grasping his arm to assess the situation. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he declared, "This is dire. The poison has infiltrated his internal organs. I fear he will not survive beyond a stick of incense." "What kind of poison is this? Its potency is astounding," Chu Yun inquired. "Allow me to attempt a remedy," he continued. After previous experiments, Chu Yun discovered that the power of thunder not only rendered him immune to all toxins, but also possessed the ability to neutralize them. Now, he wished to see if he could employ this force to aid Wu Xiaolang in detoxification. "Do not waste your efforts. This is the Black Domain poisonous serpent's venom. Once poisoned, there is virtually no antidote," Wu Xiaolang weakly replied. He then self-deprecatingly remarked, "It's quite ironic. I've ended the lives of so many with poison, and now I find myself a victim. How laughable, fear not. With me present, you shall not perish," assured Chu Yun.As. These words resonated. He seized Wu Xiaolang's arm and gradually closed his eyes. Upon witnessing Chu Yun's actions, the surrounding disciples displayed expressions of anticipation. Wu Xiaolang had recently brought honor to the Tai Xuan Sect, so they all wished for his well-being. With his eyes shut, Chu Yun began to channel the power of thunder towards Wu Xiaolang's body. Crackle, crackle, soon, 6-colored thunder energies enveloped Wu Xiaolang's form. "What is happening?" Just then, Zhao Xinghe emerged from the palace. "Sect Master, Chu Yun has returned," Elder Lin promptly informed. "What?" Zhao Xinghe rushed to Chu Yun's side. Upon seeing Chu Yun grasping Wu Xiaolang's arm, he questioned, "What has transpired?" Elder Lin explained. Wu Xiaolang inadvertently fell victim to a poisonous snake during a sparring match. The venom has invaded his internal organs, and I fear he is beyond saving, but Chu Yun wishes to try. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinghe turned to Chu Yun, astonished. 5th level of the Martial King realm? How is that possible? In just 3 months, Chu Yun had ascended from the 1st level of the Martial King realm to the 5th, a pace of cultivation that left Zhao Xinghe incredulous. "Look, Wu Xiaolang's complexion is changing." At that moment, a disciple exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Xinghe turned to see Wu Xiaolang's previously ashen face beginning to return to normal. "How can this be?" Elder Lin was taken aback. He, a powerful figure of the martial emperor realm, had been helpless against the venom. Yet it now appeared that Chu Yun was reviving Wu Xiaolang. There is nothing impossible. Chu Yun must have concentrated the power of thunder within him, which possesses the effect of immunity to poisons. He must be utilizing it to purge the toxin from Wu Xiaolang. Elder Lin speculated. "How enlightening. I never would have guessed that thunder could serve as an antidote. I am truly humbled." Just then, Chu Yun opened his eyes and inquired of Wu Xiaolang, "Try to see if the poison has been neutralized." Wu Xiaolang slowly opened his eyes, and after careful assessment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "It seems the poison has been cleared. Heavens, remarkable, truly worthy of the Holy Sun. Indeed, I witnessed Wu Xiaolang on the brink of death. Yet now he lives." At this moment, Chu Yun rose and clasped his hands towards Zhao Xinghe, saying, "Sect Master, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness." Zhao Xinghe smiled. "You are not late. Your timing is impeccable," Elder Lin added. "Sect Master, should we discuss the strengths of the participants from the Canglong Cave and the Wanyao Blessed Land with Chu Yun?" "Certainly. Knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for victory," Zhao Xinghe replied. "All right, Chu Yun, follow me," Elder Lin beckoned. Chapter 82. "I consider you an elder sister, and you wish for me to marry you?" That night, Chu Yun was in his chamber cultivating when Wu Xiaolang entered. Pushing the door open, Chu Yun. Upon opening his eyes and recognizing him, Chu Yun asked, "How are you feeling? Is your body all right?" "I'm fine, and I never anticipated your detoxification abilities would surpass mine," Wu Xiaolang replied. Chu Yun remarked nonchalantly, "I too did not foresee that the power of thunder could neutralize poisons. By the way, did you come to see me for a particular reason?" Wu Xiaolang appeared hesitant. Chu Yun prompted, "Speak freely." Wu Xiaolang smiled and stated, "I'll be direct then. After the grand competition, I would like you to accompany me back to the Tianshui Kingdom. I am the 3rd prince of Tianshui. Due to my weak cultivation, I sought to join the Tai Sword Sect for training. Wait, did you just say you are the third prince of Tinshui? Chu Yun questioned, unsure if he had misheard. With Wu Xiaolong's appearance, it was hard to believe he could be a prince. Wu Xiaolong sheepishly rubbed his bald head and chuckled. I admit, I may not look regal, but I truly am the third prince of Tinshui. Recently, my second brother wrote to me, stating our father is gravely ill and wishes for me to return to support him in becoming emperor. My second brother is compassionate and beloved by the people. Hence I hope he can inherit the throne. However, the throne is meant for my eldest brother, who is exceedingly cruel and often mistreats the populace. If he were to ascend, our Tinshui kingdom would surely face ruin. If he is so cruel, your father should pass the throne to your second brother, Chu Yun suggested. Wu Xiaolong replied. My father also wishes for that, but my eldest brother has the backing of the Zonglong Cave. When I entered the Tai Sword Sect to cultivate, it was with the hope of garnering support for my second brother. However, I have yet to contribute in any meaningful way to the sect, and they are unlikely to risk enmity with the Zonglong Cave on my behalf. Thus, I seek your assistance. As the holy son of the Tai Sword Sect, if you were to intervene, the Zonglong Cave would think twice before acting. Chu Yun appeared troubled and said, to be frank, this is a matter of your family. I truly do not wish to involve myself. Wu Xiaolong, sensing his hesitation, reassured him, rest assured, should you assist me, I will not treat you unfairly. Our Tinshui kingdom possesses two national treasures. Point 1 is the Star Blood Sword, forged from a meteorite and North Sea Xian iron. It can cleave through all heavenly weapons with ease. The other is the Yin Yang Slaying Immortals Array, said to enable one to become a 12th level formation master if successfully cultivated. Legend has it that my Wu family's ancestors once utilized this array to slay an immortal, and of course, these are merely tales. I cannot vouch for their authenticity, yet I assure you, both treasures are invaluable. When Wu Xiaolong mentioned the first treasure, Chu Yun remained unfazed. After all, the dragon's soul sword forged from the remains of the divine dragon was far superior. However, upon hearing about the array, Chu Yun's interest was piqued. He had promised an elder from his family, Wei Lao, to help him become a 4th level formation master, and the claim that this array had once slain an immortal, regardless of its veracity, suggested it was no ordinary formation. Very well, I shall take the risk, but upon completion, I demand the Yin Yang Slaying Immortals arrayed. No problem. It is settled then. Wu Xiaolong's face lit up with excitement. For him, securing the safety of his kingdom was paramount. As for weapons and formations, those were secondary. Chu Gongzi, are you there? At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun hastily opened the door. Upon opening the door, he found a female disciple standing outside. Is there something you need? Chu Yun inquired. The female disciple replied, Elder Lu wishes to see you. She has asked you to come at once. Chu Yun glanced at Wu Xiaolong behind him. Wu Xiaolong quickly added, Chu Yun, you go ahead. I shall take my leave. Once Wu Xiaolong departed, Chu Yun said, lead the way. He was curious as to what Lu Qing wanted at such a late hour. Under the guidance of the female disciple, Chu Yun soon arrived outside a palace adorned with exotic flowers and plants. Among the foliage, he spotted a white crane, Lu Qing's steed. You may enter. The elder awaits you inside. The female disciple stated before turning to leave. After her departure, Chu Yun gently pushed open the palace door, and an aromatic scent enveloped him. Inside the grand hall, a white mist rose, resembling a scene from within the clouds. What is happening? Chu Yun was taken aback. The atmosphere seemed akin to someone bathing within. However, being in a grand hall, he deemed it improbable. Yet, as he took a few steps further inside, the impossible occurred. Before him lay a pool of water, and within it, a stunningly beautiful woman was bathing. This unexpected scene left Chu Yun momentarily at a loss. He instinctively turned to leave. Suddenly, the woman sprang up, a piece of white cloth wrapping around her in an instant, landing gracefully before Chu Yun. It was Lu Qing. I never expected you to spy on me while I bathed. What? I was spying on you bathing? Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock. Did you not summon me here? Lu Qing retorted. Did I summon you? Who can attest to that? Chu Yun looked outside the hall, noticing the female disciple had already left. Chu Yun, I never imagined you to be such a person. Now, I present you with two choices. First, leave the Tai Sword Sect and join our Wanyao blessed land, and marry me. Second, I will disclose your peeping to others and subsequently eliminate you. Chu Yun was taken aback, then replied, marry you? I consider you an elder sister, and you wish for me to marry you? Lu Qing smiled slyly. That is one way to interpret it. Chu Yun chuckled. I see now. You are deliberately trying to ensnare me. However, I can assure you that I will not acquiesce. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. What, do you find me unappealing? No, it's not that. I simply dislike being threatened. And moreover, I already have someone I cherish. You have someone you cherish? Who? Chu Yun replied. That is not something I need to report to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing slowly turned away, donning her clothing without shying away from Chu Yun's gaze. Seeing this, he quickly turned his back. Lu Qing teased, I wonder how many men would wish to see my form, and yet you choose not to. Others are others. I am myself. Do not compare me with them. Chu Yun retorted. Lu Qing continued, in truth, I was merely testing you, and it seems I have not misjudged you. Chu Yun turned back and asked, What do you mean? Lu Qing replied, It is nothing. I simply wish to cultivate a talent for our Wanyao blessed land. However, it appears we may not have such fortune. Did you summon me today to discuss this? No, my primary purpose was to inform you how to deal with the 3 participants from our blessed land tomorrow, as a means of repaying your assistance in eliminating Duan Jingtian. But you have already repaid me for that, Chu Yun remarked. That does not count. After this assistance, I will no longer owe you. Lu Qing stated. Chapter 83. The appearance of the demon lord the following day. Within a square of the Wanyao blessed land, disciples from the Xinghe sword sect and Canglong cave stood on opposite sides. Meanwhile, the organizers, the Wanyao blessed land, occupied the center. For this grand competition, Zhao Xinghe, the sect master of the Xinghe sword sect, Ma Canglong, the cave master of the Canglong cave, and Lu Zhanpeng, the leader of the Wanyao blessed land, were all present. This competition was crucial in determining the allocation of territory among the sects, raising the stakes for all involved. It was rumored that this competition would permit killing. One could only imagine how many lives would be lost. Indeed, I have heard there will also be a warm-up match prior to the main event. The warm-up match is likely to claim its share of lives as well. Chu Yun stood before a group of disciples. Meditating, when he opened his eyes upon hearing about the warm-up match, he turned to the disciples behind him and inquired, What is this warm-up match? The warm-up match involves gathering all participants of the same level to compete against each other. For instance, disciples at the Tianwu realm will only compete once, but to determine the strongest among them, each faction will send forth their 5 most powerful Tianwu realm disciples to battle until only 3 remain. What if all the participants from the other 2 factions perish? Then there would be no need for further competition, one disciple responded. Chu Yun frowned, realizing that Elder Lin had not mentioned this to him. The warm-up match was not confirmed, so I was unaware if it would take place. Hence, I did not inform you, Elder Lin explained. Currently, the sect master is in discussions regarding its necessity. We will know soon. Just then, Zhao Xinghe approached with a grim expression. Elder Lin asked, What is the situation, sect master? Zhao Xinghe replied, We have been outmaneuvered by the Wanyao blessed land. They have recalled all their strongest Tianwu realm disciples. As we of the Xinghe sword sect and Canglong cave were unaware of the warm-up match, we only brought along some of our slightly stronger disciples. What shall we do? Elder Lin inquired. Zhao Xinghe stated, It is too late to summon others. We can only rely on luck, as it is a battle of 15 individuals. We may not necessarily lose. Will the Martial King and Martial Emperor realms also participate in the warm-up match? Chu Yun asked. Zhao Xinghe responded, The Martial Emperor realm will not, but the Martial King realm will. At this juncture, Zhao Xinghe regarded Chu Yun. Chu Yun, I am aware of your true strength, so the outcome of the Martial King battles rests entirely on you. He recognized that although Chu Yun was only at the Martial King realm, should he transform into a divine dragon, his power would rival that of a Martial Emperor, considering him their greatest asset. Chu Yun reassured him, Rest assured, Sect Master. I will ensure that the Xinghe Sword Sect secures first place in the Martial King battles. Have the discussions concluded? If so, let us not waste any more time and commence. At that moment, an elderly voice resounded. Chu Yun turned his gaze to see an imposing figure in a blue robe, the leader of the Wanyao blessed land, Lu Zhanpeng, standing before the assembled disciples. Hearing this, Zhao Xinghe directed the 5 disciples present. Han Yu, Wang Jing, Wu Feng, Li Fei, Ling Shui, you 5 will compete. Remember, this competition allows for killing. You must give it your all, or you will surely perish. Do not worry, Sect Master. We will spare no effort, they replied in unison as they strode into the arena. Concurrently, 5 disciples from the Canglong cave and Wanyao blessed land stepped forward. How could the demon lord miss such a grand event? Suddenly, a booming voice erupted. and a mass of dark clouds swiftly descended from the sky. As the distance closed, beneath the ominous clouds stood a dozen figures clad in black robes, with the tallest among them wearing a grotesque mask. Beside him stood a young woman draped in a flowing black gown, her face obscured by a dark veil. Although her features were hidden, the brilliance of her eyes revealed her to be an unparalleled beauty. Upon seeing the woman in black, Chu Yun's face registered astonishment, for she was none other than Jiangyu, the one he had long yearned for. The presence of the heavenly demon sect. How had they come to be here? In stark contrast to Chu Yun's surprise, the leaders of the three major sects tensed at the sight of the heavenly demon sect's master accompanied by her followers. The master of the heavenly demon sect, along with Jiangyu and others, landed gracefully in the square. He chuckled. "What is this? Am I not welcome?" Zhao Xinghe replied. "Heavenly demon old monster. Today marks the day of the grand competition among our three major sects, which has nothing to do with your sect. We kindly ask you to leave." "Indeed," interjected Ma Songlong, exuding an air of indifference. "Although your sect is powerful, we three major sects are not to be trifled with." Lu Zhamping added, "Heavenly demon old monster, you are unwelcome here. We request you depart." The heavenly demon sect's master laughed heartily. "Regardless, I have traveled a long way. Are you truly so inhospitable? Hospitality, is it? Very well, please have some tea." Lu Zhamping waved his arm, and a teacup from a nearby table shot towards the heavenly demon sect's master. He extended a finger to catch it effortlessly, inspecting the fragrant tea within. "What a delightful brew," he remarked, tilting his head back to drink it all in one gulp. "Now that I have enjoyed your tea, are you not obliged to take your leave?" Lu Zhamping responded. "Having consumed the tea, it is indeed time for you to go." The heavenly demon sect's master tossed the teacup aside with a grin. "Not so fast. I am here primarily to bring along a few of my less capable disciples to compete with the talented disciples of your sects. I trust you will not refuse?" At this statement, Zhao Xinghe, Ma Songlong, and Lu Zhamping exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. To decline would imply their fear of the heavenly demon sect, yet to accept left them uncertain of the intentions behind such a challenge. "It is well known that your sect excels in the use of demonic arts, capable of ensnaring the minds of others. Engaging with your kind seems unnecessary," Lu Zhamping remarked. The heavenly demon sect's master replied, "You may choose not to compete, yet you must publicly announce to all the righteous martial factions in Qingzhou that you three major sects fear the heavenly demon sect, branding yourselves as cowards. Comply with this, and the competition will be unnecessary." With this proclamation, Lu Zhamping, Ma Songlong, and Zhao Xinghe erupted in fury. "Very well. If you desire a contest, we shall indulge you. However, I must warn you. Should any of your disciples perish, do not blame the hearts of our righteous disciples for their ruthless actions." Ma Songlong spoke. "Indeed, this competition permits killing. Should your people be slain, do not let your shame provoke you into anger." The heavenly demon sect's master scoffed. "If your disciples truly possess the skill to slay mine, then they have only themselves to blame for their inadequacies. Very well, let us begin. Bring forth your participants." At his command, 5 black-robed figures stepped forward. "Hold on, I neglected to mention. The disciples competing must not exceed the 3rd level of the heavenly martial realm. Moreover, there will be a preliminary match until only the last 3 remain. However, with the addition of your heavenly demon disciples, we shall continue until only 4 remain," Lu Zhamping stated. The heavenly demon sect's master smirked. "Against your disciples, higher cultivation is unnecessary. None of these 5 exceed the 3rd level of the heavenly martial realm." Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhamping noted that 3 of the 5 appeared to be at the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm. He chuckled. "Very well, let the contest commence." As the disciples of the heavenly demon sect entered the arena, those from Songlong Cave, Wanyao Blessed Land, and Xinghe Sword Sect remained motionless. Initially, it was a competition among the 3 major sects, but with the addition of the heavenly demon disciples, they were at a loss as to whether to defeat their opponents first or unite against the newcomers. "Friends, we are all reputable sects. If we are to compete, we must first eliminate the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. What do you all think?" "I agree. I too concur." With no objections, they resolved to join forces against the heavenly demon sect before determining the victor among themselves. As the decision was made, the disciples of the 3 major sects surged towards the 5 heavenly demon disciples. Observing this, Lu Zhamping, Ma Songlong, and Zhao Xinghe couldn't help but smile. While they had not explicitly instructed their disciples on the course of action, Anyone in their position would instinctively unite against a common enemy, the Heavenly Demon Sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect's master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable, yet his posture radiated confidence. Initially, Chu Yun had no intention of watching the battle among the Heavenly Martial Realm disciples, but the unexpected involvement of the Heavenly Demon Sect piqued his interest. Under the combined assault of the three major sects' disciples, the 5 Heavenly Demon disciples soon found themselves at a disadvantage. How dare they send disciples to compete against us? It is a fool's errand, Elder Lin remarked. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the 5 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, sensing that they were not as feeble as they appeared. What is this? Their cultivation seems to have changed. Just then, a disciple exclaimed in alarm, prompting Chu Yun to look again. The disciples from the 3 major sects, who had once held the advantage, were now being overwhelmed by the 5 from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun realized that these 5 disciples had concealed their cultivation, now exhibiting prowess at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Despicable. They are indeed hiding their true power. Indeed, it is utterly vile. What difference is there from an ambush elder? Is this even permissible? The watching disciples voiced their discontent. Elder Lin turned to Zhao Xinghe, sect master. The Heavenly Demon Sect is clearly engaging in deception. Zhao Xinghe's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect would conceal their cultivation. The rules of the competition only stated that they could not exceed the 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Realm, and while they had hidden their strength, they had not technically violated any rules. As Lu Zhangping witnessed the disciples of the 3 major sects nearing defeat against the Heavenly Demon Sect, his elation quickly turned to fury. You old monster of the Heavenly Demon Sect! How dare you resort to trickery? The Heavenly Demon Sect's master replied coolly, trickery. They merely wish to conceal their true capabilities. They have not broken any rules. You, boom, boom. In the midst of their exchange, the disciples from the 3 major sects were swiftly taken down by the 5 Heavenly Demon disciples, who seemed to have trained in a unique technique, coupled with their cultivation at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Realm, rendering the disciples of the 3 major sects utterly powerless to retaliate. Soon, all 15 disciples lay motionless on the ground. Amused, the Heavenly Demon Sect's master remarked, "What is this? It hasn't even been a short while, and your disciples are already out of the fight? I expected more from you, but it appears you are merely a bunch of weaklings." Hearing this, Lu Zhangping, Ma Songlong, and Zhao Xinghe nearly exploded with rage. Lu, we cannot allow this to continue. The Heavenly Demon Sect is clearly targeting our 3 major sects. Should we be defeated, we will become the laughingstock of the other sects. At that moment, Ma Songlong discreetly transmitted a message to Lu Zhangping. I suggest we pause the competition and discuss our strategy. Zhao Xinghe also conveyed his thoughts to Lu Zhangping. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhangping announced, we will pause the next match for an hour to rest and strategize. Pausing for an hour to plot against me? Are you? The Heavenly Demon Sect's master interjected. Lu Zhangping retorted, if you fear, you are free to leave at any time. Fear? The term does not exist in my vocabulary, the Heavenly Demon Sect's master replied. I have come here today to vanquish your disciples before your very eyes, and then proclaim to the other 3 states that your 3 major sects are utterly impotent against the Heavenly Demon Sect. At this proclamation, a murderous glint flickered in Lu Zhangping's eyes. He had initially devised a plan to defeat Songlong Cave and Xinghe Sword Sect, but the sudden appearance of the Heavenly Demon Sect had disrupted all his strategies. Though fury boiled within him, he understood that this was not the time for rash actions. The immediate priority was to devise a tactic to overcome the Heavenly Demon Sect. Otherwise, their defeat would render them the subject of ridicule among the other 3 states. With this in mind, Lu Zhangping ceased to acknowledge the Heavenly Demon Sect's master and turned to depart. As the 3 leaders exited, the Heavenly Demon Sect's master turned to Jiang Yu and the other disciples. Do you remember my previous instructions? Our goal this time is not only to defeat the disciples of the 3 major sects, but also to ensure the demise of Chu Yun. This child is advancing too rapidly. He must not be allowed to live. Yes, several disciples responded eagerly, except for Jiang Yu, who remained silent. The Heavenly Demon Sect's master inquired, You err, what troubles you? You seem distracted throughout our journey. Jiang Yu quickly replied, Master, I am fine. Your well-being is paramount. Whether we succeed in eliminating Chu Yun depends on you. To aid in your cultivation, I have even sent a martial emperor-level expert to accompany you into the demon domain for training. Do not disappoint your master. Yes, Jiang Yu acknowledged, her gaze drifting toward Chu Yun. Soon, her expression darkened as she noticed a remarkably beautiful woman conversing with him. Chu Yun, I just heard that our disciples from the three major sects united and were defeated by the heavenly demon sect. Is that true? Lu Qing approached Chu Yun and asked, having been absent due to her patrol duties. Indeed, their 5 disciples deliberately concealed their cultivation and caught our 3 major sects off guard. Chu Yun confirmed, glancing at the heavenly demon sect members. Lu Qing's eyes widened in surprise as she added, strange, but I feel as though that woman is looking at me like I am her enemy. Chu Yun followed her gaze and noticed Jiang Yu glaring at him. Though her face was veiled, her eyes radiated fury. What is happening? I do not recall having offended her. Chu Yun, do you have some enmity with her? Lu Qing nudged him playfully, causing him to suddenly realize. Could she be feeling jealous? Noticing how close he was to Lu Qing, he quickly shifted away. What are you doing? Lu Qing asked, puzzled by his sudden movement. Nothing, just trying to clear my head and consider how to deal with the heavenly demon sect, he replied with a smile. All right, think carefully, I will take my leave, Lu Qing said before departing. Soon after, Chu Yun observed Zhao Xinghe, Lu Zhampeng, and Ma Songlong returning to the arena. Chu Yun, come here, Zhao Xinghe beckoned. What is it, sect master? Chu Yun inquired. Zhao Xinghe explained, we 3 have discussed the situation. While the competition is important, should we fall to the heavenly demon sect, our 3 major sects will struggle to maintain our standing in Qingzhou. Therefore, we decided to unite against the heavenly demon sect first before continuing the competition. Understood that I know what to do, Chu Yun affirmed. Have you all reached a consensus? If so, let us begin. I can hardly wait to see your 3 major sects suffer defeat, the heavenly demon sect's master taunted. Hearing this, Lu Zhamping declared, for the first match, we concede victory to the heavenly demon sect. However, since we will have 3 matches, the preliminary matches must also occur 3 times. As for the participants, we will select 5 from among those at the 1st to 3rd levels of the Martial King realm, then 5 from the 4th to 6th levels, and finally 5 from the 7th to the 9th levels of the Martial King realm. These 3 different tiers of martial artists will compete across 3 different arenas. Elder Lin interjected, Sect Master, why have the rules of the competition changed? Zhao Xinghe replied, this was our newly devised strategy. Be wise splitting them into 3 matches. We can eliminate the disciples of the heavenly demon sect one by one. Ah, I see. Elder Lin nodded in understanding. The heavenly demon sect's master sneered, you intend to separate my disciples and eliminate them individually? A clever thought, but ultimately futile. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics are mere frivolities. Are there any objections? If none, let us commence, Lu Zhamping asked. The heavenly demon sect's master responded, I have no objections. Today, victory is assured for the heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhamping retorted coldly, should you win this match, we 3 major sects will no longer interfere in Qingzhou's affairs. However, should you lose, you must vacate the Wanyao Blessed Land immediately. Given the odds of 3 to 1, the disciples participating in this competition were all top-tier experts. He did not believe that 3 against 1 would be insufficient to overcome the heavenly demon sect's disciples. Very well, the heavenly demon sect's master replied firmly. Now, let us begin. With that declaration, Chu Yun, along with 4 disciples, stepped into the arena. Simultaneously, Duan Tianming from Songlong Cave and Lu Ping from Wanyao Blessed Land also led their teams into the arena, all being 5th-level martial kings, grouping them together. At that moment, Chu Yun noticed Jiang Yu approaching their arena. Had she reached the 4th level of the martial king realm, he could not discern her cultivation level. However, her presence indicated that she was at least at the 4th level. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, he had heard of her exceptional talent in martial arts. Today, he was eager to witness her prowess firsthand. Duan Tianming regarded Jiang Yu with a glimmer of battle fervor in his eyes. Yet, Jiang Yu strode directly toward Chu Yu and my opponent is Chu Yun. The rest of you, step aside. Her words caused Duan Tianming to furrow his brow. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu glanced at him. I do not slay nameless individuals. What? Duan Tianming nearly choked on his indignation. How could he, a renowned figure on the dragon ranking, be dismissed so easily as an unworthy foe? I am a disciple of Songlong Cave, ranked 5th on the dragon ranking. You dare to claim you do not know me? Jiang Yu dismissed him with a glance. What is this dragon ranking? I have never even heard of it. All I know is that there exists a formidable individual named Chu Yun from the Xinghe Sword Sect, who has slain Songlong Cave's greatest talent, Duan Jingtian. You? Hearing this, Duan Tianming gritted his teeth. About to retaliate, when Chu Yun intervened, if she wishes to compete against me, then you should focus on other opponents. Why should I listen to you? Duan Tianming challenged. Lu Ping chimed in, Duan Tianming, do you wish to lose or win? If you prefer to lose, then concede now and stop causing trouble. I understand you two have a history, but this is not the time for personal vendettas, Lu Ping asserted, her authority undeniable. Duan Tianming regarded Lu Ping, acknowledging her status as a top competitor on the Beast King ranking from Wanyao Blessed Land. Very well, I shall first eliminate other opponents before returning to deal with this woman. With that, Duan Tianming unleashed his martial techniques and charged toward a nearby disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Witnessing this, the other disciples also sprang into action. Zhang Yu, upon witnessing the scene, fixed her gaze upon Chu Yun and slowly approached him. As she drew near, Chu Yun unexpectedly burst into laughter. Be serious. Do not wear such a playful expression, Zhang Yu coldly remarked. Chu Yun replied, I am simply delighted to see you. Is it wrong to smile? Zhang Yu pointed her sword at him and stated, We are currently engaged in a competition. Your frivolous demeanor will draw judgment from others. By the way, who was that woman you were so close to before? Is there something between you? Chu Yun responded, What could there possibly be? I regard her merely as an elder sister. Is that truly the case? Zhang Yu questioned, her disbelief evident. What reason would I have to deceive you? He countered. Well then, it's good to hear. If I discover that you are seducing other women, I shall kill you, Zhang Yu warned. But I am your husband. If you kill me, will you not fear becoming a widow? Chu Yun retorted, If I kill you, I shall take my own life as well, Zhang Yu replied. Chu Yun was rendered speechless. Chapter 86, Feigned Combat Master. What are those two doing? Why aren't they making a move? Elder Lin expressed his confusion upon seeing Chu Yun and Zhang Yu standing still in the arena. Zhao Xinghe remarked, I do not know either. In truth, they were not the only ones perplexed. The leader of the Tianma sect was equally baffled to see Zhang Yu and Chu Yun in a stalemate. What is Moon doing? I instructed her to kill Chu Yun. Why is she hesitating? In the arena, after Chu Yun clarified the situation to Zhang Yu, she ceased her anger. Enough dawdling. Draw your sword quickly, or others will grow suspicious. All right, he replied as they spoke. Chu Yun drew the Dragon Soul Sword, and they pretended to engage in combat. By the way, how did you both suddenly arrive here? Zhang Yu inquired. Can you not tell? We came here specifically to disrupt your duel, and my master heard of your rapid ascension to the Martial King realm and wishes to use this opportunity to eliminate you. Your master? Is that the leader of our sect? Chu Yun asked. Indeed, he is my master. What do you plan to do? Zhang Yu queried. What is your current cultivation level? She continued. I am at the 5th level of the Martial King realm. Chu Yun replied. He was aware that due to his training in the swallowing heaven technique, others could not discern his true power unless he revealed it. Zhang Yu was astonished. No wonder he wishes to kill you. I did not expect your cultivation speed to be so rapid. Chu Yun then asked, What about your cultivation level? Zhang Yu replied, I am at the same level as you. Then your cultivation speed is impressive as well? Chu Yun remarked. However, I am older than you, she stated, having always prided herself on her superior martial talent. Yet before Chu Yun, she found no sense of superiority. It matters not. It is only natural for a husband to surpass his wife. This way, I can better protect you, he reassured her. Zhang Yu did not respond, but Chu Yun could see the smile in her eyes. Enough with the sweet talk. Let us get on with it. She urged. As the two feigned their duel, several disciples of the Tianma sect had already been slain by Duan Tianming and Lu Ping. Among the 15 participating disciples, aside from the two of them, only Chu Yun remained. Observing that Chu Yun, while sparring with Zhang Yu, seemed not to be exerting himself fully, Duan Tianming's anger flared. Chu Yun, what are you doing? Is this truly your strength? Lu Ping interjected. Stop with the nonsense. Let us attack together. Just then, Chu Yun shouted, Wait, what's wrong? Duan Tianming and Lu Ping asked, confusion etched on their faces. Chu Yun replied, Now, only the 4 of us remain. There is no need to continue the competition. As he spoke, he sheathed the Dragon Soul Sword and turned to leave. Witnessing this, Duan Tianming felt discontent and contemplated striking. But Zhang Yu spoke first. I will spare you for now. We will deal with you later. With that, she turned and departed. Upon returning to the edge of the plaza, Zhao Xinghe inquired, Chu Yun, what were you doing just now? Why did you not exert your full strength to eliminate the saintess of the Tianma sect? Indeed, it was a prime opportunity, Elder Lin chimed in. Chu Yun replied, "Do not rush. I was merely conserving my strength." "What? Conserving strength?" Zhao Xinghe and Elder Lin exchanged puzzled glances. The saintess of the Tianma sect is not an opponent to be underestimated. If I wish to defeat her, I must go all out. However, if I do that, I will have no strength left for the subsequent battles. How then can I participate in the following matches? Upon hearing this, the two felt his reasoning, while somewhat tenuous, held some merit. In the next match, do not hold back. Returning to the Songlong Cave team, Duan Tianming began to seethe with resentment. Master, that Chu Yun was fighting the saintess of the Tianma sect without using his full strength. They must have some connection. Ma Songlong stroked his beard, revealing a sly smile. Can you not see? He is merely conserving his strength. Conserving strength? Yes, the saintess of the Tianma sect possesses the highest martial talent in their sect. It will not be easy to kill her if he goes all out. He will likely have no strength left for future battles. He is the saint son of the Xinghe sword sect. It would be a joke if he were eliminated in the warm-up round. I see. How cunning, Duan Tianming mused. But this is good. I hope to face him and teach him a lesson, so he knows who the true genius of Songlong Cave is. After returning to the side of the Tianma sect leader, Zhang Yu fell silent. The leader inquired, "Do you not wish to explain your actions from earlier?" Zhang Yu replied, "I discovered he was concealing his true power. If I were to go all out, I might not be his match." Concealing his power? The Tianma sect leader looked at Chu Yun, realizing that no matter how he assessed him, Chu Yun appeared to be at the 5th level of the Martial King realm. Is he not at the 5th level of the Martial King realm? Zhang Yu clarified, he is indeed at the 5th level, but that is not his true strength. He can transform into a divine dragon, as you should know, master. The Tianma sect leader's gaze sharpened. He was certainly aware of this. I have heard that when he transforms into a divine dragon, his power surges immensely. Zhang Yu continued, precisely. Therefore, I cannot exert my full strength in the warm-up match. I will wait for the other two sect disciples to deplete his energy before confronting him. This way, I will have a chance to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the Tianma sect leader found her reasoning somewhat strained, yet it appeared to have merit. Very well. I hope you will not disappoint me with that. He turned his attention to the other two arenas. In the arena, for those at the 1st to 3rd levels of the Martial King realm, only Wu Xiaolang, Li Changhe, and a disciple from the Wanyao Fudi remained. The disciple from Wanyao Fudi summoned a golden-haired lion with wings. Meanwhile, in the arena for those at the 7th to 9th levels, only 3 individuals remained, all experts at the 9th level of the Martial King realm from the 3 sections observing the 3 arenas. With only Zhang Yu remaining in the competition, the Tianma sect leader's expression grew dark. This outcome surpassed his expectations. Liu Zhampong smirked at the Tianma sect leader. Old Tianma, do you wish to continue competing? You are left with just one person. If I am not mistaken, this lady should be your Tianma sect saintess. It is said that her martial talent is the highest among your sect. If she loses, it will be difficult for your sect to maintain a foothold in Qingzhou. The Tianma sect leader retorted coldly. Even with just one person left, she can defeat the disciples of your 3 major super sections. Oh really? Then let us have them engage in the ultimate battle. The other 2 arenas need not continue. The Tianma sect leader replied, as you wish. His purpose for coming here was twofold, to disrupt the tournament and to eliminate Chu Yun. With the first goal achieved, all that remained was to kill Chu Yun. Chapter 87. Broken Copper and Rags. The next match would be the final duel among Chu Yun, the Tianma sect saintess Zhang Yu, Duan Tianming, and Lu Ping, with the rules being a free-for-all. Lu Zhamping announced that a free-for-all. That was acceptable for a warm-up, but now you wish to employ such tactics? The Tianma sect leader interjected. If I am correct, once it becomes a free-for-all, they will surely gang up on her 3-1. Do you think that is fair? Lu Zhamping chuckled. Are you afraid? The Tianma sect leader replied, afraid? I fear that your 3 major sects will be ridiculed. These 3 should be the most talented disciples of your super sects. If they band together against our Tianma sect disciple, even if they win, it will be a hollow victory. Hearing this, Lu Zhamping frowned. In a one-on-one match, they had no confidence in victory. However, if it were 3 against 1, while they might have a chance, as the opponent said, winning would be unworthy. Furthermore, it would damage the reputation of their 3 major sections because this matter pertained to the face of the 3 super sects. Lu Zhamping dared not make a hasty decision and thus turned his gaze to Ma Songlong and Zhao Xinghe, subtly communicating with the 2. What do you both think? Ma Songlong conveyed, agree to it. With Duan Tianming present, he will surely be able to defeat the saintess of the Tianma sect. Zhao Xinghe advised, the Tianma sect has only 1 person left. If we still resort to numbers, then even if we win, it will be an unworthy victory. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhangping replied, very well. Since you both feel that way, I will decide by drawing lots. Turning to the Tai Xuan Sect leader, Lu Zhangping stated, since you believe it is unfair, let us draw lots for the competition. You four, step forward. At this, Chu Yun, Jiang Yu, Duan Tianming, and Lu Ping walked to the center of the arena. Lu Zhangping produced 4 jade tokens, stating, here are 4 jade tokens with pairs of numbers. Those who draw matching numbers will be opponents. With that, Lu Zhangping waved his arm, sending the 4 jade tokens flying towards the 4 participants. Chu Yun, without much thought, reached out and grasped one out. Upon inspecting it, he found it red one. At that moment, Duan Tianming also seized another token. Upon seeing the number, Duan Tianming inquired, who has a 1? Chu Yun responded, I do. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianming smiled, his eyes alight with battle intent. Very well. How many exchanges do you believe you can withstand against me? Chu Yun coldly replied, I do not know how many exchanges I can withstand from you, but I can assure you that you will not last 10 exchanges against me. Duan Tianming's smile abruptly vanished. Is that so? Then let us not waste words. Let us begin. He could hardly contain his eagerness to defeat Chu Yun. If he could vanquish Chu Yun, it would not only prove his superiority over Chu Yun and Duan Jingtian, but also strike a blow to the morale of the Tai Xuan Sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Lu Ping exchanged glances. I have long heard of the martial talent of the saintess of the Tai Xuan Sect. I have always wished to witness it, Lu Ping remarked, eyeing Jiang Yu, who donned a flowing white gown, her figure curvaceous and her beauty striking. Jiang Yu replied coolly, Lu Ping, you are at the 6th level of the Martial King realm, ranked 4th on the Beast King list, and you possess a millennium-old ice snake of the Martial King realm. Anyone it encounters will be instantly frozen to death. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping laughed. It seems you are somewhat familiar with me. That is best, for otherwise, you would not even know how you met your demise. Jiang Yu countered, though your cultivation surpasses mine, your strength may not necessarily be greater. Even with your beast companion, you may not be my match. Lu Ping retorted, is that so? Then let us see whose strength prevails. Enough talk. Since you have found your opponents, let us not waste any more time. Begin, Lu Zhangping commanded. As the words fell, Chu Yun and Duan Tianming moved aside, while Jiang Yu and Lu Ping took steps in the opposite direction. Once they halted, Duan Tianming turned to Chu Yun. I have heard you can transform into a divine dragon. Once you do, your strength increases dramatically. I am eager to witness it. Chu Yun replied, you do not possess the strength to compel me to transform. Is that so? Then I shall see just how strong you truly are. As he spoke, Duan Tianming clenched his hand, and a blood-red longsword materialized in his grasp. As he drew the sword, it emanated a series of blood-colored rays. This blood-drink sword is a top-grade heavenly weapon, and I have slain 120 Martial King realm warriors with it. After each kill, I collect their ears. Today, you shall become the 121st. Chu Yun scoffed, broken copper and rags dare to flaunt before me. Today, I shall show you what a true weapon is. With that, he unsheathed his dragon soul sword. Roar. Instantly, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the plaza. Upon hearing the dragon's cry, the Tai Xuan Sect leader's gaze sharpened. No wonder I could not locate the other segment of the dragon's remains. It is in this youth's possession. Perfect. Once I kill him, I shall merge the 2 swords, and then I will forge an even stronger blade. Upon hearing the dragon's roar emanating from Chu Yun's sword, Duan Tianming's expression shifted. The dragon spirit. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, possessing a spirit does not necessarily equate to strength. As he spoke, Duan Tianming dashed forward, stabbing at Chu Yun with his sword. Chu Yun, in response, swung his dragon soul sword and struck back. Clang. The swords clashed rapidly. However, the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Duan Tianming's sword shattered into 2 pieces. What? How is this possible? How could Duan Shixiang's sword break? Isn't Duan Shixiang's sword a top-grade heavenly weapon? The disciples of Songlong Cave, witnessing the shattering of Duan Tianming's sword upon mere contact with Chu Yun's, were left in disbelief. But Songlong's expression was equally grim. He had never anticipated that Chu Yun's sword would be so sharp. I told you long ago. Your sword is merely broken copper and rags before me. Do you believe me now? Chu Yun smiled mockingly. You will die. Enraged at his sword being shattered, Duan Tianming was filled with fury. He had never experienced such humiliation. He swung his arm, launching a palm strike toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun, sensing the attack, summoned the thunder force within him and countered with a palm strike of his own. Crackle! As Chu Yun's palm struck out, 6 colored lightning enveloped his entire body. Boom! With the collision of their palms, an explosion erupted, sending both of them staggering back several steps. Once they steadied themselves, Duan Tianming trembled as he slowly raised his arm. His palm was burnt and mangled, a testament to the power of Chu Yun's lightning force. In contrast, Chu Yun appeared largely unscathed. Your strength is too weak. I estimate I will defeat you in under 10 exchanges. At that point, I shall not merely take your ears, I will kill you outright. As he said this, Chu Yun swept his dragon soul sword, unleashing a transparent sword energy that shot directly toward Duan Tianming's brow. Chapter 88. The final battle. Duan Tianming could not see the transparent sword energy that Chu Yun unleashed, but he felt the imminent danger approaching. He quickly mobilized all his kingly strength to form a white barrier around himself. Whoosh, however, as the transparent sword energy neared the white barrier, it pierced through effortlessly, ultimately striking Duan Tianming's brow. Duan Tianming stood frozen for a moment, and soon after, a line of blood trickled down from his forehead. In the next instant, he collapsed to one knee. What is happening? Has Duan Shixiang been defeated? Tianming. Ma Songlong was the first to notice that Duan Tianming's energy was waning. He rushed into the arena and caught him. Duan Tianming looked up at Ma Songlong, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing, closing his eyes instead. Tianming. Upon witnessing Duan Tianming's demise, Ma Songlong glared at Chu Yun with fury in his eyes. You actually killed him? As Chu Yun was about to speak, a figure suddenly descended before him. Zhao Xinghe. The competition rules do not prohibit killing. What do you mean by questioning my disciple? Zhao Xinghe's gaze was fixed on Ma Songlong. Though Ma Songlong was seething with anger, he understood that this was a fair duel, and he could not blame anyone else. He then bellowed, Someone, take Duan Tianming's body back to Songlong Dongtian. Yes, his voice echoed. 2 disciples from Songlong Dongtian approached to carry away Duan Tianming's lifeless form. I finally comprehend why you made him the Holy Sun. He is indeed formidable, yet that does not guarantee he will survive till the end. With that, Ma Songlong turned to leave. Now that Chu Yun had slain Duan Tianming, it was possible he might fall to the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect, or Lu Ping, soon after. Upon witnessing Ma Songlong's departure, Zhao Xinghe turned to Chu Yun and inquired, How are you? Are you all right? Chu Yun replied, I'm fine. Zhao Xinghe remarked, I never anticipated that you could kill Duan Tianming without exerting your full strength. It truly surprises me. I hope you do not disappoint me in the upcoming battle. With that, Zhao Xinghe took his leave. After Zhao Xinghe departed, Chu Yun sat cross-legged in the arena and cast his gaze towards Jiang Yu and Lu Ping, who were still engaged in combat. This young man is growing ever stronger. He must be dealt with swiftly. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, upon seeing Chu Yun kill Duan Tianming without transforming, felt an even greater murderous intent. He then turned his attention to Jiang Yu, who was currently wielding her longsword and charging at Lu Ping. Seeing this, Lu Ping waved her arm, and a white serpent with wings instantly flew out from her sleeve. Jiang Yu, noticing this, hurriedly swung her sword to strike. However, before her blade could approach the white serpent, it opened its mouth and unleashed a wave of icy air, instantly freezing her sword. Just like Chu Yun's, her sword was forged from the remains of a divine dragon. In terms of sharpness, few weapons could withstand a direct clash. Yet, the white serpent's breath was composed of cold air, which posed a different challenge. Realizing her sword had been frozen, Jiang Yu quickly released her grip and summoned the dark energy within her body. Soon, she was enveloped in a dense shroud of black demonic energy. As the white serpent approached Jiang Yu, it spat out another blast of cold air, but upon colliding with the demonic energy, the cold was unexpectedly dissolved. What? How is this possible? Lu Ping exclaimed, astonished to see the demonic energy melting the icy breath of the small white serpent. At that moment, Jiang Yu swung her arm, directing a surge of black demonic energy towards the sword lying on the ground. Once the sword was engulfed by the energy, the cold air quickly dissipated. Whoosh! In the next instant, the sword seemed to possess a mind of its own, suddenly soaring into the air and charging towards Lu Ping. Seeing this, Lu Ping promptly retreated. Jiang Yu coldly declared, You think you can escape? Let us see how far you can run. As she spoke, the demonic energy around her surged upwards like a dark cloud, sweeping towards Lu Ping. In response, Lu Ping hastily summoned her royal power. forming a white barrier around herself. However, once enveloped by the demonic energy, she let out a scream, clearly unable to withstand the force Jiang Yu was unleashing. Liu Zhanping, witnessing this, turned pale and stepped forward, ready to intervene. Lu Ping was his most valued disciple. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect interjected, Liu Zhanping, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to interfere? This is a duel between disciples. As the master of the Wanyao Fudi, if you disrupt it, it would be highly inappropriate. Hearing this, Liu Zhanping, though reluctant, chose to endure. He understood that if he intervened, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect would act as well. He was not yet ready to confront the Heavenly Demon Sect head-on. Moments later, as the demonic energy dissipated, Lu Ping lay on the ground, her face a mask of terror, her experience a mystery to all. Jiang Yu retracted her demonic energy and addressed Lu Ping, even with the assistance of powerful beasts. What does it matter? Your will is weak. The moment you encounter demonic energy, your mind falters. Thus, no matter how high your cultivation, defeat is inevitable. With that, Jiang Yu turned to leave. Though Lu Ping had not perished, she had been rendered a living corpse due to the invasion of demonic energy. Being unable to kill her was of little consequence. As for the small white serpent, without Lu Ping's control, it lay motionless on the ground like an ordinary snake. Well done. Ha ha ha. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect laughed heartily upon seeing Jiang Yu's victory. Liu Zhanping snapped, what are you so pleased about? We still have one more person. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect replied, do you genuinely believe he can win? Not just win, but win without a doubt. Zhao Xinghe's gaze was fixed on the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect as he spoke. As long as he is here, your Heavenly Demon Sect stands no chance of victory. Zhao Xinghe held unwavering confidence in Chu Yun's strength. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall ensure your defeat. Zhao Xinghe, turning to the meditating Chu Yun, said, Chu Yun, this is the final battle. This contest concerns the honor of our 3 great super sects, and I hope you will give it your all. Chu Yun remained silent. Facing Jiang Yu, he was uncertain whether to hold back or not. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect looked at Jiang Yu and urged, do not hold back. This is the best opportunity to kill him. Jiang Yu slowly turned to face Chu Yun and walked towards him. What should I do? Chu Yun frowned as long as he transformed into a divine dragon. He would be assured of defeating Jiang Yu. Yet, he did not wish to harm her. He also knew Jiang Yu felt the same. Jiang Yu gazed at Chu Yun and transmitted, Chu Yun, at this point, there is only one way left. You must go all out and injure me. Only in this manner would they avoid suspicion. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression hardened. What are you hesitating for? Do you truly want me to fight you to the death? Chu Yun slowly rose to his feet. Eye in a flash, his body twisted and transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring into the heavens. Since there was no other option, he would not waste any more time and would unleash his most powerful strike. Chapter 89. If love between two is everlasting, then what does it matter if they meet at dawn or dusk? Heavens, he actually transformed. The rumors were indeed true. Chu Yun could become a divine dragon. Witnessing Chu Yun transform into a golden dragon, the disciples present displayed expressions of astonishment. Liu Zhanping's eyes widened as he exclaimed, that aura.its actually at the martial emperor level. Ma Songlong wore a grim expression. Initially, he had thought Chu Yun would surely perish against Jiang Yu. Little did he know that after transforming, Chu Yun's power soared to the brink of the martial emperor realm. Such strength meant that even if Jiang Yu possessed immense abilities, she would not be a match for Chu Yun. As Chu Yun soared as a divine dragon, he soon dove from the sky, charging straight for Jiang Yu. Seeing the golden dragon hurtling towards her, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect's expression sharpened, preparing to intervene. Just then, Liu Zhanping, Ma Songlong, and Zhao Xinghe leaped forth to block him. Heavenly Demon Old Monster, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to save her? It's too late. Boom. As the 3 blocked the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the golden dragon unleashed a tremendous explosive sound before even reaching Jiang Yu. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending dust and debris flying throughout the arena. The onlooking disciples squeezed their eyes shut against the blast. Amidst the cloud of dust, Chu Yun emerged, embracing Jiang Yu. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yu asked, why did you stop? Chu Yun replied, if I hadn't stopped, you would have died. As he spoke, Chu Yun gently removed the veil from her face, revealing her flawless, radiant beauty. After this battle, we might not see each other for a long time, Jiang Yu said, fully aware that if she were to be defeated, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect would not allow her to return. Then what should I do if I want to see you? Chu Yun asked. Jiang Yu slowly retrieved a white handkerchief from her bosom and handed it to him. I embroidered this myself. If you miss me in the future, just look at it. With that, she pushed Chu Yun away and struck him several times. Seeing this, Chu Yun rushed forward to embrace her, but Jiang Yu suddenly said, If you want to see me in the future, then do not come closer. Bang! Poof! Ultimately, Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just then, the dust settled, and the surrounding crowd hurriedly turned their attention to the arena. Upon seeing Jiang Yu incapacitated on the ground, gasps of astonishment filled the air. She has fallen. It appears the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect could not withstand this blow. How could she? Chu Yun transformed into a divine dragon, his strength reaching the martial emperor realm. It is unlikely anyone within the martial king realm could withstand his attack. Witnessing Jiang Yu fall, the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect swept his arm and bellowed, Get lost! The powerful shockwave sent Lu Zhampeng, Ma Songlong, and Zhao Xinghe tumbling backward. The Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect's figure flickered, swiftly arriving at Jiang Yu's side. Upon seeing Jiang Yu on the brink of collapse, he looked up at Chu Yun, fury etched across his face. You little brat, you have some guts. One day, I will personally kill you. After finishing his words, he scooped Jiang Yu into his arms and leaped into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Lu Zhampeng, Zhao Xinghe, and Ma Songlong, having been forced back, were left in shock. Martial Sovereign? They had not expected the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Sect to have reached the Martial Sovereign level. No wonder our defenses in Wanyao Fudi couldn't withstand him. It turns out he is at the Martial Sovereign level. Just then, the three turned their gazes to Chu Yun. Zhao Xinghe quickly approached and asked, How is it, Chu Yun? Is the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect dead? Chu Yun replied, I don't know. Liu Zhamping interjected, That last attack was comparable to one from a martial emperor. She is undoubtedly dead. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yun and continued, I never expected such a remarkable disciple to emerge from your Xinghe sword sect. No wonder you haven't appointed a holy son in decades, and now you have made an exception for him. Zhao Xinghe said nothing, yet his expression brimmed with pride. Ma Songlong questioned, What now? Should we continue the competition? Zhao Xinghe replied, What is there to compete for? Most of the disciples are nearly dead. However, being able to defeat the Heavenly Demon Sect this time was entirely thanks to our Xinghe sword sect. I demand 2/3 of the territory we previously discussed. On what grounds? Ma Songlong retorted angrily. Zhao Xinghe replied, On what grounds? Even if the Heavenly Demon Sect does not participate, do you truly believe any of your disciples could defeat Chu Yun? Ma Songlong was left speechless. After transforming into a divine dragon, Chu Yun's strength was nearing the martial emperor level, meaning no one within the martial king realm could match him. However, Ma Songlong also recognized that once Chu Yun transformed into a divine dragon, he would lose all his cultivation. Yet, he chose to keep this observation to himself. Brother Lu, what do you suggest we do? Lu Zhamping had initially aimed to take a larger share. However, acknowledging that this victory over the Heavenly Demon Sect was indeed thanks to Chu Yun, he pondered for a moment and replied, Since this victory was primarily due to the Xinghe sword sect, I will concede the larger share to him. Hearing this, though Ma Songlong felt reluctant, he eventually conceded. Very well, since you say so, I have no objections, Liu Zhamping added. Since you have no objections, take your disciples to rest first. We do not know if the Heavenly Demon Old Monster has left. If not, and he sets an ambush on the way, it would surely be dangerous for you to go out. Therefore, I suggest you stay here for a few days before departing. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Ma Songlong led his remaining disciples away. At that moment, Chu Yun spoke. Sect Master, I am a bit tired. I would like to return to my room to rest. Zhao Xinghe noticed that Chu Yun appeared significantly weakened after transforming into a divine dragon. He quickly replied, All right, go rest. After Chu Yun left, Lu Zhampeng turned to Zhao Xinghe and remarked, This disciple of yours possesses extraordinary talent. You must protect him well, or I fear he may not live long. Zhao Xinghe assured him, Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will dare to harm him. After returning to his room, Chu Yun closed the door and took out the handkerchief Jiang Yu had given him. He noticed it was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks, accompanied by 2 lines of poetry. If love between two is everlasting, then what does it matter if they meet at dawn or dusk? Contemplating these lines, Chu Yun fell into silence. Perhaps Jiang Yu had foreseen the difficulty of their union, Hence, she had prepared this handkerchief in advance. It was also understandable. Chu Yun was a disciple of the righteous path, while Jiangyu was the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Their fates were destined to be at odds. If love between two is everlasting, then what does it matter if they meet at dawn or dusk? One day, I will make it known to everyone that you are my woman. Whoever dares to obstruct our union shall face death. What righteousness? What demon sect? In Chu Yun's eyes, they were all merely weaklings. If one's strength were sufficient, who would dare to stand in their way? With this thought, Chu Yun tucked the handkerchief into his bosom and retrieved a vial of elixirs, pouring its contents into his mouth. Transforming into a divine dragon had drained all his royal power. He needed to recover swiftly. Chapter 90. Journey to the Kingdom of Tianshui. The following day, Chu Yun remained in quiet meditation. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Chu Yun, are you awake? Recognizing the voice as Wu Xiaolong's, Chu Yun responded, come in. As the door opened, Wu Xiaoling entered with a smile. How are you? Are you all right? Chu Yun replied, what could possibly be wrong with me? Wu Xiaoling chuckled, that's good to hear. The sect master has just informed us to pack our belongings. We will be returning to the sect shortly. However, I would prefer to head back to the kingdom of Tianshui now, so I hope you can speak to the sect master on my behalf. Chu Yun agreed, no problem. Just as they were conversing, Zhao Xinghe entered with his disciples. Chu Yun, how are you? If all is well, we should be leaving. Chu Yun stated, Sect Master, I may not be able to return to the sect for the time being. Why not? Zhao Xinghe asked, puzzled. Chu Yun explained, Wu Xiaolong's family is in trouble, and I want to help him. Zhao Xinghe glanced at Wu Xiaoling and replied, I have heard about his family's situation. It involves Songlong Dongtian. If not handled properly, the consequences could be dire. Chu Yun acknowledged, I understand, but I still want to assist him. Without any personal gain, I would not typically intervene. Yet, considering that formation capable of slaying immortals, I feel it's worth a try. Zhao Xinghe cautioned, you have already killed Duan Jingtian, and now Duan Tianming. Songlong Dongtian will surely harbor deep animosity towards you. If you do not return to the sect, they will undoubtedly find a way to kill you. Chu Yun replied, I understand, but I cannot hide in the sect forever simply because they wish to kill me. Zhao Xinghe added, the sect has just received news that you killed Nangong Aoshue. The Nangong family has arrived at the sect, demanding an explanation. Chu Yun was not surprised by this revelation. Nangong Aoshue had notable talent, and as one of the four great families of Zhongzhou, the Nangong family would certainly not sit idly by. What does the sect master plan to do? Zhao Xinghe pondered before saying, I have been informed of the details. You acted to prevent her from killing others, which is why I will stand by you. Though the Nangong family is powerful, my Xinghe sword sect is not a minor sect either. Moreover, you are now the Holy Son. If I cannot protect you, who would dare to join my Xinghe sword sect for training in the future? Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a sense of relief, realizing he had not made the wrong choice. Had he decided to leave back then, he might not have received such treatment. Yet, this was all due to his strength and talent. If he lacked those, no one would have come to his aid. Thank you, Sect Master, Chu Yun said earnestly. Zhao Xinghe asked, have you made up your mind? Are you truly going to Tianshui Kingdom? Chu Yun affirmed, I have made my decision. Very well, since you are resolute, I will have Elder Lin protect you in secret. Turning to Elder Lin, Zhao Xinghe instructed, as long as Songlong Dongtian does not send any martial emperor-level experts, you need not reveal yourself. However, if they do dispatch martial emperor-level experts, you must intervene. In summary, Chu Yun stands as the holy son of our Star River Sword Sect, and we must ensure his safety at all costs. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our sect. Elder Lin stated, rest assured, Sect Master, as long as I am here, no one shall harm Chu Yun. Very well, once your tasks are completed, return swiftly. I shall take the disciples back first. Understood. After Zhao Xinghe departed, Elder Lin inquired, when do you plan to leave? Chu Yun replied, right now. All right, you may go ahead. I will follow shortly. Chu Yun understood that Zhao Xinghe had assigned Elder Lin to accompany him solely for the purpose of safeguarding his life. Under normal circumstances, the adversary would likely refrain from attacking. Thus, without hesitation, he followed Wu Xiaoling and departed from the 10,000 monsters blessed land. Chu Yun, I knew asking for your assistance would not be a mistake. With Elder Lin protecting us, even if the Songlong Cave heaven intervenes, we need not fear, Wu Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly after leaving the blessed land. Chu Yun, wait. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out. Chu Yun turned to see a white crane soaring from the horizon, upon which sat a beautiful woman clad in a blue gown. Lu Qing. Sister Lu, is there something you need? Lu Qing hesitated before responding. What, are you in such a hurry to distance yourself from me? Chu Yun chuckled. Not at all. I merely feel that given our ages, I should address you as Sister Lu. Lu Qing sighed very well. Since your heart is unyielding, I shall not press the matter. I came to inquire if you have found the descendants of the Qilin. Chu Yun nodded gently. Lu Qing continued. I have heard that if one can obtain a drop of divine beast blood, it can awaken the divine beast lineage within. However, the chances are slim, said to be merely 1 in 10,000. Yet, you might as well give it a try. If you succeed, you will have a divine beast Qilin as your mount in the future. Chu Yun replied, Thank you for the information. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Qing mounted her crane and departed. Wu Xiaolang gazed at Lu Qing's retreating figure, filled with envy. Who would have thought you possessed such charm with women? It is a pity that such a beautiful woman harbors no interest in me. Chu Yun laughed. Aren't you the third prince of Tinshui Kingdom? Surely, you are not lacking in female admirers. Wu Xiaolang retorted. That is different. The women of Tinshui Kingdom are mere commoners, not worthy of comparison with the maidens of the 10,000 monsters blessed land. However, I am quite curious. Have you truly found a Qilin descendant? Chu Yun affirmed. Indeed, it is true. May I see it? I wish to broaden my horizons. Chu Yun replied, It is merely a cub, not yet grown. I shall show it to you when it matures. Very well. With that, the two continued on their journey. Meanwhile, within the Songlong cave heaven, an elderly woman expressed her astonishment upon hearing that Duan Tianming had been slain by Chu Yun. You mean Duan Tianming was also killed by Chu Yun? Ma Songlong confirmed, Indeed, that I had intended to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress the Star River Sword Sect, but unexpectedly, the Heavenly Demon Sect intervened. What surprised me even more was that Duan Tianming was slain by Chu Yun in less than 10 exchanges. This young man's strength is astonishing. Even the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect is not his match, though he is merely at the 5th level of the Martial King realm. Upon transforming into a divine dragon, his power rivals that of the Martial Emperor realm. To eliminate him, one would need to deploy a Martial Emperor level expert. The elderly woman pondered, if that is the case, then the Lord of the Underworld was also killed by him. However, the Lord of the Underworld is at the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm. How could he possibly have been defeated? Ma Songlong responded, Zhao Xinghe likely left him a life-saving trump card, so killing the Lord of the Underworld is not surprising. Then, what do you plan to do, senior brother? Ma Songlong stated, Haven't you always sought revenge for Duan Jingtian? It seems you must take action yourself, but I fear Zhao Xinghe will intervene. The elderly woman replied, Previously, when Chu Yun ventured into the monster domain, I had intended to take action myself, but he guarded the mountain gate, preventing my escape. Ma Songlong asserted, This young man's power and talent are too formidable. He must be eliminated, or he will undoubtedly pose a threat to our Songlong cave heaven. I shall deal with Zhao Xinghe. You find a way to leave, and no matter the method, you must ensure that this young man is slain. Very well. With your assistance, I have little to worry about. Chapter 91. The Rescue of the Princess in Tinshui Kingdom. Several days' journey from the 10,000 monsters blessed land, Wu Xiaolang frequently pulled out a portrait to gaze upon during their journey. The image depicted a young girl of 12 or 13 years. Chu Yun, curious, asked, Who is this? Wu Xiaolang's expression softened with nostalgia as he replied, My little sister. When I left Tinshui Kingdom, she was merely 12. Now, for years have passed, and she has likely blossomed into a young lady. Chu Yun questioned, Have you not returned to see her in 4 years? Well, as you know, we martial artists cannot remain by our family's side while striving to enhance our cultivation. Thus, when I departed, I had someone create this portrait to keep with me. As he spoke, Wu Xiaolang suddenly chuckled. You see, when she was younger, she loved to cling to me, but I often evaded her, fearing she would hinder my training. I recall one instance when I hid away, and she, thinking I had encountered misfortune, wept for an entire day, her eyes swollen from crying. His voice faltered with emotion. Chu Yun gently patted his shoulder, saying, It's all right. You will see her soon, so cheer up. Yes. Days later, the two arrived within the borders of Tinshui Kingdom. Upon their arrival, they noticed the official roads were teeming with fleeing citizens. Observing this scene, they exchanged puzzled glances and hastily landed. Wu Xiaolang approached a middle-aged woman, asking, Madam, what has happened? The woman replied, You must be outsiders. Tinshui Kingdom is currently at war with Huangyun Kingdom. I advise you to leave quickly. I have heard that the 4th princess of Tinshui has been captured. What? When did this happen? Wu Xiaolang pressed. The middle-aged woman responded, "Just a few days ago, I must hurry." With that, she turned and departed. Nearby, a discussion arose. "I heard that the capital of Tianshui Kingdom has been besieged by tens of thousands of troops from Huangyun Kingdom. I do not know if they can hold out. I fear this time Tianshui Kingdom may face annihilation." Hearing this, Wu Xiaolong's expression turned grave. Chu Yun inquired, "What is the background of Huangyun Kingdom?" Wu Xiaoling explained, "It is a vassal state of Songlong Cave Heaven, paying tribute annually. They have clashed with Tianshui Kingdom several times before but have not gained any advantage." "What shall we do now?" Chu Yun asked. Wu Xiaoling looked at him earnestly. "There is a powerful expert at the third level of the Martial King realm stationed in Huangyun Kingdom. I am no match for him, so I must entrust the task of rescuing my sister to you." Chu Yun replied, "But I do not know your sister." Wu Xiaoling retrieved the portrait from his bosom and handed it to Chu Yun, saying, "Though 4 years have passed, she should not have changed much. You should be able to find her." Chu Yun accepted the portrait very well. "You hurry back and see if you can be of assistance." "Thank you. I entrust this to you." With that, Wu Xiaoling leaped into the air, heading towards the royal city of Tianshui Kingdom. Once he departed, Chu Yun found himself momentarily bewildered. "Where is Huangyun Kingdom?" he pondered, before stopping a middle-aged man nearby. "Excuse me, brother, where is Huangyun Kingdom?" The man pointed eastward. "If you head east, you will reach Huangyun Kingdom. Thank you." With that, Chu Yun soared into the sky, heading eastward. Following his path for several hours, he arrived before a massive city gate, where the words Yundu City were inscribed. After landing, he casually approached a passerby to confirm that this was indeed the capital of Huangyun Kingdom before entering. In the Imperial Palace's back garden of Yundu City, a strikingly beautiful young girl was being escorted before an elderly man by 2 soldiers. The old man, clad in a golden dragon robe and adorned with a purple gold crown, was sitting in a pavilion, engaged in a game of chess with a similarly robed elder. The elder's chest bore an embroidered golden dragon. After the soldiers brought the young girl before the emperor, they bowed and announced, "Your Majesty, we have brought the 4th princess of Tianshui Kingdom." The golden-robed old man was none other than the emperor of Huangyun Kingdom. He scrutinized the 4th princess of Tianshui, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "She looks quite good. Though her cultivation is merely at the earth martial realm, if she practices the dual cultivation technique, it shall still benefit me." The purple-robed elder interjected, "Your Majesty should still prioritize your health. Such a young girl is too infused with yin energy, making her unsuitable for dual cultivation." The Huangyun emperor reassured him, "Rest easy, my technique nourishes yin and replenishes yang. It brings only benefits, no drawbacks." As he spoke, he slowly approached Wu Jing, extending his arm to caress her face. However, as his hand neared, Wu Jing bit down hard on it, causing him to scream in pain. "You little wretch! I shall make you pay dearly for this." He raised his arm, ready to strike Wu Jing. Just then, he noticed a young man in a blue robe standing atop the palace, wielding a long sword. Instantly, he retreated in fear. Who are you?" At that moment, the purple-robed elder also emerged, eyeing Chu Yun with apprehension. The youth had appeared without his notice, indicating that his cultivation was no ordinary level. "Are you the emperor of Huangyun Kingdom?" Chu Yun inquired. The emperor nodded. "Indeed, I am." The purple-robed elder growled, "Who are you to intrude upon the imperial palace?" Chu Yun glanced at him, causing the elder to retreat several steps in fright. Chu Yun stated, "I have come here primarily to find someone. If you hand her over, I shall spare your lives." "Who are you looking for?" the Huangyun emperor asked. Chu Yun replied, "The 4th princess of Tianshui Kingdom." Wu Jing turned to Chu Yun, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She was uncertain of the youth's capabilities, having frightened both the purple-robed elder and the emperor of Huangyun Kingdom. "We do not have any 4th princess of Tianshui here. You must be mistaken," the Huangyun emperor declared. Just then, Chu Yun waved his arm, unleashing a surge of formidable kingly power that swept through the area. Before the Huangyun emperor could react, he was sent flying, crashing against a pillar of the pavilion. Pooh! Upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You dare deceive me, claiming to be at the earth martial realm? I see you are courting death." The purple-robed elder, witnessing this, shouted angrily, "You brat! You are far too arrogant. Do not think I will fear you just because you hide your cultivation." As he spoke, he leaped into the air, launching a palm strike at Chu Yun, convinced that no matter how high Chu Yun's cultivation, he could not possibly reach the martial king realm at such a young age. Chapter 92. One man destroys a kingdom unaware of your own mortality. As the purple-robed elder attacked, Chu Yun struck back with a palm. With a crackling sound, 6 colored lightnings surged from his body, coalescing into a massive thunderous palm that crashed towards the purple-robed elder. Boom! Pooh! Upon collision, the elder coughed up blood and was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Do you think a third-level martial king would dare to challenge me? How foolish! The purple-robed elder slowly raised his head. Astonished, you could discern my cultivation level? The fact that the youth could perceive his strength indicated that he was at least above the 3rd level of the martial king realm. Chu Yun glanced at him without a word before leaping down. At that moment, he turned to Wu Jing, realizing she bore a resemblance to the person he sought. He took out the portrait for comparison. Upon seeing her own likeness, Wu Jing exclaimed in surprise. How do you have my portrait? Chu Yun inquired. Who are you? I am the 4th princess of Tianshui Kingdom. Chu Yun confirmed. Then it is you. Your brother sent me to rescue you. Wu Jing hesitated before stating. Do not think you can deceive me. My elder brother and second brother are both in the royal city. How could they allow you to rescue me? Chu Yun replied. I was sent by your 3rd brother. What? 3rd brother? You know my 3rd brother? Wu Jing's expression shifted to one of excitement. Chu Yun affirmed. I do. Otherwise, how would I possess your portrait? That is wonderful. Where is my 3rd brother now? Chu Yun explained. He learned of your royal city's siege and went to assist, sending me to rescue you. As he spoke, he waved his arm, sending the 2 soldiers holding Wu Jing flying. Brat, I am from Songlong Cave Heaven. If you dare to rescue her, you will be opposing us. Just then, the purple-robed elder, struggling to rise, glared at Chu Yun. What does Songlong Cave Heaven matter to me? Chu Yun shot back. Do you know who I am? The purple-robed elder demanded. Who are you? I am Chu Yun. What? You were Chu Yun. The name of Chu Yun had spread throughout Songlong Cave Heaven after he killed Duan Jingtian and that elder. Especially after Duan Jingtian's master offered a vial of divine dragon liquid for his head, Chu Yun's name became notorious across the entire Qingzhou. Do you still think I would fear Songlong Cave Heaven? The purple-robed elder's eyes filled with dread as he regarded Chu Yun. If this young man could slay their sect's prodigies, how could he fear an elder abandoned by the sect? As these words left Chu Yun's lips, he seized Wu Jing and leaped into the air. Brat, I do not care who you are. Since you dared to come, you shall not leave. The Huangyun Emperor, unaware of Chu Yun's prowess, slowly rose, glaring at him with fury. Summon the National Defense Formation and eliminate this boy. Seeking death. Hearing this, Chu Yun's gaze hardened. He drew his dragon soul sword and, with a swift motion, swept it horizontally. Whoosh, poo, poo. A blade of sword energy sliced through the necks of both the Huangyun Emperor and the purple-robed elder, their heads rolling to the ground. Kill, kill. At that moment, countless soldiers charged toward Chu Yun. In mere moments, he and Wu Jing found themselves surrounded. This brat killed our emperor. Kill him with this battle cry. All the soldiers rushed toward Chu Yun. Seeing this, Wu Jing clutched Chu Yun's clothing tightly. Chu Yun's expression turned cold as he declared, I had no intention of killing you, but since you wish to take action, do not blame me with that. He swung the dragon soul sword, unleashing a sweeping arc. Golden light filled the air. A golden sword aura enveloped dozens of soldiers. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In an instant, numerous soldiers fell to the ground, severed at the waist. The withering of myriad woods, the stone dripping with water. The onslaught continued as Chu Yun unleashed his 5-element sword technique to its fullest extent. With each swing, dozens, even hundreds, of soldiers collapsed. Half an hour later, Chu Yun embraced Wu Jing and charged toward the city gates. Within the palace, the bodies of thousands of soldiers formed a mountain of corpses, crimson blood cascading down the steps, staining the entire palace as Chu Yun made his way to the city gate. Several soldiers attempted to block his path, but he felled them all without mercy. By the time he reached the city gate, the interior lay in eerie silence. With his singular might, Chu Yun had decimated the entire royal city soldiers. To say he single-handedly annihilated a kingdom would not be an exaggeration. Wu Jing, initially struggling in Chu Yun's grasp, soon felt an overwhelming sense of security in his formidable presence. Just as Chu Yun prepared to burst forth from the city, he noticed a barrier shimmering above the city, blocking his path like a veil of restriction. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Yun brandished his dragon soul sword, delivering a flurry of strikes. With a swift motion, the shimmering layer of ripples vanished into thin air. realizing that the formation set by his adversary had been shattered. Chu Yun could not help but taunt, "What a so-called national protective array. It is utterly feeble." With that, he took to the skies, accompanied by Wu Jing, heading towards the kingdom of Tianshui in the capital city of Tiandu. An immense army of hundreds of thousands had encircled the city tightly. Faced with such a formidable force, even Wu Xiaolang dared not engage in a direct confrontation, for he understood that although the soldiers' cultivation levels were modest, killing them would still demand considerable royal power. Should his own royal power be depleted, a martial king-level opponent could easily end his life. Nonetheless, in order to alleviate the pressure on the imperial city, he resolved to eliminate a portion of the soldiers on the palace tower. A middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe gazed at the encroaching army with a grave expression. Beside him stood two young men of noble demeanor. "Father, do not worry. I have already sought help from the Songlong cave. I believe they will come to our aid shortly," one of them assured. The middle-aged man, the emperor of Tianshui, responded, "For years we have failed to offer tributes to the Songlong cave or provide them with disciples. If they were truly inclined to assist us, they would not have allowed the Huangyun kingdom to attack us so brazenly." The other young man interjected, "Indeed, I have already written to third brother, hoping he can return swiftly to aid us." The first speaker was Wu Xiaolong's elder brother, Wu Gang. Hearing this, he scoffed, "What good will it do to return? They have a martial king-level expert stationed here. His arrival would be futile." As the three conversed, a figure pierced through the encircling soldiers, soaring toward the imperial city. The emperor of Tianshui was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. "It is Xiaolang returning. Quickly, open the formation." Chapter 93. "I asked you to save people, and you annihilated an enemy nation?" Wu Xiaolang, having traversed the outer army, landed steadily atop the palace tower. "Xiaolang, you have finally returned." Wu Ping, his second brother, exclaimed with delight. Wu Xiaolang addressed Wu Tong and Wu Ping, "Father, second brother, are you both unharmed?" He ignored Wu Gang. Wu Tong replied, "We are fine, but the Huangyun kingdom's army is pressing upon us. It will be exceedingly difficult to withstand them." Wu Ping added, "Third brother, did you not join the Tai Sect? Have they sent anyone to rescue us?" Wu Xiaolang paused, saying, "No, I have long said he is unreliable. We must rely on the Songlong cave." Wu Gang retorted coldly, "What shall we do? Without assistance, our kingdom of Tianshui is likely doomed." Wu Tong expressed his despair. Wu Xiaolang reassured, "Father, do not fret. Although the Tai Sect has not dispatched anyone to rescue us, I have brought someone with me. With him here, our kingdom of Tianshui shall remain safe." "Someone? Who?" Just as Wu Xiaolang was about to answer, a series of piercing screams erupted from outside the city. The group turned their gazes to see a young man in a blue robe, wielding a long sword, cradling a young girl in his arms, charging towards the palace tower. Any soldier who obstructed him fell to his blade as if the battlefield were deserted. "It is fourth sister," Wu Ping exclaimed in surprise. Wu Tong questioned, "How did Jinger end up in his hands?" Wu Xiaolang joyfully announced, "Father, quickly open the formation. He is my brother. As long as he is here, our kingdom of Tianshui will not perish. Open the formation at once," Wu Tong urged. Chu Yun, holding Wu Jing, swiftly descended onto the palace tower. "Scoundrel, release my sister at once," Wu Gang bellowed. Chu Yun paused, while Wu Xiaolang quickly interjected, "Chu Yun, this is my elder brother." Chu Yun cast a cold glance at him, realizing the reason for Wu Gang's hostility. "Jinger, are you unharmed?" Wu Tong rushed forward to inquire. Wu Jing embraced Wu Tong, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she proclaimed, "Father, I am fine. It is all thanks to him that I was saved." Wu Tong looked at Chu Yun, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "This young brother, did you rescue my daughter?" "Indeed," Chu Yun nodded. "May I inquire about your cultivation level?" "I am at the 5th level of Martial King," Chu Yun replied. "What?" Wu Tong was taken aback. The youth before him, younger than his son, possessed such formidable prowess. At that moment, Wu Xiaolang declared, "Father, I shall not conceal it from you any longer. You must have heard of someone named Chu Yun. He not only killed the genius Duan Jingtian from the Songlong cave, but also slayed an elder of theirs." Wu Tong acknowledged, "I have indeed heard of this. It is said that the Songlong cave even offered a bottle of divine dragon liquid to eliminate him, yet they failed. By the way, why do you ask about this?" Wu Xiaolang gazed at Chu Yun with pride, "Because he is Chu Yun." "What?" The revelation left Wu Tong astonished, while Wu Gang's expression turned serious. He never imagined Wu Xiaolang had befriended Chu Yun. the one audacious enough to kill both a talented disciple and an elder of the Zhanglong cave. Wu Tong scrutinized Chu Yun before turning to Wu Xiaolang. Xiaolang, I have heard he is also the holy son of the Xinghe sword sect. Correct? Indeed. Excellent. With him here, the Zhanglong cave will dare not lay a finger on our kingdom of Tinshui. As Wu Tong stepped forward, he clasped his hands in reverence toward Chu Yun. Young friend, or rather, esteemed elder, how ought I to address you? His excitement left him unsure of how to appropriately refer to Chu Yun. Simply call me Chu Yun, he replied. Very well, Chu Yun, please come inside the palace and rest. Allow me to treat you well. He did not even dare to refer to himself as I, for in the shadow of the Xinghe sword sect, the kingdom of Tinshui felt like mere ants. As the holy son of the Xinghe sword sect, Wu Tong naturally lowered his stature before Chu Yun. Chu Yun responded, there are still hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside. Once I resolve that situation, I will gladly rest. Wu Tong gazed at him, astonished. You intend to handle them? With a subtle smile, Chu Yun chose not to reply. Instead, he settled down on the palace tower. Brother Wu, please assist me in guarding. Wu Xiaolang hurriedly approached Chu Yun, saying, you may proceed. As long as I am here, none shall dare to harm you. Excellent. These words resonated. Chu Yun's gaze fixated on the hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside. Slowly lifting his arm, two black whirlpools materialized in the palm of his hand. Although the army outside numbered in the hundreds of thousands, the highest cultivation among them was merely at the Xuanwu realm. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, others would rely solely on their formidable cultivation to slay them. However, Chu Yun possessed a far superior method. Not only could he effortlessly vanquish them, but he could also utilize their essence to elevate his own cultivation. As the two black whirlpools emerged, the air outside began to twist as if ensnared by some unseen force. The soldiers, suddenly abandoning their weapons, contorted in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads and wailing in despair. Ah, what is happening to them? Wu Tong inquired, confusion etched upon his face. Wu Xiaolang furrowed his brow, equally perplexed, as he too was unaware of the means Chu Yun had employed. Wu Gang coldly remarked, what holy son? He is clearly a spy of the heavenly demon sect. Such dark arts belong solely to them. Silence. Wu Tong retorted angrily, he came here with good intentions to aid us, and you dare to slander him. He is the holy son of the Xinghe sword sect. How could he possibly be a spy of the heavenly demon sect? If you continue to speak such nonsense, I shall see how your father deals with you. Fuming with rage, Wu Gang stormed away, incensed. This ungrateful wretch infuriates me. Wu Ping quickly consoled, Father, please do not be angry. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside. Something is amiss. The emperor has perished. Retreat. As that voice rang out, the massive army descended into chaos. What? The emperor of Huangyun has died. What on earth transpired? Wu Tong questioned, bewildered. Wu Jing pointed toward Chu Yun, exclaiming, Father, it was him. He killed the emperor of Huangyun. Not only that, but he also slaughtered all the soldiers within the capital. What? Wu Tong gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the youth before him was so formidable. Wu Xiaolang was equally astonished. He had merely sent Chu Yun to save people, yet the latter had annihilated an entire nation in the process. At that moment, Chu Yun opened his eyes. Outside the city, at least 100,000 soldiers lay lifeless, their essence drained, leaving behind only desiccated husks. Moreover, Chu Yun's cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of martial king due to the absorption of their power. Chapter 94. Remains of the Celestial Beings. Chu Yun, I asked you to save people, yet you have obliterated an entire nation. Wu Xiaolang expressed a mix of incredulity and amusement upon seeing Chu Yun awaken. Is there an issue? Chu Yun inquired. Wu Xiaolang replied, no, not at all. How could there be a problem? He could not desire anything more. The Huangyun kingdom had always been at odds with our Tinshui kingdom. Now that they have been vanquished, he can finally breathe easy. This victory over Huangyun was entirely thanks to you, young friend. Come, let us retreat to the palace to rest, Wu Tong urged, personally assisting Chu Yun and I in his presence. He abandoned any pretense of imperial authority. Jinger, why are you still dawdling? Hurry back to the palace and prepare. Understood. Wu Jing responded promptly, turning to leave. Meanwhile, Wu Tong led Chu Yun forward, with Wu Xiaolang and Wu Ping following closely behind. Third brother, is this person truly the holy son of the Xinghe sword sect? Wu Ping whispered to Wu Xiaolingji. "Do you think I would deceive you?" Wu Xiaoling replied. "Wonderful, with his assistance, I should be able to secure the throne. However, eldest brother should call for reinforcements. I am concerned that the Songlong cave may intervene. Rest assured, regardless of whom they summon, it will be of no consequence. We have a martial king-level expert secretly protecting us, so we have nothing to fear." Under Wu Tong's guidance, Chu Yun soon arrived at the Grand Palace Hall, where the opulence of the golden DCOR was truly impressive. "Please take a seat." Wu Tong gestured toward the central dragon throne. Chu Yun smiled. "Is that appropriate?" Wu Tong insisted. "You are the holy son of the Xinghe sword sect. While this throne may seem lofty to us, it is but a common seat for you. Therefore, do not refuse." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Chu Yun acquiesced. "Very well." As he approached the throne and was about to sit, a voice interrupted. "What do you think you are doing?" Wu Gang strode into the hall. "Father, what is the meaning of this? You are the emperor. How can you allow him to sit on your dragon throne?" Wu Tong retorted angrily. "Silence, you ungrateful wretch. What brings you here?" "I have contacted individuals from the Songlong cave. They will soon send help, but the condition is that fourth sister must be betrothed to the son of one of their elders." "What? You would dare to make such a decision unilaterally? Have you no conscience?" Wu Tong's fury boiled over. Wu Xiaolang interjected. "The army of Huang Yun has already been repelled, and their emperor slain. So we need not rely on the Songlong cave." Wu Gang countered. "Just because we do not need them now does not mean we won't in the future. Establishing a good relationship with them now will ensure their assistance later." "Assistance? You merely wish to leverage them for your own bid for the throne." Wu Ping shot back. "Ey writes, the throne should belong to me." "There is no need for contention," Wu Gang asserted. Wu Tong seethed. "You are inherently cruel and unfit to be emperor. I will never pass the throne to you." Wu Gang sneered, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Father, I am your eldest son. According to the traditions of our Tianshui kingdom, the eldest son should inherit the throne. That is only applicable if you are suited for the role. But you are not. The emperor has decided to pass the throne to your second brother, Wu Ping." "Father, you doubt." Wu Gang stepped forward, menacingly approaching Wu Tong. Just as he was about to act, he glanced at Chu Yun seated upon the throne and smiled. "Very well, you shall have it your way. Father, I shall take my leave for now." With that, he turned to exit that moment. Wu Jing burst into the hall, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Father, I just heard that eldest brother wants to betroth me to the son of an elder from the Songlong cave. I refuse to marry." "How dare he?" Wu Tong thundered. "That wretch shall not have his way as long as I am here." Chu Yun, seated on the throne, could only offer a wry smile. Previously, he thought Wu Xiaolong's family was fortunate to have siblings, but now he realized that with more siblings came more conflicts. Wu Tong turned to Chu Yun. "Forgive me, young friend, for subjecting you to such a spectacle." Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no concern." At that moment, Wu Ping turned to Chu Yun, inquiring, "Brother Chu, do you have a partner? If not, what do you think of my fourth sister?" Wu Xiaoling paused, secretly contemplating the prospect of marrying his sister to Chu Yun. After all, he was the holy son of the Xinghe sword sect. If she were to wed him, they would become family, and the Xinghe sword sect would surely not stand idly by should the kingdom of Tianshui face any troubles. Wu Jing, hearing her brother suggest a match with Chu Yun, felt a tinge of shyness and quickly lowered her head. Wu Tong, noticing this, added, "Chu Yun, if you do not mind, I would be willing to betroth my daughter to you." Given Chu Yun's formidable strength and status as the holy son, marrying him would undoubtedly elevate their kingdom of Tianshui. Chu Yun quickly replied, "I must decline. I am still young and wish to focus solely on my martial pursuits. Matters of romance are not on my agenda at present." Upon hearing this, both Wu Ping and Wu Tong exhibited signs of disappointment. Wu Xiaolang, sensing the awkward atmosphere, interjected, "Father, second brother, he is here to assist us. You should not impose such requests upon him." Indeed. Wu Tong agreed. "Bring forth the dancers to perform." At his command, a dozen beautiful maidens in revealing attire entered the grand hall, accompanied by melodic music. The dancers began their performance. Chu Yun, observing the spectacle, found it rather dull. Such indulgences suited an emperor, but he held no interest in them. Wu Tong, while watching the dance, discreetly observed Chu Yun. Noticing his apparent indifference toward the women, he beckoned Wu Xiaolang closer. "Father," Wu Tong asked, "what does your friend enjoy?" Wu Xiaolang was taken aback. He truly did not know what Chu Yun favored. However, recalling that Chu Yun had come to assist him because of the formation capable of slaying celestial beings. He stated, "He seems interested in our Tianshui Kingdom's formation that can slay celestial beings." Wu Tong's expression shifted. "Ah, I see. I now know how to proceed." Turning to Chu Yun, he said, "Young friend Chu Yun, I hear from Shaoling that you are interested in our Tianshui Kingdom's Yin-Yang slaying celestial formation. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Chu Yun affirmed. "Had it not been for this formation, he would not have come to Tianshui Kingdom at all. I believe you may also be interested in something else," Wu Tong continued. "What might that be?" Chu Yun inquired. Wu Tong declared, "The remains of a celestial being." "What? Remains of a celestial being?" "Indeed. Many years ago, one of our ancestors utilized the Yin-Yang slaying celestial formation to slay a celestial being, and his remains are preserved within our Tianshui Kingdom's Imperial Palace. If you are interested, I can take you to see them." "Very well. If those truly were the remains of a celestial being, it would indeed imply that the formation had the capability to slay celestial beings. If he could obtain it, then with that formation to protect the Chu family,